One moment he was lying on a hospital bed waiting to die, and the next he found himself pushed onto a mysterious sorting platform, becoming the center of everyone's attention. The sorting hat sang out new students' names in the Great Hall, its brim being tugged by young wizards as it let out peculiar chuckles, while applause rippled through the crowd below. Even Gryffindor and Slytherin had temporarily set aside their differences. The new students, some nervous and others excited, watched as their classmates one by one donned the sorting hat, awaiting fate's verdict. But among all the first years, the thin boy with blonde hair and dark eyes stood out conspicuously, gazed around in bewilderment at the vintage luxurious hall, the candles floating in midair, and the drifting ghosts. All these magical details giving him a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Strange, wasn't I dying in a hospital bed? The boy murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall called out loudly, "Ivan Halls." The hall fell silent, but there was no response. The professor frowned and repeated, "Ivan Halls." The new students began whispering among themselves, and even Dumbledore cast a puzzled glance. At that very moment, while other first years instinctively stepped back, only Ivan stood there dazed, making him particularly conspicuous. "Mr. Ivan Halls, please come to the platform," Professor McGonagall repeated once more. The boy pointed at himself in confusion, feeling both unfamiliar yet somehow familiar with the name. "Yes, please come up quickly, just like the other students," Professor McGonagall said with gentle patience, without a trace of reproach. Before he could fully react, Ivan was pushed forward by the students behind him and sent up to the platform. Professor McGonagall personally seated him in the chair and placed the sorting hat on his head. The sorting hat wriggled on his head and joked, "Don't be afraid. You're not the first student to space out here. Just close your eyes, and it'll be over. Doesn't hurt a bit." Ivan felt a surge of absurdity, vaguely guessing what he was experiencing. He tried to calm his mind, but was startled by the hat's voice that seemed to see through everything, forcing him to suppress all stray thoughts. "That's right, this is Hogwarts, definitely not a dream. You're from a Muggle family, aren't you? Every year there are new wizards who don't believe in magic and insist on looking for rabbits in my hat." The sorting hat's voice echoed softly in his ear. In Ivan's mind, flashes of strange and fragmented memories appeared: a blonde witch's magic lessons, blurred incantations, inexplicable fear and retreat. The sorting hat mused to itself, "I've never seen a child from a wizarding family who knows nothing about Hogwarts." Ivan tried to focus only on trivial, unimportant matters, afraid the sorting hat might glimpse some secret. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat gently, reminding the hat to hurry with the sorting. The sorting hat finally fell silent, then drawled, "Let me see. Optimistic, clever, prone to overthinking." Its tone suddenly dropped, "And knows a bit of dark magic." "I know dark magic?" Ivan asked in shock, as a shadow emerged from the depths of his memory. "That's right, ancient and rare dark magic. Some use it for pranks. Perhaps you could try it too, though Dumbledore certainly wouldn't be pleased," the hat whispered with a hint of mischief. "So will I be sorted into Slytherin?" Ivan couldn't help but ask, but the sorting hat just laughed mysteriously. "No, no, no, not at all. Slytherin only accepts young wizards of exceptional talent." The sorting hat suddenly shouted, "Gryffindor." Ivan froze, removing the sorting hat with a look of complete surprise. The sorting hat declared confidently, "Yes, that's exactly where you belong. I've never been wrong. You have the corresponding qualities." Ivan was about to ask more questions when cheerful applause erupted from below. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, placed the sorting hat on the four-cornered table, and walked down the steps. At the Gryffindor table, several upperclassmen saw him approaching and voluntarily shifted left and right to make room. The twin brothers with fiery red hair suddenly leaned forward, flanking Ivan on both sides and pressing him into the empty seat. One of them dramatically exclaimed, "Good heavens, I'd bet you're absolutely the first person to show such disrespect to Professor McGonagall during the sorting ceremony. This is truly, truly what?" Ivan looked up in confusion. "Truly brave," the other brother chimed in. The two exchanged glances and declared in unison, "You're destined to become a legend at this school." Ivan nearly missed this unexpected turn, silently marveling at the brothers' peculiar way of thinking. He could only respond politely, "Well, thank you." Then he introduced himself, "I'm Ivan Hares. And you are?" "I'm George Weasley, and that's Fred over there." The brother on his right winked, then added with a reminder, "You'd better remember correctly. Next time, don't get it wrong." Fred absolutely hates being confused with someone else. "Got it, George. I don't think I'll mix you up," Ivan replied, already prepared for the twins' identity-swapping tricks. He turned to smile at the one on his left. "Right, Fred?" Fred, who had been ready to play a prank on the new student, instantly widened his eyes in surprise. George was also stunned for a few seconds before stammering, "Wait, how did you know I was George?" It wasn't hard to guess, was it? "All the new students know the Weasley twins love pranks," Ivan said casually, naturally not mentioning that he'd read about them in books. "Good heavens, are we really that famous? Even the new students have heard of us." The two excitedly patted each other's shoulders, marveling that their years of battling Hogwarts rules had finally made them renowned. Ron, who was eating nearby, nearly choked on his food when had these two brothers become so thunderously famous among the new students. George and Fred quickly turned their attention back to the matter at hand, curious about what Ivan had actually discussed with the Sorting Hat on stage. It was the first time they'd seen anyone converse with that hat for so long. Ivan gave a half-truthful, evasive answer, thinking that bragging about knowing dark magic wouldn't be wise in Gryffindor. He then skillfully steered the conversation toward the brothers' adventurous careers at school, subtly probing for information about the locations and conditions of various secret passages within the castle. Having read the original story, Ivan knew very well that George and Fred possessed a magical map that could reveal most of Hogwarts' secret passages and mark the locations of everyone in the school. With it, one could move freely through this magical castle without worrying about being discovered by professors or the caretaker. Although Ivan had read the original story in his previous life and knew many of Hogwarts' secrets, he couldn't remember everything perfectly, so this map would still prove quite useful. At the worn wooden table, Fred and George squeezed in on either side of Ivan, animatedly regaling their first time meeting little fanboy with thrilling and hilarious tales from Hogwarts, from which corridor suits of armor were most easily startled by spells, to which classroom floors would swallow you up like quicksand when stepped on. The twins spoke with great enthusiasm, and seeing Ivan's eyes light up throughout their stories, they freely shared loads of insider information without reservation, even excitedly proposing, "Once term starts, you should join our pranking enterprise." However, when the topic touched on the Marauders map, both brothers tactfully fell silent. Ivan wasn't surprised by T-Sit would be abnormal to hand over their most important secret on a first meeting. For him, the current goal was simply to build rapport and lay groundwork for the future. Just as he was quietly calculating his next moves, a cold, mechanical notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Host has acquired classified information. Generating mission. Mission objective: explore Hogwarts. Current progress: 2100. Mission description: curiosity to explore the unknown is something every young wizard should possess. This thousand-year-old castle contains countless secrets. Please explore and understand them. When exploration progress reaches certain milestones, rewards will be granted based on performance. The unexpected message left Ivan stunned, and the previously lively conversation came to an abrupt halt. A golden finger? His mind raced, followed by uncontainable euphoria. While he had been grateful for the chance to live again at Hogwarts, he couldn't help feeling anxious about the unfamiliar environment. Now with a system, his worried heart finally felt somewhat at ease. He made casual small talk, politely dismissing the Weasley twins who still wanted to share more adventure stories, then held his breath and began exploring this sudden golden finger. Ivan tried various summoning methods that appeared in novel silent recitation, mental commands, spell gestures, until finally, a row of pale golden data appeared in the center of his vision. Ivan Halls. Class: Wizard. Magic skills: Fear Curse LV 13200. Knowledge Theory: Magical Item Creation LV 0435500. Magical items: Wand U Wood, Unicorn Hair, 11 3/4 inches. Magic Power: Medium. Compatibility: 72.5. Academic points: none. The information panel was as concise as he'd expected, yet contained unexpected surprises. Fear Curse: Magical Item Creation. Ivan muttered under his breath. As a newly transmigrated wizard who hadn't even fully grasped his situation, he was certain these weren't abilities he'd brought with him. Recalling the memories that had flooded in during the sorting ceremony, he quickly understood. The original Ivan Halls had mastered this knowledge before starting school. If Hermione, who came from a Muggle background, could self-study some magic, how much more so those from wizarding families. However, the Fear Curse seemed to never appear in the original story. Ivan wasn't surprised by this. Harry Potter's tale only showed one corner of the wizarding world, and the dark arts mentioned in the books were few and far between. Real dark wizards couldn't possibly know only those handful of spells. Thinking of the rows of dark arts books in Hogwarts' restricted section, he found it quite reasonable. What truly concerned him was the original's family background. Being able to teach a child dark magic before school started clearly indicated they weren't good people. If anyone discovered that Ivan Halls had been possessed by a soul from another world, heaven knows what kind of dark magic would be waiting for him. A heart-piercing, bone-drilling curse upon meeting? Or perhaps being burned alive with fierce flames? Ivan couldn't help but shudder at the thought of these gruesome fates that might befall him, desperately searching through his predecessor's memories. Whether it was a side effect of transmigration or something else entirely, those memories seemed like shattered fragments thrown into the deep sea. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't retrieve a single complete piece. Damn it, if only he could remember a bit more? He muttered under his breath, his temples throbbing with pain. It seemed he'd have to learn legilimency before the term ended, then somehow sneak into the headmaster's office to use the pensieve to sort through his memories. Otherwise, once his cover was blown, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even worse, he couldn't even say where his home was located. No transmigrator in history had probably sunk to such depths. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's clear, ringing voice yanked Ivan from his brooding thoughts back to the sorting ceremony in the Great Hall. The hall fell silent instantly, with all the young wizards and professors turning their gaze toward the platform. The atmosphere was almost identical to when Ivan had taken the stage, except the Savior's aura was clearly incomparable to his own. As a small, thin, and nervous-looking boy with round glasses hurried to the sorting hat, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Several second-year Gryffindor students beside Ivan clapped until their palms turned red, staring intently at the spot on the boy's forehead hidden beneath messy black hair, eager to catch a glimpse of that lightning bolt scar. Harry Potter? Did she say the Harry Potter? My mum said he defeated you-know-who when he was just a baby. I really hope he gets sorted into Gryffindor. Whispered conversations rippled through the crowd. Ivan joined in the applause. Staying silent now would only make him stand out awkwardly. Besides, in his view, Harry truly deserved this honor. After all, Harry's tragic childhood stemmed from his parents' sacrifice. Without Lily Potter's ancient protective magic cast with her life, which stripped Voldemort of his power, the wizarding world would have paid an even bloodier price. When the sorting hat called out, Gryffindor, the red and gold table erupted in celebration. The Weasley twins hugged each other excitedly, shouting, Potter! We've got Potter! In contrast, the applause from the Slytherin table was noticeably cooler. The Slytherin prefect sitting in the front row visibly darkened when he heard the sorting hat mention Harry's rejection of Slytherin. Ivan took it all in, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, right now everyone still held expectations about the Savior's halo, but once they discovered that Harry was just an ordinary young wizard aside from his fame, they probably wouldn't care so much. Yet when he glanced up and caught sight of Dumbledore's kindly expression as he watched Harry with a smile, Ivan suddenly felt that the prefect's concerns weren't unfounded after all. With the headmaster helping the Savior along, other things aside, Slytherin could forget about winning the House Cup for the next several years. As Harry stepped down from the platform, Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, eagerly rushed forward to shake his hand vigorously the moment Harry's feet touched the floor. Most of the other students quickly made room beside them, seemingly hoping to have a proper chat with the boy who lived. George and Fred also pushed through the crowd with a whoosh, laughing and jostling to clink glasses with Harry. The once lively long table around Ivan instantly became deserted. Ivan didn't join this hero meet and greet. Instead, he leisurely focused his attention on the large plate of steaming roast meat and buttered potatoes before him. He bit into a crispy roasted chicken wing and silently mused that the legendary reputation of British dark cuisine certainly didn't apply at Hogwarts, probably because all the dishes here were prepared by house elves rather than British wizards. Just as he was attacking his second piece of chocolate cake, a subtle gaze swept over him. Ivan looked up to meet Dumbledore's silver blue eyes. The headmaster's gaze was gentle yet sharp, as if it could easily see through a person's thoughts. Ivan showed no sign of intimidation. He put on an innocent, shy expression and smiled back, then unceremoniously stuffed the large piece of cream cake in front of him into his mouth and swallowed it in a few bites. Perhaps this foodie display amused Dumbledore, or maybe the old headmaster was just casually surveying the room. The next second, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to other new students in the hall. After the sorting ceremony ended, food continued to appear endlessly on the tables. Ivan ate until his belly was round and full, unable to manage another bite, before Dumbledore finally stood up at the head table and waved his wand. With a crisp whoosh, the leftover food instantly vanished, leaving the silver plates and goblets sparkling clean and empty. For the older students, such scenes were commonplace, but for Ivan, who was truly witnessing magic for the first time, it was still as fascinating as watching a stage illusion. The lights illuminated the magnificent golden vaulted ceiling of the hall as Dumbledore cleared his throat softly, and all the students fell silent in unison. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I'll say a few more words. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed steadily between every stone pillar. I need to announce several Startofterm notices. First, new students should note that the forest on the school grounds, the Forbidden Forest, is off-limits to all students. Older students should remember this as well. Second, our caretaker Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you all that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. Third, Quidditch team tryouts will be held in the second week. Interested students should sign up with their team captains. After briefly repeating the usual rules, Dumbledore paused for a second, then suddenly raised his voice. Finally, I must warn you all, anyone who doesn't wish to die a most painful death should avoid the fourth-floor corridor on the right-hand side this year. The hall immediately filled with murmurs. Ivan immediately wanted to complain, saying, "You'll die horribly," without explaining why was obviously bait, wasn't it? There was no way curious young wizards could resist that. Sure enough, several new students couldn't help but chuckle softly, apparently taking this as the headmaster's humor. In contrast, Many older students looked grave, clearly knowing something about the situation. The only exceptions were the Weasley twins. Fred and George were whispering to each other, their eyes gleaming with adventurous light. Ivan guessed they had probably already added that deadly corridor to their exploration list. Of course, before they could act on it, Dumbledore would probably have a chat with them first, or have caretaker Filch keep a close eye on them to prevent any incidents. After emphasizing the important matters for this term, Dumbledore seemed to transform back into that somewhat eccentric but kindly headmaster, wearing his slightly askew wizard hat as he announced loudly, "Before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together." As his words fell, Ivan clearly caught the stiffness on the faces of the professors on the platform. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, Snape's eyebrows twitched, and the other teachers all wore subtly uncomfortable expressions. Several upperclassmen looked more like they had sudden stomach pains, their faces contorting awkwardly. Dumbledore, however, enthusiastically waved his wand, and a golden ribbon flowed from its tip, spiraling into strings of words that writhed through the air like living serpents. The wand then transformed into a conductor's baton, and the entire school immediately began singing along to his rhythm. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please, whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees. In the Great Hall, hundreds of different rhythms clashed. Some drew out their notes, others hummed rapidly, and the Weasley twins even deliberately rushed the beat, trying to turn the chorus into complete chaos. Ivan simply joined this pandemonium, singing random nonsense. When the song ended, he was surprised to find himself thinking this mismatched performance was rather pleasant. He suspected his musical taste had gone awry, but then saw Dumbledore's eyes glistening with tears, clearly also lost in the moment. After a while, the old headmaster wiped away his tears and announced, "Prefects, please lead the students back to their dormitories." Ivan followed the group of Gryffindor first years, climbing spiral staircases all the way to Hogwarts' highest level. At the end of the corridor, Percy Weasley stopped before a wall bearing a portrait of a fat lady. The fat lady gracefully shifted her position and asked sternly, "What's the password?" "Dragon Dung," Percy replied quietly. The portrait immediately slid aside, revealing a round hole in the wall. Ivan knew this was the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Stepping inside, he was struck by the spaciousness. Crimson and gold lion banners hung floating in the air, and the broad hall contained several long tables arranged in rows with comfortable chairs beneath them. The left wall featured a dark brown fireplace, flames crackling and popping, driving away the night's chill. Further in were the dormitories 5 to a room. The room was carpeted, with 5 four-poster beds arranged in a line, each with neatly stacked luggage at its foot. Without the original owner's memories, Ivan had no idea which belongings were his, so he decided to wait for the others to choose first. Just as he was surveying the room, a gray and white owl swooped down from the western railing, landing steadily on his shoulder and affectionately nibbling his cheek. Ivan was startled at first, but the name Maka inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "Hoot," the owl responded softly. "Whether you are or not, I'll call you Maka from now on." Ivan reached out to gently scratch the downy feathers around its neck. Maka contentedly closed her eyes. With Maka's directions, Ivan quickly confirmed that the bed against the western wall was his. There were few belongings around it, just bedding, a pillow, some clothes, daily necessities, and a few required textbooks. He dragged his suitcase to the foot of the bed and bent down to organize his things. As he did, he noticed a small copper nameplate on the wooden bed frame beside his bedding. It was engraved with Ivan Halls in clean, crisp lines. Looking around, Ivan realized that every bed had a similar nameplate. He'd simply been too rushed earlier to notice. He was alone in the dormitory and had just planned to sit down and rest when he heard the click of the door opening, followed by a somewhat familiar complaint. "The sorting was just putting on a hat? I thought we'd have to wrestle a troll. Should have known better than to believe George's nonsense." The speaker was a young wizard with fiery red hair and freckles dotting his nose, grumbling as he entered. Close behind him was a thin, black-haired boy wearing round glasses. "Harry? Ron?" Ivan was momentarily surprised, then realized that Hogwarts didn't have many new students each year, and as fellow Gryffindors, they would naturally be assigned to the same dormitory. "Hello, I'm Ivan Halls," he said cheerfully, stepping forward to greet them. "Hey, I'm Ron Weasley," Ron replied hastily, just noticing there was someone else in the room. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter," Harry said, extending his hand for a polite handshake with Ivan. After the introductions, Ivan looked at Ron and added with a smile, "Your brothers George and Fred just mentioned you in the Great Hall." "Oh no, they definitely didn't say anything good," Ron muttered under his breath, thinking of his twin brother's usual pranks. Harry was secretly relieved that Ivan's attitude was different from most people's ever since entering the wizarding world. People either stared at the lightning bolt scar on his forehead or gasped in amazement. This natural greeting between new classmates immediately put him at ease. Young wizards' friendships often take root quickly through just a few words. Moreover, Ivan, who knew the original story inside and out, understood both boys perfectly. Before long, The three were chatting enthusiastically. Harry casually mentioned the unfair treatment he'd received in the Muggle world, while Ron cracked jokes and shared embarrassing stories about being pranked by the Weasley twins. The dormitory atmosphere became lively in no time. Soon, Neville and another dorm mate entered, and the group sat around on their bed edges, discussing everything from chocolate frog trading cards to the Quidditch records of the four houses, until they reluctantly climbed into their beds late into the night. The continuous changes and surprises had left Ivan both physically and mentally exhausted. The moment his head hit the pillow, he deflated like a punctured balloon, even abandoning his planned system exploration for later. In his drowsy state, he could only hear Ron complaining about his rat scabbers being restless. Ivan glanced over briefly, then pulled his blanket over his head and silently whispered, "Hello, Hogwarts." The next morning, Ivan woke from hazy dreams, looking around in confusion before remembering that classes would officially begin today. Yesterday he'd been in the hospital wing, and today he'd be sitting in a classroom his mind needed a moment to adjust. He absolutely couldn't be late for his first class. Even though it was still early, he decided to leave ahead of time. Hogwarts staircases were notorious for their mischievous behavior, and he didn't want to get lost wandering the maze-like corridors. Before leaving, he stretched his arms and struggled to wake the still sleeping Ron and Harry. Whether it was Harry's chosen one, aura at work, or Ivan's particularly bad luck, they encountered trouble. Just going downstairs, they stepped on two steps that suddenly disappeared. Even worse was Ron, who crashed directly into a stone wall disguised as a wooden door with a loud bang. Fortunately, it was precisely because of Ron's demonstration that Ivan and Harry managed to avoid the same fate. The trio barely made it into the classroom before class started. "I'd bet those stairs were deliberately trying to make us late." Ron rubbed his still red nose and poked his head through the door first, spotting the empty podium before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. "See? We're not really late. The professor isn't here yet." Harry followed right behind, wiping the sweat from his forehead and shooting Ivan a grateful glance. If they hadn't gotten up early today, they would definitely have lost points. "No, I think the professor is already here." Ivan's gaze fell on a tabby cat leisurely grooming itself on the podium. Without saying more, he walked straight to his seat near the front. Harry and Ron looked completely puzzled as they squeezed into the second row and had just settled down when the cat suddenly leaped from the podium. Its form twisted in midair, and by the time its forepaws hit the ground, it had transformed into a stern-faced, middle-aged witch Professor McGonagall. Harry's jaw nearly hit the desk, and Ron's eyes went wide. Only then did they remember Ivan's earlier words, their minds full of confusion. How had he recognized that the cat was Professor McGonagall? The surprise wasn't limited to the students. Professor McGonagall maintained her usual composure, but still raised an eyebrow slightly when her gaze swept over Ivan. She had entered early in her animagus form to observe the new students and used this transformation as an opening demonstration, never expecting to be seen through so easily. She gave Ivan a slight approving nod, then cleared her throat and officially began the first transfiguration class. "Before we begin, I want to remind you all transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who dares to fool around in my class will be asked to leave immediately and never return." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her wand. The ordinary wooden podium visibly sprouted limbs and grew a mane, transforming into a pink-skinned pig in the blink of an eye, then immediately returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Gasps erupted throughout the room. Sitting close to the front, Ivan could almost see how the wood grain twisted into skin and then reformed in the next second. He silently marveled at Professor McGonagall's precise, swift, and flawless spellcasting. Not only had she reshaped the material structure of the wood, but she had also briefly imbued it with life and consciousness. Compared to purely destructive spells, this mastery over the essence of matter demonstrated magic's mystery and comprehensiveness. The students were completely captivated by this demonstration. Professor McGonagall began teaching the essentials of transfiguration spells, wand movement angles, and methods of focusing intention, then gave each student a match with the goal of turning it into a silver needle. Just as the professor was explaining, a clear system notification echoed in Ivan's mind. Ding! You listened carefully to the professor's explanation. Although you found the content somewhat obscure, your transfiguration spell proficiency has increased slightly. Ivan checked his information panel. Transfiguration spell level 0, 6100. Everything was as he had expected. As long as he practiced repeatedly and accumulated proficiency, any magic could be mastered quickly. With this thought energizing him, he immediately threw himself into practice. The match spun between his fingertips, but after practicing for half the class, the wood remained completely unchanged. Reality proved much more challenging than imagination. Sweat beaded on his temples, but he still forced himself to raise his wand and try again. "Ivan Halls. Mr. Halls." A stern and resonant voice echoed through the enclosed classroom, drawing the attention of young wizards seated in rows throughout the room. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall, who had just silenced the chatter, sharply turned her head that the gawking children sheepishly averted their gazes and returned to waving their wands at the matches on their desks, their movements clumsy yet eager, as if one more attempt might finally produce a miracle. The dust swirling between the stone walls had barely settled when Professor McGonagall surveyed the room, her sharp gaze finally resting on the desk of a bushy-haired young witch. The match had already elongated and thinned, bearing a faint metallic sheen and roughly resembling the shape of a silver needle. Only then did she relax her tightly pressed lips, revealing a fleeting hint of satisfaction. After composing herself, the witch used her gaze to warn several students who were still slacking off, then turned her attention to the distracted boy before her voice cold yet authoritative. Mr. Halls, I believe I've reminded you that spellcasting is extremely dangerous. You must maintain focus before casting. Furthermore, mechanical repetition offers little improvement. Concentrate and truly visualize the appearance of a silver needle. Yes, Professor McGonagall, I'll be more careful. Ivan Halls nodded politely, took a deep breath, and focused his mind under the witch's watchful gaze. His nearly 12-inch wand traced a smooth and graceful arc through the air. On the dark gray wooden desk, the motionless match seemed drawn by an invisible force. Its surface first twisted, then slowly elongated, gradually taking on the form of a silver needle. However, the transformation lasted only 2 brief seconds. As if some interference had suddenly descended, the match instantly snapped back to its original state. Professor McGonagall showed no surprise at this, merely nodding faintly and dropping a curt, "Practice more," before turning to observe other students. Most first-year wizards performed at roughly the same level. Ivan muttered helplessly under his breath. Seems like building proficiency isn't that easy. After more than half the class spent in repeated attempts, his initial excitement had long since worn away. His proficiency had climbed rapidly during the first few tries, but now seemed stuck like a pointer jammed between gears, occasionally advancing by just 1 notch, and not even with every spellcasting attempt. Ivan gradually realized that rather than practice improving his skills, proficiency was merely quantifying the level he already possessed. The result was that he still couldn't maintain the transfiguration spell consistently. Just as his mind began to wander, someone poked his arm with their fingertips several times. He turned to see Harry Potter's face barely containing his excitement. Pointing at the mysterious object on his own desk pointed at both ends and faintly gleaming as he shouted loudly, "Hey, Ivan, look, I did it, I did it." "Yes, indeed. Harry, you're very talented and gifted." Ivan glanced at the nearly formed needle and nodded in praise. Successfully transforming a match with such obvious results and maintaining it for an extended period during the very first transfiguration class was considered above-average performance for a new student, at least, much better than his own efforts. Right? I never expected this either. You have to understand, my uncle and his family are all muggles, so before starting school, I constantly doubted whether I could even cast magic. The moment Harry heard Ivan's affirmation, it was like opening floodgates. He poured out all his worries in a torrent of words. Before entering the wizarding world, he was just an ordinary 11-year-old boy, but the moment he stepped through the school gates, he was crowned with the title of the boy who lived. Glory and attention fell from the sky, bringing with them an equal weight of pressure. He had even imagined scenarios where he couldn't learn magic and would embarrass himself publicly. Fortunately, things didn't develop in the worst direction. Ivan wasn't surprised by Harry's rapid progress. During the Sorting Hat had made it crystal clear, brave, kind, and extremely talented, even suggesting at one point that Harry should go to Slytherin. In his 3rd year, shortly after learning the Patronus charm, Harry was able to drive away and even destroy hundreds of Dementors. Ivan thought to himself that if it weren't for Hogwarts' overly relaxed, progressive education approach, at this rate Harry would have professor-level abilities before graduation. While Ivan claimed he wasn't envious at all, he knew deep down that young wizards with Harry's exceptional talent were few and far between. He glanced around and noticed that most of the new students were at about the same level as himself, and had just breathed a sigh of relief when Professor McGonagall's clear voice startled him. "Excellent, Miss Granger. Everyone look, Miss Granger has successfully transformed her match into a silver needle." 5 points to Gryffindor. Not far down the aisle, Professor McGonagall held up a gleaming silver needle for all to see. Hermione sat upright in her chair, her bushy brown hair cascading over her shoulders, chin slightly raised, naturally accepting the surprised and admiring gazes of her classmates. Ivan stared blankly at that silver needle, his recently rebuilt psychological defenses crumbling instantly. How were ordinary wizards supposed to survive? So close. Ron poked at his desk with his wand, glaring sullenly at Hermione, as if his glory had been forcibly stolen. Ivan glanced at him. The match on Ron's desk had long since reverted to its original state due to magical energy loss, and by the looks of it, even with several more classes, he wouldn't catch up to Hermione anytime soon. Ivan himself wasn't much better off, possibly even worse. He sighed helplessly. Where was the post-transmigration talent explosion plotline? Where was the soul fusion and mental power surge trope? None of it had materialized. The Sorting Hat's assessment of his average aptitude now seemed remarkably accurate. With Transfiguration remaining stubbornly unstable, he suspected that beyond mediocre talent, the bigger problem lay in the soul replacement causing a sharp drop in wand compatibility. If you compared magical power to electricity, the wand would be the plug and wire, and spells would be various electrical appliances. Now that the circuit was short-circuiting every few days, naturally the lights would flicker on and off unreliably. However, Ivan couldn't solve the wand problem in the short term, and he'd probably have to use this troublesome wand for the entire semester. During his first Transfiguration class, he battled repeatedly with that little piece of wood. Just as he managed to transform the stick into a robin, the feathers hadn't even fully formed before it reverted to its original state. When he tried again, it simply exploded, sending wood chips flying everywhere. By the time class was nearly over, Ivan still couldn't maintain a stable transformation, but he accidentally discovered a rather useless little trick bee, chaotically channeling magic into the wand, and then instantly shooting out a thin beam of light. He could directly reverse any half-completed transfiguration back to its original form. This technique seemed to have no purpose other than pranking Ron in class. Ding! As Professor McGonagall announced the end of class, a system notification chimed in his mind. Through the host's persistent efforts, Transfiguration class has concluded. Please continue working hard. Overall class performance rating, average. Evaluator, Minerva McGonagall. Reward, academic points 5. You can get rewards just for attending class? Ivan was surprised, especially seeing the words academic points, which reminded him of his university days. It seemed each subject would be graded by the corresponding professor, and there might be even bigger rewards and penalties at the end of the term. Complaints aside, discovering this new system function still put him in a good mood. He had noticed the academic points column when the panel first appeared, but it had been locked at 0 before. Now that he'd earned his first batch of points, he quickly found a new item in the exchange list, the only Study Master Experience card, priced at 100 points, which would greatly enhance learning efficiency for 1 hour after use. Ivan had originally fantasized about exchanging for powerful spells or forbidden curses, but those hopes were dashed. From the description, this system was determined to make him study properly. He calculated on his fingers. Only 5 points per class. With Hogwarts having 3 to 5 classes per day, it would take a full 5 days to accumulate 100 points, only to get 1 hour of efficient studying in return. This exchange rate was more ruthless than Gringotts' interest rates. But with no other way to improve efficiency for now, Ivan could only decide to save up points first and see what happened later. After Transfiguration came the tedious history of magic. The ghostly Professor Binns recited from textbooks from start to finish without even glancing at the students, giving Ivan no chance to perform. The result was predictable, another average rating and 5 academic points. However, History of Magic class soon revealed an unexpected benefit. The next Charms class required practicing the steady infusion of magic into objects, the foundation of the levitation charm. Hampered by his problematic wand, Ivan barely succeeded once during the entire class and exploded the practice feathers 3 times, performing only slightly better than Neville. In contrast, Granger completed the task perfectly in just 3 attempts. Ivan unsurprisingly received a poor rating, earning only 2 academic points. The only encouraging news came from the quest panel. Over the past few days, he had wandered around the castle, and his Explore Hogwarts quest progress had reached 30. The system rewarded 2 academic points for every 1 increase, giving him a total of 60 points, far more than he could earn sitting in classrooms each day. This finally gave Ivan hope of accumulating 100 academic points to exchange for a Study Master Experience card. Ivan, how about we head back to the dorm after dinner and play some wizard's chess? Ron asked, gnawing on a golden, greasy chicken leg as the last class of Wednesday afternoon had just ended. His words came out muffled as he extended the invitation to Ivan. Ivan leisurely finished the last piece of steak on his plate, swallowed, then looked up and shook his head. Not tonight. I'm heading to the library. You and Harry can play. Harry's chess moves are absolutely terrible. There's no challenge at all. Ron shook his head regretfully. Then suddenly his eyes widened as if he'd just processed what Ivan had said, and the chicken leg dropped from his hand onto the carpet with a thud. Good heavens. The library? I thought only one person in our entire year would go there. Hermione. Ivan finished the thought. Only a few days into the school year, and that know-it-all was already the only first year who spent every day buried in the library. Exactly, who else would it be? Ron threw his hands up dramatically. Harry quickly tugged at Ron's robes. Hermione had just walked into the common room, carrying a heavy stack of books. Only then did Ron lower his voice, though he couldn't help muttering to his companions about how Miss Granger loved to lecture everyone and acted so superior. Fortunately, they were sitting far enough away that Hermione didn't seem to hear. Harry looked embarrassed. Never liked talking about people behind their backs, but the other young wizards leaned in closer, clearly interested in the Hermione gossip. In just a few short days, Miss Granger had earned quite a reputation among the students with her endless lecturing, which wasn't surprising, who wanted to be scolded by their peers. Ivan didn't join the discussion, He wasn't surprised by this scene at all. Ivan, what are you going to do at the library? Harry asked curiously. Are we not fun anymore, I mean? Is wizard's chess not fun anymore? Ron jumped in to complete the thought Harry hadn't voiced, his eyes full of the same confusion like when your gaming buddy suddenly announces they're going to study hall instead. Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. He actually had no interest in wizard's chess at all. Going to the library was just an attempt to see if he could earn academic points through other methods. Definitely not, because the chess set was novel and entertaining. Haven't you noticed the professors are assigning harder and harder work? If we don't work hard now, what'll happen during finals? He looked at Harry and sighed as he explained. Knowing his talents were mediocre, combined with his wand's poor compatibility, Ivan's spellcasting abilities ranked only in the lower middle among the first years. To change his professor's opinions of him, he could only focus on knowledge researching more, answering questions in class, maybe even earning some participation points. After finishing his last bite of steak, he pushed his plate aside, quickly packed his bag, and stood up to head toward the door. Ron, want to come along? Ivan asked after finishing his meal and gathering his things. While Ron's magical talent was somewhat better than his own, it was mediocre at best, and compared to Harry, the gap was quite obvious. Combined with Ron's lack of effort, it was no wonder he would become the weakest member of the Golden Trio. Out of goodwill, Ivan still offered a reminder. How about heading to the library now to catch up on what you've missed since term started? He didn't really expect Ron to agree. Sure enough, Ron shook his head rapidly, his red hair bouncing with emotion. Are you kidding? We've only been here a few days, and finals are ages away. What's the rush? Ivan shrugged without saying more and headed straight toward the library. Ron watched Ivan's retreating figure and muttered under his breath, making a vow to himself. Just watch. He'll come slinking back within an hour at most, or I'll eat my chess set. Hogwarts Library was located in a corner of one of the towers, with arched windows set with stained glass. It housed the most complete collection of magical books in all of Britain, perhaps even all of Europe. From introductory textbooks to obscure forbidden curses and dark magic tomes, everything was there. Stepping inside for the first time, Ivan was stunned by the sight before him. Bookshelves stood like pillars in endless rows, each packed with thousands of magical books, the air thick with the scent of parchment and ink, far more magnificent than what he had seen in movies in his previous life. There weren't many young wizards around at the beginning of term, just a few scattered here and there leaning against shelves taking notes, or simply sitting on the corridor carpets reading, making the rest area with its long tables and low sofas seem quite spacious. Ding, library discovered. The system notification suddenly rang out, pulling Ivan back from his amazement. The progress bar for Explore Hogwarts in his quest tree jumped up by 5 all at once, and his accumulated achievement points had just reached the 100 needed to exchange for a Study Master experience card. Ivan instinctively shifted his gaze toward the restricted section in the distance, separated by iron chains. The books he was looking for, like Legilimency and Occlumency, were supposedly housed there. Child, are you looking for a particular book? Librarian Madame Irma Pants appeared seemingly out of nowhere, her dark green robes nearly blending into the shadows in the candlelight. Yes, madam. Where are the books related to transfiguration? Preferably something basic. Ivan withdrew his curious gaze and replied politely. Follow me. Madame Pants led him to a shelf labeled Transfiguration Beginner, pulled out a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and handed it to him, then lowered her voice to add, what you were looking at just now is the restricted section. Unless you have authorization from a professor, you're not allowed to read or borrow books from there. I was just curious. I wasn't planning to go in there now. Ivan took the book and shrugged to show his understanding. He knew that with his current magical foundation, rashly attempting those advanced and dangerous spells would only backfire. Besides, there was still a whole term ahead, plenty of time to find opportunities later. Madame Pants nodded and hurried off to supervise the older students. Almost regularly, someone would try to sneak into the restricted section. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, no loud talking in the library. Ivan carried A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration to the central rest area and sat down at a table by the window. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows. He didn't rush to activate the Study Master experience card, but instead began reading in his normal state first, planning to compare the difference in efficiency later. The soft rustling of turning pages soon filled the quiet space, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of a chair moving or light footsteps, breaking his concentration for a few seconds before quickly returning to calm. The quiet environment made Ivan deeply grateful to Madame Pants, the librarian, as the library's knowledge-talking rule was clearly necessary. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration before him was a basic theoretical text, not particularly difficult, but the thick volume obviously couldn't be devoured in a short time. The first hour flew by in an instant, and Ivan's fingertips had only turned to just over a third of the pages. After brief consideration, he simply buried his head and continued reading. Another hour and a half passed, and when the last page closed, he had been reading continuously for over 2 hours, his head throbbing dully, heavy as if filled with lead. These ancient magical texts always loved to include bizarre and archaic words, as if only this way could they highlight the mystique of magic, making Ivan, accustomed to modern books, extremely uncomfortable. He rubbed his temples and muttered quietly. Perhaps this is what being a wizard truly means. In his view, that mysterious and profound way of thinking was probably a wizard's natural talent, but he honestly couldn't comprehend it. Just then, a crisp system notification exploded in his mind. Ding! After a period of serious reading, you find Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration dry and difficult to understand, hard to comprehend. Transfiguration spell proficiency has slightly improved. Note: Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration reading progress, 27. This sudden notification left Ivan slightly stunned. It had never triggered when he browsed textbooks during class before. Does it require reading the entire book? He immediately thought of the difference. He had never completely finished any magical textbook. As the thought arose, he took the opportunity to complain about the system's emotionless, Gamellag-like announcement style. In fact, he didn't find the book's content dry and difficult to understand. At most, there were too many unfamiliar words. The 27 reading progress was quite reasonable. Everyone knew that finishing reading didn't mean mastering the material, otherwise everyone would score perfect on exams. Thinking of this, Ivan decided to try out the Academic Genius Experience card effect. Let's see just how powerful this Academic Genius card is. He lowered his voice and muttered to himself, then spent 100 points to exchange for the item. Remaining time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In an instant, Ivan felt as if his mind had been split by lightning. Recently learned knowledge and content from pages he'd read came flooding back. Then within just half a minute were reorganized and integrated. His chaotic thoughts quickly became clear, as if an old computer had suddenly been replaced with the latest model. A minute later, he opened his eyes and gently brushed his right hand across the cover of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Before even opening the book, the passages he'd read earlier were already arranged in lines in his mind. Those originally obscure, mystical words automatically matched with their context, revealing new meanings and usage. As a basic textbook for teaching young wizards at Hogwarts, this Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration had obviously undergone countless revisions, with content that was refined and concise, at least for wizards. When Ivan reopened the book to review it, he had already grasped most of its content. What remained was to revisit the parts he had previously skipped when he couldn't understand them. Page 3, Page 7, Page 13. His fingers flew back and forth across A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, pages rustling as they turned. The reading progress bar in his mind seemed to be given a powerful shove, with numbers climbing rapidly. In less than 20 minutes, he had finished reviewing the entire book. Ding! 2 notifications rang out almost simultaneously in his mind. 1. After a period of focused reading, you find A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration simple and clear, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Your proficiency in transfiguration spells has increased significantly. 2. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, reading progress, 100. Reading reward, academic points 5. 3. Transfiguration has reached level 1, current proficiency 12200. Bonus reward, academic points 5. After the notifications ended, Ivan felt no warm currents flowing through his body or golden light flashing. Only his understanding of transfiguration principles automatically formed in his mind. Turning a matchstick into a silver needle would now be as easy as flicking his wrist. Even with that unreliable old wand in his hand, the effect would merely be somewhat weaker. He had long suspected that the so-called proficiency increase wouldn't directly pile on power, but rather present his actual abilities in numerical form. Now it seemed his guess was correct. 37 minutes remained on his Academic Genius Experience card. Without hesitation, Ivan rushed to the bookshelf and pulled out detailed analysis of basic spell theory. The spine felt heavy, nearly weighing down his wrist. Beyond the cover, dense text analyzed common spell structures and proposed multiple theories about the composition of magical power. Normally, he would probably feel drowsy after reading 2 pages, but under the Academic Genius Mode's enhancement, he was like a lit torch, his gaze devouring paragraph after paragraph completely. The system chimed with notifications during this time, but he didn't even lift an eyelid, completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Halfway through his reading, Ivan's movements suddenly stopped. His previously clear thoughts became like paper soaked in mist, blurry and fragmented. The feeling was like being in the middle of a satisfying bathroom break, when someone suddenly pounds on the door, forcing you to hold it back, utterly uncomfortable. Did I suddenly become stupid? He stared blankly at the obscure terminology between the lines, his head throbbing. After standing there dazed for a while, he finally realized what had happened and tapped his sluggish forehead. The 30-some minutes remaining on his Academic Genius Experience card had somehow been completely consumed. Unwilling to give up, he opened the second half of the content, but those words seemed to instantly transform into another language, with his reading efficiency plummeting several times over. After just a few pages, he set the book down with a long sigh. That brief hour of academic genius mode had shown Ivan the terrifying power of this exchange card. It didn't just multiply his learning speed several times over, it elevated his comprehension, thinking, and reasoning abilities to genius level all at once. It was as if simply opening a book removed all limits on the world's knowledge. Learning became almost free of comprehension barriers, you just had to study. During the experiment, Ivan also noticed a hidden factor. His existing knowledge base significantly affected his learning efficiency and speed. This explained why he only needed 20 minutes to read through A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration with the Academic Genius Experience card, while it took him over 30 minutes to get through just half of Fundamentals of Spell Theory Explained. The former went quickly because he already had some grasp of transfiguration spells and had skimmed the book before the experiment. The latter was more complex, and he had no prior preparation, naturally slowing his progress. This brief comparison helped Ivan quickly understand the strengths and limitations of the Academic Genius Experience card. He realized that to maximize returns during the 1-hour card duration, the optimal strategy was to first read through an entire book to understand its structure and difficult points, then activate the experience card for intensive review. This approach would not only save time, but also fully exploit the enhanced thinking and comprehension abilities the card provided. Even more enticing was the fact that thoroughly mastering a magic book would earn academic points. Spell level improvements would also grant points, and these points could be exchanged for new Academic Genius Experience cards, meaning that with proper cycling, his abilities would grow exponentially. Having only finished half of Fundamentals of Spell Theory Explained, he could already feel a noticeable improvement in the proficiency of all his mastered spells. The Levitation Charm, Disarming Charm, and Transfiguration spells all advanced to level 1, each rewarding him with 10 academic points and bringing his previously zeroed points back up to 20. The time needed to earn his next experience card had suddenly shortened considerably. At this thought, Ivan looked up at the towering rows of bookshelves in the library. Those seemingly endless leather-bound volumes now appeared to him as glittering academic points. If he could read them all, what heights would his magical abilities reach? This notion reignited his recently faded determination. However, ideals were grand while reality proved contrary to expectations. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to continue his studies, Madame Pance's authoritative reminder came from the entrance. The library was closing for the night. Only then did Ivan realize he had been there for over 3 hours. Children, while studying is important, you must also balance work and rest. Now, everyone return to your house dormitories. Madame Pance urged while gesturing for several young wizards still flipping through books to pack up quickly. As Hogwarts librarian, she didn't discourage diligent students, but the opening hours were set by the headmaster, and she couldn't extend them on her own authority. Ivan approached, tucking the half-finished Fundamentals of Spell Theory Explained under his arm, and politely inquired, "Madam, may I borrow this book?" "Certainly, as long as you return it on time." Madame Pance glanced at the book's title and nodded readily. After speaking, she moved between the shelves again, her sharp eyes searching for little mice hiding in corners. There were always a few who liked to conceal themselves among the books, hoping to slip past unnoticed and sneak into the restricted section after lights out. Of course, there were also a few who got so absorbed that they lost track of time. Ivan politely nodded his thanks and then left the library with his book, eager to return and try out the magic spells he had improved upon. Excuse me, let me through." Oh no. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard several crisp female voices behind him. The next moment, a hurried figure crashed into him, and Ivan's forehead hit the cold stone wall with a bang. He lost his balance and fell backward onto the floor. The copy of Detailed Explanation of Basic Spell Theory in his arms was flung out, clattering loudly as it hit the dim corridor floor. Fortunately, the collision wasn't too severe. Ivan rubbed his reddened forehead and used the wall to pull himself up. He first picked up the heavy magic book and hugged it to his chest, then looked at the culprit, a little girl with thick brown hair. Her hair was as messy as if it had been clawed by a cat, clearly showing that its owner paid no attention to grooming. Her standard wizard robes hung loosely on her small frame, and several open magic books were scattered beneath the hem. Hermione? Ivan was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what had happened. This know-it-all had probably been in such a rush when Madame Pance kicked her out of the library that she crashed right into him at the corner. Ivan. Hermione had also been knocked around quite a bit. She swayed for a moment until Ivan reached out to steady her. "Oh, sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. I didn't expect to run into you." "It's fine, just be more careful next time." Ivan handed her the books scattered on the floor, his tone calm. Hermione took the books, and when she glanced up and saw the Detailed Explanation of Basic Spell Theory in Ivan's hands, her eyes immediately lit up, and she opened the floodgates. "I've borrowed that one too. I learned so many new techniques," she said enthusiastically. "Do you know that if your intention is strong enough, the power of certain spells can be greatly enhanced? Of course, the prerequisite is that the caster must have very high magical control, otherwise it's extremely easy to lose control." At this point, she seemed to remember something else. Oh, and learning requires understanding and memorization, not just flipping through a book from beginning to end. Instead of reading these advanced books, I think you should memorize all your textbooks first. A barrage of advice shot toward Ivan like machine gun fire, with a condescending tone that suggested she was helping. Ivan knew that Hermione had probably seen him frantically studying with the help of his academic genius experience card and was offering well-meaning advice. However, that arrogant undertone still made his eyebrows twitch slightly. Thanks for the reminder, but everyone has their own learning method that works for them. He responded coolly, finally understanding why Harry, Ron, and quite a few other young wizards didn't particularly like Miss Granger. Before Halloween, she really wasn't very likable at this point. How is that possible? Hermione was about to continue her lecture, but her words were cut short by Ivan's actions. Rapid transformation. Ivan raised his wand and lightly tapped the parchment Hermione used for taking notes. The paper immediately trembled slightly, then swelled like a bubble, with layers of texture sliding across its surface. In just 2 seconds, his spell, wand movement, and follow-through flowed seamlessly, as standard as if Professor McGonagall herself had demonstrated it. The rough brown surface of the parchment quickly became smooth before Hermione's eyes, finally solidifying into a thin jade tablet. Hermione's mouth hung wide open, her face filled with disbelief. She clearly remembered that just yesterday in Transfiguration class, Ivan couldn't even stabilize a basic transformation spell, so how had he become so skilled overnight? After completing the transformation, Ivan simply brushed off his sleeves, turned around, and walked away, leaving Hermione still frozen in place. In the corridor, he carried Fundamentals of Basic Spell Theory under his arm as he headed straight for the Gryffindor common room. At the corner, he encountered Harry and Ron, who were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Both boys froze, then wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Ron's gaze was glued to the book in Ivan's hands, his eyes nearly bulging out, and his grip on the knight piece in his right hand suddenly loosened. Crack! The knight fell from midair onto the chessboard, its armor scattering everywhere. Cursing angrily, it raised its toothpick-sized sword and struck hard at Ron's left thumbnail. Ow, that hurts! Ron's hand jerked back, flicking the knight aside. He stared at his cracked nail, then angrily grabbed his cup and smashed the knight to pieces before tossing everything into the box to auto-repair. After dealing with the mess, he clutched his thumb and looked up nervously. Harry, you don't think Ivan's going to become like Hermione, do you? Well, probably not. Harry scratched his hair, his voice lacking conviction. At the thought of 2 Hermiones simultaneously lecturing them, both boys shuddered involuntarily. Ivan had already pushed through the door and headed upstairs, completely unaware of their whispered conversation. He returned to his dormitory and immediately called up the system interface, his eyes rapidly scanning the various statistics. Ivan Halls. Profession, wizard. Spell categories. Fear Curse level 1 6200. Levitation Charm level 1 12200. Transfiguration Spell level 1 30200. Disarming Charm level 1 16200. Light Charm level 1 1200. Knowledge Theory. Magical Item Creation level 0 4355500. Basic Spell Theory level 0 88100. Magical Items. Wand. You Wood. Unicorn Hair 11 3/4 inches. Magical Power. Medium. Compatibility 72.5. Academic Points 20. The brief 1-hour Academic Excellence card had elevated most of his learned spells to level 1, filling him with joy. With his dorm mates absent, he decided to experiment. Wingardium Leviosa. Expelliarmus. Trunks and stools rose into the air before gently descending, while the pillow at the head of his bed was blasted to the foot by the disarming charm, as if yanked away by invisible hands. After several minutes of entertainment, the room was in chaos, but Ivan felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. This was the power of magic. During his previous life bedridden with illness, his favorite reading had been fantasy and magic novels. Now, casting spells with his own hands, who could resist such temptation? Over the past few days, due to various limitations, he hadn't successfully cast even the most basic spells. Now, releasing several at once, excitement nearly overflowed from his chest. At this moment, everywhere his gaze fell, he wanted to try a transfiguration or levitation charm. After fooling around for more than 10 minutes, his brain felt heavy and his thoughts seemed wrapped in thick fog, clearly signs of magical exhaustion. Through frequent spellcasting, Ivan gradually understood the limits of his abilities. He first tested the most commonly used levitation charm. An empty box was lifted by invisible force to a height of 1 meter, barely managing to hover for nearly 40 seconds. When he tried the much heavier bed, he could only raise the entire bed frame about 30 centimeters off the ground before it crashed back down after 5 seconds, the wooden boards trembling slightly. Next came the transfiguration spell he was most interested in. Ivan could now completely transform one object's shape and even material into another object within a short time. This was the essential path to advanced transformation. It was said that when mastered to perfection, one could even make inanimate objects transform directly into living animals, just like Professor McGonagall. Ivan couldn't help but fantasize. If during combat, a transfiguration spell could turn an enemy into a tree, a brick, or simply into a pig, cow, or sheep, wouldn't that instantly defeat them? Or perhaps transforming the cover in front of and behind the opponent into fierce beasts or traps could achieve victory with a single strike. However, upon further thought, he frowned. In the original story, almost no one did this. Even Professor McGonagall, who was skilled in transfiguration, didn't use transfiguration spells directly on enemy wizards during the final battle. Could ordinary transfiguration spells not work on living beings? But they could clearly transform inanimate objects into living animals, so there was no reason they couldn't work in reverse. Besides, Hagrid had made Dudley grow a pig's tail, and Draco had the dark history of being turned into a white ferret obviously. Transfiguration spells were effective on human bodies. Perhaps the problem lay in magical resistance. The stronger the wizard, the higher the resistance? But what exactly was magic? And why could it enable wizards to cast such incredible spells? Ivan's thoughts drifted to animagi. Even though it was powerful and difficult magic, it only allowed wizards to transform into one specific animal, unable to choose forms at will. Animagi was more like a permanently fixed transfiguration spell. It could be switched at any time, but had no flaws or time limitations. Forget it. Why am I thinking about this now? Ivan rubbed his temples. He was just a first-year wizard whose spells barely reached the level of normal casting. He tested the levitation charm, transfiguration, lumos, and disarming charm one by one, self-evaluating his level as relatively strong among ordinary first-year students. After finishing the ordinary spell tests, he turned his attention to dark magic, the fear curse. Ever since crossing over to Hogwarts, the system had unlocked this spell, but he had never truly used it. Terror descends. Ivan followed the wand movement sequence from his memory, pointing at his owl Maka's head. Hooded dim purple light flashed, and Maka tilted her head, looking at him innocently with round amber eyes. Terror descends. Terror descends. After several consecutive spell castings, the purple light simply enveloped Maka entirely, but she just treated it as Ivan playing with her, grabbing the tip of his wand with her hooked beak and tugging excitedly. Ivan quickly pulled his wand back to avoid getting it pecked, then stared at the fear curse line on his system panel in frustration. Logically, once a spell reached level 1, it should work normally. He suddenly remembered the memories that had surged forth when the sorting hat invaded his mind, that overwhelming fear. Perhaps the fear curse needed genuine fear as a catalyst. Ivan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened them again, he happened to see the gray-black rat sleeping soundly on Ron's desk. He spared his messenger Maka, gripped his wand tightly, and walked over there. At this moment, Scabbers was sleeping very sweetly, with a few crumbs of Bertie Bott's beans stuck to the corner of his mouth. His tiny paws were spread into 4 digits, occasionally scratching unconsciously at the desk surface, as if he were having some pleasant dream. Terror strikes. Ivan raised his wand, its tip pressing firmly against Scabbers' mottled gray head. Squeak, 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 squeak. As the spell took hold, the rat's previously closed eyes suddenly snapped wide open, bloodshot and bulging, while harsh shrieks escaped from its throat. Its front paws frantically scrambled against the desk surface, sending cups and trinkets clattering in all directions as Scabbers tumbled to the floor like a cannonball, careening wildly across the dormitory carpet. Surveying the chaos, Ivan finally felt relieved. It turned out the fear curse worked opposite to the Patronus charm. While the latter required recalling happiness, the former involved flooding the target's mind with terrifying visions. During the casting, he had imagined Scabbers being chased by an enormous black dog. Unfortunately, since Scabbers had been fast asleep, the dream merged with the spell's power, creating an effect far stronger than expected, almost like an enhanced reverse legitimacy. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the dormitory entrance. Ron and Harry, disturbed by the commotion, burst through the door. Harry stared at the devastated room, nearly thinking he'd entered the wrong place, while Ron's gaze immediately locked onto the frantically scurrying rat. "Oh no! Scabbers! Scabbers!" he cried out in despair, rushing toward Neville's bed in several quick strides, trying to catch his pet. But Scabbers, still gripped by terror, mistook Ron for the black dog from his nightmare and shot into a gap along the bed frame, vanishing instantly. Ron dropped to the floor, frantically pulling back bed curtains, coming up empty-handed and disheveled. "Ivan, what happened here?" Harry frowned, looking toward Ivan, who still stood by the desk. "I was just practicing spells." Ivan shrugged, his tone guilty. "There might have been a small accident." Harry glanced at Ron, who was crawling under the desk in his desperate rat-catching mission, thinking this accident was anything but small. He could only sigh deeply. "Well, I'm afraid we'll be chasing rats until dawn." The chaos continued for over 10 minutes before Ivan finally remembered he was a wizard. Seizing the right moment, he pointed his wand at a stack of open textbooks. "Wingardium Leviosa." The books floated upward along with the trembling Scabbers. Only then could Ron cradle his pet back in his arms, bringing the farce to an end. Over the following days, Ron remained sullen. Feeling guilty, Ivan quickly apologized profusely and even bought a large bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as emergency rations for Scabbers. With Harry helping to mediate, Ron finally stopped holding the grudge. However, when news reached Hermione's ears, she bluntly stated that Ron actually valued a rat more than his friends. The two had a massive argument on the spot, nearly driving Ron to fury. From then on, he became even more protective of Scabbers, even bringing the rat to classes and constantly feeling that someone was plotting against his pet. Ivan continued his routine life shuttling between classroom, library, and dormitory, reading through all the basic textbooks and barely managing to accumulate enough points for another use of his academic excellence card. Combined with his recent efforts, Ivan's proficiency in various spells had improved considerably. His classroom performance soon paid off, except for Professor Binns, who still gave him a stone-faced acceptable in history of magic. All his other grades improved by one level, with several outstanding marks appearing on his report, particularly in charms and transfiguration. Thanks to his second-level levitation and transfiguration spells, his wooden board transformation was even half a second faster than Hermione's, leaving Harry and Ron stunned. However, Ivan knew clearly that as spell levels increased, the proficiency required for the next upgrade would double, making further improvement much more difficult. During his spare time, he also searched the corridors of Hogwarts for the Room of Requirement, planning to use it as a secret base for testing spell power in the future. The Gryffindor Common Room was too crowded and inconvenient. But years had passed since he'd read the original books, leaving only the vague clue opposite a tapestry in his memory. After several days of searching, he still couldn't find that invisible door. It wasn't until Friday of the second week that an invitation letter from Hagrid finally broke his routine. But the good news came with bad news. That morning, they had to attend 2 potions classes alongside Slytherin. In the corridor during break, Ron placed Scabbers on his right wrist, stuffing Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into the rat's mouth, while repeating his twin brother's inside information in a lowered voice. George was right. We need to be careful. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin House. I wish we could skip this class today. Professor McGonagall is also a head of house, and I've never seen her show favoritism to anyone. Hermione immediately retorted. I'm not the only one who thinks this. Lots of older Gryffindors say the same thing. Ron pouted, then leaned closer to Harry and Ivan. You think so too, right? Snape always has that gloomy expression, and there are rumors around school that he used to be a dark wizard. He obviously lowered his voice when saying dark wizard. Dumbledore wouldn't let a dark wizard become a professor. Harry shook his head. He admitted that he'd felt Snape was unfriendly toward him at the welcome feast. But this was Hogwarts. After all, no one could be that bad. Hermione nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ron, helpless, turned his gaze to Ivan. Ivan was holding a purple bean, teasing Scabbers with it, and only looked up when he heard their discussion. I'm not sure if Professor Snape targets Gryffindor in general, but he definitely targets us. Thinking about how he'd probably never get an outstanding in potions, he felt somewhat dejected. Love me, love my dog, hate me, hate my dog too. I wouldn't be surprised if he gave me a dreadful right after class. Harry was completely puzzled by his words. Hermione frowned, reading some meaning from the way Ivan looked at Harry. Are you saying Professor Snape dislikes Harry? Ivan silently praised Hermione's perceptiveness, but shook his head in denial. I'm just speculating. Don't you think Professor Snape's expression looks somewhat off every time he looks at Harry? Harry nodded in agreement. But seeing Ivan continuously stuffing Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into Scabbers' mouth, he couldn't help but speak up. Ivan, if you keep feeding him like this, Scabbers is going to burst. Hearing this, Hermione, who had been about to ask more questions, also turned her attention to the rat in Ron's arms. Scabbers had originally been scrawny with matted fur, but ever since that night when he'd scurried around the dormitory and Ron had scrubbed him clean with a stiff brush, plus Ivan's regular snack feeding sessions, he had clearly gained a considerable amount of weight. This is a normal feeding amount, Ivan insisted, pressing another bean to Scabbers' mouth. He was starved before. He needs extra meals. Besides, this is my way of apologizing. Scabbers showed no appreciation whatsoever, glaring at Ivan with angry round eyes, trying to push the hand away with his tiny paws. But the power difference was too great, and he soon resigned himself to taking a bite. With food right at his mouth, he had to fill his stomach regardless of his anger. Apart from the occasional strange flavor, the beans were actually quite tasty. Ivan noticed Scabbers' resistance becoming increasingly half-hearted, and secretly mused. Peter Pettigrew had survived in hiding for years, and his mentality had indeed grown resilient. Just last night he'd been chased by his most feared enemy in dreams. Yet the next day he could feast without a care. Clearly, he hadn't heard of the fear curse and thought it was just a nightmare. After all, Ivan was just a first-year wizard who logically couldn't know secrets from 11 years ago, much less know that Sirius's animagus form was a black dog. What if he gets too fat? Ron asked, looking at the specially pampered Scabbers with some concern. He doesn't need to deliver mail anyway, being fat will keep him from running around, Ivan consoled, while thinking to himself. If it weren't for Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort's resurrection plan wouldn't be advancing so quickly. Once Scabbers was fed into a ball, let's see if he could still escape when facing the white cat Crookshanks and the black dog Sirius. The group chatted and laughed as they headed toward the dungeon classroom for potions. The moment they stepped through the door, Harry and Ron became even more convinced of the rumors about Snape being a dark wizard. The classroom was small yet bone-chillingly cold, with rows of glass jars along the walls containing blue-green liquid, through which animal limbs could be vaguely seen floating. If they weren't in Hogwarts, Ivan would have almost thought he'd stumbled into a dark wizard's secret laboratory. Quick, find seats, we need to be extra careful this class, Ron whispered urgently. He now completely believed George's warnings and hurriedly pulled Ivan, Harry, and Hermione to seats in the back, hoping to avoid giving Snape any reason to dock points. However, Ivan knew deep down that even if they behaved perfectly throughout the entire class, Snape would still find some excuse to pick on them. Bang! The young wizards from both houses had just settled behind the long tables when the heavy classroom door was violently thrown open, the door slamming against the stone wall with a dull thud that echoed throughout the dungeon. A gaunt figure swept in a black cloak trailing to his ankles dragged across the floor, his sallow skin and hooked nose making it hard not to associate him with a giant bat. Cold eyes swept across each student's face, pausing briefly on Harry before moving on. Snape walked straight to the podium, casually flicking his right hand as his wand made a soft sound, causing curtains on all sides to fall in response, blocking out what little sunlight there was and instantly darkening the narrow classroom by several degrees. In the dim light, his tense face seemed to relax slightly. Having done this, he grabbed the roll call list and looked down imperiously at the silent students, his voice so low it seemed to roll along the floor cracks. I will now call roll one by one, and I hope no one dares to play disappearing acts in my classroom. The usually boisterous young wizards were quieter than ever, with only Draco Malfoy from Slytherin still able to smugly curl the corner of his mouth. Neville Longbottom, Ivan Halls, Harry Potter. When he reached the last name, Snape's flat tone paused slightly, and he added with a half smile. Ah, he nearly forgot. Our school has acquired a new celebrity. Instantly, dozens of gazes fell on Harry in unison, while Draco and his two cronies covered their mouths and snickered. Harry felt inexplicably singled out and mocked, feeling uncomfortable all over, not knowing this was just the beginning. Snape withdrew his gaze from Harry, surveyed the entire class, and continued. You are here to learn the subtle science of potion making. Without foolish wand waving, many of you would not consider this magic. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of this art. He suddenly slowed his pace, as if sharing a treasured secret. Picture this ingredient slowly simmering in large cauldrons, white smoke curling upward. Think of the liquid flowing through human veins, that liquid containing incomparable power. It can intoxicate your mind, captivate all your senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, how to brew glory, even prevent death. Providitiri not as foolish as the bunch of idiots I've taught before. He controlled the atmosphere completely, with no one daring to make unnecessary sounds. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. Potter, what would happen if you added powdered asphodel bulb to wormwood juice? Harry was stunned, had never heard of those two ingredients. He instinctively looked toward Ron, who was equally blank. Hermione 2 rows away was raising her hand high, but unfortunately Snape seemed not to see her at all. Ivan in the back row silently mouthed words like draught of living death and sleeping potion, but he was too far away. Snape's piercing cold stare left Harry nowhere to hide, and he could only respond with difficulty. I don't know, Professor. Ivan rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. Had tried his best to help. Even if he had told Harry the answer beforehand, it wouldn't have mattered, because unless Harry could memorize every book about potions, Snape would have plenty of ways to target him. Watching Harry gradually withdraw under Snape's relentless questioning, Ivan was reminded of a theory he'd encountered in his previous life. Snape had opened with 3 seemingly ordinary, yet deeply meaningful questions: asphodel, wormwood, bezoar, and aconite. A long-circulated interpretation flashed through Ivan's mind. Asphodel, used in potion making, meant my regrets follow you to the grave, in Latin, while wormwood was often associated with suffering and regret. He could hardly imagine what emotions this gloomy potions professor who seemed to darken the very air around him harbored when facing Harry. Was it guilt over inadvertently revealing information that led to Lily's death, or the profound devotion of learning his beloved had perished and wishing to follow her to the grave? At this thought, Ivan's gaze softened with sympathy. Ivan Halls. As if sensing Ivan's peculiar stare, Snape whirled around after finishing with Harry, his wand pointing sharply at Ivan. You will answer these 3 questions next. Ivan froze for half a second, assumed he was merely an observer, but quickly composed himself and replied clearly. Powdered asphodel root mixed with wormwood creates the draught of living death, a powerful sleeping potion. Bezoars are found in goat stomachs. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. Having read the original books and studied the potions textbook in advance, these questions posed no challenge. What truly worried him was whether Snape would continue to make things difficult, especially since none of these questions belonged to first-year curriculum. Just then, a faint electronic chime echoed in his mind. Ding Yu answered the professor's carefully prepared difficult questions in class. Questions answered: 3. Accuracy rate: 100. Reward: 9 academic points. Ivan's expression instantly shifted from anxiety to delight, all worry vanishing from his eyes. Academic points. The more, the better. He looked up to meet Snape's cold gaze with newfound determination. Bring it on. Ask away, I won't even flinch. A true warrior never feared challenges. Ideally, 10 or 8 more questions would be perfect. Even getting just one right would earn more academic points. Ivan's rapidly changing expressions left a deep impression on his classmates. However, contrary to his hopes, Snape didn't spare him a second glance, instead turning back to Harry with icy mockery. Did you hear that, Potter? Not every newly enrolled young wizard is as ignorant and foolish as you. Professor I. Harry shot to his feet, face flushed red with indignation, but Snape cut him off mercilessly. Potter, for your performance, Gryffindor loses 1 point. Like a final verdict. As Snape's words fell, he swept his robes and continued the lesson. Harry was yanked back into his seat by Ron, his pale face burning with anger. Having prepared himself for Snape's harassment, Ivan felt rather bewildered by such cold dismissal. After casting an apologetic glance at Harry, he could only settle down and focus on the lesson. Ivan was eagerly anticipating when Snape would continue questioning him with difficult problems, but to his disappointment, throughout the rest of the class, Snape seemed to have forgotten about him entirely. Apart from occasionally taking time to berate the young wizards fumbling around their cauldrons, all his attention was glued to Harry-like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Those sinister black eyes practically pressed against the rim of Harry's cauldron, and the moment he detected even the slightest deviation in stirring direction or heat control, he would immediately deliver cold, cutting remarks that chilled the entire dungeon's atmosphere. Ron, sitting beside Harry, also suffered collateral damage. Snape suddenly reached out and yanked Scabbers from Ron's pocket, holding the rat by its tail and announcing publicly, "Experimental material is ready." Ron's face turned bright red and he nearly burst into tears, while Scabbers squealed pitifully, legs flailing wildly. If Neville hadn't accidentally burned through his cauldron at the last moment, spoiling Snape's mood for further torment, the unfortunate rat would likely have been forced to swallow a bottle of desperately colored and flavored brownish-yellow potion. Ivan watched Scabbers trembling on the desk and sighed helplessly to himself. Peter Pettigrew had only been at Hogwarts for a few days and was already experiencing one shock after another. His luck was absolutely terrible. For most first-year students, the hour-long potions class felt like being trapped in a cage filled with toxic fumes. The moment the bell rang, they practically swarmed out of the dungeon, desperate to rush to the Great Hall for fresh air. Good heavens, how could Dumbledore hire someone like that as a professor? He nearly killed Scabbers. After leaving the dungeon, Ron stuffed Scabbers back into his robes to comfort him while angrily looking for a wall to punch. Harry was equally troubled. Being singled out from the very first class, who could stand that? Why does he hate me so much? Harry, if you'd read your books more before class, you wouldn't have been unable to answer his questions. Hermione couldn't help interjecting, then glanced at Ivan. Just like Ivan, Snape knows he can answer fluently, so he doesn't pick on him. Being suddenly praised and called out, Ivan broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't known the plot beforehand, he really might not have been able to handle those tricky questions. Hermione, not everyone can memorize the entire elementary potions textbook in just a few days, let alone the fact that what Snape asked wasn't even in the textbook, he explained with a shrug. Hermione opened her mouth, but ultimately had nothing to say. She could certainly see Snape's favoritism and malice today, but being accustomed to following rules and discipline, she instinctively defended the professor. Ron and Harry were extremely displeased with Hermione's protective attitude, and the three continued bickering back and forth along the way. Fortunately, Ivan kept mediating, and their emotions gradually calmed down before they reached Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid, we've come to see you." Harry knocked on the wooden door. From inside came Fong's excited barking and heavy footsteps, and soon the door was pulled open with a whoosh. The towering Hagrid poked his head out cheerfully. "Harry, you're here. Come in quickly." Ivan followed closely behind into the hut. The interior consisted of a single room with things arranged somewhat messily. Dried meat strips and ham hung by the window. A fire blazed in the fireplace with a black kettle bubbling away, and against the right wall stood a giant wooden bed covered in patches. "Come on, sit anywhere you like. No need to be so formal." Hagrid walked over to the table carrying a plate of freshly baked rock cakes, casually set them down in the center, and promptly settled into what appeared to be an ordinary wooden chair. The chair's frame immediately let out a loud creak, as if it might collapse at any moment. Ivan and the others exchanged glances, relieved that the chair proved sturdy enough to bear the weight it was never meant to support. "Hagrid, this is Ron, and this is Hermione." Just as Harry was about to complete the introductions, Ivan stood up and politely extended his hand. "Hello, Hagrid. I'm Ivan. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, likewise." Hagrid's massive hand completely enveloped Ivan's small one, and the stark difference in their sizes made the scene somewhat comical, yet genuinely heartfelt. Inside the hut, Hagrid's large dog Fong circled around Ron, occasionally pouncing and leaving slobbery kisses all over his face. Ron had stuffed Scabbers into his pocket the moment Fong first charged at him. Never heard of dogs eating rats. But with all the strange incidents lately, he suspected someone was specifically targeting his pet rat. After the pleasantries, Harry and Ron began venting their frustrations to Hagrid, dramatically recounting how Snape nitpicked everything in class. Hermione frowned as she listened, but didn't speak up to contradict them. Ivan didn't join in the complaints. While he acknowledged Snape's obvious bias, he couldn't help but admire the professor's rigorous teaching methods. Many of the potion recipes were Snape's own improvements. Besides, Snape had surprisingly given him an outstanding in their first potions class, making it impossible for Ivan to criticize him. Of course, it would be even better if the professor assigned more practice exercises. Just as Ivan was getting bored enough to test exactly how hard Hagrid's rock cakes were, a copy of the Daily Prophet by the teapot caught his eye. "Gringotts bank breakin'?" He leaned closer, and Harry and Ron's conversation came to an abrupt halt as all three focused on the newspaper. On the evening of July 31st, Gringotts suffered a major heist, suspected to be the work of a dark witch or wizard, though the goblins insisted nothing was stolen. It happened on July 31st. Harry suddenly remembered that was his birthday. "Hagrid, weren't we at Gringotts that very day?" "Were we?" Hagrid stammered, avoiding Harry's gaze and awkwardly steering the conversation back to the rock cakes, his enthusiasm almost forcing the plate into their arms. The rock cakes were as hard as bricks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione grimaced as they chewed, yet couldn't bear to hurt Hagrid's feelings. Ivan simply dunked his cake into his tea to soften the crust slightly, managing to swallow half a piece. As they prepared to leave, Hagrid remained enthusiastically generous, stuffing rock cakes from an entire basket into everyone's pockets no one could refuse. The four walked back to the castle together, only parting ways at the staircase. Harry and Ron headed upstairs to their dormitory, while Ivan took the opportunity to search the castle for any trace of the Room of Requirement. From his previous experiments, Ivan had discovered that no matter how extensive one's knowledge base, without practical experience, skill proficiency could easily stagnate. On Tuesday morning of the second week, he braved the cool morning breeze and navigated through the castle until he finally found what he was looking for in the wide corridor on the 8th floor. Portraits of various sizes hung along both sides of the hallway, their subjects murmuring in hushed conversations while candles flickered gently within their frames. At the far end, a particularly vibrant tapestry depicted a troll viciously clubbing the hapless Barnabas the Barmy. Ivan stopped before the stone wall opposite the tapestry, closed his eyes, and silently focused on the practice space he needed, then paced back and forth 3 times. As his third step landed, the smooth wall surface silently bulged outward, forming a door whose wood grain seamlessly merged with the stone cracks, appearing as though it had always been embedded there. He pushed the door open with bated breath, and it closed silently behind him. Before him stretched an enormous training hall, soaring vaulted ceilings, sunlight streaming through arched windows, and floors polished to a mirror shine. Wooden practice dummies stood in neat rows on either side, their joints secured with iron rivets, awaiting the baptism of spells. Ding! Mysterious location, discover the Room of Requirement. The system notification echoed in his mind. The exploration progress increased by a full 3%, a number that made Ivan raise an eyebrow. Even the library with its inherited knowledge had only provided 5 percentage points, showing just how significant this place was. After a brief warm-up, he raised his wand. Defendo! White light shot forth, striking the dummy's shoulder deaden. With a loud bang, wood chips scattered as the entire arm exploded into fragments. Ivan flicked his wand in reverse, reparo, and the pieces flew back into place, clicking together perfectly. For the next half hour, colorful beams of light crisscrossed the hall. Transfiguration spells made the dummies' heads instantly pointed. Petrifying totalis froze them into gray-white statues. Summoning charms pulled scattered weapons back to his side, and Lumos dispelled shadows from the corners. Half a month of intensive self-study had familiarized him with all the basic spells, and though they were only first level, his success rate was far more stable than initially. The real problem lay in his accuracy. He could manage stationary targets well enough, but once the dummies began moving automatically on their tracks, he often had to fire several shots before landing even a glancing blow. He decided to redeem a Scholar Experience card. Instantly, his brain processing accelerated, and the dummies' trajectories seemed outlined with light trails, making spell targeting crystal clear. His hit rate soared dramatically, and he could even predict movement directions in advance. Though his spell levels remained unchanged, the buff made him significantly more effective. When the experience ended, the familiar sluggishness returned to his mind, and Ivan rubbed his temples helplessly. I've become both dumber and stronger. By the end of the morning, his mental energy was nearly depleted, and his magical reserves were running low. Remembering he had flying class in the afternoon, he sat cross-legged in the center of the room, regulated his breathing, then rose and departed. Leaving the room of requirement, he didn't take the conventional stairs but instead pried open a loose stone brick in the corner and squeezed into a dusty secret passage. The winding tunnel was thick with cobwebs, and the damp air carried the musty scent of stone, but this shortcut led directly to the Great Hall. Just as he emerged from the passage, the long-awaited system notification chimed again. Ding! Unknown passage explored. Hogwarts exploration progress has reached 40%. Reward, 20 academic points. Additional reward available. Please collect between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. at the 12th shelf in the 7th row of the restricted section. An extra reward when exploration tasks reach a certain value? Ivan was somewhat curious. Though this reward wasn't given directly, he'd have to venture into the restricted section in the dead of night to find it, a prospect that sent chills down his spine. But since it was technically a reward, he decided to go anyway. After all, he'd already encountered ghosts and spirits, so what else could possibly frighten him in the middle of the night? At lunchtime, he walked into the great hall covered in dust and grime. Harry and Ron were already eating heartily at the round table, and seeing him standing dazed in the doorway, they quickly waved him over. Ivan, over here. Harry frowned, noticing his pale complexion. Where were you this morning? Why do you look so disheveled? Finding a place to practice spells. Ivan rolled his eyes, grabbed a knife and fork, and stabbed a piece of roasted sausage, wolfing it down in just a few bites. He'd spent the entire morning channeling magic without eating anything, and now he was absolutely starving. The intense spellcasting had left him feeling dizzy even now. Ivan buried his head in his plate, devouring his food, while Harry and Ron enthusiastically discussed flying techniques. After listening for a while, he remembered that there was indeed a flying lesson that afternoon. Almost everyone yearned to fly, even if it meant riding a broomstick. The Slytherin table on the other side was even more boisterous. Draco Malfoy, surrounded by his companions, was loudly boasting about his flying experience. I could ride a broomstick before I even came to school. My father took me flying all the way home. Once we even encountered a muggle airplane. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have knocked that piece of junk right out of the sky. Ivan had just taken a sip of milk and nearly spat it out. Crash into an airplane? Flying that high without even protective gear, he'd probably freeze into a popsicle. Harry had long been annoyed by Draco's exaggerations, and seeing Ivan's strong reaction, he quickly asked, Ivan, have you ever ridden a broomstick before? No. Ivan shook his head matter-of-factly. Even if he had practiced before, he couldn't remember it now. What about you, Ron? Harry asked with his last glimmer of hope. Ron didn't disappoint him, launching into a detailed account of his heroic practice sessions at home using his brother Charlie's old broomstick. Ivan watched quietly, thinking to himself. Soon enough, during flying class, it would become clear who was skilled and who was hopeless. That afternoon, flying class. At Madame Hooch's whistle, about 20 young wizards immediately shouted up at their respective broomsticks on the ground. Only Harry managed to summon his broomstick steadily into his hand on the first try. Draco, who had just been bragging about nearly crashing into airplanes, was half a beat slower, but his broomstick did eventually rise, so he didn't embarrass himself in front of Harry. Ron had it worst. His voice was too loud, and his broomstick shot up violently, smacking him right in the forehead with a thunk. Ivan mimicked the movements Madame Hooch had demonstrated and commanded in a low voice, up. But his broomstick just lay on the ground, lazily spinning in place, showing no intention of rising whatsoever. Ivan's heart raced with anxiety, and he couldn't help but regret not reading more flying manuals beforehand to brush up on his skills. When Madame Hooch patrolled over to his area, he had a sudden inspiration. With a quick flick of his toe, he smoothly lifted the broomstick into his hands, becoming the third student to successfully retrieve his magical broom. Seeing his steady grip, Madame Hooch nodded approvingly before moving on to guide other students. Harry watched in amazement as Ivan raised his hand in a silencing gesture, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. At least his performance in this class wouldn't be too terrible. With enough academic points, how hard could riding a broomstick be? But the system only offered academic genius experience cards for exchange, and he'd complained countless times. Why weren't there any talent-boosting items? If his scholarly facade ever got exposed, where would he get more academic points? To preserve his class evaluation, while Madame Hooch instructed other students, Ivan mentally rehearsed hundreds of impressive riding poses and even anticipated various potential mishaps. He silently prayed that the rickety broomstick in his hands wouldn't fail him. If it really couldn't fly, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Everyone look this way. I'll only demonstrate once. Madame Hooch positioned herself in front of the group, mounted her broomstick, and displayed the proper riding posture. When I blow the whistle, push off hard from the ground, grip your broomstick tight, and rise just a few feet, she commanded loudly. Ivan promptly swung his leg over his broomstick, preparing for his first high-altitude experience. Before the whistle even sounded, Neville beside him shot skyward with a whoosh, soaring a full 20 feet high and screaming frantically in midair. The young wizards below erupted into chaos. Ivan remembered that Neville was about to fall and immediately drew his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. A white light flashed, and Neville's plummeting descent was steadily halted at about 10 feet high. Madame Hooch's anxious heart finally settled. If a student actually got hurt during her flying lesson, she'd be too ashamed to remain at Hogwarts. Well done, 5 points to Gryffindor, she nodded at Ivan. A system notification popped up, adding academic points, and Ivan secretly rejoiced. Harry and Ron led the applause as the Gryffindor students cheered in unison. However, just as the applause began, Neville plummeted straight down again, creating an extremely awkward moment. Sorry, Madame Hooch. I think I've run out of magical energy. Ivan's smile froze on his face as he could only shrug in explanation. After practicing spells all morning, being able to catch the rapidly falling Neville was already quite an achievement. At least he'd already secured the academic points. Worst-case scenario, they'd just deduct the 5 points back. Madame Hooch didn't blame Ivan at all. Instead, she hurried over to Neville and bent down to examine his injuries. Madame Hooch, is Neville going to be okay? Ivan couldn't help but ask. He remembered deliberately holding back his strength, but he still felt uncertain. Not too bad, just some minor injuries. Madame Hooch gently pressed Neville's swollen, purple nose bridge, then checked his arms and legs before helping up his round face, which was bruised and battered from the fall. The scene moments ago, Neville plummeting from the sky like a stone, had nearly terrified her. So no matter what, she had to take the child to the hospital wing. All right, children, I'm taking Neville to the hospital. No one is to fly while I'm gone. Her tone was stern as she gripped the tearful Neville and strode quickly toward the castle. Once their figures disappeared into the distant corridor, the Slytherin side immediately erupted in laughter. Draco Malfoy lifted his chin, deliberately raising his voice. Did you see that? The way that big, oafed hat crybaby fell down. I bet he won't even dare touch a broomstick again. That's enough, Malfoy. Harry frowned and stepped forward, but Malfoy not only didn't back down, he added fuel to the fire. My goodness, our famous Potter is actually on the same side as that big oaf. Yes, we're friends. And don't you dare call Neville that. Harry shot back through gritted teeth. Ivan, listening nearby, furrowed his brow. In the movies, Malfoy was just a bratty kid, but experiencing it up close now, the stinging feeling was completely different. As he pondered this, Malfoy suddenly pointed at him with cold mockery. Friends? Like him, the kind of friend who takes points and then throws people out of the sky? Ivan's mouth twitched, and that nerve in his heart snapped tight with a twang. He stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves decisively, and threw a punch at Malfoy's face, knocking him flat onto the grass. Damn it, bratty kids really are the worst, he muttered under his breath. How dare you hit me? I'll have my father get you expelled. Malfoy clutched his swollen cheek and scrambled up furiously. Ivan was unfazed. Although Lucius was a board member, he didn't have the power to directly kick students out of school, especially when Dumbledore had to consider his relationship with Harry. Ivan, well done. Ron also rolled up his sleeves and stood beside Ivan, having long wanted to teach Malfoy a lesson. Stop it. Ivan, Ron. Hermione rushed over with her hands on her hips. If Madame Hooch comes back and sees you fighting, you'll be expelled. Her voice rose half a pitch, sounding unusually agitated. In the moment everyone was distracted, Malfoy seized the opportunity to mount his broomstick and shot up into the sky. Sunlight glinted off his blonde hair as he surveyed the students on the ground, his sense of triumph soaring along with his altitude. Look what we have here. He held up a crystal ball, the very one Neville had dropped. Let me think. Where should I hide it? How about in a tree? He raised the crystal ball high, his voice carrying on the wind as it echoed through the air. Aren't you friends with that big oaf? Come up and get it then. Harry was absolutely furious and, ignoring Hermione's attempts to stop him, mounted his broomstick and shot into the air in pursuit. Though this was his first time truly riding a broomstick, he seemed born for the sky, his body pressed close to the smooth handle as he moved with steady, fluid grace. Soon he and Malfoy were locked in an intense aerial chase, weaving and dodging through the air in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Ivan wanted to help as well. He tucked the broomstick between his legs and mimicked Harry's takeoff posture, eager to experience flying for himself. However, the broomstick seemed to have a mind of its own. No matter how hard Ivan shook the bristled end, it remained completely motionless. Move, move. Why won't you move? He muttered in frustration, patting the handle before realizing he hadn't even performed the basic up command to summon the broom. Fortunately, Ivan didn't stand there looking foolish for long, as Hermione had already stepped in front of him with her arms spread wide. Ivan, are you planning to break school rules too? The little witch puffed out her cheeks, her round eyes glaring so intensely they seemed ready to bore right through him. No, I think Harry can handle this on his own without me. Ivan quickly tossed the broomstick back to the ground and shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for Hermione to look up at the sky. Harry was now completely in his element in the air, the wind tousling his black hair as he nimbly maneuvered around Malfoy's flank and quickly gained the upper hand. Hermione almost suspected he had been secretly practicing before starting school. Malfoy certainly wasn't about to give up easily. Seeing that he was outmatched, he suddenly hurled the glass ball far into the distance, shouting viciously, "There! Catch it!" The glass ball traced an arc through the sunlight as it flew away. Harry shot forward in pursuit, nearly crashing into the castle's gray-brown stone walls before diving after the falling sphere. "Harry, stop!" Hermione screamed in terror. Malfoy threw back his head and laughed, until he saw Harry execute a perfect diving catch, securing the glass ball firmly in his palm. Then his laughter froze on his face. No one noticed that in a window that had just been pushed open in the distance, Professor McGonagall was staring with wide, astonished eyes. Seeing Harry safe and sound, Hermione finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ron, however, drew his wand and shouted angrily, "We need to teach Malfoy a lesson. Leglocker Curse." It was a spell they had just learned in Charms class. Ron had managed to cast it successfully once during the lesson, leaving a test toad hopping around with its legs stuck together for the entire period. But luck wasn't with him this time. His dark wand only produced a strange puff of white smoke with no effect whatsoever. Malfoy in the air had initially flinched and prepared to dodge, but seeing Ron's embarrassing failure, he burst into laughter again. Ron's cheeks flushed bright red, and he wanted nothing more than to leap into the air and shove his wand down Malfoy's smug throat. "Let me handle this." Ivan sighed, looking at the furious Ron and shrugging helplessly. Had rested for a while, so casting a spell or two shouldn't be a problem. To avoid any accidents, he turned to Hermione, who seemed somewhat flustered by the sudden turn of events. "Hermione, you remember the incantation for the levitation charm, don't you?" "Of course." Hermione looked at Ivan with confusion and nodded uncertainly. "Why are you asking?" "Good." Before Hermione could figure out what he meant, Ivan began speaking softly while raising his wand. "Petrifying totalis." As the petrification spell left his lips, a beam of grayish-white light shot from the tip of Ivan's raised wand, cutting through the air in a narrow trajectory and heading straight for Malfoy in midair. The smug Malfoy was completely unprepared as the beam struck his chest. His pale skin instantly turned into a rigid gray shell, his facial expression and movements frozen in that very moment. Petrified, he couldn't even move a finger, let alone control his broomstick beneath him, and his entire body plummeted straight down toward the lawn. Though his body was immobilized, his consciousness remained terrifyingly clear. The rushing wind howled past as he fell, the ground rapidly expanding in his vision, and the terror of death filled his chest like ice water. If his vocal cords hadn't been petrified too, Malfoy would have already screamed himself hoarse. The moment the beam hit its target, Ivan whipped his head around and shouted, "Hermione, now!" The clever little witch had already guessed his intention. Without time to scold him, she shot Ivan a fierce glare, raised her wand high, and cried out, "Wingardium Leviosa!" As Malfoy plummeted, terrible images flashed through his mind. Himself shattered to pieces, his father's cruel revenge against Ivan, Harry, and the others, even his family's downfall. Just as these thoughts reached a breaking point, his body suddenly stopped, suspended barely 6 feet above the ground. Hermione, having successfully cast the spell, let out a long breath of relief, her palms still sweating from the shock. Beside her, Ivan quietly lowered his backup wand. When Malfoy was gently lowered to the ground, the Slytherin students immediately crowded around him. Not far away, the Gryffindor students snickered with schadenfreude. Malfoy's earlier arrogance had really been asking for it. The only one with an ugly expression was Hermione. "Ivan, how could you use the petrification curse on him?" "Someone could have died," she said, her face flushed red with anger, her eyes full of disbelief. Ivan just smiled cheerfully. "That's exactly why your levitation charm was so brilliant. If Professor Flitwick had seen it, he'd definitely give you points." "Oh yes," Hermione rolled her eyes. "And he'd probably expel you while he was at it." Ivan scratched the back of his head. "It wouldn't be that bad, would it? At worst, I'd lose some points, polish some trophies, or maybe take a nighttime stroll in the Forbidden Forest." He seemed to find the idea rather thrilling. Of course, Ivan was absolutely determined not to go to the Forbidden Forest this semester, not if his life depended on it. After all, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, often liked to wander aimlessly through the Forbidden Forest, and who knew if he might run into him by sheer bad luck. So it was better to keep a low profile. As long as he didn't actively court death, Hogwarts would be quite safe before 4th year. Ivan calculated as he walked. His golden finger wasn't exactly reliable, but 4 years plus a cheat system should be enough to keep him alive, right? He gathered his thoughts and walked across the lawn toward Malfoy. Sunlight slanted across the open space beside the Quidditch pitch, and though it was only a few dozen meters, it felt like crossing an invisible battle line between the two houses. Halfway there, he was stopped by several young Slytherin wizards. The boy in the lead had a pale complexion and a pointed chin that clearly marked him as a member of a black family branch. Ivan had only a vague impression of him. Remembering his name was something like Blaise. Blaise held up his wand with furrowed brows. "Halls, what are you doing here?" When facing external enemies, Slytherins always stuck together. Though Malfoy was usually arrogant, some housemates were still willing to back him up. Several green-robed young wizards formed a semicircle, their wands all pointing at Ivan. In response, the Gryffindor cubs had already positioned themselves behind Ivan, with Ron even rolling up his sleeves. The air was thick with tension, though their few elementary spells might not be more effective than fists. Ivan raised his hand to stop Ron, shaking his head to signal calm, then called out to Blaise, "I'm here to lift the petrification curse on Malfoy. You all saw the whole thing started the trouble." Hesitation flashed in Blaise's eyes, but he finally stepped aside and gestured for the others to make way. Ivan immediately raised his wand, and a gentle light fell on Malfoy's rigid body, instantly lifting the curse. The intense sensation of weightlessness and falling hadn't yet faded from his memory, and Malfoy's legs couldn't stop trembling. But his pride forced him to struggle to his feet, desperately trying to mask his panic with a shrill voice. "How dare you curse me? You're finished, Halls." "Is that so?" Ivan slowly approached Draco Malfoy, his tone unhurried. "What if I tell the professors about you stealing Neville's Remembrall and flying without permission?" Malfoy took half a step back, his bravado faltering. Ivan continued in a lowered voice. "I heard Filch loves to drag disobedient students to his office, hang their hands from the ceiling with chains, then use whips and clubs for some special punishments." This rumor was widespread among the older students. Malfoy's face went white, forgetting that if they were really caught, both he and Ivan would receive the same punishment. Seeing the intimidation working, Ivan was about to add another line when an angry female voice suddenly rang out behind him. "How dare you? How dare you all?" Madame Hooch had returned immediately after taking Neville to the hospital wing. Halfway back, she happened to see Malfoy fall from the sky, and now she encountered students from both houses in a standoff, nearly exploding with rage. Worse still, Harry was descending on his broomstick with the Remembrall in his arms, looking bewildered, a picture-perfect case of being caught red-handed. Ivan covered his face with his hand, utterly helpless. He had calculated everything except that Madame Hooch would return to the pitch at this exact moment. He had wanted to have a deep conversation with Malfoy, but now things looked dire. Thinking it over, he smiled bitterly to himself. If he hadn't used the levitation charm to save Neville earlier, Madame Hooch would probably still be in the medical wing worrying about him. "Can someone tell me what on earth happened here?" Madame Hooch's gaze swept across the group of young wizards before finally settling on Malfoy and Harry. Both boys turned pale instantly, but before they could offer any explanation, Ivan stepped forward and replied in a steady yet respectful tone. "Madame Hooch, as you can see, they were simply practicing their flying skills." A flicker of conflict crossed Malfoy's eyes as he opened his mouth, almost ready to reveal how Ivan had attacked him with a petrification spell. However, he quickly realized that if he spoke up, Ivan would certainly expose how he had stolen Neville's Remembrall and deliberately provoked the confrontation. Weighing his options, Malfoy understood the consequences all too well. Rather than risk being dragged to detention by Filch and strung up for punishment, he reluctantly swallowed his resentment and accepted the story of friendly flying practice with Harry. But Malfoy had no intention of letting the detestable Ivan escape unscathed. He raised his eyebrows with a sinister expression. "Yes, though we weren't the only ones flying just now." The provocative intent was written all over his face. Madame Hooch's attention immediately shifted to Ivan. "All right, I admit it." Ivan shrugged nonchalantly, silently cursing Malfoy for being such a troublemaker who loved dragging others down with him. He and Malfoy exchanged a brief but intense stare, sparks flying between them. But ultimately both sides reached a tacit understanding to call a temporary truce. Neither would expose the other's secrets. Malfoy was intimidated by the threat of punishment, while Ivan was more concerned about being assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest, a risk his small frame wasn't prepared to take. Harry, who had been an outsider throughout this exchange, was completely bewildered. Wasn't it Malfoy who had taken Neville's Remembrall, and hadn't he simply retrieved it? How had the situation suddenly transformed into him, Ivan, and Malfoy having a friendly flying practice session? However, noticing Ivan's continuous meaningful glances, he wisely kept his mouth shut. "I believe I made it clear before I left that no one was to fly broomsticks until I returned." Madame Hooch's anger flared even more as she thought of Neville, whom she had just escorted to the hospital wing. What if there had been another accident? "I'm very sorry, Professor." Ivan apologized first, then added with sincere conviction. "But you must understand that no young wizard can resist the temptation of soaring freely through the air. Who doesn't dream of becoming a distinguished Quidditch player after graduation, bringing glory to their house, and even their country?" As for the conflict between Malfoy and Neville, that was purely accidental. Fortunately, our levitation charms worked well enough that no one was injured. Ivan eloquently expressed his passion for Quidditch, practically wearing "future champion" on his face. Madame Hooch's expression softened slightly. As the flying instructor, she certainly understood that yearning. "Even so, you must face consequences for breaking school rules." She composed herself and was just considering how to punish these troublemakers when Professor McGonagall arrived just in time, interrupting her thoughts. Mrs. Hooch, could you pause for a moment? I may need to borrow Mr. Potter. Of course. Mrs. Hooch was momentarily stunned, then nodded and let them go. She hadn't witnessed Harry's heroic performance in the air earlier and simply assumed Potter had gotten into trouble again and was being caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall. So Mrs. Hooch merely gave a brief report about Harry's unauthorized broomstick riding during flying class. After listening, Professor McGonagall simply nodded curtly and gestured for Harry to follow her as they left. Harry's mind was in complete confusion, unable to figure out what was happening, and could only follow McGonagall anxiously as they walked away. Mrs. Hooch watched the two leave the lawn before remembering she still had a group of young wizards behind her waiting to be dealt with. Ivan, Malfoy, your behavior has cost your respective houses 5 points each. Everyone else continue with class. Ivan's face fell. The point deduction didn't really matter. Over the past few days, he had already earned back more than 10 points for his house by answering questions, so a mere 5 points wouldn't be questioned by anyone. What really gave him a headache was that this flying lesson had to continue. If anything else went wrong, he would be completely exposed. So he had no choice but to pretend, gripping his broomstick and assuming the standard takeoff position while trying to minimize his presence and silently praying for the class to end quickly. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. After all the earlier incidents, Mrs. Hooch no longer dared let students fly around freely and decided to test them individually. Ivan, who had been implicated by Malfoy's troublemaking, was unluckily placed first in line. He looked down at the flying broomstick in his hands and couldn't help but sigh. If only he had just admitted earlier that his flying skills were terrible, he wouldn't be in this impossible situation now. But Malfoy's flattery had painted him into a corner, and it was too late to admit he couldn't fly. With no other option, Ivan cleared his throat softly, gripped the broomstick between his legs, and silently chanted "up" in his mind. The broomstick seemed to give him some face, wobbling unsteadily off the ground under his barely adequate control. The thrill of experiencing flight for the first time still lifted his spirits. Cold wind whistled past his ears, the castle's spires in the distance, and the tiles beneath his feet rushed backward rapidly, giving him a sense of freedom that far surpassed riding in an airplane. Steadying his center of gravity, accelerating slightly, adjusting direction. In just a few dozen seconds, Ivan had roughly gotten the hang of it and slowly descended back to the lawn. The landing was fairly smooth, but the process wasn't fluid enough. Mrs. Hooch pursed her lips, clearly not very satisfied. Ivan's earlier confidence on the ground had raised her expectations, but now he had flown so unsteadily. Ivan coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, Professor, I think this broomstick might be a bit old and doesn't fly very steadily. I actually flew quite well before. Malfoy on the side grinned and snickered, so Ivan's flying skills were this terrible. No wonder he had refused to chase after Harry into the sky earlier. Unexpectedly, Ivan suddenly turned his attention to him. Isn't that right, Malfoy? Otherwise, how would you have suddenly fallen off your broomstick? Malfoy, who had been snickering, instantly froze, his face turning alternately green and white. Finally, he could only glare hatefully at Ivan and after a long while managed to squeeze out. Of course, I also think there might be something wrong with these broomsticks. What else could he say? Slap himself in the face publicly? Malfoy felt bitter inside to avoid punishment. He absolutely couldn't tell the truth. He certainly couldn't admit that it was his own poor skills that caused him to fall. Could he? The afternoon flying lesson passed quickly amid Ivan's internal struggles, but fortunately everything went smoothly afterward, with Ivan becoming the first student to complete the flight training. After class, he deliberately walked over to Malfoy and advised him with a serious tone. Be careful when flying, and don't fall from the sky again. Madame Rolanda Hooch witnessed this scene from a distance. Given the long-standing animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Ivan's patience in reminding Malfoy showed a restraint that made her nod approvingly. Malfoy, however, turned red with anger and declared he would perform a difficult stunt on the spot to prove his skills, but was cut off by Madame Hooch's dismissive wave. Considering his previous hard fall, Madame Hooch simply announced that for the remainder of the lesson, Malfoy was forbidden from leaving the ground by even an inch. Ding. Flying lesson complete. Overall class evaluation, excellent. Evaluator, Rolanda Hooch. Reward, academic points 10. In the corridor, Ivan looked at the evaluation displayed on his panel and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the disruptive episode with Malfoy, he had still achieved his intended goal. In contrast, Ron and Hermione weren't feeling so relaxed. Both walked with gloomy expressions, worried about Harry, who had been taken away by Professor McGonagall. Hermione especially caught up with Ivan as soon as the bell rang, saying urgently in a low voice, "We should tell Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch the truth. What if Harry gets expelled?" Ivan stopped walking and reassured her, he won't be. Professor McGonagall wouldn't expel him over something this minor. Maybe she thought Harry flew well and wants him to join the Quidditch team. You have to be at least a second year to join the Quidditch team. Hermione immediately corrected. There are exceptions to everything. Not every beginner can fly as well as Harry did on their first try. Ivan smiled and shrugged. Hermione thought about it and found this reasonable. Ron's eyes lit up as he immediately began discussing with them the possibility of Harry actually making the Quidditch team, while also fantasizing about whether he could become a beater someday. The three continued talking as they reached the Great Hall. From a distance, they could see Harry already sitting at the long table. Before they could approach, Harry excitedly ran over to them, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Professor McGonagall made me seeker. Although Ivan had prepared his companions for this possibility, Ron and Hermione still stared wide-eyed. Ron excitedly patted Harry's shoulder. You're the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. By the way, do they need anyone else? Beaters, keepers, anything? Harry scratched his head awkwardly. Would said they have enough players. He had no idea why Ron was so excited. He had only just learned about Quidditch rules today. Oh right. Ivan, what happened during flying class today? Harry turned to Ivan with a dejected look. Didn't Malfoy take Neville's Remembrall? And then I chased after him? When did it suddenly become us training together with Malfoy? Thinking about how Professor McGonagall had escorted him away earlier, Harry still felt Shikini had almost thought he would be expelled and forced to slink back to that dirty, cramped cupboard under the stairs on Privet Drive. However, the reality wasn't as terrible as he had imagined. Ivan didn't hide anything and recounted in detail how he had greeted Malfoy with a petrification charm in the corridor, making him embarrass himself in front of everyone. If I had gone to tell Professor McGonagall, I would have ended up in detention with him too, Ivan shrugged. Besides, he was already scared enough, wasn't he? Ron immediately embellished the story, spilling all the details about how Ivan had tricked Malfoy during flying class, leaving him with restricted flying. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing it. His gloom completely swept away. Only Hermione frowned, troubled by everyone's rule-breaking. Seeing them laughing and joking around, she huffed and turned away in annoyance. Ivan watched Hermione's retreating figure, thinking to himself, this girl really needs to change her attitude. Following rules isn't wrong, but boxing herself into rigid frameworks makes her seem too inflexible. In the original story, Malfoy barely received any punishment for causing trouble during flying class. Professor McGonagall would at most deduct a few points, which was hardly a scratch for Malfoy. At least now he was thoroughly frightened and probably wouldn't dare cause trouble again for a while. Unfortunately, reality always comes faster than expectations. Ivan hadn't even finished his pumpkin juice when Malfoy approached with Crabbe and Goyle, looking murderous. With two hulking companions by his side, Malfoy had regained his arrogant demeanor, though his teeth still clenched with hatred when he glanced at Ivan. Potter, eating your last meal, he deliberately raised his voice. Tomorrow you'll have to crawl back to your muggle world, won't you? Ivan and Harry looked at him expressionlessly, as if watching a peacock putting on a solo performance. Ron secretly thought, if we revealed that Harry had become the Seeker right now, Malfoy's face would be priceless. The group's calm attitude made Malfoy somewhat uncertain, but he gritted his teeth and threw out his challenge anyway. Halls, if you have the guts, come to the trophy room tonight. I want to duel you. To his surprise, Ivan shook his head without even thinking. Not going. What a joke. Tonight he still needed to sneak into the restricted section to claim his system reward. She had no time to play Malfoy's game of duel stand up Filch catches students. According to his original memories, Malfoy never intended to show up anyway. He just wanted to set them up. Halls, are you scared? Malfoy sneered. I'm not interested in dueling a defeated opponent. It's too much of a waste of time. Ivan glanced at him sideways, his tone as bland as if commenting on a tasteless dish. Come back when you've learned some more advanced magic. Otherwise, if you fall again next time, no one will be there to save you. Ivan continued speaking, then suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke up again. Oh, and Malfoy, you still owe Hermione a thank you. Don't forget. Halls, that was a despicable sneak attack. Malfoy suddenly drew his wand, his pale face flushing red as he shrieked in fury. I'd rather fall from the sky and die, or be thrown into Azkaban, than thank a mudblood. Following their master's rage, Crabbe and Goyle also drew their wands. But when they noticed they were standing in front of the Gryffindor table, with stunned Gryffindor students all around staring at them, the three hesitated and stopped their movements. If they started a fight here, they'd only get beaten up. Hearing the word mudblood, Ivan's brow furrowed slightly, while Ron jumped up abruptly, knocking over his chair. Malfoy, we accept your challenge. I'll teach you a proper lesson tonight. Fine, I'll be waiting tonight. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, smiled coldly, and turned to leave, his black robes sweeping across the floor with a rustling sound. Harry watched his retreating figure, looking completely puzzled. A duel? What's a duel? Do two people stab each other with swords? Of course not. How could we be as stupid as those muggles? Ron rarely held his head high, enthusiastically showing off his knowledge of the rules. Both sides stand facing each other, bow to their opponent in respect, then raise their wands for an honorable duel. If one side dies, the seconds have to continue fighting until one side is completely down. Getting excited, he waved an imaginary wand. This was much more thrilling than staring at book pages in classrooms all day. Besides, he'd been annoyed with Malfoy for ages. Die. Harry swallowed hard. Ron's exaggerating. Ivan shook his head, speaking calmly. That's formal wizard dueling. We just use disarming charms, like locker curses, and other minor spells. Sometimes fists are more useful than those. Ivan, will you come tonight? Ron's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No. Ivan pulled his chair back into place and shrugged in refusal. Like I said, I have things to do tonight. No time to deal with Malfoy. In Ivan's view, this faceta-face wand-waving spell-slinging was utterly stupid, completely lacking the elegance wizards should possess, not even as good as a fencing demonstration. He kindly offered a reminder. It's questionable whether Malfoy will even show up tonight. Maybe he just wants to trick us into going so Filch can catch us. Really? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, feeling Malfoy wouldn't be that shameless. This was an honorable wizard duel. Seeing their stubborn expressions, Ivan knew he couldn't persuade them. He could only sigh, open Quick Flying for Beginners on the table, and read by himself. From his memory, Harry's nighttime adventure tonight would be thrilling but safe, and might even reveal some clues about the Philosopher's Stone. Even if something really went wrong, Dumbledore would look after his chosen savior. Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "Should we really go? What if Ivan's right and Malfoy doesn't show up?" After dinner, Harry walked back to the dormitory with his companions, speaking worriedly to Ron. "Of course we have to go. This is a duel. Malfoy won't back down. And if he shows up and finds we didn't come, how embarrassing would that be?" Ron slammed the table, desperately trying to pump Harry up. After all, he had already thrown down the gauntlet for both of them. But without Ivan, there are only two of us. How can we possibly take on three of them? Harry lowered his voice, but his hesitation was still evident. Then let's bring Neville along. That makes three of us too. As soon as Ron finished speaking, he frowned himself. Draco's two cronies might be stupid, but they were much bigger than them. And if it came to a real fight, they'd be the ones getting beaten up. Neville. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to object, but swallowing his words. Thinking of Neville's clumsy nature, he suddenly felt even more worried. In the end, he just sighed. Maybe we should just go by ourselves. At midnight, the Gryffindor common room was so quiet that only the soft crackling of the fireplace could be heard. Ivan put down his copy of Quick Flying for Beginners and flexed his stiff fingers. To avoid embarrassing himself again in flying class, he had checked out every book about flying after class. After several hours of study, combined with the practical lesson, his flying skills had nearly reached level 2. Looking around the dormitory, it had been empty for a while. Harry and Ron had quietly snuck out with Neville about 10 minutes ago. Ivan silently wished them luck, knowing that the three-headed dog wouldn't be reasonable. When the time was right, he crawled through the tunnel-like passage out of Gryffindor Tower. Behind him, the entrance closed silently. The fat lady was nowhere to be seen, probably gossiping in another portrait frame. Hogwarts at midnight was much colder than during the day, with dark corridors lit only by flickering candles every 10 meters or so. Fortunately, the ghosts here were generally friendly. Ivan had even chatted with a few of them, so there was nothing to fear. What he really wanted to complain about was the system's way of giving rewards. Having to go to the restricted section himself was way too hardcore. Walking through the corridors, he encountered the most troublesome moving staircases. The stairs were much more mischievous at night than during the day, with no discernible pattern. As soon as Ivan stepped on one, it creaked and turned in a different direction, as if deliberately trying to mess with young wizards who liked to wander around at midnight. Fortunately, his spells weren't learned in vain. Wingardium Leviosa. His body lifted lightly off the ground, and he used the momentum to leap to his desired platform. Petrifying Totalis. With a flick of his wand, the staircase connection froze instantly, temporarily losing its mobility. A few simple but practical spells made his journey much smoother. The walls around the staircases were covered with countless portraits. Several white-bearded old scholars watched Ivan's acrobatics with interest, while ladies in frames waved at him. He nodded politely in acknowledgement, stepped down the final stair, past the great hall, and hurried toward the library. Alohomora. Click. The locked library doors opened at his command. Ivan peered around cautiously, then pulled the doors shut behind him, making sure the night patrol wouldn't notice anything unusual. Next, he raised his wand and tapped it lightly. Lumos. Brilliant white light burst from his wand tip, then quickly dimmed to a gentle glow. Though subdued, it was enough for him to see his way forward, which was all he needed. Ivan navigated through the sea of books with his wand raised, not pausing for a moment in the general section as he headed straight for the depths of the restricted area. Along the way, his gaze swept across towering shelves lined with volumes. Advanced Transfiguration Guide, Ancient Runes, Legilimency peering into your mind. These tomes, whose very titles exuded danger and profound knowledge, made his eyes gleam with excitement, especially those related to legilimency and occlumency, which practically captivated his soul. If his academic credits weren't so tight, he would have loved to purchase hundreds of academic genius experience cards and spend weeks here, rapidly boosting his abilities. But today he had serious business to attend to, so he forcibly suppressed these thoughts and followed the signs through the restricted section. Soon, the bookshelf at row 7, column 12 came into view. On the surface, it appeared no different from those around it. Every level was packed tight with various magical books, leaving no gaps. Ivan refused to give up and began feeling around each compartment for hidden mechanisms or secret passages, but found nothing. His elbow accidentally knocked a black-covered book loose, and the heavy tome crashed to the floor with a loud thud. The next second, the pages began flipping on their own like a living creature, and when they reached the third page, pitch-black mist suddenly erupted from between the pages. A man's head vaguely materialized, its mouth grotesquely stretched open as if screaming in agony. Strangely, Ivan heard no sound at all, yet his eardrums throbbed painfully and his head spun as if someone were indeed shouting right next to him. The black mist grew thicker and thicker, and the head seemed about to burst through the paper. Snap! He slammed the book shut, trapping that twisted head back between the pages. As soon as the book closed, the black mist instantly dissipated. Just one book, and you think you can rebel? He muttered, rubbing his ears. After a long moment, he dared to pick up the book. The cover clearly read Advanced Dark Magic Revealed, and the material felt cold yet supple, like living human skin. Human skin? The thought sent chills down his spine, and recalling the agonized expression on that head, he couldn't rule out the possibility. He glanced at his system panel. The reward quest showed no changes, indicating this episode was unrelated to his objective and purely the result of his own carelessness. Ivan reluctantly shoved Advanced Dark Magic Revealed back into its original position and prepared to continue searching for any overlooked mechanisms. Just then, he suddenly noticed something odd about the bookshelf before him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The bookshelves in the restricted area followed a uniform design, 6 rows and 7 columns per section. But column 12 clearly had only 6 compartments remaining. Even more bizarre, despite missing one compartment, the entire column still appeared perfectly aligned, as if someone had forcibly folded away a piece of space. Did someone use a confundus charm here? Ivan narrowed his eyes, a chill rising in his heart as he suspected that someone had not only distorted the space, but also hidden one of the compartments. Ivan squinted his eyes. He had thoroughly searched this bookshelf at least 3 times already. The only explanation was that someone had cast a confusion charm here beforehand, interfering with his judgment. As for how the spell was broken, it was likely that the sharp shriek from earlier had dispersed the magical energy. Even after discovering the anomaly, he remained helpless, searching through his memories of detailed explanation of basic magical spell principles. He could only confirm this was a concealment charm, and among the few spells he mastered, none could directly counter it. Left with no choice, Ivan began rapidly searching through fragments of books in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the revealing charm Snape had used in the original story Apparitium. He pressed his wand tip lightly against the bookshelf and whispered, "Apparitium." The wooden bookshelf trembled slightly, and the center panel of the 12th column cracked with a hiss, quickly splitting open as if torn apart by invisible hands. A brand new bookcase came into view, nearly identical in appearance to the surrounding shelves and equally packed with heavy ancient tomes. Ivan's fingertips glided along row after row of book spines until they touched the very last 1-inch ding. Reward has been distributed. The emotionless system notification sounded precisely. Ivan's mouth twitched violently. The reward was given just like that? If it weren't for his combination of luck and brains, who knows how long he would have searched. This broken system was utterly inconsiderate. Thinking of other hosts who commanded wind and rain with their systems handling everything, he nearly teared up on the spot. But complaints aside, he still excitedly pulled out the book. The rough, dark cover bore several ancient English words, bloodline origin. The pages showed the yellowing of age, and their preservation until now indicated they had been protected by superior protective magic. Ivan quickly flipped through it, but disappointment soon followed. The book contained none of the forbidden curses he had expected, but rather resembled an ancient historical text recording the old history before the Wizard Wars. Wizards of that era were far from the masters of the magical world they are today, and could even be enslaved by house elves who possessed powerful spellcasting abilities upon reaching adulthood. Naturally gifted magical creatures held overwhelming power, while human wizards could only survive in the cracks of the world through sheer numbers. But humans never accepted their fate. Some wizards devoted themselves to magical research, creating more powerful spells to enhance themselves, while others took shortcuts, setting their sights on powerful magical creatures, attempting to devour their power whole. Some wizards indeed succeeded, their strength increasing dramatically. More terrifyingly, this power could be passed down through bloodlines for generations. Though it would gradually dilute over time, this alone was enough to attract countless wizards. However, bloodline fusion carried extremely high risks. Aside from a very few successful cases, the vast majority died horribly during experiments. Those unfortunate enough to survive failure paid a terrible price, mutating into cursed monsters like werewolves and vampires. Some even began breeding stronger, more compatible magical creatures for fusion experiments to enhance their power. Reading this, Ivan couldn't help but think of the basilisk slumbering in the Chamber of Secrets and the acromantula colony lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Most depraved of all, there existed wizards who sought to establish, more than friendship, relationships with magical creatures of acceptable appearance, hoping their descendants could inherit the creature's bloodline. Among the recorded list of successful individuals, Ivan was somewhat surprised to find the Dumbledore family name. Candlelight flickered across the pages beneath his fingertips, and he instinctively thought of Fawkes' brilliant crimson gold wings, along with that widely circulated rumor from The Crimes of Grindelwald. Whenever a member of the Dumbledore family desperately needed aid, a phoenix would appear. Ivan speculated that this intimate bond was likely related to their past attempts at phoenix bloodline fusion. The book mentioned that the Dumbledore family belonged to a relatively moderate faction. They had obtained that precious portion of bloodline through a form of contract magic, securing the phoenix's consent beforehand. It was precisely because of this respect that the phoenix maintained such a strong connection with them. When Ivan reached the crucial section, he was reading intently, but discovered that the passage describing bloodline fusion methods abruptly ended, as if several pages had been violently torn away. Flipping further revealed only scattered annotations of little value. He was still puzzling over whether this so-called reward was merely a few pieces of information when a familiar system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Bloodline Origins reading complete. Challenge mission activated. A light screen appeared immediately after, displaying the mission details. Challenge objective defeat or kill a troll. Mission reward bloodline fusion potion formula. Ivan's heart jolted. He had originally thought this was simply a learning system, never expecting it to include monster-slaying reward drops mechanics. More than the reward, he was curious about who had hidden this Bloodline Origins book in the restricted section. The confusion charms and concealment magic were certainly beyond what ordinary students could cast. The first name that sprang to mind was Albus Dumbledore. The White Wizard had both the authority and reason to hide such dangerous texts. Bloodline fusion had an extremely high mortality rate, with the number of dead wizards often dozens of times greater than survivors, which explained why wizards with special bloodlines had never become mainstream. Besides Dumbledore, James Potter and Sirius Black were also quite capable of secretly stashing valuable items in the restricted section. Not to mention Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had once roamed Hogwarts known as Voldemort. Various speculations flashed through Ivan's mind like lightning, but none could be verified. He didn't linger any longer. Tonight's intelligence was too complex to digest, and even with more forbidden books stacked around him, he had temporarily lost his desire to continue reading. In the corridor returning to his dormitory, Ivan's attention was firmly occupied by the newly activated challenge. The target was a troll. Thinking of this gave him a headache. Just because Harry and Ron had managed to defeat that troll in the bathroom years ago didn't mean one should underestimate the task. Their success had involved too many coincidences and so-called savior's luck. Without the professor's timely arrival, the Golden Trio would likely have met a grim fate. According to the materials he'd found in books, trolls were massive in size, incredibly strong, and possessed considerable resistance to magic. Even an experienced adult wizard would need to proceed with extreme caution in direct confrontation. Ivan sighed. If he hadn't learned from Bloodline Origins that fusing with magical creature bloodlines could enhance magical talent, he wouldn't want to face such a monster during his first year. Ivan wandered through the silent, deserted castle, his earlier smooth progress having somewhat lowered his guard. Shortly after emerging from a narrow secret passage, a streak of ghostly blue light shot straight into his chest like someone had dumped an entire bucket of ice water over his head, the chill instantly penetrating to his bones. Ivan shuddered violently and looked up to see his visitor, an ugly, translucent figure wearing a tattered hat. Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves clapped his hands excitedly, shrieking in his high-pitched voice. Look what I've found. Another first year. Come quickly. There's another one here. Turn them all to stone. In a flash, Ivan whipped out his wand and cast a petrification spell, the gray-green beam striking Peeves squarely in the chest. But the poltergeist merely staggered back half a step from the impact before laughing even harder. Ha ha ha. Useless. You can't hurt me. He began circling Ivan smugly, clearly trying to keep him trapped in place. When ordinary spells proved ineffective, Ivan didn't lose heart. Ghosts weren't immune to all magic, and he happened to know a dark spell that targeted the mind. His thoughts racing, he raised his wand and whispered, Fear incarnate. Just as Peeves was making grotesque faces and eerie noises, a purple light shot from Ivan's wand tip. Peeves' expression changed instantly as he screamed and crashed into a distant classroom. From across the corridor, Ivan could faintly hear his pitiful pleas. No. Baron, spare me. I swear I haven't done anything wrong. And Nick, put down that axe of yours. Let's talk this through. Seeing Peeves in such a sorry state, Ivan nodded with satisfaction and checked his system panel, discovering that his fear curse had quietly advanced to level 2 over the past few days. No wonder its power had doubled. Having just dealt with the noisy poltergeist, Ivan heard hurried footsteps on the stone floor. Only then did he remember Peeves shouting about another first year. He turned to retreat back into the secret passage, but it was too late to hurry. Ron, Hermione, and Neville came rushing around the opposite corner. The four clearly hadn't expected to encounter Ivan here either. But this wasn't the time for pleasantries. Harry hesitated for less than a second before grabbing Ivan's arm. Ivan, Ron. No time to explain, Filch is right behind us. Before Ivan could tell them about the secret passage behind them, he was dragged into another corridor and forced to run with the group. As they ran, he had a nagging feeling this scene was strangely familiar. When Harry pushed open the door to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, Ivan's heart sank. This was bad. Quick, get inside. Filch is coming. Harry and Neville worked together to push the reluctant Ivan into the room, while Hermione slammed the door shut and Ron, unusually proactive, immediately locked it with his wand. That should keep Filch out, Harry said with relief. Yes, but now we can't get out either, Ivan muttered, staring at the locked door before looking toward the depths of the corridor and sighing helplessly. I'd say we'd be better off facing Filch outside. Harry didn't catch Ivan's implication, but suddenly felt something sticky on his shoulder. Following the strange sensation, he turned to see 3 enormous heads looming over him. Their gaping maws breathed out waves of putrid stench, and yellow drool dripped from their fangs, some drops splashing directly onto his robes. The next second, Hermione and the others also spotted the 3-headed dog, and their terrified screams shattered the night silence. Harry was positioned at the very back of the group, and when the abyssal maw suddenly lunged at them, he froze in shock. A putrid stench like rotting flesh mixed with sulfur hit him in the face, making his throat constrict and his stomach churn nearly vomited. Just as despair seized his limbs, Ivan's sharp, urgent shout rang out beside his ear. Impedimenta. Pale white magical barriers layered upon each other, exploding into ripples through the air and forcibly stopping the 3-headed dog's gaping maws with their protruding fangs midair. But after just one heartbeat, another even more massive bloody maw tore the barrier to shreds, scattering magical light everywhere. Seizing that brief second, Harry rolled against the wall, finally escaping the edge of death. Run! Ron screamed hoarsely, throwing himself at the door and desperately yanking the handle. Then came a click. The door had locked. Which bloody idiot locked the door? He shouted in despair. Behind them, Ivan continuously cast stunning spells and petrification charms, barely holding off the 3-headed dog, while still managing to roll his eyes. Didn't you lock the door yourself? Ron's face went deathly pale as he fumbled frantically, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Hermione sighed and pushed him aside, pointing her wand at the lock. Alohomora! Bang! Sparks flew from the lock mechanism as all 5 of them practically tumbled out of the room. The next second, they worked together to slam the heavy wooden door shut with a thud. Thud, thud, thud. Dull, skull-like pounding and beast roars echoed from the distance. The group collapsed onto the stone floor of the corridor, their hearts racing wildly from the terror of their narrow escape, especially Ivan, who had been inexplicably dragged into this mess. During the earlier confrontation, he had already realized his magical level was far too low. His stunning spells could only slightly delay the 3-headed dog's movements and couldn't knock it out at all. If Hermione had been even a second later opening the door, he wouldn't have had any room to dodge. In that moment, Ivan truly understood his own weakness. While he might easily handle first-year wizards like Malfoy, when facing real danger, he barely had the ability to fight back. That monster won't break down the door, will it? Ron stared at the still trembling door, his voice shaking, then couldn't help but complain. No, Ivan explained, catching his breath. That door is specially made, otherwise it would have fallen apart long ago. How could Professor Dumbledore keep such a monster in the castle? Harry's fingers trembled slightly from lingering fear, had never imagined he could nearly be devoured at Hogwarts. Hermione's voice was much sharper than usual. Professor Dumbledore warned us on the first day that area was forbidden. If we hadn't been wandering around at night breaking school rules, we never would have entered that room. Harry and Ron immediately knew she was about to launch into a lengthy lecture, and Neville looked ready to cry. But surprisingly, after venting her anger for a few sentences, Hermione showed no intention of tattling. Instead, she revealed what she had seen earlier, a trapdoor beneath the 3-headed dog, and shared her suspicion that the creature was guarding something. Before leaving, however, Hermione warned Harry and the others that whatever was down there had nothing to do with them. It was Professor Dumbledore's concern to deal with. As soon as she finished speaking, she clutched her books and hurried away, leaving only the echo of her heels clicking against the stone floor around the corner. Hermione's firm stance left Harry, Ron, and Ivan uncertain about her true feelings, but at least they knew she probably wouldn't tell Professor McGonagall about their rule-breaking midnight adventure. I can't believe Malfoy could be so sneaky. He must have told Filch about us being in the trophy room. Back in the dormitory, Ron kicked a chair aside, still seething with anger. He vowed to give Malfoy a good beating when he saw him tomorrow. Ivan, we should have listened to you this afternoon, Harry said, running his fingers through his messy black hair with a guilty expression. Ivan had warned them in the afternoon that it might be Malfoy setting a trap, but they couldn't resist their curiosity in the end. Ivan waved his hand dismissively, acting as if he didn't care at all. He hadn't expected Harry and Ron to stay quietly in the dormitory anyway. Running into the school patrol tonight was just his bad luck. By the way, Ivan, what were you doing in the corridor in the middle of the night? Harry asked curiously. Looking for you too, Ivan replied casually. He couldn't very well admit he had snuck into the restricted section to research. Harry and Ron felt even more ashamed, but within minutes they had pushed their guilt aside and huddled by the fireplace, excitedly discussing the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog and speculating about what might be hidden beneath it. Finally, Harry told them about going to Gringotts with Hagrid before term started and helping him retrieve a small package. Ivan didn't join the discussion. The challenge mission he had just activated was already giving him enough of a headache. He didn't want to get involved in Dumbledore's schemes. Fortunately, there was still some time before the troll would break in on Halloween, so he could prepare. Over the next week or two, Ivan spent his days practicing spells and his nights in the library researching information about trolls. He first finished reading A Guide to Common Magical Creatures, which only stated that trolls have no medicinal value, and even when cooked whole, not a single part tastes good. Then he consulted A Manual for Taming Dangerous Monsters, which contained only one line about trolls. Make it submit through superior force, completely useless advice. On the possibility of giant troll crossbreeding was even worse, featuring detailed illustrations that academically demonstrated various possibilities, making Ivan want to bleach his eyes. Finally, he reluctantly pulled out Travels with Trolls. The author was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, who would be coming to substitute teach next term with his billboard-worthy smile. Although Ivan knew Lockhart was just a fraud skilled only in memory charms, this book was surprisingly professional. The cover showed Lockhart flashing his gleaming white teeth, and Ivan almost shoved the book back. But since the other books were truly unreliable, he gritted his teeth and opened it. The book detailed troll behavior and weaknesses in the tone of travel observations. 1. Trolls have low intelligence and enormous appetites, eating almost anything with proper bait. There's a high probability they'll swallow it. 2. A troll's tiny head is extremely disproportionate to its massive body, giving it poor balance. A powerful spell aimed at the legs might knock it over completely, buying time to escape. 3. The troll's head itself is quite vulnerably a heavy blow could knock it unconscious directly. After finishing the book, Ivan smacked his lips, wondering which poor master had been so unlucky as to catch Lockhart's attention while recounting his experiences. The incredibly detailed descriptions clearly showed the author had plenty of close encounters with those foul-smelling trolls. He slammed shut the well-worn copy of Wandering with Werewolves and shoved it back onto the top shelf of the rickety bookcase. Although the book clearly marked the weak spots on troll skin, Ivan knew perfectly well that when facing such massive creatures in reality, theoretical knowledge alone wouldn't cut. It'd need proper potions and solid protective charms, which meant burning through even more academic points. The channels for earning academic points were painfully limited: regular classroom assessments and answering professors' questions. The former was steady but slow, while the latter seemed simple enough until he quickly learned what academic competition really meant. In every class, the moment a professor finished speaking, Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger's arm would shoot up like a flagpole, with answers flowing out like water. Once Ivan joined the race to answer questions, the entire classroom became their personal battleground. With every question posed, two arms would leap skyward simultaneously, and whoever was half a beat too slow could only watch in frustration. They could be found in the library buried in books until the librarian had to chase them out light by light. Hermione read with excitement, while Ivan's heart bled, watching his planned academic gains get slashed in half by his competitor. Backed into a corner, Ivan began secretly plotting unconventional methods. The disarming charm and impediment jinx are what we'll focus on mastering next, and they'll become some of the most frequently used spells in your future, Professor Flitwick announced in charms class. The diminutive goblin stood on his high stool, waving his wand as silver light traced clear spell patterns in the air. Years of teaching had made him expert at engaging his students, and the classroom quickly buzzed with energy. Now then, who can tell me what the incantation for the disarming charm is, and what it does? The moment the professor finished speaking, Hermione's arm shot toward the ceiling with a whoosh, and she even turned to glance at Ivan with a look that was both wary and excited. But Ivan simply stood up directly, as if he'd been bursting to speak. The disarming charm's incantation is Expelliarmus, expel your weapon, Professor. When it hits, it strips the opponent of their wand and delivers a certain amount of impact force. The strength of the knockback depends on the caster's skill level and the magical power difference between both parties. Professor Flitwick, perched on his stool, had been ready to call on Hermione, but was caught off guard when Ivan rattled off the complete answer, leaving him stunned for half a second. Then he smiled and applauded. Excellent answer. 2 points to Gryffindor. His tone shifted slightly as he added with a slight frown. However, Mr. Halls, please remember to raise your hand before answering next time. Of course, Professor, Ivan replied, glancing at the reward that had already appeared in his system panel before sitting down with satisfaction. Ivan's well-behaved attitude made Professor Flitwick nod approvingly, thinking that Ivan might simply be passionate about learning. He cleared his throat and continued. Now for another question, the impediment jinx. Before he could finish, Ivan shot up again with a whoosh, his voice crisp as he eagerly answered. The incantation for the impediment jinx is impedimenta. It creates a magical barrier in a single direction and can be layered multiple times to strengthen defense, though its weakness is that it can't block attacks from other directions. Am I correct, Professor? After speaking, Ivan flashed an innocent smile. Hermione's eyes widened, her hand frozen midair, unable to speak before the moment had passed. The other young wizards in the classroom shrank under the academic overachiever's orate was just answering questions. But did he have to steal every single one? How ruthless. Correct. Professor Flitwick managed to utter with difficulty, waving for Ivan to sit down. This time he didn't even bother awarding points. Ivan didn't mind at all. The system only recognized the professor's approval, with point values automatically calculated based on difficulty. Flitwick cleared his throat, his gaze briefly landing on Ivan before quickly looking away. Never mind, I'll just lecture for the rest of this class. Ever since mastering this classroom answer-snatching technique, Ivan's academic points skyrocketed. Though equally brilliant, Hermione was too thin-skinned to pull such stunts, so she glared at Ivan indignantly whenever she saw him. Initially, she tried earnestly persuading him to engage in fair competition, but Ivan shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. How could competing on speed between academic achievers be called stealing? It didn't violate any Hogwarts rules. He even cited how he'd lost 5 points in flying class, and now had to earn them back tenfold or hundredfold. This left Hermione speechless, only able to pout in frustration. Ivan was pleased, but the professors were all getting headaches. They'd seen plenty of disruptive students, but never one who monopolized answers. The worst part was that Ivan's answers were always accurate, and his attitude remained sincere afterward, making it hard to scold him. Having tasted success, he extended his claws toward the final Fortress Potions class, ready to test Snape's limits. Snape had always favored Slytherin and antagonized Gryffindor, proving indeed difficult to fool. After class, he swept his black robes and coldly warned, "If you stand up to answer without permission again, I'll deduct every house point you've earned in other subjects." However, the moment Snape left, the system notification arrived as expected. Ding Potions class concluded. Overall class performance rating, satisfactory. Evaluator, Severus Snape. Reward, academic points x10. Such at Sundara. Ivan couldn't help but mutter, then thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seemed he could, probably, maybe, be even more mischievous. Of course, this thought only flashed through Ivan's mind for a moment. If he pushed his luck any further, Snape might actually deduct a substantial number of points from Gryffindor. Ivan didn't care about losing points personally, but he didn't want to drag down the entire house just to earn achievement points. Over the next few days in Potions class, he only made subtle moves in private, quietly collecting the materials needed to brew sleeping potions and made no other bold actions. The preparation work continued until Halloween Eve before finally coming to an end. After finishing up, he opened his system panel and carefully examined the results of nearly half a semester's work, feeling quite satisfied. Ivan Halls. Profession, Wizard. Spells. Fear Curse LV2 265400. Levitation Charm LV2 97400. Transfiguration Spell LV2 382400. Severing Charm LV2 84400. Petrification Curse LV 2191400. Shrinking Charm LV 174200. Others omitted. Theoretical Knowledge. Magical Item Creation LV 04355500. Potions LV 3 1800. Basic Spell Theory LV 2 218400. Magical Items. Wand U Wood. Unicorn Hair 11 3/4 inches. Magic Power Medium. Compatibility 72.5. Achievement Points 107. Half a semester of hard practice had elevated all the spells he'd learned except for the newly acquired Shrinking Charm to level 2. Both their power and stability had improved significantly compared to level 1. Potions had even been the first to break through to level 3. The only thing that remained stagnant was magical item creation, still had no clue about it. Fortunately, he still had 107 achievement points left, enough to purchase an experience card at any time if needed. To celebrate Halloween, the Great Hall at Hogwarts was filled with hanging pumpkin lanterns. Dumbledore's personally cast magic made each lantern emit an eerie blue glow, giving the long tables a somewhat sinister appearance. Peeves was hiding inside one of the lanterns, and whenever an unsuspecting young wizard passed by, he would suddenly burst out of the lantern, startling them and making them jump, then disappear into the next lantern amid curses and his own loud laughter. This perfectly created the frightening atmosphere that Halloween should have. At least Harry and Ron understood this deeply whenever they saw a blue glowing pumpkin lantern. they would instinctively take a detour. Ivan, what are you making all those thorny spikes for? In the Great Hall, at the Gryffindor table, Harry watched as Ivan transformed pieces of wood and branches he'd collected from somewhere into semicircular spikes, unable to help but ask. Those iron thorns were ugly and menacing, their sharp points gleaming coldly in the firelight, enough to send chills down one's spine. Of course it's to give everyone some fun on Halloween, Ivan replied with a grin. Fun? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, the word trouble popping into their minds. Just kidding, I'm only practicing spells. Ivan waved his hand in explanation, but his actions didn't stop at all. He pointed his wand at the newly transfigured spikes, used the shrinking charm to reduce them to a fraction of their original size, then tossed them into his bag. The bag immediately rang with the sound of clashing metal, and Ivan quickly tucked it away with his free hand. By the way, where's Hermione? He looked around but couldn't spot the know-it-all anywhere, feeling puzzled. Well, Ron's ears turned bright red as he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Harry had no choice but to spill the whole story about how Ron had been bad-mouthing Hermione behind her back that afternoon, only to be overheard by Hermione herself. I wasn't wrong, though. She really is like that. Ron's face flushed as he stubbornly defended himself. Ivan frowned despite being there. He had still let this happen. He stood up, gripped his wand, and headed toward the Great Hall's exit. Ivan, the feast hasn't even started yet. Where are you going? Harry called after him. To find Hermione, of course. Ivan didn't look back, leaving them with only his determined silhouette. After leaving the bustling Great Hall, he slipped into a dim side corridor and quickened his pace. His original plan was to rush to the abandoned girls' bathroom first, convince Hermione to come out, and prevent her from accidentally wandering into his path when he dealt with the troll later. But halfway there, Ivan reconsidered. How long would persuasion take? No one could predict exactly when the troll would be released. If he and Hermione were trapped in the bathroom together, forget about fighting, even escaping would be difficult. It would be better to set up an ambush at a safe distance from the bathroom and eliminate the troll there. After scouting the area, he found a suitable corridor and placed several rock cakes that Hagrid had given him earlier in the center, each one soaked with a powerful sleeping potion, enough to knock out several adult wizards. Why rock cakes? Trolls weren't picky eaters. Rock cakes were portable, and if unused, they'd just sit in his dormitory collecting bugs anyway. Since Hagrid, being half-giant, enjoyed eating them, maybe trolls would too. With his trap set, Ivan hid in a dark alcove beside the corridor, thinking that if he could solve this the easy way, he absolutely wouldn't choose a direct confrontation. He only had one life, and sometimes you had to be smart about survival. In less than a minute, the floor began to vibrate slightly, and a foul stench hit him. Ivan's expression grew serious. The troll had arrived. A 12-foot-tall monstrosity appeared at the end of the corridor. The first thing that caught his eye were its massive feet, thick as tree trunks and covered in grayish-brown hide. Its torso was enormously fat, like a large barrel made from rotting wood and painted with ugly green. The head perched on top was barely larger than Ivan's own, looking almost comical on such a massive frame. Worst of all, it dragged a thick wooden club that scraped against the floor with an ear-piercing screech. Ivan swallowed hard, finally understanding why Dumbledore had chosen a troll as one of the obstacles protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Its sheer size alone was enough to make adult wizards think twice. For an underage wizard, it was nothing short of a nightmare. He silently congratulated himself for not choosing a direct confrontation. One hit from that club, and he might need to transmigrate all over again. Wingardium Leviosa. Ivan whispered the incantation, and several pieces of rock cake rose from the ground as if lifted by invisible strings, floating gently in midair right in the center of the troll's line of sight, positioned perfectly so that even its pitifully small brain couldn't ignore them and accidentally crush them underfoot. Though the plan was proceeding smoothly, his heart still raced with anxiety. What if the books had understated the troll's intelligence, and it saw through the trap? As it turned out, he had still underestimated the creature's stupidity. The troll showed not even the most basic caution, reaching out to grab the floating rock cakes and stuff them into its mouth, chewing so messily that crumbs scattered everywhere. To eat more comfortably, it simply tossed aside the wooden club it had been clutching, looking exactly like a glutton who cared only about food. Ivan silently grumbled to himself. Had Quirrell been pocketing the troll's food allowance and stuffing the saved galleons into his own pocket? After a few moments of internal complaints, he patted the inner pocket of his wizard robes. It seemed the escape plan he'd prepared in advance wouldn't be needed. But several minutes passed, and the troll showed no signs of poisoning, only kept twitching its nostrils, searching for more food. Ivan was stunned. With the dosage he'd used, bringing down several adult wizards would have been effortless. Yet this creature acted as if nothing had happened. This wasn't scientific. No, wait. This wasn't magical. Could it be that his potion was brewed too weak? Thinking of his recently advanced level 3 potion skill, uncertainty crept into his mind. Just as he was hesitating whether to attack directly, urgent footsteps echoed around the corridor corner. Hermione's figure burst into view, and and the troll immediately picked up its club from the ground, charging toward her excitedly. Ivan instantly understood she had been drawn by the sound of the club hitting the floor. He cursed himself for setting the trap too close, but if he'd placed it farther away, he'd worried the troll might not pass by at all. Hermione watched the enormous creature bearing down on her, her legs going weak, her body desperately wanting to flee but frozen in place. She had originally been crying in the bathroom when she felt the ground trembling and heard the loud noises. Curiosity driving her to investigate, she never expected to encounter such a terrifying creature in Hogwarts corridors. Just as she was certain her end had come, a loud incantation cut through the tense air. Fear descends. A bright purple glow shot out from the side. The troll's massive size made dodging nearly impossible, and the light struck true, freezing it in place instantly. Its charging motion stopped, as if someone had hit a pause button. At the same time, Ivan, who had been hiding in the secret passage, finally emerged. Ivan. Hermione lunged forward like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, throwing her arms around Ivan with tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Ivan didn't dare relax for a moment. He pulled his left hand free, breaking away from Hermione's embrace, while his right hand kept his wand pointed forward, secretly intensifying the power of the fear curse. Hermione's face flushed bright red, but after Ivan's whispered warning, she finally noticed something was wrong with the troll. "What's happening to it?" she whispered. Ivan didn't answer, simply raising his hand to signal for silence. His gaze locked firmly on the troll. This was the first time he'd seen the fear curse behave this way to give the troll sufficient psychological impact. He had used the spell to recreate the three-headed dog, Noé, from before, enlarging it and projecting the image where Hermione had been standing. The troll was equally confused. The strange little creature in odd clothing had suddenly transformed into a massive three-headed dog that looked somewhat familiar, though it seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight compared to the one in its memory. Had it been getting extra meals lately? "What do we do now?" This time Hermione asked only with her eyes. The professors could burst in at any moment, and if they missed this chance, they'd probably have to face the troll again beneath the trapdoor. While weighing their options, Ivan used lip movements and gestures to indicate. Use the levitation charm to steal the troll's club, then turn it around to bash its head, the same move Harry and Ron had used in the original story. Even if they missed, they could at least disarm it first. Hermione was skeptical of this wild plan, but still raised her wand, ready to act. However, before she could utter Wingardium Leviosa, the troll's club came whistling toward them. After several failed attempts at communication, its dim brain had finally decided to resort to violence. The club, thicker than an adult's waist and powered by monstrous strength, came crashing down, making Ivan acutely aware of Death's shadow. In that critical moment, he played his final card. His system academic points instantly dropped to single digits as his thinking speed suddenly increased 100-fold. The club's trajectory and the troll's follow-up movements rapidly formed clear lines in his mind. Ivan quickly scooped up Hermione and rolled away, taking her with him as they scrambled to safety. Crash! A chunk was smashed out of the wall corner, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. The troll staggered from the violent impact, and the fear curse finally dissipated. Realizing it had been fooled, the creature roared in fury and swung its club in pursuit. But after just 2 steps, its head suddenly felt heavy, and it stumbled into the wall. The powerful sleeping potion it had swallowed earlier was finally taking effect. Ivan seized the opportunity to pull Hermione to safety more than 10 meters away. The troll regained some of its senses. The sleeping potion clearly had limited effect on it. Growing even more enraged by its confusion, it raised its club and charged straight at them. 10 meters wasn't much distance for a troll. It could cover that ground in just a few seconds, but for Ivan, it was enough. Defendo. Ivan's severing charm struck the troll's arm joint with pinpoint accuracy. The troll, which had been wildly swinging its club, suddenly felt its arm go numb, and the weapon slipped from its grip. Propelled by its own momentum, the club flew past Ivan's side, the fierce wind pressure forcing him to squint while Hermione turned pale with terror, nearly screaming aloud. Seriously, the club slammed into the ground less than 6 feet behind Ivan, sending wood splinters flying and instantly cracking the stone floor. The disarmed troll showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it bared its teeth in a low, menacing growl, its massive legs stomping and making the ground tremble. With less than 15 feet separating it from Ivan and Hermione, the creature's enormous shadow loomed over them both, as if it could crush them to pulp in the next instant. Hermione instinctively closed her eyes, her chest heaving rapidly. But Ivan immediately pushed her shoulder aside, retreating while pulling a palm-sized canvas pouch from his wizard robes and hurling it into the air. Simultaneously, a brilliant white beam of pure magical energy shot from his wand tip, striking the pouch mid-flight. In a flash, light exploded outward as dozens of shrunken iron caltrops inside rapidly returned to their palm-sized form, clattering as they scattered across the stone floor. This beam represented a clever technique Ivan had accidentally mastered in Transfiguration class. using hierarchical differences to selectively remove only lower-level, shrinking charms from targets. Originally designed as an escape mechanism, he had now repurposed it as an offensive weapon. The iron caltrops rolled everywhere, and Ivan's calculations were precise. To the inch, one caltrop came to rest exactly where the troll's right foot would land next. In the next instant, the troll stepped down. Sharp iron spikes pierced deep into its soul, instantly tearing through thick calluses and gray skin. The troll's tusks protruded as its face contorted in agony, yet it continued lunging forward. Ivan raised his wand again, sending another severing charm toward the troll's thigh. Flesh burst open and bone cracked under the impact. With its support leg giving way, the massive mountain of flesh staggered one final step before its entire body came crashing down. The troll was falling directly toward the spot where it had thrown its club earlier. Ivan had already retreated several feet behind the club's position and raised his wand to cast one final transfiguration spell. As the incantation took effect, he dimly heard the system notification of his transfiguration skill leveling up echoing in his mind. The club instantly transformed into an upright, cone-shaped spike. The troll's crude consciousness couldn't comprehend the change before its eyes, nor understand why these troublesome iron caltrops had appeared beneath its feet. It only had time to widen its bean-sized eyes. The next second, the spike pierced through its eye socket. The hardened wood becoming a blade that emerged from the back of its skull. Crimson blood mixed with white brain matter gushed forth, slowly trickling down the length of the spike. At the moment of death, the troll fixed its remaining eye on the strangely dressed little figure before it, showing nothing but endless confusion and a hint of fear. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, stirring up a choking cloud of dust. Ivan stood less than a foot away from the troll's corpse, finally lowering his wand-wielding hand as his fingertips trembled slightly. Hermione stood frozen in place, her lips parted but unable to utter a single word. Tear stains still marked her face, and terror remained etched in her expression. In just a few seconds, the menacing monster had become nothing more than a massive heap of flesh sprawled on the floor. Ivan's chest heaved violently. Those few seconds of combat had nearly drained all his magical energy. Had it not been for the powerful sleeping potion that initially slowed the troll's movements, combined with the pre-transfigured iron thorns that perfectly entangled his opponent, this battle could never have ended so easily. Ding challenge mission: defeat or kill the troll, completed. Mission rating: excellent. Mission reward: bloodline fusion potion recipe, distributed. The familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Just as Ivan was about to examine his reward, urgent and chaotic footsteps approached from behind. Oh my goodness, what happened here? Professor McGonagall, first to rush into the corridor, came to an abrupt halt. She saw iron thorns scattered everywhere, walls pitted and scarred, and the troll's head split wide open, yet Ivan and Hermione appeared completely unharmed aside from dust on their clothes. For a moment, McGonagall almost wondered if she was hallucinating. Snape, arriving shortly after, also stopped at the doorway, his brow furrowed and expression complex. Quirrell, squeezing in behind them, widened his eyes and forgot his usual pretense, rushing quickly to the troll's corpse to confirm this was indeed the one he had personally released. It seems this year, in addition to welcoming a so-called chosen one, we have gained another genius, Snape said expressionlessly while looking at Ivan, his tone dripping with cold sarcasm. Not long into the term, and already accomplishing what certain teaching professors cannot. Only then did Quirrell seem to remember himself, quickly hunching his back and resuming his timid demeanor. Hearing Snape's mockery, he merely shuddered once and dared not speak again, as if that certain professor had nothing to do with him. McGonagall suppressed the anger in her chest, her gaze locking onto Ivan like a blade. Halls, can you explain exactly what happened here? Everyone present could see that Ivan was the true orchestrator. Hermione still looked terrified, clearly not yet recovered. Ivan spread his hands and shrugged innocently. Just as you can see, Professor, I was simply passing through this corridor when I happened to encounter a troll. Happened to. McGonagall clearly didn't believe him. Snape glanced at the iron thorns scattered on the ground, his voice low. I'm afraid our Mr. Halls wanted to play hero, didn't he? Otherwise, how would he have prepared these things in advance and coincidentally appeared here? Ivan had planned to think of an excuse after dealing with the aftermath, but now that his weak point had been exposed, he found himself momentarily speechless. Ivan came to find Hermione. Professor, we can testify to that. From behind a suit of armor, Harry and Ron poked their heads out. In fact, they had arrived earlier, but, witnessing Ivan's impressive display of power, could only hide nearby in amazement, unable to help. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall's face was stern as water. I thought you should be safely in your dormitories right now. Professor McGonagall looked at the two with an unfavorable expression. Yes, Professor, theoretically we should be in our dormitory right now. Harry swallowed hard under Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. But the truth was, plans never went as expected. McGonagall's expression darkened instantly, and Harry immediately blurted out his explanation. Ron and I heard at the feast that there was a troll in the castle, and thinking that Ivan and Hermione were still here, we rushed over to check on the situation. Ron clenched his fists, nearly spilling the whole story about how he had badmouthed Hermione behind her back in the bathroom, causing her to cry and hide in the girls' lavatory. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Hermione suddenly interrupted, cutting off his confession. That's right, they came looking for me. The girl turned to McGonagall, her delicate face flushing pink from lying, yet she spoke with unwavering determination. I had wanted to take on the troll myself. I thought that having read about it, I could subdue it with transfiguration spells, but I didn't expect the creature to be far more vicious than I imagined. If Ivan hadn't appeared in time, I would probably already be. She took a deep breath and continued defending Harry and Ron. They were worried about Ivan and me, so they secretly followed. How could you be so reckless? A first-year student taking on a troll? McGonagall's tone was both urgent and reproachful. Ahem. Ivan cleared his throat softly, reminding McGonagall that there was a first-year student standing right there who had single-handedly defeated the troll. McGonagall was momentarily speechless, and before she could recover, Dumbledore, summoned by Filch, arrived hurriedly. The old man's gaze was immediately drawn to the iron thorns scattered across the floor and the troll's corpse, lingering particularly long on the cone-shaped spike that had pierced through its head. Excellent transfiguration work, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Among students your age, I've never seen anyone more skilled. If this were in class, Professor McGonagall would certainly award Gryffindor 10 points for it. Albus, we should first discuss their unauthorized search for the troll. McGonagall composed herself and nodded slightly, though she too was greatly surprised by Ivan's transfiguration skills. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, looking around at everyone. In that case, the punishment shall be as follows. Miss Granger, for reckless behavior, 10 points from Gryffindor. Potter and Weasley violated school rules, but this friendship is commendable, so no punishment for now. Harry and Ron both breathed sighs of relief, while Hermione instinctively bit her lower lip. Losing points was still hard for her to accept. As for Halls, Dumbledore deliberately paused, and everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Suddenly, he switched to a lighter tone. For your courage and excellent performance, I've decided to award Gryffindor 20 points. Hermione's anxious heart finally settled, and she turned to Ivan with a joyful smile, her gloom over the lost points completely dispelled. Ivan also smiled just as Dumbledore announced the points. The system panel simultaneously displayed 20 academic points, equivalent to several days' worth of eager participation in class. Isn't this being a bit too lenient? Professor McGonagall frowned, worried that Dumbledore's decision might encourage Ivan and other young wizards to take reckless risks. After all, not every first year could defeat a troll so soon after starting school. Dumbledore simply smiled and shook his head, giving a negative response. In good spirits, Ivan casually asked, by the way, Professor, I don't have to pay for the troll, do I? Of course not. But Dumbledore showed a meaningful smile. Why don't you come to my office later? I'm quite interested in how you managed to defeat the troll. Once I finish dealing with things here, we can have a proper chat. Ivan's smile instantly froze on his face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to refuse, simply couldn't say no. He should never have opened his big mouth. He kept muttering to himself. I'm such an idiot. I should have read a clemency a few more times in the restricted section. Walking toward the headmaster's office, Ivan repeated his regrets like a broken record, lamenting over and over that he hadn't learned a clemency in advance. He couldn't entirely blame himself. Thought successfully complete the challenge tasks. He had invested almost all his academic points into potions and several key spells, leaving no spare points for learning a clemency. As for self-study without using experience cards, considering that even the talented Harry couldn't master it under Snape's guidance, Ivan decisively gave up. That would be nightmare difficulty. With this reasoning, Ivan felt slightly reassured. As long as he focused on thinking about irrelevant things during their conversation, surely Dumbledore wouldn't forcibly search his memories, right? With an uneasy heart, he arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Guarding the door was an enormously ugly stone gargoyle. Ivan gave the password Dumbledore had provided, and the gargoyle made a grinding sound as it slowly rotated, revealing the spiral staircase hidden behind it. He stepped onto the stairs and entered the spacious circular room. The weathered walls were covered with portraits of Hogwarts' former headmasters, each clearly labeled with the headmaster's name and term of office, giving a strong sense of history. What caught his attention most were the pensieve on the side table and the phoenix fox perched on its stand. The pensieve was almost a treasure Ivan had dreamed off with mastery of legilimency. He could use it to sort through memories, and phoenix blood was a top-tier ingredient for bloodline fusion potions. If not for lacking the proper tools, plus the fact that Dumbledore could return at any moment, Ivan almost wanted to take the opportunity to extract a sample first, that is, if he could actually defeat Fox. Fox, who had been lazily preening his feathers, suddenly shivered inexplicably. His bright red eyes lit up like two small lanterns as he alertly surveyed his surroundings. He quickly discovered that aside from a harmless little wizard with weak magical fluctuations, there were no other threats present, so he closed his eyes again and buried his head in his soft plumage. However, the seemingly harmless Ivan was plotting to get acquainted first to facilitate future communication, as he quietly extended his sinful right hand. His finger paused in the air for a moment, and seeing that Fox remained with eyes closed in apparent slumber, he boldly touched the phoenix's silky feathers with just his fingertip. The moment his fingertip brushed the feather tips, the dozing fox instantly opened his eyes. His blazing red pupils locked in a prolonged staring contest with Ivan. After confirming the boy harbored no ill intent, Fox still proudly flapped his wings to swat away the hand, his gaze full of warning. A phoenix was not something just anyone could touch casually. However, even the most prideful phoenix was no match for Ivan's shameless persistence. After all, as Dumbledore's pet with considerable understanding of human nature, Fox couldn't actually harm Ivan. He played a game of hide-and-seek with Ivan for several minutes before finally surrendering in resignation. Had Ivan shown even a hint of malice earlier, his fingers would likely have been long gone. I never imagined I'd live to see the day I'd be petting a phoenix. Ivan was overjoyed, using both hands as he applied all his experience from petting parrots in his previous life, determined to build enough goodwill that Fox wouldn't resist even if he drew blood. Initially somewhat impatient, Fox gradually shifted from resistance to tolerance, and finally simply raised his neck high, allowing Ivan to stroke along his golden-red feathers all the way to the base of his neck. While petting, Ivan examined this legendary immortal bird of Western lore. Compared to the magnificent divine beast in his memory, Fox looked more like an oversized turkey dressed in golden-red plumage, majestic, yet somehow arousing his appetite. Looking at those slender legs and firm breast muscles, he couldn't help but fantasize. If roasted and eaten, how delicious would it taste? Deep-fried, steamed, grilled, braised, various cooking methods flashed through his mind in succession. Just as he was indulging in fantasies of fire-roasted phoenix, a gentle voice suddenly spoke behind him. Fire is a phoenix's cradle. Perhaps you might consider a different cooking method. Ivan spun around abruptly to see Dumbledore's tall yet agile figure striding in. His century of age seemed to burden the white wizard not at all. He appeared vigorous and even had the leisure to joke with Ivan. Fox, who had been thoroughly enjoying Ivan's petting, immediately fluttered his wings and shot skyward, indignantly pecking Ivan's head before flying to perch atop Dumbledore's wizard hat. He displayed his sharp beak, vigilantly eyeing this fellow who had just been contemplating roasted bird. Fox had never expected that this seemingly harmless little wizard would actually consider putting him over a fire to test his flavor. Professor, I'm quite curious how you knew what I was thinking. Ivan rubbed his aching head, putting on an innocent expression. Can you read my memories? Sometimes, a person's actions and behavior are quite sufficient to expose their thoughts. Dumbledore replied meaningfully, neither confirming nor denying the question. Ivan's face showed a look of sudden understanding, but inwardly he was already ranting furiously like hell. I believe you. You scheming old man. Perhaps the academic genius experience card he had just exchanged was still in effect. The moment Dumbledore first spoke, a cold force silently crept into Ivan's mind, only dissipating like a receding tide when the headmaster asked his question. Ivan could tell with his toes that this was Dumbledore's legitimacy. Strangely, under the experience card's enhancement, he had actually detected traces of this soul-connected magic that was usually impossible to perceive. Even more puzzling was that Dumbledore didn't use legitimacy again after withdrawing it. He settled into his large headmaster's chair, his blue-purple robes flowing around him, gesturing for Ivan to sit, while fishing out a small pile of sweets from his drawer and casually spreading them across the desk. Care for some cockroach clusters? If not, the new flavor of fizzing Whizbees is quite good. The old headmaster arranged each candy like precious treasures, pushing a selection toward Ivan. Ivan didn't even consider the notorious cockroach clusters, pushing them aside, but found himself somewhat interested in the fizzing Whizbees. He unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, rich honey sweetness exploded, the candy dissolving into tiny crystals that seemed to come alive on his tongue, much like the pop rocks from his previous life, only sweeter and stickier. Dumbledore was in no hurry to interrogate him, instead personally pouring Ivan a glass of iced lemonade before settling into an attitude of patient listening. After a few candies and most of the lemonade, the anxiety in Ivan's chest finally settled somewhat. He began recounting what had happened. Of course, he didn't repeat Hermione's earlier fabrication that story was too fake. Even he didn't believe it, let alone Dumbledore. Moreover, he couldn't be sure whether the old headmaster might suddenly employ legitimacy mid-conversation or read something from his expression. So Ivan simply adopted a 70% truth, 30% fiction approach, mostly truthful, with key details omitted. He said, before the Halloween feast, he learned from Harry that Hermione was hiding alone in the bathroom. Worried, he went to find her. He encountered the troll on the way and had to duck into a passage to avoid it. The commotion attracted Hermione, who came to investigate. To protect his companion, He fought the troll and ultimately killed it. To make his account more believable, he even detailed the battle sequence, spell usage, and the troll's reactions. Only two questionable points remained. 1. The pre-transfigured iron thorns used to restrain the troll. 2. Any sleeping potion components that might be detected on the troll's corpse. He couldn't perfectly explain the first point, planning to claim he regularly practiced transfiguration and shrinking charms if pressed. Fortunately, he had indeed started making such items a few days ago, and many young wizards could testify to this. No matter how thoroughly Dumbledore investigated, he would only reach this conclusion. As for the second point, he simply didn't mention it. Even if potions were detected, he wouldn't be the only suspect, and Professor Quirrell seemed like a natural scapegoat. Ivan rapidly calculated the flaws in each statement, ensuring there were no obvious contradictions. However, Dumbledore's next reaction left Ivan feeling like he had thrown a powerful punch in a cotton. The Great White Wizard didn't seem to find anything inappropriate about Ivan's words. When he heard that Ivan had managed a stunning comeback in just 10 seconds using only the iron thorns he carried and a transformation spell, Dumbledore immediately raised his hands and applauded enthusiastically, making no effort to hide his admiration. A magnificent battle. You're even more exceptional than I imagined, he remarked cheerfully. I think Severus was right. Hogwarts has gained another genius. For a young wizard who had only been at school for a few months to remain calm when first facing a troll and cleverly use the tools at hand to defeat it with ease, Dumbledore hadn't seen such a thing in decades. The continuous praise actually made Ivan somewhat uncomfortable, as being noticed by this old professor wasn't necessarily a good thing. The conversation that followed was unexpectedly relaxed, without the scheming Ivan had anticipated or any aggressive suspicion. Apart from that initial attempt at legitimacy, Dumbledore was like a chatty, elderly neighbor, making casual conversation. Ivan even maliciously wondered if the headmaster was suffering from dementia. During their chat, Dumbledore casually mentioned Ivan's mother Ija Hals, which truly piqued his interest. Professor, did you know my mother? Ivan feigned curiosity. Of course. Your mother was quite memorable during her time here. Dumbledore winked at him, seemingly hinting at something. In every respect. But he left the sentence hanging, which frustrated Ivan considerably. He couldn't tell if his own intelligence was lacking or if the other party assumed smart people understand each other instantly. Helplessly, he could only manage an awkward but polite smile. After several attempts at indirect questioning, he only confirmed that his mother had been a Slytherin student. As for his father, Ivan's memory was completely blank, so he didn't dare ask rashly. Dumbledore also seemed to deliberately avoid the topic. After their brief exchange, Dumbledore announced with a smile, "Well then, child, you may go now. I believe there's a surprise waiting for you." Ivan held no expectations for this so-called surprise. Being able to leave the headmaster's office was surprise enough. So he departed with elegant, swift steps. Dumbledore remained in his chair, gently stroking Fawkes as he watched Ivan leave, lost in thought. Treacle tart. At the entrance to Gryffindor common room, Ivan gave the password. The fat lady nodded, and the portrait slid aside to reveal the circular passage. Every time he climbed through this pipe-like entrance, Ivan couldn't help but criticize the designer. The Gryffindor common room was pitch black at midnight. The deep brown fireplace on the right, which usually burned brightly, had somehow been extinguished, and the magical lamps around the room weren't lit either. The silence felt somewhat unnatural. Ivan's expression remained unchanged as he walked forward slowly, but his right hand had gradually slipped down to grasp the wand tucked at his waist. When he reached the center of the room, the flames in the fireplace suddenly exploded, with scorching red fire shooting straight up to the ceiling. Immediately after, the magical lamps around the room lit up one by one, their brilliant white light illuminating the entire common room as bright as daylight. Beneath the ceiling, the red lion banner representing Gryffindor unfurled like a scroll, fluttering and billowing, followed by a cascade of colorful, mysterious objects falling down. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be festive streamers made from torn strips of old bedsheets. Let's welcome the return of our Gryffindor hero. With this loud cheer, the Weasley twins, dressed in strange uniforms, burst out from the boys' dormitory, dumping a large pile of handmade streamers over Ivan's head before turning to shout toward the back. Gryffindor hero? Who? Ivan had thought this was just a late-night Halloween celebration and felt confused, though his hand instinctively tightened around his wand. Before he could finish speaking, dozens of extremely excited younger students poured in through the dormitory entrance. Leading the group were Harry and Ron. The two flanked Ivan on either side, lifting him off the ground, while the Weasley brothers joined in, grinning mischievously as they tossed Ivan high into the air. "Cheer for the return of our Gryffindor hero," Fred shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hero Hall's the Troll Slayer." The watching young lions chanted in unison, their voices making the window glass buzz and vibrate. Ivan was tossed back and forth by the crowd, feeling like his bones were about to fall apart. Only when their energy was finally exhausted was he safely returned to the ground. Taking advantage of this break, he fired off questions rapid fire, and quickly got to the bottom of it. It turned out that after Harry and Ron returned to the dormitory, Ron had embellished the story and spread word of how Ivan had directly killed the troll and saved Hermione. Since the troll rampage had trapped everyone in the common room with nothing to do, such explosive news naturally spread like wildfire, becoming more legendary with each telling. So the Weasley brothers simply organized this welcome party. Compared to the original story where Harry and Ron had luckily knocked out the troll while ending up disheveled, Ivan appeared to be the perfect hero, saving the damsel in the observer's eyes. The troll lay dead before him, its head pierced through in one strike, a horrifying sight that created a powerful visual impact. With Ron adding a few exaggerated details, the title of Gryffindor hero naturally fell upon Ivan's shoulders. Ivan even noticed that quite a few young witches in the crowd were giving him flirtatious glances, with the bolder ones approaching directly, eagerly asking about every detail of how he killed the troll. Their enthusiasm almost made Ivan forget that he had come to Hogwarts to study magic, not to sign copies of heroic biographies. The energetic young Gryffindor lions didn't disperse until the early hours of the morning, still reluctant to leave. After all, they had classes the next day. As the star of the show, Ivan was now exhausted, his throat dry as dust. What a surprise this turned out to be. Thinking of Dumbledore's words about a surprise waiting for you before leaving the headmaster's office, Ivan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But complaints aside, Ivan couldn't suppress a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ivan, you were absolutely incredible tonight. Once the crowd in the hall had dispersed, Harry, who had been squeezed to the edge, rushed over and gave Ivan a hearty hug. Maybe. Ivan shrugged, gently patting Harry's back. Don't make it sound so dramatic though, that troll gave me quite a fight. Come on, you're Gryffindor's hero now, Ron said excitedly, punching Ivan's chest. We saw you rescue Hermione with our own eyes. Then take that thing down in one move. It was lightning fast. Ivan spread his hands helplessly. The story's already gotten completely twisted. In the version I heard, the 12-foot troll had grown to 20 feet. This kind of exaggeration isn't doing me any favors. Don't look at us. Harry raised his hands. We just casually mentioned what happened. Who knew it would turn into this? Speaking of which, where's Hermione? I definitely saw her earlier. Ivan looked around. That's strange, Harry frowned, trying to remember. She was at the entrance just a moment ago. Ron muttered. You saved her, and she didn't even say thank you. She probably had something urgent to attend to. Ivan shook his head. Given Hermione's character, this definitely wasn't rudeness. After the incident in the Forbidden Corridor where Hermione had taken full responsibility for their punishment, Harry and Ron's opinion of her had changed dramatically, so they accepted Ivan's judgment. After confirming there was nothing else to discuss, Harry and Ron mysteriously pulled Ivan back to the dormitory and produced a long package. When the paper wrapping was removed, a brand new Nimbus 2000 lay inside, a gift Professor McGonagall had sent Harry that morning. Ivan had been in the library at the time and missed the excitement. Looking at their glowing faces, Ivan, though not particularly interested, offered some insincere praise before shooing them off to bed. Once the dormitory quieted down, he could finally examine the reward he'd received for killing the troll. Bloodline Fusion Potion. Recipe ingredients: dried nettles, knotgrass, valerian, mistletoe berries, black hellebore petals, buckthorn, black bat keratin, mountain flower powder. Special ingredient: 150 milliliters of active magical creature blood. Note: blood loses significant potency after 3 days outside the body. Brewing prerequisite: potions level 6. Note: experience card status requires only potions level 4. Ivan stared at the long list of ingredients, his scalp tingling. The quantity was staggering, and most were high-grade materials with astronomical prices. Even if he risked sneaking to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley, the galleons he had wouldn't come close to covering the cost. More troublesome was the potions level 6 requirement. He was currently only level 3, and the difficulty increased exponentially, with each level going from level 3 to 4 was as challenging as progressing from 0 to level 3 combined. Fortunately, Note gave him some relief. The experience card mode only required level 4, which still offered hope. He hadn't expected the card to provide bonuses for potion making as well. In comparison, the active magical creature blood was actually the easiest to obtain. Despite the 3-day expiration limitation, Ivan knew in his heart that before long, Hagrid would hatch a baby dragon. Ivan couldn't defeat an adult dragon, but this newborn would be completely at his mercy. Drawing a bit of blood and such would be easy enough, as long as everything else was prepared before the little dragon was sent away. Ivan leaned back in his chair, calculating the ingredients for the bloodline fusion potion while unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk. Suddenly, tap, 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 tap. A series of light, urgent knocking sounds came from outside the window, as if someone was reminding him not to lose focus. He turned to look and saw a black and gray owl tapping the glass with its sharp beak. A thin cord was tied to its leg, with an envelope hanging from the end. A single word immediately popped into Ivan's mind. Gila, perhaps that was its name. The window opened, and cool air rushed in. The owl swooped inside with a whoosh, flapped its wings twice, and landed on Ivan's shoulder, its feathers still carrying the night dew. Tonight, the other dorm mates had all gone to attend his welcome party, leaving this poor little creature forced to endure the wind outside the window all night. But Ivan's gaze was fixed firmly on the envelope addressed to Ivan Halls. He untied the cord, his fingertips touching the rough paper, yet he hesitated to open it, his expression shifting between anticipation and anxiety. Finally, he let out a long sigh and tore open the seal. The letter's contents were much more ordinary than he had imagined. His mother, Ixia Halls, inquired with concern about his situation at Hogwarts, wanting to know which house he had been sorted into. The signature was neat, the handwriting gentle, and she had included 3 galleons along with a small note. If you need money, just write back. The warmer the words, the deeper Ivan's guilt and worry grew. The guilt came from his transmigration, inexplicably replacing the original child. The worry stemmed from Dumbledore's ambiguous assessment and the prominently displayed dark magic, fear curse, in his system panel. He recalled the tender memories of those spell lessons. His mother, for the sake of quick results, had made his young self experience fear firsthand, which could hardly have been casual family tutoring. Unknown dangers intertwined, and he urgently needed to possess the strength to protect himself before returning home from school. The fastest route was to brew the bloodline fusion potion, whose recipe he had just obtained. So, even though these 3 galleons felt burning hot in his palm, he resignedly put them into his money pouch. Really was short on funds. Hoo-hoo! Having waited in vain for so long, Gula stretched its neck and gently pecked at his head, reminding him that it still needed to make the return journey. Only then did Ivan snap out of his contemplation. The immediate priority was to write a reply. He picked up his cat, Maka's food bowl, and pushed it in front of Gula, indicating that it should wait patiently. Maka let out a protesting growl, but could only watch helplessly as its midnight snack was appropriated. Ivan ignored the cat's protests and picked up his quill pen with some difficulty. After pondering for quite some time, Ivan wrote down some amusing incidents that had recently occurred at school on a blank piece of stationery. He had originally intended to include his heroic feat of single-handedly defeating the troll, but upon second thought, he crossed it all out. Knowing his mother as he did, her first reaction would certainly not be pride, but rather horror, followed by rushing to Hogwarts to interrogate Dumbledore thoroughly. Keeping a low profile was the wisest choice for now. After numerous deletions, revisions, and corrections, the paper was nearly worn thin from all his handling. Finally satisfied, he folded the letter into an envelope and had his owl, Gula, carry it home. By the time he finished these tasks, dawn was breaking with offent light. He pulled the blanket over himself and laid down on the bed, instantly engulfed by sleepiness. In that half-dreaming state, he suddenly recalled Dumbledore's mention of a surprise. Was it referring to the welcoming ceremony, or this letter he had written to his mother? The next morning, after barely 2 hours of sleep, Ivan groggily got up to attend class. He wasn't alone in his drowsiness. Harry and Ron were also yawning their way through the corridor. However, when the 3 of them caught sight of each other's heavy dark circles, they couldn't help but burst into laughter, which somewhat dissipated their fatigue. After a night of chatter, the rumor of Ivan's troll slaying had spread throughout the school. Wherever he went, he could hear whispers following him. To avoid being the center of attention, he practically jogged to the Transfiguration classroom, where the murmurs finally subsided a bit. Hermione had arrived even earlier and was sitting at a window seat on the right side of the classroom, deeply engrossed in her book. The seat next to her had already been taken by a few chattering Gryffindor girls who occasionally asked her questions. Hermione looked somewhat impatient, but brightened immediately when she saw Ivan, putting down her book and preparing to stand up. "All right, children, class is starting now. Everyone back to your seats." Professor McGonagall entered the room, casting a sharp glance around the disordered classroom, her brow furrowing tightly. Ivan, Harry, and Ron quickly found 3 empty seats, and Hermione had to reluctantly return to her place. Professor McGonagall deliberately paused for a moment at Ivan, cleared her throat, and began. "I want to remind everyone that transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic that Hogwarts teaches. If you all put in the effort, it can solve most of the problems you encounter." She paused, raising her voice slightly. "Yesterday, Mr. Halls, with his excellent transfiguration skills and calm demeanor, successfully defeated a troll in the school corridor. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore has awarded 20 points to Gryffindor House." As her words settled, the classroom erupted into a frenzy, with discussions buzzing around, all eyes focused on Ivan. The previous rumors had mostly come from Harry and Ron's accounts, but now that Professor McGonagall had confirmed it, there was no room for doubt. However, unexpectedly praised by Professor McGonagall, Ivan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy, because in his experience, such compliments usually came with a "but," which was the typical flow of a teacher's discourse. Sure enough, Ivan soon heard Professor McGonagall continue speaking. "But I must give you a stern warning." She raised her voice, her gaze sweeping across the classroom like a cold blade. Trolls are extremely powerful and dangerous creatures, far beyond what any of you graduating students could easily defeat. Heresy is the sole exception. Even Professor Quirrell, who teaches you defense against the dark arts, fainted from shock at the Halloween feast. At this point, McGonagall's eyes became razor-sharp as she continued. If I catch anyone else doing such reckless foolishness, I will certainly recommend to Professor Dumbledore that they be expelled. And even for Heresy, defeating that troll wasn't nearly as easy as you might imagine. As her words ended, the entire classroom fell silent. McGonagall looked around, confirming that all the young wizards were properly intimidated, then fixed her gaze on Ivan and nodded slightly, signaling him to stand. Ivan understood immediately and rose to his feet, his expression grave and his tone steady. Yes, Professor. I swear, that troll was absolutely the most formidable opponent I've encountered in my 11 years of life, bar none. Before he finished speaking, suppressed giggles already echoed from the seats. Many clever children caught the implication 11-year-old Ivan obviously hadn't faced any other opponents. So of course the troll was the most formidable. McGonagall frowned slightly, dissatisfied with Ivan's evasive response. She had hoped he would describe in detail the fear and danger he experienced, to give these eager young wizards a proper dose of reality. Ivan shrugged helplessly, but inwardly admired McGonagall's shrewdness. 1. First, use his victory over the troll to inspire everyone's enthusiasm for transfiguration. 2. Then use official rhetoric to set the record straight and stop increasingly exaggerated rumors. 3. Use the threat of expulsion to extinguish any, if he can do it, so can I mentality. 4. Incidentally deflate his reputation a bit, preventing him from becoming arrogant about slaying the troll. The only casualty was Quirrell used as a living prop to emphasize how terrifying trolls are. He would likely become the laughingstock of the entire school. Though Ivan appeared 11 on the surface, his mind was far from childish. In just a few seconds, he had figured out most of McGonagall's intentions. If possible, he wouldn't mind cooperating after all. Keeping a low profile was the way to survive. The problem was that his process of killing the troll contained too many questionable details. The more he explained, the more likely he was to expose himself, especially regarding those sharp iron thorns he had transfigured. If questioned about his motives, that would spell trouble. So McGonagall's carefully prepared opening achieved only half its intended effect. Before class, she sternly warned Ivan, if you answer out of turn again without permission, I won't hesitate to use a silencing charm to quiet you down and give others a chance to participate. Ivan glanced at his pitiful 2-digit grade points, then at his potions interface still needing 799 more proficiency points to level up and could only reluctantly indicate that he might possibly consider the professor's valuable advice, compete fairly, and try to raise his hand before speaking. After the reminder, Professor McGonagall paid no further attention to Ivan and formally began today's lesson using the transfiguration spell to transform any personal item into a button. Ivan's transfiguration skills had already reached level 3. He barely whispered the incantation, and with just a flick of his wrist, the quill on his desk contracted and twisted with a soft crack, finally transforming into a smooth button. The pale yellow surface bore delicate circular patterns, with faint traces of feather texture still visible. Ivan had perfected every detail to earn extra points. Professor McGonagall passed by the platform, her gaze lingering on the button. She nodded with satisfaction, graciously awarded Ivan a point, then continued her rounds of the classroom. The other young wizards weren't having such an easy time. One student managed to shrink a brass telescope into a button, but left behind a strange piece of the eyepiece handle. Another crumpled old parchment to the size of a fingernail, but retained all the creases and writing. Seamus Finnegan, sitting in front of Ivan, had the most disastrous result. With a loud bang, he actually exploded the inkwell he was trying to transform, sending black ink splattering everywhere and turning the nearby students into walking ink paintings as they screamed. Even more ridiculous, Ivan spotted a first-year student sneakily breaking off a button from his own robes, trying to cheat his way through. But Professor McGonagall wasn't so old as to forget what her students' uniforms looked like. With a cold stand by the door, she sent the culprit shuffling out in shame. After Ivan's flawless demonstration, Professor McGonagall's standards were instantly raised. Except for the button Hermione Granger had created from a piece of paper, which could be considered passable, the rest of the results were too painful to look at. She clapped her hands, her clear voice cutting through the scattered incantations in the classroom. Everyone, please stop your spell work for a moment. McGonagall surveyed the room. Can anyone tell me what the key points of casting transfiguration spells are? Harry and Ron instinctively looked toward Ivan, since he usually answered first. Sure enough, Ivan's hand shot up immediately, but the next second, a slender yet determined voice spoke up first. Professor, transfiguration is advanced magic that requires the caster to clearly visualize the target in their mind. The more similar in shape and nature the object being transfigured is to the target object, the higher the success rate. Additionally, transforming inanimate objects into living creatures is far more difficult than object-to-object transformation, and only a very few wizards who have mastered transfiguration can accomplish biological transformation. Professor McGonagall's body stiffened, almost reflexively ready to scold Ivan for speaking out of turn, but when she turned around, she discovered it was actually the usually well-behaved Hermione Granger who had stood up. Granger? She raised an eyebrow, unable to hide her surprise. Hermione trembled slightly with nervousness, but still held her chin up. Professor, I wasn't wrong, was I? Of course not. And very comprehensive. McGonagall's voice carried a slight delay from shock. However, since you stood up without permission, I cannot award you points. Sit down. Hermione lowered her wand, looking somewhat disappointed, but when she caught sight of Ivan still holding his hand up in a daze, the corner of her mouth curved up slightly. Ivan slowly lowered his hand. His mind full of confusion. Was he dreaming? Or had the real Granger been replaced by someone else? Harry and Ron were equally puzzled as Ivan. As soon as the bell rang, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "What's gotten into Hermione? I actually saw her stand up in Professor McGonagall's class without permission today." Good heavens, I bet Professor McGonagall was absolutely stunned. As Ron spoke, he expected to hear Harry and Ivan chime in with their complaints, but when no response came for quite a while, he turned around curiously only to discover Hermione standing right behind him. Hermione. Ron jumped in surprise. "I just want to win back all the house points that were deducted before." He immediately defended himself. Besides, this doesn't violate Hogwarts rules, and Professor McGonagall would definitely understand. Hermione ignored Ron's excuses, first shooting him a fierce glare before turning to Ivan with a somewhat awkward expression. "Ivan, I heard from Ron and Harry that you came looking for me yesterday, and that's how you encountered the troll. Anyway, thank you. It's nothing, we're friends." Ivan smiled. Although Hermione's sudden appearance during last night's troll encounter had indeed disrupted Ivan's original plans, he understood that the responsibility lay more with his poor choice of battleground. The outcome wasn't bad, and this minor hiccup was hardly worth mentioning. Hermione nodded, her expression growing serious again. "From now on, I'll work twice as hard to earn back all the lost points." Ivan felt his scalp tighten. Once Hermione got serious, his plan to earn academic points through classroom participation while improving his potion skills would be severely compromised. "Didn't Professor Dumbledore only deduct 10 points from you? You've already earned those back in class, haven't you?" he asked, puzzled. "It's just 10 points, why worry about it so much?" "To be precise, I've earned 67 points so far," Hermione emphasized. She stared at Ivan resentfully for a moment. If Ivan hadn't been so shameless about answering questions lately, she could have earned much more. Then why still? Ivan was about to ask more when Hermione smiled slightly and cut him off. "I remember you saying I should earn back 10 times, even 100 times more." Ivan was instantly speechless, wishing he could go back a few weeks and strangle his loose-tongued past self. For the rest of the walk, he kept trying to persuade Hermione not to do anything disrespectful to the teaching staff, but the know-it-all had clearly made up her mind and wouldn't budge an inch. As they chatted, the conversation somehow drifted to academics. Ivan was surprised to discover that thanks to her remarkable memory, Hermione's theoretical knowledge in some subjects actually surpassed his own. This made sense. Ivan had spent half his academic points on training in the room of requirement, focusing on practical combat, so naturally his book learning had suffered somewhat. Even so, Hermione's depth of knowledge was truly astounding. Harry and Ron trailed behind, unable to join the conversation. They recognized every word in Hermione and Ivan's exchange, but strung together, it was incomprehensible. Was this how academic discussions between top students sounded? The two increasingly felt like mere background characters. Ding. After a period of academic discussion, your basic charms theory proficiency has improved slightly. Ivan, who had been discussing spell theory with Hermione, suddenly heard the system notification in his mind. He stopped abruptly and opened his system panel. His basic charms theory proficiency had indeed increased by a few points. This gave Ivan a sudden bold idea. Hermione, who had been about to discuss the various uses of transfiguration spells with Ivan, gradually noticed that his gaze toward her was becoming increasingly intense. "Ivan, what's wrong?" She tried to appear calm. "Come with me first. I'll explain later." Ivan refused to say another word and grabbed Hermione's wrist, rushing out. Harry and Ron sat stunned in their seats, then exchanged a look that said, "We absolutely cannot miss this," grabbed their bags, and gave chase. Ivan had become famous throughout the house after last night's battle with the troll and rescuing Hermione, so as they ran through the corridors, countless young wizards naturally recognized them. Wow, big news. They're holding hands. The bustling corridor instantly erupted, with gossip spreading like wildfire. Several younger witches pouted in disappointment, but still followed curiously behind, bursting with curiosity. George and Fred stirred up the crowd, whistling shrilly and giving Ivan an exaggerated thumbs up. The pursuing crowd grew longer and longer. Ivan was completely bewildered, only feeling the weight of countless stares in the corridor. Hermione was being dragged along, breathless and red-faced, her mind racing. Surely everyone won't get the wrong idea about this, will they? Halfway through their run, she suddenly realized why did this route look so familiar? It seemed like they were heading to the library. Sure enough, the tall wooden doors of the library appeared before them. Ivan, unusually ignoring the keep quiet sign, quickly seated Hermione on a bench in the rest area, turned to pull a copy of Basic Potion Recipes and Ingredient Analysis from the nearest shelf, flipped to the page marked with a bookmark, and thrust it into Hermione's hands. Hermione, it says here that black bloodgrass and rat spleen have opposing properties, so why do so many potions still require both ingredients? Huh. Hermione snapped back from her confused thoughts, her blush still not completely faded, instantly realizing she had misunderstood and wanting nothing more than to hide in the stacks. But when the topic returned to studying, her breathing steadied and she quickly got into character. Because black bloodgrass is too potent and needs the opposing but gentler rat spleen to counteract its intensity. Ivan nodded and flipped the book forward. What about this section? The two engaged in rapid question-and-answer discussion. When they reached sections Ivan also understood, he would add a few comments, and they would corroborate each other's knowledge, creating an atmosphere of intense focus. At this moment, the breathless Harry and Ron, along with the gossip seekers who had rushed over, finally reached the library only to find a perfectly harmonious study scene before them. They're actually here to study? George stared in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. Good heavens, what has this world come to? Someone muttered quietly, causing a chorus of sighs from the students who had followed along. I think I'd rather go back and play wizard's chess, Ron said woodenly. Would definitely prefer me to be practicing Quidditch right now, Harry nodded in agreement, as they certainly didn't want to waste their precious time in the library. George and the others stubbornly refused to leave, hoping to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. However, such a large crowd blocking the doorway quickly caught Madame Pance's attention. Silence. If you want to read, keep quiet. If not, leave immediately. Madame Pance smoothed the edges of her robes, her voice sharp as a thin blade. Seeing her threatening posture, the 7 or 8 young wizards who had been crowding the entrance immediately dispersed with dejected expressions, leaving only scattered footsteps echoing in the corridor. Ivan was completely absorbed in his system interface, watching the proficiency numbers skyrocket with immense satisfaction. Hermione was quietly reading aloud from the page's basic theories. Interdisciplinary knowledge, she seemed to know everything, saving Ivan the trouble of cross-referencing other books for verification. Combined with her remarkable comprehension skills, Ivan watched as his panel data increased at twice the usual speed. After flipping through more than 10 pages, Hermione suddenly looked up, her fingers still marking the corner of the book, tense as if waiting for a judge to announce scores. Ever since witnessing Ivan effortlessly defeat the troll and seeing his fluid transfiguration spells, she constantly worried about making mistakes in her explanations. Ivan finally snapped back to attention and looked at her curiously. Why did you stop? Seeing Hermione's tense shoulders, he suddenly understood and nodded encouragingly. That section you just explained was excellent. It perfectly matches my understanding. This part is the same. Though on this page, I have a slightly different perspective. For the next several hours, the two continued in a rapid cycle of question-answer discussion. Thanks to the foundation Ivan had built through intensive studying in the first half of the semester, he could maintain an almost equal level of exchange with Hermione. In no time, he had thoroughly digested several books he had previously only skimmed through, bringing his reading progress to 100%. Ding Basic Potion Recipes and Ingredient Analysis Reading Progress 100, Reward, 5 academic points. Ding Advanced Transfiguration Reading Progress 100, Reward. System notifications appeared one after another. Combined with previous rewards and points gained from spell upgrades, Ivan's academic points broke through 100 once again. Striking while the iron was hot, he pulled out several more challenging books and activated his Scholar Experience card, speed reading while organizing and explaining his insights to Hermione as repayment for her generous assistance. Ivan had expected this would slow down his efficiency, but was surprised to discover that Hermione could grasp the key points immediately after he explained something just once. Her learning and memory abilities were so strong that he felt secretly ashamed. However, Ivan failed to notice the fine beads of sweat forming on Hermione's forehead. To keep up with his increasingly profound explanations, she had to run her already brilliant mind at full capacity. After their brief exchange, her initial sense of superiority had given way to dejected thoughts. Perhaps Ivan's earlier questions had been to assess her learning progress, and only now was he revealing his true level. Before they knew it, November had arrived, and the weather was gradually turning colder. While cold winds swept fallen leaves around the castle grounds, the long tables in the great hall remained warm and bustling. Ivan spent almost every day here, engaging in routine discussions about potions with Hermione. His potion-making skills had improved dramatically as a result, now approaching level 4, just one step away from meeting the minimum requirements for brewing bloodline fusion potions. To avoid repeating the ordeal of having his memories ransacked by legilimency, he also found time to sneak back into the restricted section, using the academic points he'd accumulated over the past few weeks to forcibly raise his occlumency to level 2. But when Ivan closed the book, the real problem immediately surfaced. The materials needed for the bloodline fusion potion were frighteningly expensive. He checked his pockets. Only 3 galleons, 15 sickles, and about 20 nuts. Even if he used the secret passages to sneak into Hogsmeade Village, he probably couldn't afford all the materials. Worse still, if it weren't for that letter from his mother whom he'd never met, wouldn't even have those measly 3 galleons. That morning, as everyone was walking along the corridor toward the Great Hall, Ivan walked with a furrowed brow, suddenly blurting out, "Do you think there's any way to earn loads and loads of galleons within a month? How about we rob Gringotts? Make sure to count me in." Ron immediately picked up on the joke, bursting into laughter. "Oh please," Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "You'd be thrown into Azkaban by the goblins before you even tried. Gringotts is the safest place in the wizarding world." She proceeded to give them a brief rundown of its security system, intricate magical traps, constant goblin patrols, and even a dragon guarding the vault entrance. Harry and Ron listened in amazement. Ivan, who knew better, thought to himself. At the beginning of this school year, Quirrell, controlled by Voldemort, had just broken in, and in a few years, this safest place would be breached by you 3 working together. But complaints aside, with his current abilities, Gringotts was indeed a nightmare-level challenge. Only Ron could come up with such an unrealistic idea. "By the way, Ivan, what do you need so many galleons for?" Harry suddenly asked curiously. "I withdrew some money from my vault before coming to Hogwarts," he said, reaching into his robes. "If it's not too much, I can lend you some first." Before he'd finished speaking, over a dozen gleaming galleons clinked into Ivan's palm, and Harry added, "If that's not enough, I have plenty more in my dormitory." The golden coins sparkled brilliantly in the torchlight, almost dazzling Ivan's eyes. He knew full well that Harry's idea of some meant at least 100 galleons, enough to cover all the potion materials, and what Harry had just offered was probably sufficient on its own. Harry's straightforward expression warmed Ivan's heart. They'd only known each other for half a semester, yet Harry was willing to help without hesitation. Although this generosity partly stemmed from Harry's lack of understanding about money, it was still remarkably loyal. "Never mind, I was just talking." Ivan pushed the coins back with a smile, closing Harry's palm. "Even if I had loads of galleons right now, there's nowhere to spend them at school." Despite being able to obtain enough galleons with just a reach of his hand, Ivan ultimately shook his head and politely declined Harry's kind offer. To many people, this might seem foolish. Harry was right there, just reach out, and the goal would be achieved. No matter how many galleons he borrowed, he could simply pay them back later, and Harry probably wouldn't even mind if he never returned them. However, Ivan took this matter very seriously. Accepting Harry's kindness would mean owing him a favor, and he didn't want to get any deeper into Dumbledore's schemes. Besides, he wasn't truly desperate for money, yet when he reached that point, it wouldn't be too late to ask Harry for help. He simply changed the subject, quietly steering the conversation away from that focus. Sure enough, Harry quickly forgot about the galleons, and everyone began chatting excitedly about the upcoming Quidditch match. As Gryffindor's hidden ace, Harry appeared calm on the surface, but his palms were actually sweating. He couldn't bear to imagine what disappointed expression would wear if he failed to catch the golden snitch on match day, and Gryffindor lost the cup. Once again, the house hadn't won the Quidditch championship in far too long. Ivan patted Harry's shoulder with the confidence of someone rallying a comrade. "Don't worry, I know your flying talent better than anyone. Combined with your luck, unless there's some plot twist, it would be hard for you to lose." As repayment for Harry's loyalty, he also planned to keep a close eye on Quirrell during the match, doing his best to nip any potential accidents in the bud. While chatting and laughing, the group entered Hogwarts' Great Hall. Ivan was about to sit down at the Gryffindor table and start eating when he heard loud mocking coming from the neighboring Slytherin table. Malfoy was smugly recounting Gryffindor's glorious record of being trampled underfoot by Slytherin year after year. Ron clenched his fists in anger, ready to charge over and throw a punch. Harry and Hermione quickly held him back. Causing trouble in the Great Hall would result in point deductions beyond belief. Amid the commotion, Ivan suddenly stood up and strode directly toward the Slytherin table. Seeing him approach, the sneer on Malfoy's face instantly froze. Disgust mixed with a hint of fear. The rumors about Ivan defeating the troll had only recently circulated through the school, and even Professor McGonagall had confirmed it personally. But then again, this was Slytherin territory, and the other party probably wouldn't actually start a fight. This thought gave Malfoy enough courage to raise his voice defiantly. "Halls, what are you doing here?" "Making a bet." Ivan smiled, pulling 3 galleons from his robes and placing them on the table with a clink. "I bet that in the upcoming match, Harry will catch the golden snitch and Gryffindor will definitely win." Malfoy stared at the 3 galleons without immediately agreeing. The money itself meant nothing to him, but his previous experience of being tricked by Ivan was still fresh in his memory. Could the other party be setting another trap? Besides, Harry, as Gryffindor's secret weapon, had been thoroughly observed during recent training sessions, so it wasn't entirely without risk. Seeing Malfoy's silence, Ivan shrugged and grabbed the money back. Forget it if you won't bet. I was hoping to use this small stake to earn a bit more. He turned to leave. Wait, Malfoy couldn't quite figure out Ivan's attitude, but he caught something interesting in Ivan's words. How about we raise the stakes? Malfoy's tone was casual, yet he deliberately lifted his chin as if showing off something. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands sharply. Crabbe and Goyle immediately understood and reached into their robe pockets, rummaging around frantically. After a few moments, the two only managed to produce 2 galleons and 8 sickles, scattered messily across the table, not even a shadow of a canute. Such meager wealth instantly made Malfoy lose face. He gritted his teeth and pulled 4 galleons from inside his wide wizard robes, slapping them crisply on the table. The golden gleam immediately made his expression proud again. Ivan, meanwhile, turned his pockets completely inside out 3 galleons, 15 sickles, and 20 nuts, every last coin laid out before him. This is all I have, he said calmly, though he knew Malfoy had completely taken the bait. No matter, that's enough. So the bet is on. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, his lips curving into a confident smile. His calculation was simple. If he lost, it was only 4 galleons, but if he won, Ivan would have to worry about scraping together nuts for quite some time. After paying Hogwarts tuition, room and board were free, but all sorts of daily necessities, extra potion ingredients, snacks, and small gifts required galleons to back them up. Thinking of Ivan possibly having to borrow money everywhere, Malfoy couldn't contain his anticipation. All right then, it's on. Ivan nodded easily. When someone voluntarily offered money, he certainly wouldn't refuse. 1 more galleon would be enough to buy several potion ingredients. As for winning or losing, in his view, the probability of failure was pitifully low. If he didn't dare bet on this, how could he talk about quickly earning galleons? Having successfully tricked Malfoy, Ivan was in excellent spirits. Once the match was settled, he'd have 7 galleons in hand, enough to cover most of his needs. Back at the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron immediately leaned their heads over. Ivan, what did you just say to Malfoy? The two had only vaguely seen the glittering galleons on the table, but hadn't caught the specific details. Nothing much. Ivan put away his money. I made a bet with Malfoy that in the match in a few days, Harry will definitely catch the golden snitch and Gryffindor will win. How could you do that? Gambling isn't a good thing. What if Professor McGonagall finds out? Hermione frowned, keeping her voice very low. Come on, as long as you don't tell, who's going to inform Professor McGonagall? Ron was completely unconcerned. Even intrigued by Ivan's word, she was tempted to go find Malfoy for another bet himself. Harry, however, felt the pressure on his shoulders skyrocket. After dinner, Ivan was about to return to his dormitory when he was suddenly intercepted by the Weasley twins who appeared out of nowhere. George mysteriously pulled him to a corner, looking around to make sure no one was there before lowering his voice. Ivan, we accidentally overheard your conversation with Malfoy just now. We were wondering if you might be interested in earning some galleons with us. Fred added, the two working in perfect harmony. Collaboration? Developing magical trick items. Ivan glanced at the magical item creation skill proficiency in his system panel that hadn't increased in ages, and immediately became interested. How did you know we were planning to do that? The twins looked at each other, surprise written all over their faces. Aren't you? Ivan shrugged, naturally unable to admit he knew their future. Of course not. At least we still lack the funding needed for development. If we're ready, you're welcome to join us. George shouted this as soon as Ivan stepped into the empty common room. Fred immediately spun his chair around and got straight to the point. They were planning to set up a betting pool for the upcoming Quidditch match to make some serious money. We're short on funds, and since we're on the team, we can't be too visible about it, so we thought of you. As Fred finished speaking, both twins stared at Ivan with nervous expressions. Wait, you're not planning to throw the game on purpose, are you? A terrible possibility flashed through Ivan's mind, and his eyebrows shot up. How could we? Do we look like that kind of people? George slammed the table, his voice rising, while Fred indignantly chimed in. Gryffindor has been losing for years. Who would bet on us to win? Match fixing wouldn't earn us half a galleon. Ivan's prepared apology got stuck in his throat. He thought to himself, if Wood knew what his two chasers were planning, he'd probably burst into tears on the spot. But the Weasley twins grew more excited as they talked, their ears turning red with enthusiasm. This time we have our ace, Harry. George shook his fist. He's the fastest seeker I've ever seen's bound to pull off a major upset. Right? We'll drive Slytherin's odds sky high and push Gryffindor's to rock bottom. Those arrogant Slytherins will have no choice but to hand over their money. Fred was already fantasizing about their victory. They even planned to grease the palm of commentator Lee Jordan, getting him to use his commentary to rattle Slytherin. Thaw this Gryffindor diehard would favor his own house, without payment anyway. Ivan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, suddenly thinking that George opening just a joke shop in the future was a waste of talent. With this business acumen, he could easily run betting operations for professional Quidditch leagues and make a fortune. All right, I agree. After weighing his options, he nodded. How many galleons do you have? 5. George and Fred gritted their teeth and emptied all their money onto the table. With mine added, we'll have enough capital. Ivan pushed his share forward, and the three immediately began discussing details in hushed tones. Halfway through their planning, Ivan looked up again. Don't tell Jordan about the betting pool. If we get caught, the punishment for a commentator might be much worse. No problem. George pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. Fred added, we'll use a secrecy charm. Everyone who participates will have to sign, and anyone who breaks the contract or snitches will face severe punishment. So deal? Ivan extended his right wrist. Deal, the Weasley twins said in unison, also extending their hands. George waved his wand, and identical marks immediately appeared on all three wrists. Ivan glanced at his system panel, and sure enough, a new status appeared. Violating the contract would cause one's tongue to swell 5 times its normal size for a full week. The punishment wasn't lethal, but it was enough to deter any young wizard with ill intentions. He knew very well that with Slytherin students' prideful nature, as long as they lost fair and square, even if they were furious, 9 times out of 10, they'd be too lazy to snitch. Thinking of this, Ivan's lips curved into a subtle smile. This way, he should have enough galleons to buy the potions he needed. With this plan in place, the Weasley twins began stirring up trouble, parading back and forth in front of the Slytherin table every day, boasting that Gryffindor had developed brand new tactics that would easily crush their old rivals. They also quietly spread word that Gryffindor's hero, Ewan, had opened a betting Poltonton odds if Gryffindor won. But if Slytherin won, bettors would double their money. When news reached the Slytherin table, the green-robed young wizards erupted in outrage, seeing this as a clear declaration of their inevitable defeat. As Hogwarts' wealthiest house, Slytherin quickly sent over several gold galleons. However, most bets came in silver sickles and bronze nuts. After all, the participants were mostly underage wizards whose wagers typically amounted to just a few nuts or a single sickle. Within days, Ewan's betting money had filled half a chest, and with occasional bets from other houses, their original bankroll couldn't possibly cover the potential payouts. This left George and Fred unable to laugh anymore. The more they calculated, the more panicked they became, realizing they had to take action to turn things around. There was only one direct and reliable solution: give Harry Potter, their seeker, extra training. So poor Harry's weekly practice doubled once again, and his sweat-soaked figure could always be seen on the flying pitch at sunset. Fortunately, the days of arrogance and grueling practice didn't last long. The Quidditch match was finally upon them. Harry, you've got to catch the snitch, George said grimly, patting Harry's shoulder backstage with the tragic tone of someone entrusting the fate of the world. Right? Or we'll be eating dirt from now on. Fred nodded with equal gravity. Harry had heard this bizarre encouragement more than once over the past few days. At first, he'd taken it as motivation from his upperclassmen, but he soon noticed that even students from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were giving him strange looks and muttering mysterious comments. This left him frustrated and completely bewildered. After Captain Wood finished his passionate speech to the team, he noticed Harry's distraction and called out, "Don't lose focus, the match is about to start." Right. Harry took a deep breath to calm his nerves and nodded. The heavy wooden doors swung open, and the Gryffindor team mounted their brooms and soared into the sky. Emerging from the dim tunnel, their view opened dramatically. The massive oval stadium was packed to capacity, red banners fluttered in the stands, and thunderous cheers rolled down from the Gryffindor section. Ron and Neville were holding up a banner made from an old bedsheet, which Hermione had charmed with a flashlight spell, making the words, "Potter will win," blink continuously in an eye-catching display. Warmth flooded Harry's heart, though he found it odd that he couldn't spot Ewan in the crowd. He looked higher, carefully scanning the stands. After a complete sweep, Harry successfully located Ewan in the section near Slytherin, sitting right next to Professor Quirrell. Harry was puzzled about why Ivan was sitting there, but then he saw Ivan smile at him and point his wand toward the sky. With a crisp bang, a firework-like beam shot straight up into the clouds, exploding dozens of meters high in the air. The scattered points of light regrouped and formed eye-catching words. "Gryffindor will win. Go Harry Potter." The warm gold and red colors flickered in the night sky, and Harry felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He decided not to dwell on the reason for Ivan's appearance and focused all his attention on the upcoming match. Meanwhile, having completed the cheering ceremony, Ivan quickly switched mindsets and began his real task for the day, keeping an eye on Quirrell. If not for the fact that the outcome of this Quidditch match would determine whether he became rich overnight or went bankrupt instantly, he really hadn't planned to get involved with Quirrell at all this semester. After all, in all of Hogwarts, except for Dumbledore, who might see through everything, he was probably the only one who knew that Voldemort was residing in the back of Quirrell's head. The thought of a first-year student having to indirectly face the final boss was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the plan wasn't complicated. Ivan just needed to stay nearby and occasionally glance over, forcing Quirrell not to dare cast spells freely. Sure enough, his gaze was like an invisible needle, making Quirrell, who was huddled in a corner of the stands, feel uncomfortable all over. He didn't even dare adjust his robes, afraid that one movement might expose his secret. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Quirrell felt uneasy but couldn't lash out, so he could only pretend to cough. Ivan realized that his overly direct gaze might arouse suspicion, so he quickly put on a curious smile and struck up a conversation. Professor Quirrell, I heard you encountered a vampire in the forests of Romania. Is that true? Ah, yes, it did happen. I had quite a struggle escaping. Quirrell replied in a voice as weak as a mosquito's, stammering nervously. What about your experience defeating an inferi in Africa? And also, about you fainting when you reported the troll incident at the Halloween feast last time? Was that really? Having his first indirect conversation with the Dark Lord, Ivan was actually terrified inside, afraid that one wrong move might bring disaster upon himself. To avoid seeming deliberate, he could only pick seemingly light topics. But unfortunately, every question hit right at Quirrell's dark history. Enough! Quirrell, who had been holding back, finally lost control and interrupted in a low voice. He was known for his good temper, but Ivan's relentless questioning had pushed him to the edge. Especially that Halloween night that had deliberately pretended to faint to clear himself of suspicion for releasing the troll, thinking his acting was superb and should have earned the Dark Lord's praise. Who would have thought that the troll would be easily killed by Ivan, a mere first-year student? Add to that Professor McGonagall's adding insult to injury by publicly announcing his fainting at the feast, and now the entire Hogwarts was laughing at him. In every class now, he could hear students whispering, suspecting that he had gotten the defense against the dark arts professor position through some kind of deal with Dumbledore. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't explain himself and could only silently endure all the suffering and exhaustion in his heart. Despite his anger, Quirrell, being a professional undercover agent, quickly regained his composure after realizing his outburst. In a low voice, he made an excuse for himself. Sorry, I'm too tired right now. I'd like to get some sleep first. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the hood from behind over his forehead, hunched forward like a turtle retreating into its shell, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. Fine. Ivan simply fell silent and stopped provoking him. His goal had been achieved. He dared to mess with Quirrell because he knew perfectly well that the man would never resort to violence over such minor friction. In the original story, the Weasley twins had once pelted Quirrell's head with snowballs, hitting the exact spot where Voldemort's snake-like face resided. If he could endure even that kind of slap in the face, it showed that in both Quirrell's and Voldemort's minds, obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was the top priority, and all conflicts could be set aside for now. As for settling scores later, by that time, Quirrell wouldn't even have ashes left, and the escaped Voldemort would be too lazy to bother with such a minor character. After confirming that Quirrell had truly closed his eyes and wasn't moving, Ivan turned his attention back to the Quidditch pitch. The match had reached a deadlock, with frequent fouls from both sides drawing gasps from the spectators. A Slytherin chaser suddenly swung his bat sideways, sending a bludger flying toward George nearby. Fortunately, George was quick-eyed and fast-handed, barely dodging it by pressing himself against his broomstick. Slytherin foul. That's a foul. Jordan Lee's voice rang out sharply from the commentary box, fully displaying the fighting spirit of a seasoned Gryffindor supporter, even making Professor McGonagall frown. On the field, George wasn't about to take it lying down. He and Fred flanked the beater from both sides, forcing him toward the barrier and nearly causing a collision. Jordan completely ignored this retaliation from the twins, even praising it as excellent teamwork. This blatant double standard instantly ignited the Slytherin stance, especially among the young wizards who had placed bets. If not for the professors keeping watch, dark magic would already be flying everywhere. Even so, Slytherin students near the commentary box began hurling cans, waste paper, and even underwear like cursed projectiles at Jordan. Biased commentary. Corruption. Replace him. Rematch. Chaotic protests rose one after another. Jordan ducked and dodged while continuing his commentary, until Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore and signaled for two students to go up and escort him off the platform, replacing him with Cedric from Hufflepuff as guest commentator. Jordan clung desperately to the railing but was still dragged away, his voice echoing through the air at a high pitch. I've earned points for the house. I serve the house. I'm innocent. I want to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall raised her hand and cast a silent spell, and the world immediately fell quiet. Ivan, not far away, watched Jordan's dramatic performance with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't worried about him causing real trouble after all. Jordan knew nothing about the underground betting ring, and he was acting purely out of passionate loyalty in his confrontation with Slytherin. This minor incident didn't drain much of Ivan's energy, as the outcome of the match ultimately depended on whether Harry could catch the golden snitch. Harry performed brilliantly the moment the golden snitch flashed in the sunlight. He dove down, shook off two Slytherin players trying to intercept him, and reached out to grasp the golden orb. The next second, his broomstick suddenly bucked violently like a crazed wild horse, determined to throw him from midair. Harry gripped the broomstick handle desperately, his knuckles white from the strain. The sudden turn of events caused an uproar in the stands. Fred and George exchanged glances, suspecting that some Slytherin student who didn't want to lose their bet was secretly casting spells on the field. According to their previous agreement, Ivan was responsible for all unexpected incidents off the field, so both immediately turned their attention to him. Ivan was equally bewildered. He quickly turned to look at Quirrell, who was huddled in a corner nearby and appeared to be asleep. But his sharp eyes noticed that the mouth beneath the hood was opening and closing. Silent spell casting, and wandless too. Ivan's heart sank. How dare he pull tricks right in front of him, and with such advanced techniques. Even though the spell being cast wasn't particularly complex, this alone proved that Quirrell's abilities were far from the mediocrity portrayed in the original story. He was more than qualified to teach defense against the dark arts, though whether he was borrowing power from the Dark Lord remained unknown. After reassessing Quirrell's capabilities, Ivan faced a dilemma. What excuse could he use to wake the pretending professor? A battle of acting skills? Bring it on. He gritted his teeth, put on an expression of urgent concern, and grabbed Quirrell's thighs, shaking him frantically. Professor Quirrell, look. Something's wrong with Harry's broomstick's going to fall. Do something to save him. Under this violent shaking, Quirrell's hood fell off, revealing a bewildered face with his mouth still frozen in its half-open position. The moment Ivan saw Harry regain control of his broomstick, he immediately withdrew his hands from Quirrell's legs and pretended to catch his breath, as if still shaken. In the stands, Ivan wasn't the only one concerned about Harry besides the Gryffindors. Malfoy had already jumped up from his seat in excitement, staring eagerly at the sky. Hoping Harry would actually fall that way, Ivan would have to hand over all his savings and possibly even go into debt for a semester. Knowing he couldn't beat Ivan in a fight, this was his only hope for revenge, especially since he'd heard Ivan had set up a betting pool to earn galleons, and a devastating loss might leave him in debt. However, Harry's broomstick suddenly stabilized again. Malfoy slumped back into his seat in disappointment. Draco, look. Potter really is falling. Goyle shouted, pointing at the sky. At the crucial moment of catching the snitch, Harry had been knocked off his broomstick by the Slytherin Seeker and was plummeting straight toward the grass. Malfoy instantly sprang up again, his previous thoughts of profit and revenge swirling in his mind once more. Unfortunately, moments later, Harry struggled to spit out a golden orb from his mouth and held it high. Malfoy's body collapsed back into his seat as if his bones had been removed, because that was indeed the golden snitch. After the match ended, George and Fred didn't even bother attending the celebration party. They eagerly sought out Ivan, and the three of them quietly gathered in an empty classroom. The vacant classroom contained only a long table. Ivan turned his bulging money pouch upside down, and 15 golden galleons tumbled to the center of the table with crisp, clinking sounds, followed by a large pile of silver sickles and bronze nuts. The metallic gleam sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight. According to their previously agreed 40-60 split, Ivan took his 40% share, exactly 6 galleons, 19 sickles, and 28 nuts, then pushed the remainder toward the Weasley twins. Additionally, he had earned extra income from his bet with Malfoy, though he hadn't calculated the exact amount yet. This much. George stared at the pile of coins, unable to hide his excitement. Though they had managed to scrape together 5 galleons before, that represented years of careful saving between the two brothers. Now they had effortlessly earned a fortune. If we could do this every year, wouldn't we be rich? Fred simply buried his face in the pile of money, looking utterly blissful. Forget it. Ivan shook his head, crushing their fantasy in its cradle. Secrecy charms aren't 100% foolproof. We've already made enough from this one venture. If we keep going, we'll eventually get caught. The twins exchanged glances, their brilliant smiles fading considerably, but they nodded prudently. Right, we definitely don't want to get arrested. George tucked the money into his robe's inner pocket, patting his now bulging chest. With this startup capital, we have enough for initial research and development. Once our products hit the market, we can make galleons selling joke items. We've been discussing this. How about we hire you as our special consultant? Fred winked, his mischievous expression returning to his face. As long as I have time, no problem. Ivan agreed readily, mentally considering the magical item creation skill in his system panel that he'd never touched. Collaborating with the Weasley twins might help him gain some proficiency. Excellent. George shook his sleeve and, like a magician, produced a neatly folded piece of parchment, handing it over. But before we purchase materials, we've prepared a gift for you first. Guess how to use it? Fred clasped his hands behind his back, smiling mysteriously. Ivan immediately recognized the Marauder's map, his heart skipping a beat, though he calmly accepted it and spread the parchment flat on the table. The yellowed surface appeared completely blank. He drew his wand, touching the tip to the parchment with a solemn expression. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Fine ink lines rapidly spread from his wand tip like a spider's web across the entire parchment. Immediately after, emerald green script appeared. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map. Lines took shape, and the complete layout of Hogwarts Castle appeared on the paper. Ivan's gaze quickly swept across the moving black dots. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's names were stationed in the Gryffindor common room, where he guessed his friends were celebrating their Quidditch victory. Continuing his search, he indeed spotted Peter Pettigrew's name nearby. Ivan had always found it strange in his previous life that the Weasley twins, who possessed the Marauders map, never noticed that someone named Peter Pettigrew had been following their brother around for several terms. Now, as he unfolded the map himself, he finally understood. The parchment had limited space, while Hogwarts Castle was enormous. The map could only roughly indicate which area someone was in, and with over 1,000 students and staff, names were layered upon each other. In dormitories and common rooms especially, names clustered together like an ant colony. One extra, Peter Pettigrew, simply wouldn't stand out. Having figured this out, Ivan immediately began searching for Professor Quirrell's location, hoping to see if Tom Marvolo Riddle might appear nearby. Soon, he found Quirinus Quirrell in the professor's office, but saw only that single name with no trace of Voldemort. He speculated silently that perhaps that particular being didn't count as truly alive, so the map couldn't detect him. While Ivan was deep in thought, the Weasley twins were already stunned by his skillful operation when they first got the Marauders map. It had taken them ages to successfully activate it. Ivan, have you used something like this before? George couldn't help asking. Ivan shook his head and explained calmly. No, I just happen to know a bit about the creators Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. He looked up curiously and asked, but how could you bear to give me something so precious? The Marauders map was like a lifeline for the Weasley twins, who loved causing mischief. With it, they hardly had to worry about getting caught. George's smile faded slightly as his gaze fell on the large pile of gleaming galleons on the table. We don't know what you need all this money for, but we can guess that once you get it, you won't just sit quietly in school, he said. We've already memorized everything on the Marauders map. It'll be more useful in your hands than ours. Exactly, Fred patted Ivan's shoulder. We don't want our newly hired special consultant running into any accidents. Hearing this, Ivan felt warmth in his heart. He didn't say much in thanks, but made a mental note. If he ever had the chance, he would find a way to change Fred's tragic fate. After all, this pair of troublemaking brothers was truly entertaining. By the way, have you been to Hogsmeade Village? He tucked away the map and asked casually. Of course. Fred breathed a sigh of relief. So, Ivan just wanted to go to Hogsmeade Village. It was relatively safe there, and they had been worried he might venture somewhere more dangerous. With this reassurance, the brothers held nothing back, sharing everything they knew about Hogsmeade. They had snuck out a few times using the map, but their stays were always brief and their knowledge limited, so they simply shared all their experiences and interesting stories. The cream candies at Honeyduke's, the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, the shadowy corners of the Hog's Head, and the occasional dark figures that flitted through the night streets. Finally, George lowered his voice and warned seriously. Even though you're our Gryffindor hero and killed that troll, I still want to remind you to be careful. The wizards out there aren't as stupid as trolls. After bidding farewell to the Weasley twins, Ivan returned to the Gryffindor common room alone. On his way back, he casually opened the system interface, his attention caught by the new text reading Magical Item Marauders Map. The description was crystal clear. This map, which recorded the entirety of Hogwarts, could display the location of every living person within the school, and unless someone used extremely special methods, it was impossible to escape its detection. The words magic level, strong, stood out prominently. Thinking that even Dumbledore's movements could be tracked, Ivan's initial surprise quickly turned into acceptance. What method did James Potter, Sirius, and Lupin use back then to create such a powerful artifact? He muttered to himself. Peter Pettigrew, who was just within arm's reach, obviously held part of the truth as well. In fact, with this map, Ivan could identify Peter at any time, but he had no intention of doing so. First, Sirius was currently infiltrating the school after seeing Scabbers in the newspaper, and second, his own previous suspicions hadn't been cleared, yet he didn't want to be called for another conversation with Dumbledore. With the map in hand, Ivan felt more confident about finding an opportunity to sneak out and purchase the necessary potions. He just needed the right timing. Pushing through the round entrance to the common room, the roaring fireplace illuminated three serious faces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were gathered around the fireplace, and the atmosphere wasn't as relaxed as Ivan had expected. Hey, Ivan, where have you been? Ron immediately approached him as soon as he entered, pulling him toward the fire. You'd have to ask those two brothers of yours, Ivan replied casually, then changed the subject. Are you celebrating Harry catching the golden snitch? Don't joke around. We're discussing why my broomstick suddenly went out of control during the match. Harry shook his head, his mood dejected. It must have been Snape. Ron clenched his fists. Yes, I saw Professor Snape moving his lips and casting a spell, right when the broomstick started malfunctioning. When the broomstick recovered, he stopped, Hermione said with certainty, abandoning her usual stance of defending Snape. After all, this was something she had witnessed with her own eyes, and Harry was her best friend. Ivan remembered that he had dealt with the problem promptly, so Hermione hadn't set fire to the opposite stands, meaning there was no stands on fire chaos today. He listened to the three of them discussing Snape's attempt to harm Harry, and finally spoke up. Harry, your broomstick problem was caused by Professor Quirrell. I was sitting right next to him at the time and interrupted his spellcasting. He then briefly explained how he had discovered Quirrell pretending to sleep, hiding nearby while quietly chanting spells, and how he had disrupted him. Harry was speechless, clearly finding it hard to accept. Professor Quirrell? How is that possible? Then why did Hermione see Snape chanting spells too? Ron questioned. It's simple, one of them must have been casting a counter curse to save Harry. If Quirrell was the one saving you, he wouldn't need to hide. Ivan laid out the logic before them. Maybe. Professor Quirrell was afraid of Snape's retaliation. Harry stammered. By the time Ivan reached this point in his explanation, Harry was already starting to believe him, though the possibility of Snape actually saving him remained difficult to accept. Ron and Hermione were equally skeptical. Those dark, brooding eyes in the classroom clearly conveyed the message: Harry Potter had better disappear from the face of the earth immediately. Ivan let out a long sigh and stopped defending Snape. There were too many old grudges involved, and it would be better for the parties themselves to speak up. He simply reminded them. Anyway, just stay away from him this term. Gryffindor owes him too many debts. I've been staying as far away as possible, but some of them still want to kill me. Harry slammed the table as his anger finally erupted. Ever since starting school, Snape had targeted him at every turn. Now even the usually stammering, timid Quirrell might want him dead. Why was someone always after him? Seeing his emotional outburst, everyone quickly tried to comfort him. After several attempts at persuasion, Harry finally suppressed his anger, and his expression gradually returned to normal. Then they told Ivan about the intelligence they had gathered at Hagrid's hut after the Quidditch match. So, Hermione said, her quill rapidly sketching out the logic on parchment. Either Snape or Quirrell must be trying to sneak past that three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor to steal whatever Dumbledore has hidden down there. She suddenly remembered the question that had puzzled her all afternoon. By the way, Ivan, do you know anything about Nicholas Flamel? Ivan hesitated slightly. Should he reveal the Philosopher's Stone now? He ultimately shook his head. First, he was busy brewing potions and needed a peaceful environment. Second, rashly exposing Dumbledore's Savior training program could have unpredictable consequences, and he didn't want to be called to the office for a second tea session. Despite practicing occlumency to the second level, he was still far from matching Dumbledore's legilimency skills. As for whether Quirrell might seize the opportunity to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Ivan wasn't worried. That old fox Dumbledore hadn't even placed the mirror of Erist inside. Yeath would only act after confirming that Harry could pass the mirror's test. If Quirrell actually found the stone now, that would truly be miraculous. Seeing that Ivan was equally clueless about Nicholas Flamel, Hermione was somewhat disappointed, but she quickly huddled by the fireplace with her two companions, whispering and brainstorming. In contrast, Ivan had no interest in that magical stone. He was more concerned about whether the dragon egg Hagrid kept in the small wooden box had hatched yet. Judging by the timeline, he probably hadn't acquired it yet. Ivan decided to use this window of opportunity to gather the materials needed for brewing potions. 2 days later, the opportunity arose. That day's defense against the dark arts class was as dull as chewing wax, and when the bell rang, the entire afternoon was free. Perfect time for a trip to Hogsmeade, Ivan thought with delight. He returned to the common room and pulled out the Marauder's map, repeatedly checking that no one was passing near the secret passage to Hogsmeade Village. After confirming it was safe, he threw on his cloak and slipped to the third-floor corner, facing the one-eyed witch statue. Tapping his wand lightly on the statue's nose bridge, he whispered the incantation, Descendium. With a soft click, the statue's hump slowly split open, revealing a narrow, dark opening. Ivan peered inside. The low, cramped passage was dusty, with cold wind rushing out. He took a deep breath and raised his wand. Ivan cast a Lumos charm and ventured into the narrow secret passage. After a long walk, when Ivan finally reached the end and lifted the trapdoor there, he found himself in a cellar filled with cardboard boxes. Thick dust floated in the air, and he immediately recognized this as the storage room of Honeydukes, the famous candy shop in Hogsmeade Village. Creak. Ivan pushed open the wooden door leading from the cellar to the shop floor. The spacious shelves and colorful candies weren't surrounded by customers, and the entire store was surprisingly quiet. It was neither a weekend nor Christmas holiday, so the third-year and older students were likely busy in their classrooms. Ivan nodded to himself. Precisely because there were no crowds to hide behind. Just as he was about to sneak away quietly, a sharp voice rang in his ears. Hey, you there, boy? When did you come in? The owner was a kindly wizard who always wore loose robes, but now he was frowning and walking over quickly. Just now, maybe you didn't see me? Ivan shrugged and replied nonchalantly. This calm demeanor eased the owner's suspicion somewhat. He looked Ivan up and down, then smiled and teased. You must have snuck out of Hogwarts, right? Third-year kids aren't as short as you. No wonder I didn't notice you earlier. Ivan's mouth twitched, silently cursing that he hadn't learned a silencing charm yet was already considered tall among first years. He sullenly pulled out a silver sickle and placed it on the counter. So, are you not going to sell me candy then? Of course I'll sell. The owner moved so quickly it was almost invisible as he pocketed the silver sickle, then swiftly arranged a row of treats on the counter. Fizzing Whizbees? Chocolate frogs? Birdie Bots every flavor beans? How about some cockroach clusters? Those are your headmaster Dumbledore's favorite. Ivan picked some of each. Facing the cockroach clusters that looked like oversized cockroaches, he steeled himself and broke off a leg. When he bit down, it was filled with sickeningly sweet syrup accompanied by realistic crunching sounds, as if he were actually chewing insects. Yet he had to admit the thing was surprisingly delicious. After consuming several chocolate frogs and a few Birdie Bots every flavor beans, Ivan casually asked, "By the way, is there anywhere in Hogsmeade Village that sells potion ingredients?" The owner's expression immediately became serious. After glancing around, he leaned forward and lowered his voice. "There's only one potion shop in the village. If you're looking to buy love potions, you'd better go to Diagon Alley. They're cracking down lately, and old Rick doesn't sell prohibited items." Love potions. Ivan rolled his eyes at 11 years old. He had neither the inclination nor the capability for such things. As he was leaving, an enigmatic smile appeared on the owner's face. Ivan ignored it and walked along the street, turning into a quiet alley. Only then did he see a wooden sign that had fallen halfway over, on which the word potions could still be faintly made out. He pushed the door open and entered, immediately hit by the strange, unpleasant smell of medicinal concoctions. Ivan covered his nose as he entered the shop, finding no sign of the owner anywhere. He could only make out wisps of green smoke drifting from a room at the back. The pungent smell of potions swirled through the cramped space, while dusty bottles and jars lined the shelves in the dim light that barely allowed him to read their labels. Just as Ivan was about to announce his arrival, a hoarse but practiced voice called out from the back room. "Basic potion ingredients are by the door, polyjuice potions and growth serums are in the cabinet next to them. And we read temporarily not selling love potions and vitality tonics to underage wizards. No amount of money will change that. Just how many people have asked about love potions?" Ivan muttered to himself, but didn't bother responding. He walked straight to the wooden crates filled with ingredients near the door. After all his practice, his potion skill had reached level 4, making it easy for him to select the materials needed for the bloodline fusion potion. He first picked out the essential items, then deliberately grabbed several herbs he didn't actually need and adjusted the quantities to prevent anyone from figuring out his recipe. After gathering all the materials, the door creaked open and old Rick appeared, wearing his patched coat. The acrid smell was coming from the potion vapors clinging to his clothes. The old man squinted at the pile of materials and asked in his rough voice, "What are you buying all these ingredients for? I thought you were here for growth serum." "Rich? Practicing," Ivan replied curtly, slapping 9 gold galleons onto the counter. The gleam of the coins caught old Rick's cloudy eyes, and he immediately shut up and collected the money, then counted out 12 silver sickles as change. Ivan pocketed the coins and casually asked, "Where are the bonegrass and bloodbane?" Old Rick's expression changed. He leaned forward, his bloodshot eyes staring directly at Ivan. "I don't know what strange recipe you've dug up in Hogwarts library, but I'd advise against experimenting with it. Bonegrass and bloodbane are restricted materials, only used in a few advanced potions. What if I pay double the galleons?" Ivan pressed, keeping his expression neutral. "Bonegrass is 3 galleons per ounce, bloodbane is 2 galleons and 7 sickles per ounce," old Rick said with a mocking smile. "After doubling? Not half the price before doubling. Why don't you just rob people?" Ivan almost blurted out. He quickly calculated in his head. An ounce of dragon liver in Diagon Alley cost only 17 sickles, and dragon blood was probably similar. Even with dragon farming causing prices to plummet, those were still premium materials. What gave these 2 herbs the right to cost so much? Old Rick seemed to read his thoughts and shrugged. "Like I said, they're restricted items. Every sale has to be recorded. No place would sell them to an underage wizard like you." He glanced at Ivan's money pouch, clearly seeing the boy's limited funds, and his tone became more dismissive. "Besides, even if you could afford it, I don't have any in stock right now. You'd have to wait a while." Ivan sighed and mentally crossed off the idea of buying bonegrass and bloodbane for now. Despite his big winnings from the betting and his existing savings, he only had 11 galleons total, nowhere near enough for all the materials he needed. He had considered using flu powder to visit Diagon Alley and check prices there, just to make sure old Rick wasn't ripping him off. But Diagon Alley was far more dangerous than Hogsmeade Village. While Hogsmeade regularly saw third-year students shopping alone, and both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts maintained stricter oversight here, the safety difference was obvious, which was why Ivan dared to come here by himself. As for Diagon Alley or Knockturn Alley, Yifun had no intention of venturing there unless he was brewing polyjuice potion or had significantly improved his abilities. For a first-year wizard, those 2 alleys were simply too dangerous. With this thought, he turned and left. casually purchasing a bottle of odor-eliminating spray from a roadside vendor. 12 silver sickles clinked as he tossed them to the shopkeeper, old Rick, before walking out without a backward glance. He knew that bone grass and blood-dissolving grass could definitely be found in Snape's potions storeroom, though stealing materials from a professor carried considerable risk. He had no other choice. Yifun retraced his steps. Fortunately, the owner of Honeydukes was busy serving customers, allowing him to slip quietly through the cellar and crawl back to Hogwarts through the secret passage. The moment his feet touched the ground outside the passage, he hurried toward the 4th floor, pacing 3 times before the smooth wall while thinking, I need a place to brew potions. A door appeared instantly. Pushing it open, he found an unfamiliar space filled with cauldrons, measuring cups, and stirring spoons, with shelves along the walls neatly lined with various bottles and jars like a ready-made laboratory. However, when he opened the cabinet doors, all the bottles were empty, lacking even the most basic herb residue. The room of requirement does have its limitations, Yifun muttered disappointedly, having hoped to score some free potion ingredients. Since there was no bargain to be had, he simply stored all the herbs he'd just bought in an empty cabinet, kept 1 bottle of odor eliminator with him, and after arranging everything properly, turned to leave. Passing through the 4th floor corridor, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure. Quirrell was skulking forward with his head down. Yifun's heart stirred as he pulled out the Marauder's map, confirming the locations of Snape and the other professors and headmaster. A bold plan began forming in his mind. Over the following weeks, he watched the Marauder's map almost daily, sometimes tracking Snape's movements, sometimes checking Quirrell's position. Winter arrived quietly, and Christmas drew ever closer. At the beginning of December, cold winds cut through the castle corridors like ice blades. A few nights before Christmas, heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and by the next morning, Hogwarts was draped in silver. Harry and Ron shivered with cold, forced to layer several sweaters under their oversized wizard robes. Yifun led them both to the fireplace in the common room. He waved his wand, using transfiguration to create transparent windshields that sealed the ventilation openings, immediately filling the common room with warm air. This wasn't particularly friendly to the owls. However, several mail-carrying owls crashed into the side glass with fluttering wings, scattering envelopes across the floor with a thud. Yifun reluctantly walked to the window and removed the windshield. Outside, poor Quirrell was being chased through the snow by a series of magically enhanced snowballs, running with his head in his hands. Yifun even saw what appeared to be a particularly solid snowball strike Quirrell precisely in the back of the head, making Yifun break into a cold sweat for the Weasley twins. Probably only these 2 guys would dare to mess with Quirrell like that. Who knows if this counts as the peak of their lives. As soon as the last potions class of the afternoon ended, Ivan and Harry followed the crowd out of the dungeon classroom. The entire Hogwarts was buzzing with excitement. The holidays would officially begin tomorrow, and everyone could finally go home. But Ivan couldn't muster any excitement. As long as those fragmented memories remained unclear, he didn't want to leave the relative safety of the school. Professor McGonagall moved through the crowd with her registration list, asking which students planned to stay at school. When it was Ivan's turn, he signed his name without hesitation, and Harry quickly followed suit. Ivan, you're not going home either? Harry asked quietly. Well, home isn't nearly as comfortable as school, Ivan shrugged. The 2 boys found common ground in just one sentence. Harry complained about his aunt and uncle's cruelty, even saying he wanted to stay at Hogwarts forever. What made him even happier was that Ron and the Weasley twins had also decided to stay. Their parents were going to Romania to visit Charlie. The only regret was that Hermione had to go home. Otherwise, this Christmas would have been perfect. After completing the registration to stay at school and walking back along the corridor, Ivan, Harry, and Ron were cornered by Malfoy. Well, look what I found, Malfoy said dramatically, glancing at Harry. A few unwanted losers planning to stay at school. He turned to Ron. Weasley, your mother probably had too many children, so she just decided to dump you here. Malfoy. Ron's anger flared, and he swung a punch. Malfoy quickly drew his wand, while Crabbe and Goyle raised their fists and moved closer. But Ivan was fast. A disarming charm took away Malfoy's wand, followed by 2 leglocker curses that sent the 2 dim-witted brutes crashing to the floor. Without his weapon, Malfoy could only take Ron's heavy right hook. Ron was about to follow up with another punch when an invisible barrier blocked his fist with a thud. Snape appeared at the top of the stairs with a stern face, casually waving his wand to remove the spells from Crabbe and Goyle, then coldly surveyed everyone. Fighting fellow students and misusing magic on school grounds. 10 points from Gryffindor. Professor, it was clearly Malfoy who Harry began to protest. Make that 15 points, Snape said impatiently. Ivan reached out to stop Harry and Ron from arguing further. Given Snape's effortless speed in removing the curses, the 3 of them together wouldn't be a match for him. More words would only make things worse. Snape didn't continue to trouble them, just glanced at Malfoy with slight disappointment before turning to leave. Malfoy, covering his swollen face, scrambled up from the ground in embarrassed fury, glared fiercely at his 2 henchmen, then held his head high and followed Snape. passing by the three boys. Snape is deliberately giving us a hard time, Ron said angrily, rubbing his knuckles. If you ask me, when your broomstick had problems last time, Harry, it was definitely him. He's docked nearly 100 points from Gryffindor this semester, Harry nodded in agreement. Compared to the harmless Professor Quirrell, Snape certainly seemed more like a suspect. This time, Ivan didn't defend Snape either. The potions master was indeed quite good at making people hate him. So his concerns about sneaking into Snape's potion storeroom to steal Boomslang's skin also diminished considerably. All he needed now was the right opportunity. Several days later, the opportunity Ivan had been waiting for still hadn't materialized, and Quirrell seemed to have become even more cautious, making no significant moves for days. Rather than let time slip away uselessly, he decided to focus his attention on the approaching Christmas, preparing gifts for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley twins. Fortunately, after purchasing potion ingredients, he still had plenty of galleons left, giving him enough budget for his plans. In the following days, he split his time between studying spells in the library and working in the Weasley brothers' underground workshop. With sufficient startup funds, Fred and George could no longer contain their excitement and quickly launched their entrepreneurial venture during the holidays, developing various prank magical items. Ivan joined as a special consultant, and his magical item creation skill, which had been stagnant for most of the semester, finally advanced to level 1. The result of his skill upgrade was a handcrafted, Wizard War-themed wizard chess set. Ivan planned to give it to Ron, both to please his friend and save some galleons. For Hermione, he prepared a thick stack of reading notes filled with spellcasting tips he had compiled. He was certain the young witch would treasure it. As for Harry, after much thought, Ivan couldn't think of any particular hobby he had, so he created a palm-sized Christmas gift box. When the lid opened, 4 tiny wooden figures would pop out, spin in a circle, and sing Merry Christmas. The 4 figures were Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ivan himself. The Weasley twins received a bag of successfully replicated Tung toffees, and Ivan looked forward to their delightful reaction when they tried them. With preparations complete, he began wondering what gifts he might receive. Night passed swiftly, and Christmas morning arrived quietly. As soon as Ivan opened his eyes, he saw Harry and Ron already unwrapping presents in the dormitory, with colorful paper scraps scattered everywhere. He immediately climbed out of bed to join the festivities. The moment the first gift was unwrapped, Ron let out a cheer. Bloody hell, this chess set is incredible. Ivan, how did you manage this? He held the chessboard with both hands, shaking it back and forth as the pieces gleamed in the sunlight. Ivan had replaced all the pieces with elaborate models. Pawns became robed wizards, knights transformed into unicorns and thestrals, and the higher-ranking pieces even featured dragons. The Red King was a white-bearded old wizard whom Ron immediately recognized as Dumbledore. As for the Black King, he had no idea. The rules remained unchanged, but Ivan had enchanted the board with special effects magic, creating flashes of light, flames, and explosive sounds that made it feel like a real wizard war. Ron couldn't put it down, staring at the board with a mixture of fascination and apprehension before asking quietly, "Who's the Red Dumbledore's opponent? Is it you-know-who?" The thought made him shudder involuntarily. "No, the Black King is Grindelwald," Ivan explained with a smile. "Who's Grindelwald?" Harry, his curiosity piqued by the mention of you-know-who, moved closer. "Don't you remember? One of Professor Dumbledore's greatest achievements, besides discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, was defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Ivan reminded them. Harry suddenly remembered that he had indeed received a Dumbledore card before, and it had said exactly that. Next, he unwrapped Ivan's gift, and a miniature choir figure popped out, waving its arms as it played Christmas melodies. The delightful tune made Harry feel this was probably the best Christmas surprise of the year, until the last package was torn open, and a silvery gray fabric that looked like flowing water slipped into his palm. "What is this?" Harry stroked the seemingly breathing material and looked up curiously. "An invisibility cloak." Ivan narrowed his eyes and stepped closer, his gaze gleaming with curiosity. "One of the legendary Deathly Hallows. May I touch it?" "Of course." Harry handed it over readily. The moment the invisibility cloak fell into Ivan's hands, his system interface instantly displayed a notification. Magical item, invisibility cloak Deathly Hallow. Magic power, extremely strong. Description, made from Death's own cloak material, forged by Death himself. Can completely conceal one's form and evade detection. Ivan muttered under his breath, "It's just a permanent enhanced version of the disillusionment charm. Why all the mystical hype?" In his view, the 3 Deathly Hallows from the original story were quite overrated. The invisibility cloak could still be detected by Dumbledore and Snape, couldn't block Moody's magical eye, let alone Dementors. The resurrection stone could only summon spirits for conversation, far from actual resurrection. And the only decent one, the Elder Wand, changed masters too easily. One lost battle, and you'd have to hand it over. Complaints aside, Ivan still put on the invisibility cloak. To Harry and Ron's eyes, his figure vanished like a mirage. When Harry reached out, he only touched a thin, ice-cold membrane. Ivan, beneath the cloak, experienced a strange sense of isolation. The outside world seemed veiled and ethereal. His footsteps were muffled as he moved, and he asked through the fabric, "Can you hear me?" After several rounds of testing, the three concluded that the invisibility cloak could indeed conceal sight and muffle some sounds, but it still fell short of Ivan's concept of complete invisibility. Yet the system rated it extremely strong. Could this be the world's limit? Ivan grumbled internally. After testing, he promptly removed the invisibility cloak and returned it to Harry without any reluctancy. He wanted similar effects. He could always learn the disillusionment charm from the restricted section, though it would consume more magic and be less durable. While Harry and Ron excitedly took turns wearing the invisibility cloak and experimenting around the room, Ivan looked down to count his own Christmas gifts. A large bag of sweets, 2 round but irregularly shaped small objects, a hardcover notebook, 10 galleons, and a crescent-shaped pendant with his name engraved on it. 10 of the gold galleons were from Harry. Ivan was initially stunned, then remembered his perpetual financial struggles and realized his friend had been mindful of his predicament all along. Since it was a gift, he eventually accepted it, treating it as reliable insurance. Next, he picked up the notebook that was nearly as thick as a textbook. The cover bore the name Hermione Granger, and inside were meticulous records of every class and key point since the start of term, with dense handwriting and even supplementary materials pasted on the pages. Ivan couldn't help but chuckle at first glance. This girl was definitely on the same wavelength as him. Beside it, 2 round, palm-sized mysterious objects were half concealed in cloth bags, the surprise from the Weasley twins. The bags bore no explanation, but from every angle, they looked suspiciously like the infamous dung bombs from the original stories. Ivan groaned inwardly. Those 2 brothers never missed a chance for mischief. Moving on, he hefted Ron's gift, a bag of cheap candy. Ivan tried to discern what made it different from ordinary sweets by examining the packaging and color, but found nothing. Ron, who was playing a new version of Wizard's Chess with Harry nearby, noticed his scrutiny, and his freckled face quickly turned crimson as he stammered. I thought you might give something interesting too, so I just, prepared candy. It's fine, candy's great enough to last me several days. Ivan quickly waved his hand, afraid his friend might overthink it. It's just that the other gifts were so extravagant that I thought yours might have some hidden mechanism too. And it tastes good, Harry added, popping one of the same candies into his mouth. His expression shifted slightly after biting down, but he still smiled as he spoke. Their kind reassurance finally helped Ron recover from his embarrassment. Actually, Ron's awkwardness was perfectly understandable. Before term started, Mrs. Weasley had only given him 2 silver sickles for pocket money to last until Christmas, so naturally little remained. After soothing Ron's fragile pride, Ivan turned his attention to the final gift. This one came via his mother, Ethia's owl, a faintly glowing crescent-shaped pendant with an envelope tied beneath it. The letter style was completely different from ordinary owl post, and it was trembling slightly on its own. Ivan's brow twitched. This was definitely not a good sign. This is a howler, he muttered to himself. Sure enough, the next second, the envelope shot into the air and exploded violently. Ivan Halls. The piercing shriek erupted in the already cramped dormitory. Who gave you permission to sign that school residence application without consent? You didn't even send a single letter before Christmas. I waited at the station for 5 hours, 5 whole hours. If I hadn't written to that blasted headmaster, I would have thought you'd disappeared, or... The shrill voice carried magical force, making it impossible for Ivan to block out no matter how he covered his ears. The storm-like barrage of abuse lasted half an hour, leaving him unable to lift his head. Finally, the howler delivered its ultimatum. The crescent pendant must be worn at all times and absolutely could not be removed without permission. Only after the voice completely faded and the air fell silent like a deflated drum did Harry and Ron dare to move. Ron rubbed his ears and muttered, "Ivan, who sent that? That voice could rival my mom's." "My mother, of course." Ivan let out a helpless sigh, finally realizing what had been nagging at him all this time. He had forgotten to send a Christmas letter to his mother, Ixia, whom he had never met. At this thought, he leaned back in his chair and shrugged with a self-deprecating smile. In his mind, it wasn't so much forgetting as it was subconscious avoidance. After all, when it came to his dark witch mother living in Knockturn Alley, he could barely avoid her fast enough, let alone reach out voluntarily. "Is your mother not very kind to you? Like my aunt and uncle's family?" Harry asked quietly, noticing Ivan had stayed at school for Christmas. His voice carried sympathy. In Harry's understanding, children who didn't go home for the holidays either had family temporarily away or, like himself, simply couldn't return. Just some minor disagreements. Nothing that dramatic, Ivan replied vaguely, shaking his head. He hadn't fully sorted out his relationship with his mother either. Ever since learning occlumency, he had been able to piece together the fragmented memories in his mind bit by bit. Though still incomplete, they were enough to reveal valuable information. First, his home was located in Knockturn Alley, a dark magic shop hidden in the shadows. Second, the shop owner was his mother Ixia Halls. Third, in that chaotic and dangerous alley, Ixia had not only survived with a child but thrived, her abilities and methods beyond question. More specific images kept surfacing. Behind the narrow counter sat dark, green-tinted glass jars containing unidentifiable magical creature limbs. The shelves displayed cursed rings, books that would bite, and small boxes emanating cold light. Ixia wore dark robes, and when she raised her wand, her sleeves swept through the air, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. Beyond her exceptional dark magic skills, she was also adept at crafting various black magic artifacts, some powerful, some sinister. Only then did Ivan understand that his innate ability for magical item creation wasn't some natural talent, but the result of childhood exposure and observation. As for his father, Ixia had rarely mentioned him in Ivan's memories. When occasionally pressed by Ivan's questions, she would only wave dismissively and say, "That reckless fool got himself killed through his own stupidity." Beyond that, not another word. Information about his mother's friends and former colleagues remained equally vague, as if shrouded in fog. The only thing that brought Ivan some comfort was his clear memory of Ixia's pale wrists. Unmarked by any dark mark, she was not a Death Eater under Voldemort's command. However, her identity as a Dark Witch remained undeniable. At this moment, a crescent-shaped pendant lay quietly on the table. The silver-white metal reflected a cold gleam in the candlelight. Ivan stared at it, both curious and apprehensive. If the pendant truly contained some dark magic, would his mother punish him from afar? She's family after all. Surely it can't be that frightening? He swallowed hard, guessing the thing was probably some kind of tracker or locator. With 7 parts trepidation and 3 parts curiosity, he reached out to touch the pendant while calling up the system's magical item interface. Ever since discovering it could identify artifacts, he had practically treated it as a universal detector. Magical item, crescent pendant. Magic power, strong. Description, forged from various precious metals with the creator's utmost dedication. Can shield the wearer from one potentially fatal attack, automatically destroying itself when magic is depleted. Note, only activates against high-intensity lethal attacks. Contains more than just magical power within. After reading the identification results, Ivan stood frozen for a long while, his fingertips tracing the cold crescent. Finally, he sighed softly and slipped the pendant around his neck. The silver chain felt cool against his skin, yet somehow reassuring. Strangely enough, he almost wished there had been some dark magic inside instead. Obtaining a life-saving crescent pendant didn't ease Ivan's anxiety at all. Instead, it only strengthened his determination to brew the bloodline fusion potion as quickly as possible and enhance his power, making his approach even more aggressive than before. Unfortunately, Quirrell behaved impeccably throughout the entire holiday, leaving Ivan no opportunity to exploit. It wasn't until the third night after school resumed that the ink-labeled Quirrell on the Marauder's map suddenly sprinted along the corridor before vanishing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Almost no student names overlapped with his path clearly. This was a covert operation, and only Ivan, who possessed the Marauder's map, knew where Quirrell had gone. Even more fortuitously, Snape wasn't in his office at that moment either. Ivan's heart stirred. The opportunity had finally arrived. A few days later in potions class, Snape's already grim expression looked as if it had been soaked in ink. As the lesson began, he coldly swept his gaze across the Gryffindor row, his black robes billowing in arcs that seemed to slice through the air itself. By the end of class, not a single Gryffindor student had been spared. Even the usually cautious Hermione and Ivan had points deducted. Has Snape lost his mind? He took 45 points from us in one class. The moment they left the dungeon classroom, Ron began complaining, his voice echoing through the stone corridors. Harry nodded with lingering fear. 10 of those 45 points had come from him. Hermione's face was also flushed red. She had kindly tried to correct Seamus's mistake, only to have Snape dock 5 points for disrupting others. Ivan sighed. His reason for losing points was quite the opposite, ignoring a classmate's incorrect procedure. Needless to say, Snape had simply vented his entire frustration on Gryffindor today. Ron grumbled all the way, while Hermione quietly observed their surroundings. Finally finding the right moment, she lowered her voice. I heard Snape's potion storeroom was robbed, and quite a few precious ingredients were stolen. He threatened to search the entire school during that third-year class. Must be someone getting revenge because he's made too many enemies. Ron immediately chimed in. If he could be as fair as Professor McGonagall in class, who would bother provoking him? Hermione and Harry speculated from different angles, but couldn't reach any conclusions. Finally, they all turned to Ivan, who had remained silent throughout their walk. Maybe Snape did it himself, Ivan said casually. What the what? Harry, Ron, and Hermione almost simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Ron was the first to shake his head. Why would he steal his own stuff? It's his storeroom to begin with. Ivan didn't explain directly, only offering a subtle reminder. Don't forget about the trapdoor that Fluffy the three-headed dog is guarding. To get past there, only Hagrid knows the way. Hermione's eyes immediately lit up. Polyjuice potion. Snape wants to use Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself as someone Hagrid knows and trick information out of him, right? As her words fell, the group exchanged glances. Only the flickering shadows of torches remained in the corridor. Everything seemed to connect, yet the mystery appeared even deeper. Harry grew excited as well, since he had spotted an injury on Snape's thigh just a few days earlier. Snape must still need to consume plenty of materials to brew potions for healing his wounds, but he couldn't let Dumbledore find out, so he disguised it as a theft of these herbs. Although the potions storeroom was located in Snape's office, it strictly belonged to Hogwarts, and the galleons for purchasing materials were mostly paid by the school. With this thought, Harry was convinced he had uncovered the truth and immediately shared his entire theory with Ivan, Hermione, and Ron. That must be it. Harry, you're right. Let's go tell Professor Dumbledore right now and foil Snape's evil plan. Ron was fired up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. His sense of responsibility and mission instantly ignited, ready to charge straight to the headmaster's office. A drop of sweat rolled down Ivan's forehead. He had only made a casual comment, never expecting Harry and the others to elaborate so extensively, and this discussion had been overheard completely. I never knew you all had such vivid imaginations. A low, gloomy voice exploded behind the four of them. It was Snape. Ron, who had been so excited moments before, suddenly shuddered, his burning fighting spirit instantly extinguished. Professor. Harry turned around with difficulty, stammering. Hermione was equally frightened, her face pale as a sheet, while only Ivan feigned terror, had deliberately said those words for Snape to hear. Snape approached them, his black robe swaying silently, slowly leaning down as his hollow black eyes swept over each of them, his hooked nose nearly touching Harry's forehead. Harry's mind raced through various terrible punishments, memory charms, curses, even the killing curse. After all, they seemed to have discovered Snape's greatest secret. However, unexpectedly, Snape neither drew his wand nor threw them out the window, only coldly dropping the words, 10 points from Gryffindor. Then he turned and strode away. He let us go? Harry stared at the black figure in disbelief. He only deducted points. Ivan reminded him calmly. But we know his biggest secret. Tell Dumbledore, and he's finished. Harry didn't care about those house points at all, being used to having them deducted. Ivan watched Snape disappear into the distance and shook his head, saying quietly, he's heading straight for the headmaster's office. He's going to report the situation. Besides, when did we actually know his secret? Everything just now was speculation. He stroked his chin and continued analyzing. Anyone trying to get past the three-headed dog Fluffy could have stolen these materials. I think Professor Quirrell is more suspicious. Ron, Harry, and Hermione were all speechless. Then why did you insist it was Snape from the beginning, causing everyone to suspect Snape and get caught red-handed? Ivan, you're definitely hiding something from us. Hermione's amber eyes fixed on him intently, trying to detect any clues from his expression. Well, yes. I suddenly remembered I had an extra piece of cake at lunch and haven't told you yet. Ivan deflected the topic with a playful grin, while silently apologizing to his three friends in his heart. The stolen potion ingredients had actually been taken by Ivan himself. He had not only taken the Polyjuice Potion ingredients and healing herbs, but also grabbed several irrelevant powders to confuse matters. After all, without considering himself as a variable, Quirrell would currently be the most likely person to need these things. However, Snape was clearly a clever and suspicious man, so speaking to him directly might only invite distrust. Ivan had no choice but to take a roundabout approach. To safely plant the clue in Snape's ear, Ivan first dropped hints during their conversation, then deliberately steered the topic toward Harry and the others, letting them discover it themselves through their own deductions. When this speculation eventually made its way back to Snape, he would naturally puzzle it out on his own. When dealing with clever people, the best approach is to let them think it through themselves. Ivan had originally worried that Snape's private storage room would be heavily trapped, but it turned out surprisingly easy. The door lock opened without resistance, and there wasn't a single magical trap on the shelves. Remembering how Hermione had stolen ingredients for Polyjuice Potion in their second year, he immediately understood why. Still, to be safe, he sprayed deodorizer before leaving to ensure no trace of his scent remained, lest Snape's almost canine sense of smell detect it. Ivan was still reflecting on this experience when his wrist was suddenly yanked hard. Hermione was dragging him toward the door. Hermione, where are you going? Harry asked with a frown. To find Hagrid, of course, the girl replied without looking back. Whether someone stole Snape's potion or Snape staged it himself, the simplest way to get past the three-headed dog Fluffy would be to drink Polyjuice Potion, transform into someone Hagrid knows, and pump him for information. We just need to ask Hagrid if anyone has approached him like that recently, and we'll find our next clue. Brilliant. Harry's eyes lit up. Ivan had no objection. She was curious to see if Hagrid had already gotten hold of that dragon egg. The three of them trudged through the snow to the wooden hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Black smoke billowed from the chimney twice as thick as usual, with cinders floating in the snowy air. Hermione knocked forcefully on the door, which creaked open, and a wave of scorching heat nearly pushed them back outside. The interior was stifling like a steam room. Despite the bone-chilling winter weather, Harry and Ron began sweating the moment they stepped inside. Involuntarily frowning, this temperature was far beyond what was needed for warmth. Ivan's heart stirred as his gaze moved past the others to the fireplace against the wall. Flames roared in the hearth, and in the very center, a large black egg was barely visible among the coals, its shell occasionally gleaming with an oily sheen. Come, have something to eat, don't be shy. Hagrid approached carrying a large bowl of rock cakes and some strips of dried meat, his bulky frame settling right in front of the fireplace, conveniently blocking Ivan's view. Unlike his usual easygoing demeanor, Hagrid seemed somewhat nervous. He'd rather endure the scorching heat and wipe away sweat than open even a single window. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. Hagrid, why have you made it so hot in here? Ron complained, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. Oh, nothing. It's just been so terribly cold lately, Hagrid grinned, offering a rather perfunctory explanation before pushing the rock cakes and dried meat toward them. You have classes this afternoon, don't you? You'd better head back after you eat. The more Hagrid urged them to leave, the more suspicious Hermione became. But the more pressing matter was their actual purpose for coming. Remembering why they were there, she immediately leaned toward Hagrid. Hermione asked anxiously, Hagrid, we came to ask you about something. Snape's potion storage room was robbed, and we suspect the thief might have brewed Polyjuice potion to disguise themselves as someone you know to get close to you and find out how to get past Fluffy. So has anyone you don't recognize been asking you about Norway lately? Upon hearing this news, Hagrid was visibly stunned, then quickly began muttering under his breath. But who else besides you has asked me about this? As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly became alert, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces. Hermione's warning had made him suddenly suspicious. Could the people in front of him also be imposters? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Hagrid suddenly looked around and frowned. Hey, where's Ivan? The three friends only then realized that Ivan, who had been sitting in the back, was nowhere to be seen. Before they could ask, they heard a familiar voice from behind Hagrid. So this is a dragon egg? It's not exactly pretty. Hagrid jumped and quickly turned his massive frame around. Through the gap he created, Hermione, Harry, and Ron finally saw Ivan by the fireplace, along with the black, gleaming egg the size of a head sitting in the center of the cauldron. That's a dragon egg. Hagrid, where did you get it? Must have cost you a fortune, right? Ron excitedly squeezed next to Ivan, and Harry also moved closer, getting a rare close look at this dragon embryo. Hermione noticed a thick stack of books spread across the table. Dragon breeding for pleasure and profit, 12 precautions for dragon care, from beginner to dragon master, and others, immediately understanding what was happening. Hagrid's rough hands covered his face. There was no hiding it now. Hagrid, keeping dragons privately is illegal. If you're caught, you'll end up in Azkaban, Hermione warned, though she was equally curious about the dragon egg. Don't worry, I won't get caught, Hagrid assured them, patting his chest. I've always wanted to raise a dragon, and I know how to take care of one. Nothing will go wrong. But Hermione was even more worried. Young dragons grew extremely fast and could break through the roof of this wooden hut in less than a month. She quickly turned around, wanting to persuade Hagrid together with Ivan, but instead heard Ivan say excitedly, After it hatches, can I help you take care of it, Hagrid? I think this should be a Norwegian ridgeback. Hagrid was pleasantly surprised that Ivan could identify the dragon species just from the shell. Of course you can, as long as it doesn't interfere with your classes. But I should warn you, this won't be easy. Ivan had known about Hagrid's plan to raise a dragon and had studied extensive materials in advance, giving him a foundation in the care process. The two hit it off immediately, gathering around the cauldron to discuss incubation temperature, food ratios, living space, and other details. Their voices overlapped with high enthusiasm, actually leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione on the sidelines. After exchanging their amateur dragon taming and dragon raising techniques, Ivan shifted the conversation and boldly speculated that raising the temperature might accelerate the dragon eggs hatching process. As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the cast iron furnace in the corner of Hagrid's hut, ready to stuff it with firewood for another roaring blaze. The blazing furnace opening reflected his excitement, and the dark brown dragon egg seemed to gleam with an oily sheen in the flickering light. Don't you dare! Hagrid strode over in a few quick steps, his massive palms slamming against the furnace door. His beard bristled with nervousness. Any hotter, and that dragon egg will become dinner. Harry noticed the two getting more and more carried away, and quickly interrupted. We're not here to discuss how to cook dragon eggs. Ivan silently grumbled to himself, really had come here to raise a dragon, but stopped his actions anyway. Noticing Hermione giving him an indescribable look, he steered the conversation back on track. Hagrid, how did you get this dragon egg? Hagrid proudly patted the wooden table, sloshing a few drops of tea from his cup. Won it, of course. A few days ago at the pub, won it playing cards with a stranger. I'd say the fellow was dying to get rid of the thing. What did he look like? Was he interested in your three-headed dog Fluffy? Hermione caught the crucial detail. Hagrid furrowed his brow, trying to remember. Seemed like it. He wore a black cloak, couldn't see his face clearly. I'd had a few drinks, so I started chatting about Fluffy. I even told him that as long as there's music, Fluffy's sure to fall asleep. As soon as those words left his mouth, Hagrid himself realized something was wrong, his stubby fingers gripping his teacup tightly. Who was that man? Harry pressed. I really don't know. Hagrid shook his head. His voice was hoarse, didn't sound quite human. Ron muttered under his breath, the spark that Snape had extinguished during the day reigniting in his eyes. Must be Snape or Quirrell. They're definitely up to something shady. Does this have anything to do with Nicholas Flamel, like you mentioned before? Harry threw another question at Hagrid. What's really under that trapdoor? Hermione was equally curious. She had spent the past few days combing through nearly 200 years of biographical records in the Hogwarts library, but couldn't find a single mention of Nicholas Flamel. This time Hagrid refused to budge, insisting it wasn't their concern and that he would report his mistake to Dumbledore honestly. The room fell into brief silence, with firewood crackling in the hearth. It's the Philosopher's Stone. After a long pause, Ivan spoke up. Hagrid's head snapped up, shock written across his face. How do you know that? He hadn't mentioned a word about it. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all turned to Ivan simultaneously, questions tumbling out one after another. The Philosopher's Stone? What is it? What's it used for? How do you know about it? Ivan shrugged. I came across it by accident while researching professor information for the wizard cards. Harry, do you remember what the last line on Dumbledore's card said? He and his partner Nicholas Flamel achieved remarkable success in alchemy. Ivan looked at Harry and his friends, patiently organizing his thoughts point by point. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed the masterpiece of that renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel. Since Harry and the others had already extracted information about the three-headed dog, Fluffy, and the trapdoor from Hagrid, he decided to stop hiding the truth in a few days. These curious and bold children would naturally piece everything together anyway. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and can also produce the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel has lived for over 600 years now, Ivan added, unable to hide the envy in his eyes. With immortality and wealth within reach, he couldn't understand what mindset Flamel must have had to decide to destroy the stone. If the Philosopher's Stone hadn't always been bait set by Dumbledore and under his strict surveillance, Ivan would have almost been tempted to break through the challenges and seize the treasure himself. If even Ivan was tempted, Harry and his friends, hearing about the true power of the Philosopher's Stone for the first time, were absolutely stunned. Turning stones to gold meant endless wealth, and the elixir of life symbolized unlimited time. Obtaining the Philosopher's Stone would mean grasping all the dreams they could imagine. No wonder Snape or Professor Quirrell would risk it, Ron said in amazement. Who could resist a stone that makes gold? However, they were only 11 or 12 years old after all, and their desire for immortality wasn't as intense as that of adult wizards. Except for Ron briefly fantasizing about how to get rich with the Philosopher's Stone, neither Harry nor Hermione showed much covetousness toward this treasure. Hagrid quickly intervened. Listen, this has nothing to do with you lot. Dumbledore will handle it. Ivan nodded in agreement. In the original story, the challenges set by each professor seemed like mere child's play, to him sufficient to stop Hogwarts students, but meaningless against adult wizards. The only real obstacle was the magic Dumbledore had added to the mirror of Aristonly. Someone who wanted to find the stone, but not use it could retrieve the treasure from the mirror. In other words, if Harry hadn't delivered himself, Quirrell and Voldemort could have stood before the mirror of Arist for days and nights, even blasting it to pieces, without any hope of taking the Philosopher's Stone. Unfortunately, this crucial information that Ivan knew all too well was unknown to Harry and Ron. They only felt that the Philosopher's Stone hidden behind the trapdoor could fall into the wrong hands at any moment, that Hogwarts was in imminent danger, and that they must act quickly. The rational Hermione suggested finding Dumbledore and explaining everything in detail, letting the headmaster make the decision himself. Ivan had originally planned to be a quiet observer, but the more he listened, the more he sensed something was wrong. Go to the headmaster's office? That wouldn't do. His face changed, and he clutched his stomach weakly, saying, I think there was something wrong with the cake I had for lunch. But before he could finish performing his illness, the hot-headed Harry and Ron had already grabbed his arms from both sides and were dragging him out. This is a matter concerning the Philosopher's Stone, both said firmly. For them, protecting the entire school was the top priority, and a little stomachache could certainly wait. Before leaving, Hermione managed to get the password to the headmaster's office from Hagrid. Hagrid's large, flushed face was filled with pleading as he repeatedly begged them not to mention his secret dragon egg hatching to Dumbledore. Harry readily nodded his promise, which finally put Hagrid at ease. Beside the gargoyle, the incredibly ugly stone guardian crouched motionless. Hermione stepped forward and announced the password with her head held high. The stone beast clicked as it moved aside, and the rotating passage behind it slowly opened with a slight tremor, revealing winding stone steps leading upward. The four of them filed up the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Compared to his first accidental intrusion into this office, Yifun felt much calmer now at least he had mastered a clemency. Though his skill was limited, it was barely usable. Plus, there were 4 of them, so Dumbledore had no reason to focus solely on him. Is Professor Dumbledore not here? Upon entering the headmaster's office, Harry immediately scanned the surroundings. The bookshelves, instruments, and oddly shaped alchemical objects were all neatly arranged, but there was no sign of the owner, and his disappointment was evident. Yifun was equally puzzled. By all accounts, Dumbledore should have just finished hearing Snape's report. Could he have gone directly to find Quirrell? At this thought, he silently mourned for a second for that trembling defense against the dark arts professor. The next moment, a massive mirror that nearly reached the ceiling caught everyone's attention. The frame was adorned with brilliant gold patterns, with a line of reversed silver text carved at the top. It was supported by 2 feet carved like eagle claws, and the mirror's surface gleamed brilliantly in the candlelight, particularly striking. Such a conspicuous object naturally caught more than just Yifun's attention. Harry walked toward the mirror as if drawn by some force, his gaze fixed firmly on the surface, even forgetting to blink. "Harry, what are you looking at?" Ron followed and patted his shoulder. "Can't you see them?" Harry's voice trembled. "There are 2 other people besides may think they're my parents." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the gentle face in the mirror, but only felt the cold, smooth surface. "Really? I don't see anything." Ron peered into the mirror, originally wanting to confirm what Harry's parents looked like, but suddenly saw himself in the mirror wearing a head boy badge, looking radiant. "I see myself as a prefect. That's brilliant." He excitedly described the scene, then speculated, "Maybe this mirror shows the future. This must be me later on." Hermione stood nearby, gripping her wand tightly, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with the mirror, cautiously warning, "Before we figure out what it really is, we'd better stay away from it. It might be a dangerous dark magical object." "But this is the headmaster's office," Ron stubbornly argued, though seeing Harry seemingly unable to move away from his peripheral vision made him uneasy too. "The Mirror of Erist." Yifun softly read the reversed text, his gaze calm. His suspicion was confirmed. That cunning old Dumbledore had no intention of moving the mirror and the Philosopher's Stone to the actual protective chambers until he was certain Harry could pass the desired test. "The Mirror of Erist? Is that its name? You know about it?" Harry asked urgently. Yifun nodded. "I once read about it in a book." Ivan nodded, but didn't tell Harry that the book was called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. "What does it do? Why can I see my parents in it? Can it predict the future? I'll definitely become a prefect later, right?" Harry's questions poured out in a rush, while Ron looked at Ivan with eager anticipation. Ivan waved his hand, dismissing Ron's speculation. "The Mirror of Erist only reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. Whatever you want most is what you'll see in the mirror." Upon hearing this, both Harry and Ron felt somewhat disappointed. This meant that everything they had just seen was merely wishful thinking from their hearts. The disappointment lasted only a moment before both boys immediately fixed their gaze on Ivan and Hermione. "Then you two should try it too. Go see what your wishes are." Ivan hesitated slightly, but Hermione stepped forward to the mirror first. She mimicked Harry's earlier posture, staring intently at the mirror's surface. "Hermione, what do you see?" Ivan asked. "It seems like just an ordinary mirror." Hermione frowned as she spoke to herself. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned in closer, and her eyes suddenly brightened. "No, wait. There's a change. My front teeth are a bit shorter, and I look prettier." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, thinking, even a few bags of sweets would seem more like a proper wish than that. But Hermione gazed at herself in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction, and whispered, "I'm already quite content with myself now. I wouldn't trade this for the Philosopher's Stone, or any other treasure for that matter." Ivan chuckled. "Actually, you look quite lovely as you are now. Your teeth are cute, even when they're a bit longer." "Really?" The blush on Hermione's face deepened, and her eyes sparkled even brighter than before. Harry and Ron suddenly felt an odd romantic tension in the air and quickly tried to lighten the mood. "Ivan, it's your turn." "We're absolutely dying of curiosity." Only then did Ivan show interest, stepping to the center of the mirror. He had expected to see himself punching Dumbledore and kicking Voldemort in some grand scene, but the reflection before him was completely beyond his expectations. Deep within the mirror's surface was a modest living room. White walls, an old sofa, and magazines scattered on the coffee table. A young man not yet 20 stood in the center, holding up a shining university acceptance letter high above his head, beaming with a radiant smile. His parents surrounded him, clapping vigorously, their lips moving silently, but filled with joy. The young man bore no resemblance to Ivan, yet he was full of vitality with healthy, rosy cheeks. Ivan had never seen such a scene before. Before his transmigration, his life had consisted only of the antiseptic smell of hospital rooms, his parents' deep worry, and eternal pallor. "Ivan, what did you see?" Harry noticed Ivan's eyes were slightly red and gently patted his shoulder. Ivan snapped back to reality, quickly wiped away his tears, and put on a smile. "I just saw myself becoming Minister of Magic after long years of effort following graduation. It was truly moving." Faced with Ivan, who could move himself to tears. Ron was at a loss for words. Harry had originally wanted to complain, "What's so touching about that?" But seeing Ivan's completely genuine expression, he swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Just then, an aged yet steady voice suddenly echoed through the quiet corridor. "There's no shame in facing pain." Halls. Ivan immediately recognized Dumbledore's voice and instinctively activated his occlumency at full power, while spending 100 academic points to activate his academic genius experience card. Only this way did he feel somewhat secure in his mind. He spun around abruptly. At the open doorway of the headmaster's office, the white-haired, long-bearded Dumbledore stood quietly, having appeared there at some unknown moment. Moonlight streaming through the tall windows cast a long shadow at the hem of his robes. "Professor!" Harry exclaimed, excitement mixed with apprehension. They hadn't gotten permission to tamper with the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore didn't look at the children first, but instead fixed his gaze on the mirror's surface. The mirror was cold, reflecting his image like water, yet Ivan couldn't discern any clues from the reflection in those blue eyes. After a moment, Dumbledore gently withdrew his gaze, reached out to ruffle Harry's hair, then turned to Ivan. "Halls is quite right," he said in a tone that was gentle yet brooked no argument. "This is the mirror of Ariste. It shows us the most urgent and intense desires of our hearts. Many people in the past have become lost in these false images, wasting away their days. Even becoming obsessed, they couldn't distinguish whether what they saw in the mirror was real or fake, nor did they know whether those visions had any chance of becoming reality. I don't want you to follow in their footsteps." After saying this, he suddenly asked, "Halls, what did you see in the mirror?" Ivan hesitated for a moment, initially wanting to make up some excuse, but finally said quietly, "Family. I should have expected as much." Dumbledore seemed touched, murmuring softly. Ivan seized the opportunity to ask in return, "Professor, what do you see in the mirror of Ariste?" "I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "One can never have too many socks. I had hoped to receive a few pairs for Christmas, but alas, I got books instead." Ivan pursed his lips. Of course he understood this was using socks as a metaphor for family affection, but he still silently complained. "Who was it that just said we should face our pain? Professor, where's your integrity?" This delay finally allowed Harry to snap out of his excitement and reluctance from seeing his parents in the mirror moments before. Suddenly remembering the urgent matter at hand, he hastily interrupted. "Professor, we came to report something to you. A few days ago, a mysterious person in black robes got the method to get past Fluffy from Hagrid, and he might be trying to get through the trapdoor to steal the Philosopher's Stone you've hidden below." After saying this in one breath, Harry felt that words alone weren't enough evidence, so he brought up everything about his broomstick being controlled during the Quidditch match and seeing Snape's injured leg after Halloween. Ron and Hermione kept adding details from the sidelines, speaking rapidly, inevitably making their account somewhat chaotic. "Don't worry, you can sit down and tell me slowly." Dumbledore showed no surprise whatsoever, as if he had known all along. He waved his wand to conjure 4 chairs and gestured for them to sit down. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ivan took their seats at the table, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Once the chairs had settled quietly on the floor, Dumbledore spoke, his voice gentle yet scrutinizing. "Could you first tell me how you came to know about the Philosopher's Stone? Isn't this exactly the trail of clues you left behind?" Ivan couldn't help but think to himself. However, to prevent his companions from saying something they shouldn't, he quickly answered. "We learned from Hagrid that what's hidden beneath the trapdoor is connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel, and then we discovered he's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "And who do you think would tamper with the Philosopher's Stone?" "We suspect Snape," Harry blurted out almost immediately. "Or possibly Professor Quirrell too." The headmaster didn't respond right away, falling into a moment of contemplation. Ron couldn't help but lean forward, his tone urgent. "Professor, don't you believe us?" "No, of course I believe you," Dumbledore said soothingly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them before his tone grew somber. "But I equally trust the professors at Hogwarts. They wouldn't do such a thing. The 3-headed dog Fluffy isn't the only protection for the Philosopher's Stone. Every professor has placed defenses beneath the trapdoor, including Snape and including Quirrell. So the Philosopher's Stone is currently quite safe." Upon hearing this, Ivan immediately caught the flaw in his words and seized the opportunity to press further. "If there are no enemies, why did you bring the Philosopher's Stone to the school and set up so many protections?" Deep down, he frantically hinted that Dumbledore should quickly deal with that professor connected to the Dark Lord, and his conscience hurt leaving such a dangerous person around first-year students. At the same time, he fully activated the occlumency from his experience card, rapidly constructing a series of plausible false memories. During their earlier exchange, he had clearly sensed Dumbledore using legilimency 3 times. Once when Harry was recounting their experience, once when the Philosopher's Stone was mentioned, and finally when asking about their suspects. Fortunately, the headmaster hadn't used his full power, and combined with the powerful enhancement from the experience card, he had successfully concealed his true thoughts. Dumbledore smiled gently, but didn't delve deeper. That's because I happen to receive information that a dangerous individual is targeting the Philosopher's Stone, but it's not Snape as you mentioned, nor Quirrell. As he finished speaking, he gave Ivan a meaningful look, then stood up and walked toward the mirror of Ariste. In any case, thank you for the warning. I'll have the other professors be more vigilant. You should head back now. I need to move this mirror elsewhere. If you discover anything else unusual, please feel free to tell me anytime. Yes, Professor, we'll leave now. After confirming that Dumbledore had no immediate plans to deal with Quirrell, Ivan just wanted to leave immediately. Staying even one more second in front of this old wizard felt too long. Harry opened his mouth, still having many questions he wanted to ask, but ultimately swallowed them and left the headmaster's office with his companions. The sound of the door closing echoed in the quiet room. Dumbledore stood before the mirror of Ariste, his gaze profound, remaining motionless for a long while. Suddenly, he said quietly, "Severus, what do you think?" As I've said before, their imagination is remarkably vivid. Snape's figure materialized silently in the darker corner of the headmaster's office, his black robes drawn close, his gaunt face shadowed like storm clouds. He had been concealed under a disillusionment charm, observing from the shadows, and every word of Harry's thorough criticism had reached his ears. He silently resolved that his last point deduction from Gryffindor had been far too lenient, lacking sufficient deterrent effect. Next time, he would be even more severe. This isn't merely imagination. It could very well become reality. Dumbledore reminded him with a grave expression, then cast a helpless glance at Snape. If this potion's master hadn't constantly antagonized Harry at every opportunity, the boy wouldn't have placed him as the prime suspect. However, Dumbledore understood all too well Snape's complex, almost twisted feelings toward Harry, and changing that wasn't realistic. So what? Snape raised those hollow black eyes, staring directly at Dumbledore. Quirrell's situation is crystal clear, definitely connected to Voldemort. What do you plan to do about him? Faced with this challenge, Dumbledore remained silent for a long while. You can't seriously expect those few pathetic obstacles beneath the trapdoor to stop Quirrell, or rather, to stop the Dark Lord, can you? Snape's low voice carried bewilderment, then a flash of realization crossed his mind, his expression turning suddenly cold. Or are those trials actually meant for Potter and his friends? He curled his lips sarcastically, having a few first-year students navigate through layers of traps, then face and defeat the Dark Lord? Ah, what a magnificent adventure! Anger surged through him as he wondered if Dumbledore had been reading too many adventure tales, or perhaps truly suffered from senility to conceive such an absurd plan. Severus, Dumbledore raised his voice to interrupt him. You know I cannot protect Harry forever. Appropriate trials are both necessary and urgent. At least now, I can still keep the danger within manageable limits. At this point, the old headmaster's blue eyes dimmed somewhat, a touch of weariness appearing around his eyes and brows. I am old, and I can feel my strength ebbing away bit by bit. Tom is different, though. He is weak now. As long as he doesn't die, he will recover one day, perhaps even stronger than before. If we cannot discover his method of defying death, we will ultimately be powerless to stop him. Manageable limits? Snape spoke each word deliberately. That is the Dark Lord. Though he knew Dumbledore spoke the truth, he instinctively found it difficult to accept. Yes, Harry bore Lily's ancient protective magic within him, preventing Voldemort from directly touching or harming him. But this enchantment wasn't foolproof. Voldemort could easily kill indirectly. A single fiendfire curse would be enough to reduce Harry to ashes. There is no absolute safety in this world, Dumbledore said calmly. Severus, you know the prophecy's contents better than anyone who must prepare for the worst. Do you think you won't live to see that day, so you're placing all your hopes on that madwoman Trelawney's prophecy? Snape sneered. With the Philosopher's Stone, you could live indefinitely. Snape looked at Dumbledore with disappointment, unable to comprehend why this wizard, hailed as the greatest of the century, would place his hopes in an 11-year-old child. The Philosopher's Stone was right here, immortality within reach, and Dumbledore had more than enough time to handle this matter himself. Sometimes living forever isn't necessarily a good thing, he murmured, his tone carrying both mockery and resignation. Only then did Dumbledore shift his gaze from the mirror of Ariste, his eyes settling on Snape through his half-moon spectacles. Besides, I did say that was only the worst-case scenario. Perhaps everything will go smoothly. His tone was light, but his furrowed brow remained tense. The disaster from 11 years ago loomed before them, the prophecy embedded in his heart like a nail. Had to hurry in preparing Harry. Snape's lips pressed into a grim line. I only hope you remember our agreement. With those words, he turned and left the headmaster's office, his black robes sweeping in an arc at the doorway. Since Dumbledore refused to act, he would do what he could, like warning Quirrell. Ivan, emerging from the headmaster's office, had no idea another conversation was taking place inside. Not wanting to waste any more academic points, and with time still on his side, he made up an excuse to send Harry and the others away. He then made his way alone to the potion storage room behind the room of requirement space, crammed with wooden cabinets to begin brewing the bloodline fusion potion. The catalyst dragon's blood was temporarily absent, but the brewing process itself was time-consuming, so he needed to prepare the base first. Dried nettles, black hellebore petals, buckthorn, powdered horn of bicorn. Ivan systematically retrieved the pre-prepared ingredients from the cabinets, adding them to the cauldron according to the system's instructions. Grinding, measuring, stirring the process flowed seamlessly. Thanks to the Scholar Experience card boosting his mental processing speed 100-fold, his movements were as precise as clockwork. Even though this was his first attempt, he made no mistakes. Precious herbs churned in the cauldron, gradually producing a murky, chaotic liquid with a pungent odorol within Ivan's expectations. Next, he simply needed to let it settle until the potion clarified to crystal transparency, marking the completion of the major portion. Once he added the dragon's blood, the entire potion would be ready for bottling. Time remaining, 11 minutes and 9 seconds. He glanced at the system display. The entire process had taken only 30 minutes, faster than anticipated, saving him an extra 100 academic points. With 11 minutes left, he decided to practice spells that didn't require much space: transfiguration and levitation charms. Before the countdown reached 0, he had pushed his transfiguration skills nearly to level 4, finally leaving the room of requirement with satisfaction. Walking through Hogwarts corridors, Ivan debated whether to head to the library for research or return directly to his dormitory. Rounding a corner, he unexpectedly encountered two alto-familiar figures, George and Fred. However, at this moment, both had tongues several times their normal size, hanging down to their chins, unable to close their mouths, drooling profusely while gesticulating and mumbling incoherently. George, Fred. Ivan nearly lost his composure at the ridiculous sight, suddenly remembering the 2-ton toffees he'd given them for Christmas. So this was probably his fault, wasn't it? Maybe he should make a run for it? However, it was clearly too late to leave now, as George and Fred had already rushed over the moment they spotted Ivan. Ivan instinctively gripped his wand tighter, expecting the Weasley twins to throw punches, but George just stood there with an excited expression, waggling an absurdly swollen tongue in front of him while gesticulating wildly. MMPH, 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 MMPH. George's words were so garbled they were nearly incomprehensible. Ivan shrugged, looking completely bewildered, but politely drew his wand anyway. Do you want me to help you break the curse? No need. This gift is brilliant. Fred waved his hands frantically. His tongue was also swollen, though slightly less than George's, making his speech barely understandable to Ivan. We knew how to use it the moment we received it. Unable to speak clearly, George had to wave his wand instead, and golden words instantly appeared floating in the air. We te theme and purpose. You actually had the nerve to eat those? Ivan asked suspiciously. Something this interesting had to be tested, plus it got us out of history of magic class, Fred said with a goofy grin, completely unbothered by his fat tongue. Tongue toffees? Nice name. Fred snapped his fingers. We're planning to make these one of our joke shop's flagship products. Having you as a special consultant was genius. The golden letters flashed in the air again. This time, George wrote out a long string of exaggerated praise, clearly having mastered using his wand like a quill pen. By the way, Ivan, did you receive the gift we sent you? Fred suddenly remembered the main point. Is this it? Ivan pulled two small, irregularly shaped circular objects from his robes, clearly shrunken by magic. I haven't figured out how to use these things yet. What exactly did you stuff inside them? Those are dung bombs, our latest creation. Fred grinned mischievously, though his voice was still thick from his swollen tongue. They're simple to use. Just throw them at someone you don't like. When they hit, they explode, and the smell sticks to them all day. Please tell me there is an actual, in here? Ivan broke out in a cold sweat, nearly dropping the dung bombs as his mind automatically conjured horrifying images of the twins crouched in bathrooms collecting raw materials. Of course not. That would be disgusting. Fred quickly interrupted, his thick tongue making him sound like a clogged drain. The smell comes from a mixture of stink sap. It just smells like the real thing. Hearing that the manufacturing process was just stink sap plus potions, Ivan finally relaxed, but George raised his wand again, letters flickering. Plus real stuff to troublesome originally when Tissenalden direct live couldn't collect enough for mass production can texic lie spindle day crouched nexto and pens. Fred immediately fell silent and glared hard at George. Could he please not expose their research's dark history? Anyway, you're our first customer, and we're counting on you to test it out and come back to tell us what needs improvement. Fred patted Ivan on the shoulder. Ivan nodded in agreement, though he muttered to himself. He couldn't think of anywhere he'd need to use the freshly made dung bombs just yet. Better to save them for the next time someone unlucky enough crossed him, then he could throw them. Over the next few days, he visited Hagrid's hut almost daily, personally observing the changes in that Norwegian Ridgeback egg. In his spare time, he either buried himself in the library researching materials or dove into the room of requirement to monitor the progress of his potion brewing. Whenever he ran into the Weasley twins, they would half drag, half pull him into developing new prank toys. With Hermione serving as his learning accelerator, his daily study efficiency suddenly doubled, which was precisely why he dared to exchange that experience card without hesitation after meeting Dumbledore. During these days, Ivan also roughly figured out the system's level classifications. 1. Level 1. Beginner, barely able to cast magic. Most first and second year Hogwarts students remained at this level. 2. Level 2. Somewhat skilled, capable of stable spellcasting outside the classroom. Ivan had seen George and Fred in action, and most of their spells were at this level. Despite their daily scheming for pranking enterprises, when they actually acted, they were still among the top of their peers. Secretly sneaking into the restricted section to self-study concealment charms was proof enough. 3. Level 3. Graduate standard. Ivan's only qualifying spell was Transfiguration, which he had tested while developing props, leaving the twins so stunned they couldn't close their mouths, shouting that he could directly sign up for NEWT level exams. 4. Level 4. Lacking samples, he couldn't assess this yet. The only thing that frustrated him was having to halt his plans for nighttime exploration of the restricted section. Recently, Harry had been sneaking out of the dormitory under his invisibility cloak almost every night. Ivan quickly figured it out. Harry was searching for the mirror of Erased. Dumbledore had said he would move the mirror elsewhere, and Harry, yearning to see his parents like Sirius, would never give up easily. As a result, Ivan could only lie honestly in bed, secretly hoping the headmaster would give Harry psychological counseling soon. This lifestyle continued for 3 days before Hagrid sent a note written in large, messy handwriting. The dragon egg was about to hatch. As soon as the bell rang, Ivan pulled Harry and Ron, plus Hermione, who had been forcibly added to their group, around the side door to avoid the crowd, and headed straight for Hagrid's hut. The chance to see a baby dragon hatch up close was rare, and everyone could barely contain their excitement. However, at the corner of a secluded corridor, Ivan unexpectedly witnessed a scene. Professor Quirrell was cornered against the wall by Snape, hands pressed tightly against his robes, trembling all over. Snape's black robes spread like taut wings under the torchlight, his voice low and icy. "You'd better confess honestly, what exactly were you trying to do sneaking into my potion storeroom? Who ordered you to do this? Didn't he? Aconite, are you injured? Or is he injured?" Snape stepped closer. "Or perhaps you wanted to brew polyjuice potion to extract methods for passing the trials from other professors?" "I didn't. I haven't. It wasn't me." Quirrell retreated in panic, his round eyes bulging as if they might pop out, his head shaking like a rattle drum. Of course he had heard about the theft from Snape's storeroom, but all he wanted to shout was, "Your potions were stolen, Snape." "But what does that have to do with me, Quirrell?" He was truly wronged. Chihuahua rolled his eyes dramatically in his mind. With his acting skills and abilities, he had no need to risk stealing potions to find ways to crack magical mechanisms. Yet here was Snape, furiously blocking the end of the corridor, clearly holding what he believed to be ironclad evidence. But he really didn't do it. Which bastard was deliberately framing him? One by one, wizards who had always been his enemies flashed through his mind, but none of them were currently at Hogwarts, so there was no reason for them to travel such a distance just to frame him. After much deliberation, Chihuahua could only blame it on bad luck. Perhaps some reckless young wizard had indeed stolen the potions, and his own recent suspicious behavior had landed him squarely in Snape's circle of suspicion. "This is so hard for me." He almost wanted to cry out loud, but could only swallow his grievances and force himself to put on a weak, innocent, and trembling expression, stammering, "Severus, the theft of the potions really has nothing to do with me. I swear." "Is that so?" Snape narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice shards. "The third day after Christmas break. Where were you that afternoon? I asked around the entire house, and no one saw you." Chihuahua was speechless. He certainly couldn't tell him that he had snuck into the Forbidden Forest that afternoon, trying to hunt unicorns to restore the Dark Lord's power. I was in my office the whole time. A student went looking for you that day, but there was no one in the office." Snape pressed relentlessly. Maybe I went to the bathroom temporarily." Chihuahua stammered, realizing immediately after speaking that something was wrong with his current terrible reputation at the school. How could any student possibly come looking for him voluntarily? Snape was clearly bluffing. "Your little tricks can't fool me." Snape lifted the corner of his mouth in a cold smile that sent chills down Chihuahua's spine, further cementing his conviction that Chihuahua is the thief. Chihuahua's face flushed red, nearly bursting into curses. What little tricks? He hadn't touched those potions at all. He was busy helping the Dark Lord's resurrection. If he needed materials, he could simply buy them himself. Why would he need to steal? But he couldn't utter a single word of this, and could only continue maintaining his submissive posture, allowing Snape to interrogate him coldly. Just as Snape was about to press further, he suddenly detected rustling sounds in the distance. Someone was eavesdropping. His black robe swirled as he left behind a low warning. "Think about who you're really working for." Then he turned and left. Ivan in the shadows nearly burst out laughing. His casual scapegoating had actually gotten Chihuahua into such a miserable situation. Only after Snape and Chilliwack's figures had completely disappeared did Harry, Ron, and Hermione peek out from around the corner. It was actually Chilliwack who stole Snape's potions. How is that possible? Harry found it truly unbelievable. Although Ivan had mentioned this possibility to him long ago, Harry had always refused to believe it. After all, Professor Quirrell was not only timid but also famously known as the nicest guy in the school. Even when young wizards misbehaved in class, Quirrell never lost his temper. Frankly speaking, he lacked even the basic ability to maintain order. How could such a person steal Snape's potions? However, Harry had heard the conversation between Snape and Quirrell crystal clear. Just know on the day the potion went missing, Quirrell's whereabouts were unknown, yet he lied about staying in his office the whole time, which made him highly suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Who cares about them? Professor Dumbledore will handle it. Let's go to Hagrid's to watch the dragon hatch. Ivan had long lost interest in staying in the dungeon classroom. For him, the dragon about to hatch was the top priority. Ivan, I never knew you liked dragons so much before. Hermione couldn't help but complain, feeling that Ivan's enthusiasm almost exceeded Hagrid's. That's a dragon, the most magnificent magical creature in the wizarding world. Ivan explained excitedly, but his real thoughts were churning only in his mind. As long as he could get dragon blood, he could complete the bloodline fusion potion, improve his talents, gain preliminary self-defense capabilities, and return home at the end of term with much more confidence. Before leaving the Great Hall, Ivan solemnly reminded Ron not to mention the word dragon along the way, lest others over here didn't want to encounter Malfoy at Hagrid's hut like in the original story. The four of them hurried to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid greeted them with even more enthusiasm than usual, smiling so broadly that his beard trembled. Clearly, he was extremely pleased today. The door and windows were sealed with thick wooden boards, leaving only a few gaps for ventilation. The blazing fireplace by the bed crackled and popped, sending waves of heat washing over them. As soon as Ivan entered, he fixed his gaze on the dragon egg in the center of the table. A deep crack had opened across the shell, and the entire egg was gently rocking. Ivan leaned in closer, and suddenly the crack spread with a loud crack. A bald, tender-skinned triangular little head poked out, followed by a thin black body struggling free from the broken shell, with long thin limbs that could barely support it. It's so ugly, Ivan commented with genuine feeling. But Hagrid's eyes lit up, as excited as if it were a holiday. Beautiful. We need to give it a proper name. Norbert. Let's call it Norbert. How about that? He extended a finger as thick as a fan to play with the little dragon. Norbert immediately tried to bite, but Hagrid's half-giant thick skin was impervious to the tiny sharp teeth. Look how much it likes me, Hagrid said, completely oblivious to any pain and convinced that Norbert had already accepted him as its mother. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances, reluctant to dampen Hagrid's enthusiasm. After a moment of patience, Norbert suddenly spat out a small puff of flame in irritation, hitting Hagrid's beard directly and setting it ablaze with a poof. Hey, you little rascal. Hagrid spun around, patting his beard as he was burned. Aguamini. Ivan waved his wand to summon a stream of clear water, pouring it directly over Hagrid's head and face. Thanks. Hagrid wiped the water droplets from his face. Although Ivan had quickly extinguished the flames, Hagrid's thick beard was still mostly singed away, leaving one side longer than the other, with charred stubble clinging to his heavy chin, looking rather comical no matter how you looked at it. Hagrid, are you all right? Ivan raised his hand to press down on his still steaming wand, asking with concern. I'm fine. Hagrid shook his head with a rough, strange laugh. Norbert's just too lively, naturally excited after just hatching. Ivan glanced toward the small black dragon by the fireplace. Norbert's fangs protruded, sparks flew from his nostrils, and his tail slapped the ground repeatedly, sending up blazing sparks. Hagrid's doting on giant beasts had reached an utterly uncontrolled level. Ivan sighed inwardly. It seemed that relying on dragon rearing for blood wouldn't be as simple as he'd imagined. The sudden burst of flame had frightened Harry and Ron in his sweaty palms, while Hermione's face was full of fury. Lively, she raised her voice. It nearly roasted you alive, Hagrid. But I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? Hagrid mumbled, his voice like drumbeats trembling in the wind. Ivan quickly tried to smooth things over. Hermione, don't worry. I'll come check on it when I have time too. Nothing major will go wrong. This is major. Hermione fixed her gaze on him. Dragons can grow as big as houses in just a month or two. If it's discovered, Hagrid will be sent to Azkaban. Ivan proposed a compromise. We just need to send Norbert away before then. Ron, your brother Charlie studies dragons in Romania. Once Norbert gets a bit bigger, we can ask Charlie to release it back into the wild. He only cared about obtaining dragon blood in the future and had little interest in Norbert's ultimate fate. Send it away? Hagrid's face flushed red with anxiety. No, I'm its mother. It's so fragile, it'll be bullied without me. No one's going to separate us. Bang. Norbert's tail knocked over the teacup on the table, sending porcelain shards flying. It then pounced on an iron can, its fangs tearing the metal surface into dents and gouging out holes with its claws. The vicious scene made everyone more determined about the idea of sending it away. Ivan even thought that if it were really released in Romania, they should probably worry about the wildlife there instead. Hagrid, you can't keep it forever. Hermione reminded him again. What about the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid had a sudden inspiration, thumping his chest heavily. I'm experienced at releasing creatures. I've done this more than once. Aragog is in the Forbidden Forest, living perfectly well, never hurt anyone. Aragog. Harry's eyes widened. You're keeping other things in the Forbidden Forest? No, you heard wrong. Hagrid waved his hands frantically, his voice lacking confidence. Aragog is an acromantula. Ivan added flatly. He revealed Aragog's identity at this moment to keep Harry and the others away from the Forbidden Forest this term, so they wouldn't run into Quirrell wandering around there. Even without Malfoy reporting them, they were unlikely to venture into the Forbidden Forest anyway. How did you know Aragog is an acromantula? Hagrid stared wide-eyed at Ivan. He was certain he hadn't mentioned Aragog's species just now. Had he accidentally let something slip again? Giant spider? Just how big can a spider get? Harry's mind buzzed with curiosity. About the size of this hut, maybe a little smaller. Ivan glanced around Hagrid's cabin, then recalled the massive creature with its sprawling legs from the original story, offering his serious estimate. You've got to believe me. Aragog's a good boy, never bites anyone. Hagrid defended his pet, with obvious guilt in his voice. Harry and Hermione didn't believe a word of it, while Ron imagined a house's-eyes spider crawling toward him and shuddered. I swear I'll never go into the Forbidden Forest. Ivan seized the moment to return to the main topic. Hagrid, the Forbidden Forest is too small and too close to Hogwarts. It can't hide a dragon. It'll be discovered sooner or later. The creatures in there have suffered enough already. If Norbert moves in, we'll probably see another wave of extinctions. But I just got him. Hagrid clutched the little dragon, his voice dejected. Then wait a month. Let Norbert grow bigger before sending him to Romania. Is too small to survive on his own right now. Ivan offered a compromise. Hagrid hesitated for a long while before finally nodding. Hermione and Harry had no objections. Either the newly hatched Norbert truly couldn't survive in the wild. Once they'd settled on the timeline, Hagrid felt downcast for a moment before rallying his spirits, treasuring their remaining time together even more. Ivan stared at the adorably ugly dragon before him, his concern no less than Hagrid's. Yet his mind was already secretly planning when he might draw a vial of dragon blood while Hagrid wasn't looking. The bloodline fusion potion still needed time to prepare, and blood lost most of its potency after 3 days outside the body. Couldn't be sure if that would affect the potion's efficacy. So he decided to build a good relationship with Norbert first, just like he had with Facesto, avoid too much resistance when collecting the blood. In the days that followed, he officially became a glorious dragon keeper, or more accurately, a cleanup crew. What he'd thought would be novel and fun proved to have plenty of novelty, but virtually zero enjoyment. As a Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert was shockingly temperamental. His sneezes shot out sparks that set tables and chairs ablaze. When his mood flared, he'd gnaw on beds and the fireplace, leaving rows of tooth marks. Occasionally, when bursting with energy, he'd turn the entire hut completely upside down. In just one day, Ivan had to cast Aguameni several times and countless repairing charms, or the cabin would have collapsed long ago. Hagrid, the cabin's owner, didn't mind at all when his bed was burned last night. He simply slept on the grass until Ivan fixed it with a restoration charm the next afternoon. Even so, Hagrid insisted that Norbert was just a bit active, which was perfectly normal for any healthy baby. Hagrid's over-the-top coddling was wearing Ivan out, and it was wrecking his plan to build goodwill. With 3 carefully prepared meals a day, Norbert swelled at a ridiculous pace. Within half a month, he was half a dining table in size, yet his arrogant, irritable streak didn't budge. To win over the little fire drake, Ivan tried everything he could think off: bathing Norbert, mucking out the pen, catching live fish to grill on the spot, even using his wand as a skewer, turning each piece and basting it. His affection didn't climb, but the title Grill Master was practically stamped on his forehead. The system's knowledge panel even popped a level 2 cooking skill, and Ivan secretly added a few drops of a taste-boosting potion to the fish. Norbert ended up hopelessly hooked on grilled fish. So, by day, 2 scenes took turns in the shed, demolition mode, with floorboards gouged into ravines by sharp claws. Then Norbert sprawled lazily by the hearth, basking while Ivan grilled, eyes half closed, jaw yawning open so the food could land right on his tongue. Seeing the gentle approach getting him nowhere and Norbert only getting bigger, Ivan finally felt a jolt of urgency. If he didn't put his foot down now, it'd be too late. One sunny afternoon, while Hagrid was out, Norbert was happily torching an old wooden chair. Ivan raised his wand and barked, Aguameni. A hose-thick jet slammed into the dragon's face and snuffed the flame he was about to spit with a pop. Rah! The little fire dragon froze for half a second, then whipped his tail and lunged at Ivan with a roar. Ivan tapped his toe, his wand traced a silver arc, and the floorboards split and extended, clamping over Norbert's limbs like stalks. Next, he animated the already shredded bedsheet into coarse ropes to bind that fire-spitting snout. then transfigured a heavy iron collar and snapped it around his neck. The pint-sized tyrant could only flap in place now, all bluster gone. Ivan rolled up his sleeves and started thumping that still soft dragon hide, scolding between blows. That's for spraying fire everywhere, for shredding the furniture, for being picky, for growing so fast, and for not sleeping properly. Every punch landed. Ivan's knuckles went numb, while Norbert, thick-skinned, only grunted and beat his wings, filling the room with dust. Once head blown off steam, Ivan bent double to catch his breath, and Norbert, all aggrieved confusion, fluttered his wings as if to ask why he was getting beaten. Calmer now, Ivan remembered the dragon-rearing handbook had peaked at first step in taming a hatchling is establishing absolute authority in its eyes. At the very least, the dragon must stop lumping the handler in with food. The ideal is that when their eyes meet, the fire drake is the first to flinch. Ivan acted on the spot and locked eyes with the immobilized Norbert. To make himself appear more menacing, Ivan deliberately bared his teeth and snarled. But after staring intensely for several minutes until his eyes were sore, Norbert remained completely unfazed. Was something wrong with his approach? He glanced toward a nearby mirror, only to see a face that was not only utterly non-threatening, but somehow inexplicably adorable. Ivan sighed. Being handsome was truly a burden. Since intimidating expressions weren't working on the young dragon, he raised his wand instead. A transfiguration spell molded the air into a massive two-handed sword over 3 feet long. Though hollow and weightless, the blade still gleamed menacingly under the lamplight. Ivan raised the sword above his head, put on an evil grin, and slowly advanced. Norbert had no way of knowing the sword was merely for show. With his limbs bound to the floor by transfiguration spells, he struggled desperately, his claws scraping against the wooden boards with harsh squeaking sounds. Ivan deliberately slowed his pace, each step drumming like a beat, gradually wearing down the young dragon's defiant courage. When he drew close and hesitated for just half a second with the raised sword, Norbert immediately cowered, wings drooping and tail curling into a ball. Ivan nodded with satisfaction. Leaning the massive sword within easy reach now, he could begin proper obedience training. Thinking of how he'd been diligently serving the dragon for days with nothing to show for it, he felt secretly irritated. If intimidation worked this well, why had he bothered playing nursemaid for so long? Norbert, lie down. Several hours later, Ivan issued the command again from a safe distance. The little dragon reluctantly lowered himself, and Ivan casually tossed over a grilled fish from the table. The savory aroma filled the air as Norbert chewed sullenly. Though the rope around his muzzle had long been removed, he wisely refrained from breathing fire. Previous failed attempts had taught him that this demon had precisely calculated the maximum range of his flames, and reckless resistance only brought various punishments. Watching Norbert eat on command filled Ivan with a sense of accomplishment. He'd spent the entire afternoon practicing just this one action, and it hadn't been in vain. As dusk approached, and he figured Hagrid would return soon, he waved his wand to release the binding spells on the dragon's limbs. Norbert remained obediently prone, not daring to move. That 3-foot two-handed sword was still within Ivan's easy reach. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after the spell was lifted, Fong's barking could be heard outside the hut, followed by the creaking of door hinges as Hagrid's broad face, framed by his peculiar beard, squeezed through the doorway. "Ivan, how was Norbert today?" Hagrid asked casually. Just as Ivan was about to answer, Norbert suddenly sprang to life, flapping his limbs and wings as he rushed toward Hagrid. His goose-sized dragon eyes brimmed with grievance, tears rolling down like large beans, looking exactly like a bullied little creature seeking comfort in its mother's embrace. "Oh, Norbert, good boy." Hagrid was initially stunned by this unprecedented display of affection, but then noticed the tears streaming from the young dragon's eyes and the bruises on his face, finally sensing something was amiss. "You actually hit him. Good heavens, he's not even a month old yet." Hagrid reached out to stroke Norbert's large head full of sharp teeth, his voice filled with distress. "I was just providing it with some training," Ivan explained, attempting to hide the massive two-handed sword behind his back. Though at this point, it was too late to reverse the transformation spell. The sword's cold gleam flashed briefly through the room, still standing over 3 feet tall. Hagrid's eyes widened as he instinctively scanned Norbert. Thankfully, the little Norwegian ridgeback showed no signs of sword wounds, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was no point in hiding it anymore, Ivan simply flicked his wand. The heavy blade instantly contracted and twisted, transforming back into an ordinary broomstick with a sharp crack. He spread his hands openly and said, "Hagrid, you're spoiling Norbert far too much. If you don't start disciplining him soon, he'll tear your roof off. Besides, he needs to learn hunting and fighting instincts as soon as possible." "But Norbert's still too young. You'll frighten him with that approach," Hagrid said hesitantly, wringing his large hands. "Norbert, down," Ivan suddenly commanded. The conditioned reflex from hours of training kicked in immediately, and the little dragon dropped to the ground without thinking. Once he realized what had happened, seeing his protector nearby, He quickly scrambled up and hid behind Hagrid, baring his sharp teeth and growling low at Ivan like a defiant husky. Watching this scene, Hagrid felt both pleased and dejected. The dragon was indeed learning, but he understood this meant his own indulgence was no longer effective. Maybe, when he's a bit older? Hagrid suggested quietly. If we let him grow much larger, I'm not even sure I'll be able to control him anymore. Ivan shook his head decisively. His words were the final straw that broke Hagrid's resolve. He knew Ivan was right, and if they continued to let things slide, Norbert would eventually cause serious trouble. All right then, Hagrid sighed. But don't be too rough during training. If you have time, we could work together. Ivan's eyes lit up. With you there to assist, I wouldn't need to rely on transformation spells to restrain him. Using your strength to hold him would be much more reliable. Hagrid's mind filled with images of Ivan commanding the little dragon, and he felt genuinely tempted. Mischief was one thing, but who wouldn't want their child to be both spirited and obedient? Fine, though I'll be patrolling the Forbidden Forest recently, so I can only spare time in the evenings. The Forbidden Forest? What's happened? Ivan's heart tightened. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, fidgeting with his fingers, but ultimately couldn't resist Ivan's questioning. He said in a low voice, "A unicorn was attacked. Fortunately, it escaped, though it was injured. I need to figure out what did it. Since the attacker didn't succeed this time, they'll likely try again." The hut fell silent. Hagrid's tone grew somber. Simply couldn't imagine what kind of evil creature would attack a sacred unicorn. Ivan fell into silence, knowing full well that Quirrell must be behind the unicorn attacks, yet he was powerless to stop it. He recalled the tentative report he, Harry, and the others had made to Dumbledore not long ago, only to have the headmaster brush it aside with "the time is not yet right." Barging into the office again would only yield the same result. Thinking of Hagrid, who frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest and might suffer because of this, Ivan secretly regretted his earlier decision to deviate from the plot for the sake of peace and quiet. Hagrid remained oblivious to his concerns, merely cursing the cruel hunter a few times before eagerly changing the subject and pulling Ivan into a discussion about dragon training and care. Ivan suppressed his unease and patiently explained everything from daily feeding to flame control to habitat temperature curves, laying out each point clearly and methodically. Meanwhile, Norbert had thought reinforcements had arrived and was huddled in the corner eavesdropping. But as Hagrid's expression shifted from anger to excitement, the little dragon suddenly shivered at it, had a sinking feeling that its days ahead wouldn't be pleasant. Over the next few days, Ivan's fears didn't materialize. With Hagrid's assistance, Norbert completely lost its last shred of resistance. Hagrid treated the training as entertainment, from lie down to roll over to breathe fire, command after command, having the time of his life. For the Norwegian ridgeback accustomed to demolishing huts, sleeping, and basking by fires, this intensive curriculum was nothing short of a nightmare, even causing the scales on its back to droop. Only when swallowing the greasy grilled fish each day could it find a glimmer of warmth in its cold existence. The library was perfectly quiet, with the soft sounds of quills and turning pages filling the air. Suddenly, a voice mixed with anger and helplessness pierced through the bookshelves. "Ivan, we can't go on like this." Hermione's outburst startled the young wizards around them, and even Madame Pants peered over with a stern look. The young witch's cheeks flushed red instantly, forcing her to lower her voice. "Exams are coming up, and we should be studying, not researching books that have nothing to do with the tests." Ivan closed his copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and raised an eyebrow. "It's just an exam, though. We really need to study? We already know what we need to know, don't we? Just knowing isn't enough." Hermione's voice became an urgent whisper. "If you want to get an O outstanding, it's not that simple." As the exam date approached, her anxiety grew daily. Previously, she could still spare time to discuss dragon care with Ivan, but these past 2 days she'd thrown herself completely into her review books, especially worried about her transfiguration. "Compared to you, I'm still far behind. If I only get an E exceeds expectations in transfiguration, how disappointed Professor McGonagall will be." Harry and Ron, who had been quietly memorizing their spell lists, looked up at each other in bewilderment. For them, avoiding a P for poor or D for dreadful would be cause for celebration, and O for outstanding seemed impossibly distant. Ivan looked at Hermione's lips pressed tight with nervousness, his tone calm but confident. "Hermione, your transfiguration is already quite good. Many 3rd and 4th year students are only at your level. Getting a high score in transfiguration won't be difficult for you." He wasn't just offering comfort. The last time Hermione had cast spells, Ivan had assessed her transfiguration as having reached level 12 height that most upper year students could achieve. Even if Professor McGonagall were particularly demanding, she wouldn't withhold an outstanding grade. "Yeah, I heard George and the others saying that Ivan's transfiguration skills are already good enough for the OWLs." Harry couldn't help but chime in, thinking that when even Hermione with her grades was still complaining, he and Ron felt too ashamed to show their faces. Noticing Hermione's low spirits, Ivan tried to persuade her again. "It's not good to be too tense before exams. You need to balance work and rest to perform your best. It's a holiday today, So why don't we go see Norbert? Charlie will be coming to take him away in a couple of days, and it'll be hard to see him again after that. Over the past week, Hermione had practically lived in the library, barely even eating. Ivan was looking for an opportunity to help her relax. No thanks, what's so interesting about a dragon? I still need to review a guide to basic transfiguration. Hermione shook her head stubbornly. She wanted to be first in every subject, especially transfiguration, which she was best at. Absolutely couldn't lose to Ivan. Harry and Ron, however, had long since tossed aside the tedious, a history of magic, and pestered Ivan to tell them about dragon training. Ivan didn't hold back, quietly recounting the details of training Norbert with Hagrid, deliberately keeping his voice low enough that Hermione, sitting nearby, could just hear. He's bigger than a desk now and can follow commands to jump, roll over, and breathe fire. At this, Harry and Ron rubbed their hands together excitedly. Ivan secretly noticed that Hermione's page-turning had noticeably slowed. Norbert can fly, now don't you want to try what it feels like to ride a dragon? He pressed his advantage. What if we're discovered with the castle so close? Hermione finally spoke up. We'll leave at dusk and fly low. Even if Snape were standing on the tower, he might not see us, Ivan assured her with a smile. Hermione hesitated for 2 seconds, then snapped her book shut with a thwack and glared at him reproachfully with her head full of dragons. How could she possibly focus on her notes? Several hours later, outside Hagrid's hut, Ivan moved a chair to sit by the edge of the grass, lazily giving commands. Norbert, jump. Roll over. Breathe some fire. You're a big boy weighing 200 pounds, now learn to cook your own fish. On the nearby lawn, the massive, black-scaled Norwegian ridgeback rolled around excitedly, breathing scorching flames at the fish rack on command, then grabbing the rack with his fong-filled maw, flapping his wings, and running on all fours to Ivan, placing 2 grilled fish in the basin and waiting for Ivan to sprinkle on the taste-enhancing potion before devouring everything in one go. Ivan gently stroked Norbert's massive head as a gesture of affection, marveling inwardly at the dragon's astonishing growth rate. In just over a month, it had grown several times his own size, and standing before him now, it looked absolutely magnificent. Ron watched enviously from the side, unable to resist reaching out to touch Norbert's wing like Ivan had done, while Harry and Hermione also showed eager expressions. Don't move. Ivan suddenly barked sharply. Ron jumped in fright, about to complain when he turned to find Norbert's enormous head mere inches away, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth dripping with yellowish saliva. His legs gave out immediately, and he collapsed to the ground as Harry quickly helped him up. So hard. Ivan tapped Norbert's head lightly, signaling it to retract its fangs. The hard scales made his knuckles tingle from the impact. Ivan, haven't you already tamed it? Ron asked, still shaken. It's only been a short time, I can't claim complete control yet. Just establish some basic authority. Ivan shook his head. Through a combination of firm discipline and grilled fish rewards, he had made Norbert obedient to him. But as the dragon grew larger and realized its trainer wasn't as powerful as initially thought, that fragile master-servant relationship could shatter at any moment. For now, though, controlling it posed no problem. After a few soothing words and a warning glance, seeing Norbert settle down obediently, Ivan beckoned to his friends. You can touch it now if you want. Ron, still terrified from his scare, hesitated to approach. Harry, being braver, was the first to place his hand on the dragon scales. Hermione, you should try too, Ivan said, looking at the young witch who was still hesitating. Though Hermione sensed the danger, she couldn't resist the temptation of touching a real dragon, and finally placed her hand on Norbert's head. The thick scales felt rough against her palm, but touching a living dragon for the first time made her smile with excitement. Norbert felt uncomfortable with these strange small creatures touching him all over, but with Ivan standing nearby, he didn't dare flap his wings to swat them away. Ivan kept watching the dragon's eyes and subtle muscle movements, only relaxing slightly after confirming it wouldn't suddenly attack. Over the past month, under the pretense of dragon training, he had collected enough dragon blood. The fusion potion in the room of requirement was also ready. All that remained was adding the dragon blood to complete it. Recalling the description he'd seen earlier when examining the item, Ivan frowned slightly. Magical item dragon blood description. Taken from a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback, with vitality and magical power inferior to adult specimens, but equal potential. Though he had mentally prepared for this, reading the actual assessment still left him somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, the potential was the Samite would just require more time to develop, which provided some comfort. He decided to add the dragon blood to the potion that very night. Just as his mind wandered, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the forbidden forest. Immediately after, nearby bushes rustled violently as a large dog, covered in blood and limping, came running toward Ivan. Fawn. Ivan recognized him immediately and rushed forward. The massive hound staggered into Ivan's arms, trembling all over, whimpering in terror as the smell of blood filled the air. Ivan looked down to see several charred, bloody gashes on its hind legs, marks left by a dark curse. Harry quickly caught up, with Ron charging over as well, both looking equally tense. Looks like some kind of curse, but fortunately it wasn't a direct hit. Ivan quickly assessed the injuries. Hermione was much calmer than the other two, but the calmer she appeared, the heavier her heart felt. If Fong got injured and escaped, then Hagrid must be in trouble in the Forbidden Forest. Her voice trembled slightly. Whimper. Fong seemed to understand and immediately broke free from Ivan's arms, grabbing his trouser leg and desperately pulling him toward the Forbidden Forest. The situation was crystal clear. Harry and Ron, both impulsive by nature, immediately wanted to rush into the dark woods, but Ivan stopped them with an outstretched hand. There's no time, Ivan said grimly. Even if we ran over there now, it would be too slow. If Hagrid and Fong working together couldn't handle the enemy, we'd just be a burden. The best approach is to return to the castle immediately and notify the professors. Everyone froze. Only Ivan knew that Hagrid had been investigating the unicorn attacks in the Forbidden Forest these past few days, and the truth behind those attacks was likely Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Thinking about how his earlier intervention to stop Malfoy from eavesdropping about the dragon egg had unexpectedly pushed the plot in this direction, Ivan felt his chest tighten. But Hagrid is in danger right now. Harry gripped his wand tightly. Logic told him to get help, but his heart ached with worry. By the time we go back and forth, Hagrid might. That's why you're going back. Ivan sighed deeply, then suddenly leaped up, climbing onto Norbert's back and gripping the young dragon's horns tightly as he settled into position. Ivan, you're going to. Hermione's eyes widened. Running can't beat flying, can it? I'll ride Norbert over there, maybe I can still make it in time. Ivan nodded calmly. This had all started because of him, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He then leaned down to address the still trembling hound. Fong, come up. I'll need you to show me the way. Fong looked at Norbert's massive body, tail tucked tight between his legs, but his paws still moved forward. Ivan patted the dragon's back encouragingly, and finally Fong trembled as he leaped up, landing behind Ivan. Good boy. Ivan hadn't expected the cowardly big dog to actually overcome his fear. Had been prepared to have Harry or Hermione lift Fong up. Hermione said urgently, Ron alone is enough to notify the professors. Harry and I can come with you. Harry nodded seriously, while only Ron looked confused. Why can't I go? Ivan looked at Harry, genuinely tempted. Against Quirrell controlled by Voldemort, Harry might be a crucial trump card. But after hesitating for only a second, he shook his head. Norbert can't support all three of us. He's only a little over a month old carrying me, and Fong is already pushing it. Besides, to avoid exposing his identity, Quirrell won't engage in a direct confrontation. 2 of us will be enough. With that, he raised his hand and gently patted the dragon's neck. Norbert, take flight. Ivan patted Norbert on the head, and the young Norwegian ridgeback immediately spread its wings, creating gusts of wind as it pushed off with its front legs and soared into the sky. The powerful airflow swept grass blades high into the air as Ivan leaned forward on the dragon's back, gripping the rough horns tightly like a steering wheel. Yaya was securely tucked in his arms, and the intelligent black dog, despite being terrified by the sudden takeoff, could only bark frantically in the direction they had come from. Understanding the signal, Ivan followed Yaya's barking and pulled on the dragon's horns, guiding Norbert toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. To keep the dragon-raising secret from being exposed, Ivan had been limiting Norbert's flying altitude these past few days, though he occasionally couldn't resist taking nighttime rides through the air. The temptation of dragon riding was simply too great for him. It was precisely because of this practice that he now dared to take Norbert into the sky without hesitation, confident he could rescue Hagrid from danger. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, left on the ground, were racing toward the castle at full speed. Excuse me, coming through. Harry led the charge as the 3 of them barreled forward, initially heading straight for the headmaster's office before realizing halfway there that they didn't know the password. Professor McGonagall should be teaching 3rd years right now. Hermione suddenly remembered, so the 3 turned and rushed toward the Transfiguration classroom. Bang! The door slammed open with a loud crash, and dozens of 3rd-year students looked up, their eyes fixed on the 3 breathless first years standing in the doorway. Professor McGonagall, standing beside the podium, shot them an icy glare. Mr. Potter, if you don't have a— her voice carried barely contained fury, but Harry and Ron each grabbed one of her arms. Professor McGonagall, something terrible has happened. We'll explain on the way. Hermione barely managed to get the words out before she and the boys dragged Professor McGonagall out of the classroom and into the corridor. The 3rd-year students were left stunned. George, sitting at his desk in a daze, suddenly piped up. So does this mean we don't have class this afternoon? After 2 seconds of silence, the entire classroom erupted. Yeah, no class. The cheers from boys and girls alike nearly lifted the roof off the Transfiguration classroom. Down the corridor, Professor McGonagall was being dragged along at nearly a run by the 3 young wizards, her expression still stern. You're telling me that Hagrid is in mortal danger in the Forbidden Forest, and that Halls, that is, Ivan rode a Norwegian ridgeback named Norbert to rescue him? Her first instinct was that Hermione was making up stories. There is absolutely no way anyone at Hogwarts could be keeping a dragon. She stopped walking, and no matter how hard the three pulled, she wouldn't budge. Harry was about to offer a brief explanation when suddenly, roar! A long, wild dragon's roar echoed from the distant forbidden forest, making the window glass vibrate. McGonagall happened to be standing by a window, and all four of them looked out to see the forest canopy glowing red with flames as a young dragon wreathed in fire burst skyward, its wings beating and creating rolling waves of air before diving back into the forest and breathing streams of blazing fire. The firelight dancing on the window frame reflected in Professor McGonagall's glasses as she opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. "I think we don't need to explain anymore," Ron said with a shrug. "Yes, I see." Professor McGonagall also realized the gravity of the situation at that moment, her expression instantly darkening. "I'll go first. You must find Dumbledore immediately. The password to the headmaster's office is sherbet lemon." Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand and cast a blasting curse that shattered the tall corridor window. With wind howling around her, she leaped out with surprising agility that defied her age, jumping down from the third floor. "Professor McGonagall." Hermione's heart leaped to her throat as she rushed to the window. She saw Professor McGonagall wave her wand in midair, silver lights swirling around her as she landed gracefully, her robes billowing but her footing steady. "That was brilliant, a levitation charm. Maybe we should." Ron's eyes sparkled with admiration. "This is the third floor. We'd be splattered before we could cast the spell." Harry quickly pulled him back. "We need to find Dumbledore quickly." Hermione's voice still carried urgency. Though Professor McGonagall had rushed to help, she felt that only Dumbledore could truly give them a sense of security. "No need. I've already heard." Dumbledore emerged from the shadows, his gaze behind the half-moon spectacles looking past them toward the distant forbidden forest. His usually serene face now showed a rare trace of gravity. Whatever was happening in the forbidden forest had clearly exceeded his expectations. Deep in the dark forbidden forest, a patch of previously silent shadows suddenly erupted with commotion. Moments later, a massive figure stumbled through the undergrowth. Hagrid. His worn, patched coat was soaked with blood, the metallic scent thick in the forest air. Normally, the ghouls and acromantulas lurking in the darkness would have been drawn by the smell, but now, apart from Hagrid's heavy breathing, the entire forest was eerily quiet save for the chirping of insects. Huff, huff. He leaned against a tree trunk, breathing heavily, his hands gripping a thick branch he'd broken off as a weapon, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. In the deep shadows, a wizard cloaked entirely in black was silently approaching. Hagrid had no strength left to take another step and hurled the branch with all his might. The half-giant's strength was tremendous. The branch whistled through the air, but against a vigilant and powerful wizard, it was futile. "Defendo!" The black-robed wizard casually flicked his wand, and the branch exploded into splinters midair, scattering like confetti. "Who are you? Why are you attacking unicorns in the forbidden forest?" Hagrid's eyes were bloodshot, his voice thunderous. The figure remained silent, revealing nothing of his motives. The dark wand rose slightly, its tip pointing directly at Hagrid as a low incantation emerged from beneath the hood. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot out at terrifying speed. Recognizing the curse, Hagrid felt deep despair wash over him. Harry, Dumbledore, Aragog, Ivan, Hermione, Ron, Norbert. Memories flashed through his mind like a slideshow as he closed his eyes, preparing to meet death. At that moment, a pure white, luminous figure shot out like lightning, blocking the path between them. "No!" Hagrid roared with a ghastly expression, his eyes wide with horror. However, his furious cry could not change the inevitable. The blazing green light struck its target with perfect accuracy, and the snow-white figure that had been galloping moments before came to an abrupt halt, crashing heavily into the fallen leaves and mud. It was a unicorn. Even as a powerful, top-tier magical creature, the unicorn could not withstand the killing curse. Life was rapidly draining away, its pristine mane stained with jarring patches of its own blue blood. It continued to twitch and struggle futilely, attempting to rise again. Hagrid was already in tears, his arms too weak to move even half a step. Excruciating pain and exhaustion had paralyzed his limbs. Meanwhile, Quirrell, wrapped in his black robes, felt his heart sink as his breathing trembled, for that familiar, cold voice exploded in his mind. "Useless fool, you can't even kill a mere beast." Voldemort was furious. The direct hit from Avada Kedavra had failed to claim an immediate life for the first time, making him wonder if this was his most incompetent servant. Quirrell felt utterly wronged. Voldemort had been draining his life force extensively lately, causing his magical power to diminish significantly, but how dare he argue with his master? All his resentment could only be directed at Hagrid. If this bumbling giant hadn't interfered, he would have succeeded in his hunt long ago instead of being delayed until now. So Quirrell ignored the dying unicorn and dragged his black robe step by step toward Hagrid. He savored the helplessness and despair alternating in those bloodshot eyes. Raising his wand, he intended to cast Avada Kedavra once more to end Hagrid's life completely. At that moment, an unusual gleam suddenly burst from the depths of Hagrid's gaze. Despair turned to bewilderment, then to horror. His lips trembled as if trying to utter a single word, dragon. Don't think such petty tricks can distract me. Quirrell sneered disdainfully. He had seen far too many such illusions, and besides, where would Hogwarts get a dragon? You fool, look up. Voldemort's sharp warning thundered into Quirrell's consciousness. Though the hood weakened his perception, the Dark Lord instantly sensed the deadly threat approaching. Almost simultaneously, a clear and deafening dragon's roar tore through the night sky. Quirrell spun around abruptly, only to see a mass of scorching flames rushing toward him at an unstoppable speed. Voldemort immediately seized control of the body by force. That twisted serpentine face slid to the front, grotesquely merging with Quirrell's features like a two-faced demon. He barely managed to wave his wand, hastily erecting a purple magical barrier to block the flames. But the searing heat and impact waves tore at the barrier relentlessly, fine cracks spreading rapidly across its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Fortunately, the flame breath lasted only 3 seconds before stopping. Just as Voldemort was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a massive dragon head loomed large in his vision, carrying the force of its dive as it smashed through the cracked barrier and sent the grotesque body flying. Norbert flapped his wings, tucked his limbs forward, and landed heavily on the ground. Ivan stood majestically on Norbert's back, casting a worried glance at Hagrid before raising his wand high to search for any sign of the enemy. Hagrid, where's the enemy? He looked around, directing his full attention to every tree shadow. Just seemed to fly away. Hagrid's face was still streaked with tears as he stammered and pointed toward the dense forest on the right. Ivan recalled the obvious impact he felt during landing. Norbert seemed to have hit some kind of barrier. Judging by the force of the collision, Quirrell had most likely successfully cast a defensive spell, so the chances of him being killed outright were slim. This meant the enemy was probably still alive. Incendio. At this thought, Ivan immediately tensed up and rapidly fired several flame spells in the direction Hagrid had indicated. Crimson tongues of fire burst from his wand tip, shooting skyward and quickly spreading through the forest. Even so, Ivan wasn't satisfied and immediately commanded Norbert, aim in that direction, keep breathing fire, the fiercer the better. Facing Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, he didn't dare show any mercy. Norbert excitedly raised his neck and breathed out scorching dragon fire. Waves of flame rolled forward, instantly devouring large patches of undergrowth as charred wood crackled and exploded. Hagrid stared blankly at the roaring flames for a long moment before finding his voice. Isn't this a bit much? The firelight reflected on Ivan's face as he pondered. What if this fire won't go out? Setting the forbidden forest ablaze was a serious crime. What if he got sent to Azkaban? Though Professor Dumbledore should be able to sort it out, right? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked. Norbert had originally planned a sneak attack, but one dragon roar had ruined everything, forcing him to use Incendio as backup. Norbert whimpered pitifully twice. It rarely got a fly around, so how was roaring a couple of times suddenly wrong? Ivan ignored him and simply signaled to keep watch, then leaped down from the dragon's back and hurried toward Hagrid. Fong had already bounded to Hagrid's feet, his thick tongue constantly licking his master's face, covering it with drool. Ivan examined the wounds on Hagrid's waist, abdomen, and thighs. They were a bloody mess, even seeping wisps of black vapor, but weren't fatal. Unfortunately, he didn't know any healing spells and couldn't treat them. Hagrid, are you alright? I've already sent Harry to notify the professors they'll be here soon. Never mind me. Go check on Cecilia. Hagrid urgently pushed Ivan away. She just took the killing curse to protect me. Cecilia? Ivan asked, puzzled. That's the name I just gave her. If it weren't for Cecilia, I might already be dead. Hagrid choked up as he wiped the tears from his face with his large, dust-covered hands. After confirming that Hagrid was truly unharmed, Ivan nodded and walked toward the dying unicorn. As he approached, the firelight reflected off Cecilia's snow-white coat, making her entire body seem wrapped in a gentle white radiance, with the spiral horn on her forehead gleaming faintly. However, her abdomen and hind legs were torn open with multiple long gashes, and azure blood dripped down through her fur. Ivan knew clearly that these external wounds weren't truly fatal. It was the Avada Kedavra curse that Kino had cast. No matter how strong one's life force, it couldn't withstand that for long. Cecilia's turquoise eyes rapidly dimmed, her anguish clearly visible. Ivan reached out to stroke her silky mane, feeling through his palm as the strands gradually lost their warmth. All he could do now was offer comfort. The killing curse couldn't be reversed. That was precisely why it was classified among the 3 unforgivable curses, beyond even Dumbledore's power to undo. Under his gentle words of comfort, the unicorn slowly closed her eyes, her life force ebbing away with each breath. Ivan sighed softly and put his mustn't waste it thought into action, pulled a test tube from his pocket, and caught the azure blood flowing from her wounds. After filling it, he sealed it tightly with a cork and gazed at the gem-like liquid, whispering to Cecilia, "Your enemy won't live much longer. Rest in peace." As his words faded, He had the vague sense that something subtle had changed about the body, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Ivan knew his words weren't empty comfort. Kino's identity had been exposed, and even if he hadn't burned to death, Voldemort would likely drain what remained of his life. He stood up, tucking the test tube inside his robes. He could faintly hear a system notification in his ears, but before he could check it, a tabby cat burst from the depths of the forest at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow. Norbert, who was on guard duty, immediately bristled, opening his fang-filled maw in a low growl, yet hesitated to pounce because the aura of pressure was far stronger than his own humans. Norbert, stop. That's not an enemy. Ivan intervened in time. He recognized Professor McGonagall's animagus form, though he was surprised she could make her transformed body move at speeds far exceeding those of an ordinary cat. Sure enough, the tabby cat reached Hagrid's side, her form twisting as she instantly transformed back into Professor McGonagall herself. The moment she landed, she caught sight of the spreading flames and raised her wand to cast Aguamenti. Moisture from the distance was drawn together into streams, forming a massive water serpent in midair that crashed down upon the burning woodland to the right. Though the fire had spread widely, it lacked control, and faced with the torrent of water, it was quickly suppressed entirely. Even so, the ground had been burned into a patch of ashen scorch marks that probably wouldn't recover for decades. Witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, her eyes blazing with fury. She never imagined that whoever attacked Hagrid would be so utterly deranged as to set fire to the Forbidden Forest. Had she arrived any later, she might not have been able to stop this blaze. Suppressing her rage, she immediately knelt beside Hagrid to examine his injuries. After confirming his life wasn't in danger, she flicked her wand, and with a flash of eerie green light, she drew the dark miasma from his wounds, then cast a series of healing spells to stop the bleeding and mend his flesh. This is all I can do for now. You'll still need to spend some time recovering with Madame Pomfrey, McGonagall said, lowering her wand, her voice heavy. Thank you. That's enough. I feel fine. Hagrid gasped, dried tear tracks still visible on his face. Could you check on Cecilia? I think she might still be saved. Cecilia? Who's that? McGonagall frowned. That was the name Hagrid had given the unicorn, who had died protecting him from the killing curse. Ivan watched for a moment, seeing Hagrid's dejected state, and spoke up. She's already dead, Hagrid. Only then did McGonagall notice the unicorn's body lying nearby, its coat gray and white, its flank charred black, completely lifeless. Learning it had been struck by the killing curse, she shook her head helplessly. I got her killed. Hagrid covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently as he broke down sobbing. McGonagall realized she wouldn't get much more information from Hagrid in his current state, so she turned her attention to Ivan, who appeared to be in better condition. Hulls, what on earth happened here? How did Hagrid get injured? With a unicorn killed and Hagrid struck by a dark curse, the situation was clearly serious. Ivan didn't hide anything and quickly recounted the events. They had found the injured Fang outside Hagrid's hut and deduced that Hagrid had been attacked in the Forbidden Forest. To save time, Harry and the others had gone back for help while he rode Norbert ahead, just in time to see a black-robed wizard about to strike Hagrid down. He had used dragon fire and a diving attack to ambush the attacker, successfully driving him off. McGonagall pursed her lips, imagining the terrifying scene: flames, dragon roars, the black-robed wizard scrambling to escape silently, admiring Ivan's quick thinking in the crisis. After finishing his account, Ivan pointed toward a cluster of trees on the right that had been burned white. Professor, the person Norbert sent flying landed over there. I think he was badly hurt, but probably still alive. Are you certain? McGonagall's brow furrowed deeply. Based on Ivan's description, between the dragon's impact and being engulfed in flames, an ordinary person would hardly survive. Professor, you can see for yourself there's no body there. In such a short time, surely he couldn't have been burned to ash. Ivan shrugged, frustrated that his finishing blow had still allowed Quirrell to escape. McGonagall was about to nod when she suddenly realized a crucial question. Wait, who started the fire? Of course I said it, Ivan said sheepishly, then added solemnly. It's only basic caution when facing a dark wizard who can cast the killing curse. Professor McGonagall followed his gaze toward the Forbidden Forest, which was still emitting blackened smoke. Her mouth twitching slightly. Was this boy being overly cautious? However, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. The black-robed wizard had indeed used the killing curse and successfully escaped through the flames, making his danger level undeniable. Professor, I suspect he's badly injured and probably hasn't gotten far. If you pursue him now, you might still catch him, Ivan urged anxiously. He didn't want to wait for Quirrell and Voldemort to recover and return to cause more trouble. No, protecting you all is the priority right now. Professor McGonagall shook her head without hesitation. The situation deep in the Forbidden Forest was unclear, and reckless pursuit would only make things worse. More importantly, she worried that once she left, the black-robed wizard might return to harm Ivan and Hagrid. Ivan sighed. He understood that with Voldemort's cunning, even if severely injured, by the time Dumbledore arrived, he would have already slipped away to some unknown corner. Professor McGonagall suddenly turned her attention to Norbert, who was lying lazily on the ground, her voice rising. Halls, where on earth did this dragon come from? Hermione said you rode a dragon to rescue Hagrid. I thought they were talking nonsense. Hogwarts doesn't keep dragons. Unauthorized breeding without ministry permission is grounds for Azkaban. Hearing this, Hagrid began to recover slightly from his earlier shock. Seeing Ivan's silence, he was about to take the blame. Actually, this dragon is. Professor Dumbledore asked Hagrid to raise it. Ivan quickly interrupted, cutting him off. He figured that since Dumbledore had allowed Quirrell to operate for so long, the headmaster could take the blame for this too. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall might send Hagrid straight to Azkaban. Albus. McGonagall's tone softened noticeably, though still tinged with doubt. Indeed it was me, Minerva. A gentle but slightly weary voice came from the other end of the Forbidden Forest. In the moonlight, Dumbledore's silver-white beard swayed gently in the breeze, the star-like decorations on his deep purple robes reflecting an ethereal glow, his brow bearing an unusual hint of worry. This was the first time Ivan had been caught red-handed while passing the buck, and he couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't expose him, instead going along with his story to cover for the lie. How could you approve of Hagrid doing such a thing? What would we tell the ministry if they conducted an inspection? McGonagall frowned, clearly still struggling to accept this. The specific reasons can be discussed later. Dumbledore turned to Hagrid. I'm more interested in understanding what exactly happened here. Hagrid had somewhat recovered his spirits and began to recount the events in fits and starts. A month ago, Hagrid, as the gamekeeper, had already noticed traces of strangers entering and leaving the Forbidden Forest. At first, he assumed it was just some adventurous upperclassmen who had wandered in by mistake. But a few days later, during a night patrol, he discovered a unicorn lying on the moss under the moonlight, its silver blood spreading in mottled patterns across the ground. Only then did he realize this was far from the work of mischievous students. Since that night, Hagrid had been patrolling the Forbidden Forest almost day and night, following broken branches and scattered hoofprints with Fong, determined to uncover the truth. Today, during his routine patrol, he stumbled upon a black-robed wizard attacking another unicorn in a clearing tangled with vines. The unicorn cried out in agony, its silver blood gleaming eerily in the air. Rage surged through Hagrid, and without any hesitation, he let out a roar and charged forward with his umbrella in hand, Fong at his side. If he had managed a surprise attack, he might have been able to overpower his opponent with his natural giant strength. However, the black-robed wizard was incredibly alert, and a green light barely missed Hagrid's ear. His massive frame made him an easy target in the forest, and curses struck his broad chest and arms one after another. Fortunately, his thick half-giant skin, the unicorn's counterattack, and Fong's biting and harassment saved his life. You should have notified Albus immediately about something this important. Professor McGonagall scolded him as soon as she arrived, her voice filled with undisguised fear. How could you face such a dangerous enemy alone? Hagrid opened his mouth but couldn't find words to defend himself during that time. He had been secretly raising the baby dragon Norbert and was too afraid of being discovered to seek out Dumbledore. Later, Fong and I got separated, and I could only retreat while leading the black-robed wizard deeper into the forest, Hagrid said in a low voice. I thought Cecilia had escaped far away, but she had been following nearby and even blocked the killing curse for me. When he mentioned the unicorn Cecilia, his shoulders sagged slightly. Though they had only met a few times, after fighting side by side and being protected by her sacrifice, he already considered this proud creature a friend. Unicorns are naturally wise and proud, and rarely involve themselves in danger, Dumbledore said gently but firmly as he stepped forward. Clearly, your courage earned her recognition. With that, his gaze fell upon Ivan. Halls, you did very well this time. I must say, you never ceased to surprise me. Ivan maintained his acclimacy while keeping a modest expression on his face. It was what I should have done. Hagrid is my friend. He certainly didn't want to attract any more attention from the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded without pressing further. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva, please escort Hagrid and Halls back, and notify the other professors to keep the students from all houses under control. After a brief pause, his blue eyes flashed with a rare coldness. As for the killer in the Forbidden Forest, I'll find him myself. With his momentary loss of emotional control, a tremendous magical force emanated from the old man, making the air feel oppressively heavy. Ivan's heart pounded from several steps away, while Norbert, with his apex predator bloodline, tucked his tail and curled into a ball, showing none of his draconic majesty. This was the first time Ivan had seen Dumbledore so angry, and he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope perhaps the headmaster could really follow the trail and eliminate Quirrell and Voldemort in one fell swoop. At that moment, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Norbert, who was curled up in a ball. Albus, what should we do about this dragon? Dumbledore gently placed his hand on her shoulder. As long as we handle it before the ministry officials come for their inspection, it will be fine. Dumbledore offered a brief explanation before waving his wand to summon countless blue points of light, using his magic to send them scattering in all directions, then chose a direction and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. How should we handle this? A vanishing spell. Professor McGonagall frowned as she spoke to herself, still unable to grasp Dumbledore's intentions. In her view, to make a dragon completely disappear from Hogwarts in the shortest time possible, the most direct method would be a vanishing spell traceless, clean, leaving not even bone fragments behind. With Dumbledore's abilities, he should be able to manage it, shouldn't he? Though she herself wasn't entirely certain. Ivan shuddered at her words. He had always thought Professor McGonagall was stern and rigorous, never imagining she could be so decisive and efficient when dealing with a problematic dragon. He quickly waved his hands in explanation. Ron's brother Charlie is currently studying dragons in Romania. We've already made contact, and he'll be able to take Norbert away in the next couple of days. Professor McGonagall didn't press further, seemingly accepting this plan. She glanced at Hagrid, who was still struggling to get up, then quickly turned to Ivan. Can you transfigure a stretcher? Of course. Ivan immediately understood. He drew his wand and pointed it at a long piece of dead wood, visualizing the details of a rescue stretcher in his mind frame. Surface, padding, not missing a single component. Magic flowed into the wood fibers as the branches were stretched and twisted, the outer shell continuously hardening, transforming in moments into a black metal stretcher. Two cylindrical support bars connected seamlessly, with a solid wooden board fitted between them. To ensure Hagrid's comfort, he added thick cotton padding. This was his first attempt at such complex transfiguration, and despite sweat beading on his forehead, he completed it successfully. Very impressive, Professor McGonagall showed a rare expression of appreciation. I doubt I could find a student at Hogwarts more skilled in transfiguration than you. She had originally planned to correct any small mistakes and provide an impromptu demonstration, but clearly that was no longer necessary. When dealing with the troll last time, Ivan's ability to instantly transfigure deadly spikes had already surprised her. She hadn't expected his skills to advance so significantly in just a few short weeks. Ivan, however, wasn't satisfied. He said quietly, Professor McGonagall, I feel like my transfiguration has hit a bottleneck. No matter how much I practiced these past few days, there's been no improvement. His system panel remained stuck at level 3, 799,800, refusing to budge no matter how much he practiced. Professor McGonagall's smile faded as she pursed her lips seriously. I must remind you, Halls. Transfiguration is profound and dangerous. You must never rush for quick success. Your level already far exceeds your peers. What you need now is consolidation. In her decades of teaching, she had seen countless gifted young wizards who, driven by overconfidence, ventured into forbidden territory by casting advanced transfiguration on themselves. Those who succeeded broke through boundaries and gained unique animagus forms. Those who failed met tragic fates, dying instantly from magical disruption was considered fortunate, while the more terrifying outcome was becoming half-human, half-beast creatures with twisted forms. Since such fundamental transformations could never be reversed once they failed, these individuals might be forced to exist in such grotesque states forever. After the warning, Professor McGonagall still assured Ivan that as long as his magical power steadily improved with age, the bottleneck in transfiguration would naturally be broken through. Until then, he should use his magic more to touch the internal structures of different objects. The more thoroughly a wizard understands their target, the less magical power and mental effort the transformation requires. Wingardium Leviosa. As soon as the words left her lips, Professor McGonagall gracefully flicked her wand. Gentle silver light enveloped Hagrid, and his large frame was tenderly lifted onto a stretcher. Then she waved her wand again, suspending both the stretcher and Hagrid in midair, moving slowly forward alongside her and Ivan's steps. The forest path was dim and quiet, and Ivan seized the opportunity to humbly ask for guidance. What are the most important things to pay attention to when casting transfiguration spells? How can one speed up spellcasting? Professor McGonagall maintained the levitation charm steadily while explaining in detail. 1. First, clearly construct the target form in your mind. 2. Keep the magical flow smooth and unbroken during the moment of transformation. 3. The more familiar you are with the target, the more refined the spell becomes. She also demonstrated several subtle wand-tip movements for Ivan to study repeatedly. When the two emerged from the Forbidden Forest, bright moonlight spilled across the grass. Ivan felt his mind filled with a series of practical techniques. Yet the numbers representing his transfiguration proficiency on his status panel remained completely unchanged. Secretly pondered that perhaps he would need to take the bloodline fusion potion before he could truly break through. By the lakeside hut, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already been pacing anxiously. Seeing McGonagall and Ivan approaching together, they quickly rushed forward. The first thing that caught their eyes was Hagrid being supported by the floating stretcher. Hagrid, are you all right? Harry only briefly greeted McGonagall before crouching down in front of Hagrid. I'm fine. Hagrid's voice was hoarse. It's just that Cecilia, at this point, the giant's rough hand quietly wiped across the corner of his eye, and grief nearly pulled him back into the whirlpool of memories. The three were completely confused, so Ivan had to speak up to explain. Cecilia was a unicorn. To save Hagrid, she was hit by the killing curse. The killing curse? That's an unforgivable curse. Who would use it? Hermione gasped. Harry knew nothing about this, and Ron had only heard of the Imperius curse, being equally confused about the killing curse. Hermione immediately explained, I've read about it in books. It's an extremely evil killing curse that can instantly take a life. The Ministry of Magic lists it as one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and once someone is caught using it, they'll be sent to Azkaban because those hit by the curse inevitably die, with no counter curse. She suddenly realized there was an exception standing right beside her and quickly added, oh, except for Harry. He's the only person who's ever been hit by the killing curse and lived to tell about it. And it was cast by you-know-who himself. Harry unconsciously touched his forehead, where the lightning bolt-shaped scar throbbed faintly. In the past, people had only told him, you defeated you-know-who, but never explained what kind of mortal threat he had faced. Whoever attacked Hagrid won't care about the Ministry's rules, Ivan said, seeing that Hermione still held on to a glimmer of hope, and couldn't help but remind her. Don't expect those dark wizards to voluntarily follow the law. All right, children, we can chat later. We have more important matters to attend to right now. They needed to hide the dragon so it wouldn't be discovered again, and get Hagrid to the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall had to interrupt their conversation. Hide Norbert in your hut and let it sleep for a while. Ivan immediately proposed. Professor McGonagall quickly agreed, directing Ivan to lead the squealing little dragon back to the hut while she followed closely behind, raising her wand with a swift stupefy. The red light struck, and Norbert collapsed with a thunderous crash before it could breathe fire. Considering dragons' natural resistance to magic, Professor McGonagall cast several more stunning spells to reinforce the effect before lowering her wand. Then she used a transfiguration spell to conjure thick iron chains, binding Norbert's limbs, wings, and mouth securely to ensure that even if it woke up early, it could only thrash about helplessly. Ivan stared at the thoroughly bound Norbert, remembering how Professor McGonagall had nearly used a vanishing spell to solve the problem earlier. He silently congratulated himself for being on the right side. Someone this ruthless was definitely not to be crossed. After locking the dragon in the hut, everyone hurried toward Hogwarts Castle. Snow continued to fall, and moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting long shadows on the ground. Professor McGonagall directed Ivan, Harry, Hermione, and Ron to go straight to the Great Hall while she personally escorted Hagrid, who lay unconscious on a stretcher, to see Madame Pomfrey. When Ivan pushed open the doors to the Great Hall, all 4 house tables were packed, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the welcome feast, but lacking joy and filled with tension instead. Groups of young wizards whispered among themselves, and though the prefects called for quiet, their efforts had little effect. The word dragon kept popping up in conversations throughout the hall. As soon as Ivan and the other 3 appeared, every gaze turned toward them. The third-year students who had witnessed Hermione dragging Professor McGonagall away were especially eager to surround them and demand inside information. The moment Ivan sat down, Fred and George squeezed in beside him. What really happened in the Forbidden Forest? Someone saw a fire-breathing dragon crash into it, and we heard the roaring from our classroom. George whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The surrounding students all perked up their ears. Ivan could only shake his head apologetically. I don't know either. Let's wait for the professors to make an announcement. He understood that McGonagall or Dumbledore would surely release an official version soon, and speaking out of turn would only cause trouble for himself. The twins exchanged glances but didn't press further. They knew that if Ivan could talk, he wouldn't keep secrets from them. However, other students didn't share this understanding, and questions bombarded Ivan, Harry, and Hermione like rapid gunfire. Nothing happened there. No dragon. Nothing at all. Hermione finally snapped, raising her voice in frustration. Harry and Ron were equally miserable knowing the truth, but being unable to speak was torture. Even loose-lipped Ron didn't reveal a single word this time, because Ivan had told them before entering that if they didn't want Hagrid thrown into Azkaban, they'd better keep their mouths shut. Ivan and his companion's silent attitude proved rather useless, as even more students attempted to push their way toward them. The shuffling footsteps and rising whispers through the great hall into chaos, causing even the professors at the staff table to furrow their brows. Snape suddenly drew his wand and pressed it to his throat, casting a sonorous charm on himself. His voice was instantly amplified several times over, rumbling like thunder beneath the vaulted ceiling. Silence. Everyone returned to your seats immediately. The sound waves rolled and echoed through the hall, as if a giant hand had pressed a pause button. The children who had been crowding around Ivan instantly scattered like startled birds, stepping on chairs and clutching their robes as they fled toward their house tables at the fastest speed of their young lives. Ivan caught sight of a Slytherin student being knocked down in the rush, his knee hitting the ground hard beneath his robes before two merciless shoe soles trampled over him. The child burst into tears but still gritted his teeth, scrambled to his feet, and hurried away. Even his fellow housemates dared not stop to help him up, showing just how deeply Snape's fearsome reputation was etched into everyone's hearts. Once satisfactory silence had returned, Snape's narrow gaze swept across the entire hall before finally settling on Harry, his voice still magically amplified. "Potter, if you're planning to fabricate lies for attention, get out now." Harry trembled with rage, his fists clenched white beneath the table. He thought to himself that if he really knew the killing curse Hermione had mentioned, he would have hurled it at Snape's face by now hadn't said a single word since entering the hall. Hermione and Ron were equally indignant, but having learned their lesson earlier, they suppressed their impulses and refrained from speaking back. Ivan had long grown accustomed to Snape's venomous tongue, and was even surprised that the poisonous scorpion hadn't deducted house points while he was at it. As he calmed down and reflected carefully, he realized the warning contained a subtle hint to keep quiet. It was just that this proud professor insisted on delivering his reminders in the most unpleasant tone possible. The problem was that Harry completely missed the subtext, rendering the effort nearly useless. Regardless, Snape's forceful intervention finally brought temporary peace to the Great Hall, leaving only the occasional, barely audible whisper. Meanwhile, Ivan noticed that several professors at the staff table wore expressions of concern, while only Snape sat back in his chair with a calm demeanor, his gaze directed toward a corner of the seating area, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. Ivan followed that line of sight. Quirrell's seat was empty. Not surprisingly, Ivan suspected that Professor would never return after his severe injuries. Quirrell's absence undoubtedly made him the prime suspect in the attack on Hagrid. Unless Voldemort had lost his mind, he would never let Quirrell walk into a trap and face investigation. More unexpected than Quirrell's absence was what stood at the front of the Great Hall. Atop the giant eagle statue perched a semi-transparent phoenix radiating ethereal blue light, its wings slowly spreading as its tail feathers rippled gently like water. "Are there blue phoenixes?" Harry finally couldn't contain himself, lowering his voice to ask Ivan. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, even thought it more captivating than the real phoenix he had seen in the headmaster's office. Just looking at it, that extraordinary sense of calm soothed the anger in his chest. "That's Professor Dumbledore's Patronus," Ivan replied. Having read the original work, Ivan was well aware that Dumbledore's Patronus was different from others. It could serve as a medium to transmit messages. The presence of the Patronus here meant that Dumbledore's watchful gaze was constantly upon this place. It was precisely because of this that he immediately understood something that had puzzled him. Professor McGonagall had not yet returned, but the other professors had already acted swiftly to gather all the students in the Great Hall ahead of schedule. Clearly, this was all thanks to that blue phoenix Patronus. Harry, however, was completely bewildered. He felt like he was back to his first days at school, understanding very little about many things. "A Patronus, what's that?" he asked Ivan in a lowered voice. "A magical creature summoned by an advanced protective charm called the Patronus charm," Ivan explained. "It's formed from the caster's happiest memories and is typically used to ward off Dementors." Just as Harry opened his mouth to ask what Dementors were, Ivan already understood and quietly added, "Dementors are extremely dangerous creatures that somewhat resemble the Grim Reaper from Muggle legends. Their bodies are decayed and cold, and they feed on happiness. Advanced spells, unknown creatures." This string of unfamiliar terms immediately captured the attention of the young wizards around them. The Patronus charm wasn't something that students of their year could master, and rumors about Dementors were few and far between. Those who had been privately discussing the dragon were now completely captivated by Ivan's story. After about a few minutes, Professor McGonagall hurried out through the side door of the hall. Although her expression seemed more relaxed than before, her furrowed brow indicated that the matter had not been resolved. The other professors immediately gathered around her, inquiring in hushed tones. The distance was too great for Ivan to hear their conversation clearly, so he could only guess based on their expressions. Just then, the blue phoenix perched on the eagle statue suddenly became transparent before dissolving into countless points of light. Immediately after, the previously sealed doors of the Great Hall slowly opened, and Dumbledore's figure appeared in the doorway. Gone was his usual kindness and humor, replaced by a heavy solemnity. As he walked past the long tables of each house, the whispered conversations unconsciously grew quieter. Taking the platform, his gaze lingered for a moment on the empty seat that belonged to Professor Quirrell. Then he cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "The reason I have gathered you here at this hour is because there is an important matter that needs to be announced." His eyes swept across the hall, ensuring all students were listening, before he continued. "Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, was attacked by an unknown assailant today while patrolling the Forbidden Forest. While he is not in mortal danger, we have yet to apprehend the attacker. From today forward, the school is under complete lockdown. No one is to leave the castle without permission. I will arrange for available professors to conduct regular patrols until the holidays, or until the perpetrator is caught." Dumbledore's tone was stern, and no one dared doubt he was joking. However, a trace of disappointment crossed Ivan's brow. Even with Dumbledore personally involved, they still couldn't locate Quirrell. Finding him again after this would only become more difficult. The young wizards below murmured among themselves, the buzzing growing louder. Dumbledore raised his voice to quiet the commotion. Apart from these rather unpleasant matters, I also need to award some additional points here. First, there were Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Miss Hermione Granger, who discovered the disturbance in the Forbidden Forest in time and chose to notify the professors to rush to the rescue, preventing greater losses to the school. At this point, Dumbledore gave Ivan a meaningful look. If the three hadn't reported the situation promptly, the Forbidden Forest would likely have been reduced to ashes. Ivan felt no regret about this. If he hadn't set that fire, Quirrell, who had only been injured by the dragon, might very well have made a comeback, and by then he and Hagrid probably wouldn't have had a chance to call for help. For this, I award each of them 20 points. Dumbledore announced. The Gryffindor table immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. A one-time addition of 60 points was enough to allow Gryffindor to surpass Ravenclaw, who had been in second place, and tie with first-place Slytherin. Harry was so excited he nearly jumped from the bench, eagerly searching for Snape's expression, wanting to see how disappointed that gloomy face would look. However, Snape remained expressionless, as if none of this concerned him. Hermione tried to maintain her composure, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her joy. Ron held his head high. This was the first time he had received such thunderous applause before the entire school. As the applause gradually faded, Dumbledore continued. Next is Mr. Ivan Hares. Through his quick thinking and bravery, he successfully repelled the attacker, allowing Hagrid to be rescued. I declare that Gryffindor House receives an additional 50 points. As his words fell, the Great Hall briefly fell silent. Countless gazes turning to Ivan in unison, even several professors showing expressions of disbelief. Though they weren't clear on the specific situation in the Forbidden Forest, they had first heard dragon roars, followed by billowing smoke. Plus Hagrid had been attacked. The level of danger was obvious. More importantly, Dumbledore had clearly stated that it was Ivan alone who had repelled the attacker, not the professors who had come as reinforcements. Clap, clap, clap. In the silence, Dumbledore began applauding first, followed by thunderous applause that erupted throughout the Great Hall. At this moment, not only Gryffindor, but even the usually arrogant Slytherin students had to admit that Ivan's performance exceeded their expectations, expressing their respect through applause, with only a few jealous individuals still forcing stern expressions. Ivan was experiencing this kind of center of attention scenario for the second time, so naturally he wasn't too excited, instead wondering privately, shouldn't they be trying to downplay this incident right now? The applause continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The young wizards below looked expectantly at Dumbledore, thinking that now he would finally discuss that mysterious dragon. However, Dumbledore made no mention of it at all, instead waving his wand and pointing lightly in the air. The four long tables were instantly filled with rows of exquisite desserts. Cream pudding gleaming with a delicate sheen under the candlelight, chocolate cake emanating tempting aromas, cornflakes baked to a golden crisp, crushed almond ice cream emitting wisps of cold mist from silver plates, the mere sight of which made mouths water. Dumbledore smiled as he looked around, his tone gentle yet confident. I believe you might need to eat some desserts, as this will help calm your turbulent emotions. Dumbledore paused for a moment before speaking again. Regarding the attacker, there's no need for concern. I have identified him, and the Ministry of Magic will soon send investigators. As long as you remain safely within the castle walls, you will face no danger whatsoever. His gentle, yet confident voice fell like invisible magic from the Great Hall's vaulted ceiling, and the worry lines on the professors' faces visibly faded. But Ivan wasn't listening at all. He was too busy stuffing desserts into his mouth, having spent the afternoon at Hagrid's hut and missing dinner entirely. Just as the headmaster finished speaking and was about to leave to handle a pile of urgent matters, an unexpected question rang out from the Gryffindor table. Professor, what about the dragon? Aren't you going to say anything about it? The hall fell silent instantly, and Dumbledore's steps froze in place. Ivan looked around while chewing his cream pudding and was surprised to discover that the speaker was none other than Seamus, the demolition expert. He couldn't help but be stunned. Did this kid really have such courage? Under Dumbledore's calm gaze, Seamus shakily stood up. The headmaster clearly had no intention of scolding him, instead explaining gently. I must remind you all that Hogwarts has no authorization from the Ministry of Magic to keep dragons. As for that roar, it was most likely a magical effect. There are many ways to achieve such things. When I first became headmaster, students loved pulling similar pranks. Filch was always eager to hang them in detention, though I constantly urged him to be more lenient with the children. After finishing his explanation, Dumbledore smoothly shifted to old stories, as if everyone was eager to hear his reminiscences. Ivan rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the old man was playing dumb again. But I saw it with my own eyes. Seamus insisted nervously but stubbornly. The thing was as big as a house, or even bigger. 4 legs, a pair of wings, and it could breathe fire. The surrounding students burst into laughter. This description was identical to those in storybooks. Seamus's face turned red as he raised his voice. I'm really not lying to you. Only then did Ivan understand. Seamus had probably spotted Norbert and bragged about it back in the dormitory. Now that Dumbledore was denying it, he naturally felt indignant and could only stubbornly argue back. As for that overly simple description, Ivan figured it out too. The castle's elevated position meant only Norbert's diving moment could be directly seen, and from such a distance, details would naturally be blurry. He picked up his iced lemonade, drinking while waiting to see how Dumbledore planned to handle this situation. Unexpectedly, before the headmaster could speak, Seamus suddenly seemed to remember something. I think I also saw someone riding on that dragon's back. I can't be 100% certain, but I think it was very likely Halls. Uffed. Ivan spat out his entire mouthful of juice, staring at Seamus in disbelief. If you could see him from that distance, you shouldn't be called demolition expert, Seamus. You should be called eagle-eyed Seamus instead. Dumbledore hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but after only a moment's hesitation, he recovered, his expression remaining unchanged. Mr. Seamus Finnegan, he said in a calm tone tinged with hidden amusement. I believe I've already explained this quite clearly. As for why you saw what you did, Dumbledore paused slightly, then smiled with narrowed eyes. Perhaps you should ask Mr. Halls how he managed it. As soon as he finished speaking, every gaze in the Great Hall turned to Ivan in unison, even several professors showing curious expressions. Ivan stood there stunned, never expecting the kindly old headmaster to thrust him into the spotlight at such a moment. He shot Dumbledore a pleading look, only to receive a mischievous wink from the centenarian's message couldn't be clearer. Figure it out yourself. Ivan grumbled inwardly. This had to be the headmaster's revenge for burning down the Forbidden Forest. Faced with the students' pressing questions, he could only shrug and say, do you really believe a first-year wizard could tame a dragon and ride it through the air breathing fire? That's completely ridiculous, isn't it? We believe it. George and Fred exchanged glances and shouted in unison. If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, but nothing Ivan did would surprise them. Ivan rolled his eyes helplessly, unsure how to talk his way out of this. Fortunately, most of the young wizards agreed with his assessment. Dragons were among the most advanced magical creatures. Adult dragons were larger than houses, fierce and violent, and even professional dragon tamers wouldn't dare ride on a dragon's back, as it would easily be seen as provocation. Of course, they didn't know that Norbert was only a little over a month old. If they knew the truth, their reaction would likely be quite different. With his dragon riding exposed by Seamus, Ivan hastily ate a few pieces of cake before bidding farewell to the feast and hurrying away. Hermione, Harry, and Ron suffered the same fate. Their status as accomplices made them targets for questioning all the way back. Only when they reached their dormitory and slammed the door shut did they finally find peace, though they also locked poor Neville out. Ivan, what do we do now? Seamus saw Norbert with his own eyes. Will Hagrid be sent to Azkaban? Harry asked worriedly. Ron nodded in agreement. What's worse is that quite a few students heard Norbert's roar. There's no way to keep it secret. Don't panic, Ivan said calmly. As long as we get Norbert away before the Ministry comes to investigate, there won't be any decisive evidence. Professor Dumbledore will handle the rest. Exactly right. Ron immediately grabbed paper and quill. I'll write to Charlie again and have him come tomorrow. Ivan reminded him. Don't write the word dragon in the letter, it's too obvious, and it would be trouble if it's intercepted. All right, I'll be more subtle. Though Ron thought this was overly cautious, he obediently made the changes. After writing and sealing the letter, the two boys took the owl to the Ollery, tied the message securely, and sent it off. The night wind swept across the tower top, and the owl flew away in the moonlight until it was just a tiny black dot. Once the letter was sent, both Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Ivan hadn't worried much from beginning to end. Dumbledore was currently the most influential figure in the entire wizarding world, and the Ministry of Magic could never stir up any trouble at Hogwarts based on mere rumors and the testimony of a young wizard. After the group quietly discussed their strategy in the dormitory, they suddenly remembered that Neville was still locked outside. Harry hurriedly opened the door, only to find that the Gryffindor cubs, who had been crowding the corridor earlier, had long since dispersed, leaving only Neville standing there all alone. Poor Neville looked like a punching bag. Several buttons on his robes had been torn off in the earlier commotion, and he appeared completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Ivan quickly apologized, raised his wand, and whispered reparo. The buttons returned to their proper places one by one. The tumultuous day had left Harry and Ron utterly exhausted, and both fell into deep sleep almost as soon as their heads hit their pillows. Ivan closed his eyes and rested for a moment on his bed. Once the dormitory had completely quieted down, he quietly sat up again around midnight. For him, the most important task remained unfinished. He remembered that the castle would have heightened security tonight, so he decided to try the disillusionment charm, which he rarely used. Disillusionment charm, he whispered, gently tapping his forehead with his wand. A cool, viscous force like egg white enveloped his entire body. creating the sensation of submerging in transparent water without affecting his breathing or movement. Unlike hiding under an invisibility cloak, there wasn't that sense of security from being isolated from the world, but it offered the advantage of complete freedom without the constraints of fabric. Ivan stood before his bed and turned his head to look at the small mirror hanging on the right side. The mirror clearly reflected the bedding and pillows, as if his body didn't exist at all. After confirming the effect, he put on the Marauder's map and set off on the familiar path for his nighttime exploration of Hogwarts. The map clearly showed the patrol routes of Filch and the duty professors, which Ivan skillfully avoided. Incidentally, he carefully searched the entire map, but didn't see the name Quirrell. Perhaps that professor no longer dared to return to the castle? Ivan speculated silently. He needed a place to brew potions. He walked back and forth 3 times on the carpet in front of the room of requirement. The door immediately appeared, and he pushed it open to enter the hidden potions storage room. Compared to when he first discovered it, nearly a third of the previously empty shelves were now filled with various potions. Transparent aging potion, milky white skill grow, golden euphoria elixir, deep red fire protection potion. These were all brewed using materials he had borrowed from Snape. Since they would just go to waste anyway, he might as well use them to practice his potion-making skills. The cauldron in the center of the room was the most conspicuous, containing the bloodline fusion potion he had been preparing for an entire semester. After the long settling process, the liquid had lost its initial murkiness and become as clear as a pool of colorless water. If Ivan hadn't watched it change day after day, he would almost suspect someone had secretly replaced it. Unable to suppress his excitement, he took out 2 test tubes containing magical creature blood from his robe pocket. The crimson and azure blood stood out strikingly even in the darkness of night, with faint glimmers of magical energy flowing through them. Ivan placed 2 exquisite crystal vials on the long table, their labels clearly readable. 1. Magical item dragon blood, extracted from a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback. While its potency and magical power are inferior to those of an adult, it possesses the same potential. 2. Magical item unicorn blood, from an adult female unicorn. The blood contains astonishing life force. Drinking it directly can save the dying and delay death, but those who extend their lives this way will suffer a life curse. Faced with the blood of 2 supreme magical creatures, Ivan found himself in a difficult dilemma. Either one could significantly enhance his abilities. System, can I use both together? His indecisiveness flared up again as he asked hopefully. Still no response. Ivan grumbled internally. Why didn't his system have a legendary system spirit like in the stories, forcing him to figure out everything on his own? Worried about potential conflicts between the 2 blood types, he ultimately abandoned the reckless idea would be too costly if greed led to complete failure. After careful consideration, he decided to use the unicorn blood. His reasoning was practical. Norbert was still a young dragon, so his blood's potency and magical power couldn't match that of an adult dragon. Though the potential was the same, who knew how long it would take to fully develop? As for the unknown curse in unicorn blood, that only occurred when drinking it directly to extend one's life. From what he understood, unicorn blood was commonly used in high-level healing potions due to its vast life force, with hardly anyone mentioning side effects. He uncorked the vial and slowly poured the azure blood into the cauldron. The previously transparent potion immediately turned a deep blue and began sparkling with tiny points of light. With all preparations complete, Ivan hesitated no longer, lifted the bloodline fusion potion from the cauldron, and downed it in one gulp. A bitter taste exploded on his tongue, but it was barely tolerable. He smacked his lips, about to comment, "Doesn't seem like much," when a bone-deep tingling suddenly coursed through his body. The next second, his blood felt ignited, boiling and churning as his magical powers surged wildly. Before joy could surface, terror followed close behind. His previously stable magical energy instantly spiraled out of control, sending powerful waves in all directions like an invisible storm. Bottles and jars on the long table shattered with explosive sounds, scattering glass shards and liquid everywhere. The air vibrated violently as tables and chairs were hurled against the walls by the impact. Ivan clenched his teeth tightly, acutely aware that the fusion potion was brutally reconstructing his body. Under the magical turbulence, his bones and flesh showed ominous signs of collapse. Only then did he suddenly recall the warning from bloodline origins. Bloodline fusion rituals carried extremely high risks, with most wizards either dying from losing control or mutating into monsters. If not for this danger, how else would ordinary wizards have become the mainstream? Just as Ivan thought his body was about to be torn apart, he suddenly felt the world before his eyes transform. The pain in his body gradually faded, and the surging magical power shifted from towering waves to a gentle stream. He discovered that his consciousness and magical energy were spreading together, permeating every corner of the storage room within this domain shrouded by his magic. He was nearly omnipotent. With a mere thought, Ivan attempted to lift the mahogany round table that had fallen to the floor. Without incantations or wand movements, the table rose as if lifted by invisible hands, shooting up with a whoosh and crashing into the ceiling. I only wanted to lift it a little bit. Ivan's mouth twitched, but the frustration vanished instantly. Like a child with a new toy, he continued pouring more magical power into the round table. As the magic flowed continuously, he suddenly saw the table's internal structure breaking down into individual wood fibers. The direction and density of each fiber appeared clearly in his mind. Using magic to perceive the structure of objects, Ivan recalled Professor McGonagall's teachings, while the system's urgent notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Through exploration and practice, your transfiguration proficiency has greatly improved, advancing to level 4. Ding! Through exploration, your transfiguration proficiency has greatly improved. The notifications flooded the screen. Normally he would be ecstatic, but now he remained calm, certain he could achieve much more, perform a true biological transformation. Not simply changing materials, but completely reshaping an object into life from the inside out. The moment the thought formed, the wooden round table began twisting and contracting like heated wax, then stretching. Ivan blocked out the system notifications entirely, focusing all his attention on crafting the form. First the skeleton, then muscles and flesh, finally assembling wings and tail feathers. Under the guidance of his magic, the wood fibers transformed into living cells, and soon a golden red phoenix with magnificent tail feathers appeared in the air. However, this phoenix had lifeless eyes and lacked spirit. If not for the occasional falling feather and wing flutter, Ivan would have doubted whether it was truly alive. It possessed no magical power, nor the healing properties of phoenix tears. If I switched this with Dumbledore's real phoenix, how long would it take him to notice? A mischievous thought crossed his mind, followed by an even bolder idea. If he infused this phoenix with magical power, would it become a true magical creature? The moment the thought arose, overwhelming exhaustion struck him. The previously docile magical energy instantly spiraled out of control, churning violently, causing the painstakingly crafted phoenix to be torn apart and explode in an instant. Crimson blood rain splattered in all directions as flesh and feathers were torn into fragments, tumbling down from midair with a rustling sound. Ivan, having just emerged from that peculiar state of exhilaration, collapsed to the ground with a thud, so weakened that he couldn't even conjure the simplest magical barrier, helplessly allowing several chunks of reeking remains to stick to his face. He lay on his back for a long while, his chest heaving violently, until his strength gradually returned. Only then did he wipe the bloody fragments from his face with the back of his hand and struggle to sit up. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ivan closed his eyes and tried to re-enter that miraculous state where thoughts moved and the world followed. But the magical power that had surged almost beyond control had now obediently retreated back into his body. No matter how hard he concentrated, he could no longer lift even a single wooden stick with his mind, let alone perform advanced transfiguration spells. This dramatic shift felt as though he had been thrust from an omnipotent deity back to an ordinary mortal, filling his chest with an indescribable sense of loss. Beyond the disappointment, Ivan's thoughts were drawn back to memories from when he was 8 years old. That night, he had awakened from a nightmare in a cramped little room, fear flooding through him like a burst dam, triggering an explosive release of magic. Walls cracked, floorboards curled up, and the wooden toy in his arms briefly came to life, spreading its wooden limbs to shield him. Throughout the entire episode, he had neither waved a wand nor uttered an incantation. Pure instinctive rejection had caused widespread destruction, while his instinctive sense of vulnerability had conjured a guardian. He had never understood why his magical outbursts could achieve such feats. However, he recalled several instances of Harry Potter's magical episodes from the original story, hair growing instantly, turning a teacher's wig blue, even making zoo glass vanish into thin air, all of which seemed to manifest his thoughts into reality. In other words, every young wizard experiences similar miracles during their first childhood magical outburst. Based on this, Ivan speculated that his current anomaly might be a second outburst, triggered by a sudden surge in magical power, only larger in scale and longer in duration. For some unknown reason, he had been able to briefly control that torrent of power this time. Could it be the effect of the fusion potion? He recalled the ingredients he had added during brewing, many of which were indeed meant to stabilize magical energy. Unable to determine the exact cause for now, he decided to set aside these questions for future investigation. The more pressing issue at hand was the sticky, foul-smelling blood covering him and the potion storage room that looked as though it had been ravaged by a storm. Murmuring Scourgify under his breath, Ivan drew his wand from his sleeve and first tapped his collar lightly. The bloodstains instantly evaporated, and warm currents of air swept away the remaining stickiness. He then stepped forward and waved his wand. Invisible magical force swept through the room as if time itself were being reversed. Overturned cabinets in the corners righted themselves, cracks sealed shut. The compressed and deformed edges of tables, chairs, and cauldrons smoothed out as they glided back to their original positions. Dust and wood chips on the floor swirled into whirlwinds before flying into the trash bin. leaving even the air fresh and clean. Ivan watched this scene with genuine admiration. Magic was truly convenient. Such an enormous storage room would have taken him not just half a day, but perhaps several days to clean so thoroughly by hand alone. If this had been yesterday, he knew he could never have performed such a powerful cleaning charm. The near doubling of his magical power had significantly enhanced the potency of his spells as well. After fusing with the unicorn blood, Ivan felt his wand had become incredibly responsive, with magical energy flowing through it almost without any resistance. In fact, it seemed to provide a significant boost. However, even the most perfectly suited wand couldn't make the impossible possible. The moment he cast the cleaning charm, he immediately discovered it wasn't omnipotent. The mahogany round table that had been forcibly reborn as a phoenix during the out-of-control transfiguration spell remained perfectly intact in the center of the room. The scattered fragments of flesh, blood, and magical feathers cut as fine as down could only be swept into the corners, and ultimately had to be incinerated to ash with a flame spell. The glass vials shattered during the magical outburst had spilled colorful potions across the floor, wealth worth at least 100 galleons, now reduced to useless waste, making Ivan's heart ache. Fortunately, one fire resistance potion in the corner remained intact, providing some small consolation. After finishing the cleanup, Ivan finally found time to carefully examine his changes against the system panel. Ivan Halls. Class: Bloodline Wizard. Magic Skills: Fear Curse Level 3 600, 8,800. Levitation Charm Level 3 760,800. Transfiguration Level 4 126 01600. Disarming Charm Level 3 700,800. Scouring Charm Level 3 774,800. Disillusionment Charm Level 3 774,800. Others omitted. Bloodline Magic. Theoretical Knowledge. Magical Item Creation Level 1600, 1000. Basic Spell Theory Level 4107, 1600. Potions Level 4115, 21600. Magical Items. Wand U Wood. Unicorn Hair, 11 3/4 inches. Magic Power, Medium. Compatibility, 100. Marauders Map Magic Power, Strong. Description: a map recording Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that can display all living people within the school grounds. Unless special methods are used, no one can escape its detection. Crescent Pendant Magic Power, rather strong. Description: crafted from precious metals and great effort, can shield the bearer from one potentially fatal attack, automatically destroyed when magic is depleted. Note: only high-intensity attacks capable of causing death can trigger its effect. It contains more than just magical power. Academic Points, 179. The new additions to the panel captivated his attention. First, Wizard had been replaced with Bloodline Wizard. He hadn't yet figured out what this change specifically meant. Second, nearly all his magical proficiencies had surged dramatically, clearly related to that sudden, almost self-destructive magical outburst. Transfiguration in particular had not only broken through to level 4, but gained over 1,000 proficiency points. Ivan casually opened the system notification log to find dozens of messages, most reading, Transfiguration proficiency greatly increased. He couldn't help but greedily speculate. If that strange state had lasted a bit longer, he might have reached level 5 directly. He even became so inflated as to fantasize whether, within his magical coverage area, he could go toe-to-toe with Dumbledore. Finally, there was the new Bloodline Magic category. Ivan had been mentally prepared for this. According to Bloodline Origins from the restricted section, wizards who successfully fused with magical creature bloodlines typically gained some of their abilities. For instance, those with Vila blood often possessed irresistible charm. But Ivan discovered that the Bloodline Magic section showed only 5 large question marks, with nothing else displayed. Ivan felt utterly frustrated. Where was the powerful Bloodline Magic he'd been promised? Or had he taken the potion incorrectly? He leaned against the cold stone wall, feeling the magical energy churning within him, yet receiving no feedback from any unique spells. In his confusion, he suddenly remembered hearing the system's ding sound when he collected the blood, but Professor McGonagall's sudden intrusion had prevented him from examining it closely. His heart sank as Ivan hurriedly pulled up the interface. Sure enough, a new quest lay quietly in the most prominent position. Quest name: A Promise of Revenge. Quest objective: Kill Quirrell. Quest description: Cecilia is an adult female unicorn who has long wandered the depths of the Forbidden Forest. One day, she was killed by an evil wizard. In her dying moments, consumed by pain and despair, you intervened to comfort her and solemnly promised to avenge her death. Note: only after completing the revenge and earning Cecilia's recognition will she truly assist you. Until then, she will merely observe. After reading the description, Ivan's expression became absolutely priceless, his fists clenching with audible cracks. When did I ever promise revenge? I clearly only said your enemy probably won't live much longer anyway. Rest in peace. That was just an objective observation. He roared at the system in his mind. System, get out here and explain this. Only cold, icy silence answered him. Ivan rubbed his temples in frustration, muttering to himself. Norbert, I shouldn't have complained about your blood having too little magical power. Caught completely off guard, he could only sigh. The bloodline magic showing no immediate effects was one thing who knew if the descriptions in bloodline origins were exaggerated, or perhaps it simply wasn't that powerful. At least his total magical capacity had increased significantly, along with improvements to several spell proficiencies. What reassured him most was that this revenge quest apparently had no failure penalty. Given the current situation, Quirrell's condition might deteriorate on its own, allowing the quest to complete automatically without any action on his part be cause and effect. Quirrell had been indirectly crippled by him anyway. After his emotions stabilized somewhat, Ivan pushed open the heavy wooden door of the potion storage room, circled back to the room of requirement, and skillfully transformed it into a spacious training ground. For the next several hours, he waved his wand and cast spells, repeatedly testing his dramatically increased magical capacity, fearing that misjudging it in actual combat could lead to irreversible consequences. By the time he dragged his aching arms back to the dormitory, dawn was breaking outside the window. Having practiced all night without sleep, he suddenly realized classes were about to start. In the Great Hall, students' conversations rose and fell in waves, while steaming pumpkin juice and fragrant ham continuously wafted their aromas from the tables. Ivan had no appetite, mechanically stuffing bread into his mouth. What unnerved him was that wherever he went, people kept stealing glances at him with complex expressions. Initially, he thought it was lingering effects from yesterday's incident, but he soon sensed something was wrong. Even Harry and Ron from his own dormitory were looking at him strangely. Why do you keep staring at me? Ivan finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ron held back for a long time before blurting out what was on his mind. I think you seem different from yesterday somehow. Harry nodded repeatedly beside him, frowning as he studied Ivan. Indeed, they couldn't understand how their dorm mate Ivan seemed like a completely different person after just one night. They really couldn't comprehend how Ivan, who had simply slept in the bunk above them, could have undergone such a dramatic change overnight. Ivan was thoroughly startled for a moment, wondering if he had somehow transformed into some half-human, half-unicorn monstrosity. He quickly tapped his wand on an empty plate, transfiguring it into a square mirror, then picked it up to examine himself. The mirror was cool to the touch with sharp edges, reflecting his familiar blonde hair and dark eyes, though his complexion appeared paler than the night before. Deep within his eyes flowed a faint, shimmering blue magical radiance. The most obvious change was an uncontrollable aura of affinity like that of legendary elves that made people instinctively want to draw closer. Even Ivan himself was slightly dazed by it. Ivan, your transfiguration spell has gotten even better, Hermione said, settling down across from him with a thick book in her arms, her gaze shifting between the mirror and Ivan. Of course, you've also become more beautiful, and you've grown a little taller too. I'd be happier if you didn't use the word beautiful. Ivan rolled his eyes and flicked his wand to transform the mirror back into a plate, setting it down on the table with a sharp clink. Having calmed down, he speculated privately. This was most likely the affinity talent from the unicorn bloodline, yet the system panel showed no corresponding notification. While having powerful abilities was certainly good, this came too suddenly and conspicuously. It would be troublesome if Dumbledore noticed something amiss. Ron leaned forward, speaking quietly but unable to hide his curiosity. How exactly did you do it? What kind of potion did you use? It wasn't some legendary love potion, was it? Who would use a love potion on themselves? Besides, love potions don't have this kind of effect. Hermione quickly dismissed the idea, though her eyes remained fixed on Ivan expectantly. I can't really say, Ivan replied evasively. Probably just had a growth spurt last night. You know how it is at our age, sometimes you grow fast. Though the three were the same age, Ron hadn't felt any signs of such rapid growth and could only exchange bewildered looks with Harry. Ivan could tell they didn't believe him, but he kept quiet about the bloodline fusion potion. He had secretly taken the ingredients from Snape's storage room. While the formula came from the system, he wasn't even sure of the success rate himself, let alone dare let others try it. During their casual conversation, a shrill, smug voice suddenly drifted over from the Slytherin table. I think Headmaster Dumbledore won't be staying at school much longer. I sent a letter home yesterday, and when Father heard there was a dragon at Hogwarts, he was terrified. He contacted the Minister of Magic overnight, and the investigation officials will arrive this evening. Ivan looked toward the source of the voice and saw Malfoy waving a letter around, showing off to everyone. Malfoy! Harry slammed his hand on the table, wanting nothing more than to rush over and punch him. Malfoy also spotted Harry and smiled with malicious glee. Well, if it isn't Potter? Once Dumbledore's gone, let's see who'll protect you then. Ivan's tone remained calm, yet it was enough to make his opponent's face flush red. I really didn't expect your father to be such a coward, getting scared just from hearing there's a dragon at school. You should know that Seamus even said I rode that dragon around the sky for 2 laps. Malfoy immediately turned as red as a ripe tomato. He opened his mouth to curse, but found himself looking into Ivan's blue glowing, strangely comforting eyes. The curse stuck in his throat, and he almost ended up complimenting Ivan instead. My father was just worried about me. He awkwardly squeezed out the words before quickly circling around the long table to retreat far away. He had the distinct feeling he'd been enchanted by Ivan's magic. Malfoy's strange behavior left Harry and the others completely baffled. Ivan, however, knew exactly what was happening. It was the effect of his affinity talent, though he wasn't sure how long this friendliness would last. Before he could feel pleased about this small victory, Malfoy's bad news hit him like a bucket of cold water. Ministry officials were arriving at Hogwarts today. What do we do now? The ministry people are coming today? What about Charlie? Hasn't he written back yet? Harry asked urgently in a voice barely above a whisper, leaning so close to Ivan's ear that he completely forgot they were sitting in the Great Hall. Not yet. I have no idea when Charlie will reply, Ron said, equally anxious, then hastily suggested. Should we hide Norbert somewhere first? But Norbert is so big there's nowhere to put him, Hermione said with a furrowed brow. What about sinking him to the bottom of the lake? Ron added confidently. We could stick a bamboo tube in his mouth so he won't drown. Ivan gave him a sideways glance, his expression complicated. Ron, you're a real genius. Though his words carried a teasing tone, he had to admit that if Charlie couldn't make it in time, they really would need to find somewhere to hide the dragon. Given Norbert's size, the lake-sinking plan might actually have to be considered provided Dumbledore was willing to cast an extra-large bubblehead charm and could convince the Mare people to be neighbors with a sleeping dragon for a few days. Or maybe the old headmaster could just solve everything with a vanishing spell. At this thought, Ivan silently grumbled. Weren't Aurors always supposed to be cleaning up after the fact? Since when had the ministry become so efficient? The group hurriedly finished breakfast and rushed to defense against the dark arts. Although Quirrell had suddenly disappeared, there was no notice of class cancellation, so obviously another professor would be substituting. Just as Ivan expected, with only 1 minute left before the bell, a figure in black robes strode into the classroom. That familiar icy aura needed no introduction. The moment Harry saw Snape, his heart sank. This class was going to be absolutely terrible. But no matter how much he dreaded it, there was nothing he could do. Snape walked steadily to the podium, slammed down his textbook with a heavy thud, swept his gaze across the students' faces, lingered on Ivan for half a second, then spoke coldly. Due to your Professor Quirrell being considered the prime suspect in killing unicorns, stealing potions, and attacking the gamekeeper, the ministry has issued a warrant for his arrest. From now until the holidays, I will be temporarily taking over defense against the dark arts for years 1 through 3. Explosive chatter instantly filled the classroom. What? Professor Quirrell is the culprit? That's impossible. Many young wizards found it hard to accept the dark wizard identity of Quirrell, who had always seemed cowardly and harmless. This was the man who had fainted from fright at the Halloween feast. So, Snape raised his voice, mercilessly cutting through the noise. The first lesson I'm going to teach you today is, don't be deceived by appearances. Many evil dark wizards are skilled at weaving lies, so you'd better keep your wits about you. With that, he surveyed the classroom, his expression remaining stern, showing no concern for whether this might frighten the children's tender hearts. Several Gryffindor students turned pale with fear, as they had previously thought Quirrell was an easy target and had secretly played pranks on him during class, now worrying whether Quirrell might return to seek revenge. The hall buzzed with speculation as everyone tried to guess the real reason behind Quirrell's disappearance. Though Harry, Ron, and Hermione were equally shocked, they quickly accepted the news. They had long sensed something was off about Quirrell. Ivan wasn't surprised by the outcome, only amazed that Dumbledore had managed to convince the Ministry of Magic so quickly to classify the disappearance directly as fugitive on the run. He suspected crucial evidence had been found in Quirrell's office. Silence. Snape's sudden sharp rebuke cut through the noise, his brow furrowed deeply. He raised his voice. Take out your textbooks, turn to page 9. Today we begin the first lesson. Halfway through, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, also, this afternoon's transfiguration class for first years is cancelled. Hermione immediately raised her hand, wanting to ask why. Snape's icy gaze swept over. Don't ask me for reasons, that's not something you need to know. The entire morning's defense against the dark arts class left Ivan quite satisfied. Snape's teaching was well organized, and his spell demonstrations were both precise and decisive, completely unlike Quirrell's mechanical reading from the textbook. After class ended, Hermione quietly told Ivan that his charisma seemed to have diminished considerably, no longer carrying that intense attraction from earlier that morning. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having talents too obvious could easily arouse suspicion, so being more restrained now was safer. Just after lunch finished, Ron came running over excitedly, waving an envelope in his hand. Charlie had written to confirm. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, he would bring several companions to fly over and take the dragon away. Norbert finally wouldn't have to be drowned in the lake or disappeared. Coincidentally, with Transfiguration cancelled, the timing worked out perfectly. At exactly 2 o'clock, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. By the fireplace, Norbert was still fast asleep in reinforced magical restraints. Professor McGonagall had obviously come to inspect. Fong was guarding outside the door, cowering and afraid to go in. When he saw Ivan, he rushed over whimpering, as if complaining that the hut had been taken over by a young dragon. Ivan crouched down to gently stroke his head, taking the opportunity to check his bandaged hind leg. Madame Pomfrey had already treated it. Close to 3 o'clock, 6 figures streaked across the sky, their broomstick trails creating long bands of light in the sunlight. Ron waved excitedly. "It's Charlie, he's here." The 6 quickly landed, with Ron's older brother standing at the front. His fiery red hair was blown against his forehead by the wind, freckles particularly prominent on his sun-darkened skin, clearly showing years of working with dragons in Romania. Dragon research wasn't simple work. Besides requiring extensive knowledge about dragons, the ability to endure hardship was essential, and sometimes physical strength was needed too. "Hello there, I'm Charlie, and these are my friends. We're here to pick up the dragon." Charlie raised his hand in greeting, his round face beaming with a cheerful smile and his tone as warm as July sunshine, making this Weasley seem extremely approachable. Concerned that ministry officials might arrive early, Ivan kept the pleasantries brief and quickly led everyone into Hagrid's low wooden hut. Inside, Norbert was firmly bound in the center of the floor, his limbs restrained by vines that had been transfigured into thick, chain-like bonds, still snoring peacefully. "Whose handiwork is this? Saved us half the trouble." Charlie raised an eyebrow and approached, pulling out his wand with confidence and giving it several flourishes. However, after multiple attempts, his spells only produced faint blue glimmers on the surface of the vines, leaving the restraints completely unmoved. He could only look awkwardly at Ivan. "Professor McGonagall's work," Ivan explained briefly. "You could have mentioned that earlier." Charlie's mouth twitched as he quickly called his companions over. Working together, they spent considerable effort finally breaking all the transfiguration spells. The commotion woke Norbert, whose vertical pupils flashed with menace as he nearly breathed fire. Everyone stepped back in alarm, but Ivan quickly moved forward, speaking in soothing tones before casting a stunning spell to send the young dragon back to sleep. Charlie clicked his tongue in amazement. "You really have a gift for dragon handling. Come work with me in Romania after graduation?" Ivan shook his head without hesitation. Raising Norbert was purely for convenient access to dragon blood. He had no interest in making dragon training his career. Charlie looked somewhat disappointed, but didn't press further. The group stuffed the sleeping Norbert into a specially designed cage, then cast levitation and stunning charms on both the cage and the young dragon, the former to reduce weight for easier transport, the latter to ensure no trouble during the journey. With preparations complete, Charlie and his companions mounted their brooms, guiding the cage up into the night sky. The dark shapes soon vanished behind the clouds. Finally done. Watching Norbert disappear into the distance, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all breathed sighs of relief. "There's still cleanup to do." Ivan pointed to the mess inside the hut. Several scouring charms cleared away most of the ash and wood chips, but the remaining grime and cracks and crevices required manual cleaning. The 4 worked until sunset disappeared behind the mountains, finally restoring the hut to its original state. Ivan pushed open the door to leave, but heard steady footsteps approaching from outside. By Hogwarts Lake, in front of Hagrid's hut, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge walked at the front, with Dumbledore and McGonagall walking side by side behind him, followed by an elderly woman in a pink cardigan who moved with affected mannerisms. "Albus, I've always been willing to trust you after all. You've helped me considerably." Fudge's face wore a mask of false concern. "But the ministry isn't mine alone to command. I can assure you that Hogwarts has always operated according to ministry regulations and has never engaged in any violations." Dumbledore nodded gently. If not for Fudge dropping his heavy governmental duties to sign the investigation order at record speed and personally rush here, he might have actually believed these words. As far as he knew, the ministry had never been this efficient when handling actual important matters. Professor McGonagall, trailing half a step behind, wore a worried expression as she breathed quietly, silently cursing herself for underestimating Fudge's pace. Those children might not have had enough time to relocate Norbert, and the little dragon was still curled up in Hagrid's hut at this very moment, which would spell trouble if discovered. "Umbridge." Fudge had already stopped at the door, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable command. As Minister of Magic, he certainly wouldn't deign to open the door himself. "Yes, Minister." Such a coquettish tone might have been pleasant coming from a young girl, but delivered through Umbridge's shrill voice, it was enough to make one's skin crawl. She remained completely oblivious, affecting an elegant manner as she drew her wand from her pink handbag and pressed the tip against the lock. "Alohomora." Click. The lock sprang open. Umbridge shoved the door forcefully, the wooden boards creaking in protest. McGonagall's heart immediately leaped to her throat, while Fudge keenly caught her tension, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. The interior was completely empty, just an ordinary, somewhat shabby wooden hut. Only ashes remained in the fireplace, and tables and chairs lay scattered about. Under normal circumstances, Fudge would never set foot in such a place. But the hut wasn't entirely devoid of occupants. Umbridge's gaze quickly locked onto Ivan and the others in the room. Albus, I thought you had already ensured all students were staying put in the castle. Fudge turned around, asking Dumbledore with evident interest. There are always exceptions, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore paused at the doorway, his gaze briefly resting on Ivan's face, noticing subtle changes in the boy's demeanor, but setting aside his questions for the moment. Minister Fudge, hello. I'm Ivan Halls, pleased to meet you. Ivan politely bowed, his natural charisma quietly taking effect, instantly endearing the young man to Fudge. Of course, the pleasure is mine. Fudge smiled, extending his hand for a brief shake with Ivan before scanning the other students in the room. When he spotted the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead, he immediately perked up, while completely ignoring Ron and Hermione behind him. Potter? You're Harry Potter. Fudge stepped forward, stroking Harry's hair like an elder, as intimate as if they were uncle and nephew. Harry felt extremely uncomfortable and tried to retreat, but was held firmly in place by the man's strong hand, unable to move. I must admit, you accomplished something remarkable as a child, quite the little hero. Without you, the ministry would have suffered far greater losses. Fudge sighed. Greater losses? More like total annihilation or surrender. Ivan thought sarcastically to himself, while maintaining his composed expression. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? Fudge inquired curiously. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, but Ivan remained calm and pointed to the large dog nearby. We're friends of Hagrid's. He's in the hospital and asked us to help look after Fong, to prevent his wounds from worsening or him going hungry. Following Ivan's gesture, Fudge saw a robust mastiff. It was indeed Fong. The dog's leg was wrapped in several layers of bandages, with bloodstains that had dried to a dark color. Recalling details from the investigation report, Fudge nodded. It was this loyal dog that had run back to raise the alarm after Hagrid was attacked, saving his master's life. Well, who doesn't love a loyal, faithful dog? Fudge bent down, reaching out to pat Fong's head. However, Fong showed no courtesy whatsoever, baring his fangs and growling. Fudge's hand froze midair and he had to withdraw it, forcing an awkward smile, while displeasure flashed briefly in his eyes. He certainly didn't appreciate a dog snarling at him. Fortunately, Umbridge clearly fit the definition of a good dog, eagerly beginning to search the small cabin the moment she entered. Wood shavings floated in the dim room as she, wearing that ridiculous pink hat, bent over and peered around, turning over nearly every inch of the place. She tapped her wand against tables and chairs with sharp, tap-tap sounds, then used her long fingernails to lift the bedsheets, examining them closely to see if any letters were hidden underneath. Unfortunately for her, Ivan had cleaned up all traces thoroughly, so no matter how hard she searched, she would find nothing. If you children have nothing else to do, you should head back to the castle immediately, Professor McGonagall said at the right moment, her tone suggesting they should leave quickly. Ivan nodded in acknowledgement and was about to step over the threshold when Umbridge's shrill voice stopped him. Wait. Minister Fudge, these children happen to be the witnesses mentioned in the report. I think they should know something. Professor McGonagall frowned. Umbridge, Dumbledore has already explained the situation to you very clearly. They simply discovered some clues outside by accident and came back to inform me. But I believe someone is still concealing details. Umbridge stepped forward 2 paces, her broad, slack face now only inches from the group. Ron, who was closest, couldn't help but step back, but Umbridge showed a sickeningly sweet smile. According to what we know, someone witnessed a young wizard riding on a dragon's back yesterday. That was Seamus who said that. Ivan replied in a steady tone. Didn't you ask around at school? He's known throughout Hogwarts for his spell failures and love of explosions. He probably made up a story to get attention. I'll definitely have a good talk with him. Umbridge stared intently at Ivan's face, trying to catch even the slightest flaw, but Ivan's expression remained completely unmoved, so she could only straighten up in frustration. All right, Umbridge, let's go look elsewhere, Fudge finally said impatiently. He had little interest in the so-called dragon incident. His personal visit was merely to investigate whether Dumbledore was secretly plotting something, and it would be even better if he could use this opportunity to undermine the man's reputation. When Fudge had campaigned for Minister of Magic, he had acknowledged that Dumbledore had done him some small favors. But once he secured the position, he absolutely would not allow anyone to overshadow him, especially that legendary headmaster whose word seemed to carry more weight than the minister's. When Fudge first took office, he naively thought that Dumbledore, being advanced in years, would automatically fade from the center of power or simply pass away. Who would have expected that after several years, the man remained as energetic as ever, bouncing around like a recent graduate? Fudge even suspected that even if he himself died of old age, Dumbledore would continue being headmaster at Hogwarts, probably having drunk some life-extending potion. I think we should check out the 4th floor of the castle. According to some students, they were warned at the beginning of the term that they'd better stay away from there if they didn't want to die horribly. Umbridge immediately perked up like a hound catching a scent, leaning over to whisper in Fudge's ear, apparently offering the minister a reliable new lead. Right then, let's have a look there. Fudge's interest was rekindled, his tone eager and impatient. Fudge, do you really think I would hide a dragon in the castle corridors? Dumbledore, who had remained silent until now, adjusted his half-moon spectacles, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. Just a look? I'm only having a look. How could that place possibly hide a dragon? Fudge maintained his stubborn stance, though his gaze involuntarily met Dumbledore's, a wave of inexplicable panic rising in his heart as he struggled to appear composed. I already took you to the scene of the incident. It was nothing more than an ordinary attack. Dumbledore emphasized his words. Hagrid was injured by magic, and the fire scene showed traces of flame curses. The unicorn's death was caused by the killing curse. There's no evidence whatsoever that Hogwarts is hiding a dragon or violating ministry regulations. I know, but this is a routine ministry investigation. Fudge's tone grew increasingly harsh as his authority was challenged. Before he finished speaking, Umbridge pulled out a search warrant bearing the bright red ministry seal and spread it before Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't even lift an eyelid, simply gazing quietly at Fudge. The cramped wooden hut became even more suffocating due to this silence, as if invisible pressure was spreading through the air. Harry and the others felt thoroughly uncomfortable, and Hagrid's boarhound Fong simply curled into a ball, tucking his tail under his belly. Umbridge opened her mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. Ivan maintained his spectator posture, standing to the side. This was entirely a storm of Dumbledore's own making and had nothing to do with him. He was somewhat surprised. Dumbledore was using the Philosopher's Stone as bait, yet the Ministry knew nothing about it, or at least only had fragments of information. Thinking of Fudge's stubborn denial of Voldemort's return in the original story, Ivan understood somewhat Fudge didn't believe in Voldemort's return, so he certainly wouldn't agree to use such a precious Philosopher's Stone as trap bait. If he were really setting a trap, Fudge would definitely choose the Ministry headquarters as the location, bringing dozens of Aurors to stand guard for peace of mind. Unlike Ivan's calm detachment, Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged worried glances. Terrified by Fudge's plan to search the fourth floor, they knew all too well that a three-headed dog was guarding that corridor, and they dared not imagine how Fudge would react upon seeing it. The tense standoff continued for a moment before Dumbledore broke it. If the Ministry wishes to investigate, of course they may. There's nothing there that can't be seen. His voice softened, still giving Fudge face. After all, the man was the minister, and he didn't want to tear their relationship apart completely. I also assure you that this will be the last place we search. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief and made a concession. Dumbledore said no more, taking the lead as he pushed open the door, his calm and composed figure making Fudge momentarily wonder if he was making a mountain out of a molehill. But immediately after, remembering Dumbledore's earlier firmness, he became convinced that the other man was definitely hiding something, and shot a meaningful look at Umbridge. Umbridge understood perfectly, turning to Ivan and the others with a sickeningly sweet yet disturbing smile. You should all follow along too, and you'd better not let me catch you pulling any tricks along the way. Ivan nodded indifferently, as he hadn't planned to do anything anyway. As the group walked through the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle together, Dumbledore suddenly stopped and gently patted Harry's shoulder, his tone warm yet unquestionable. You should return to your dormitories now. What follows is not appropriate for your involvement. Fudge nodded as well. Since the people had been brought into the castle, he wasn't worried about Ivan and the other children running off to tip anyone off. After the group dispersed, Ivan led Harry, Hermione, and Ron along the corridor toward the Gryffindor common room. Moonlight poured through the tall windows onto the stone floor, but the three had no mind to appreciate it, their faces full of worry. What if Minister Fudge discovers that three-headed dog locked on the fourth floor? Will Professor Dumbledore be dismissed? Harry whispered. Don't worry, the professor has his ways, Ivan replied confidently. He didn't believe Dumbledore would be easily manipulated. Perhaps during his confrontation with Fudge earlier, the old headmaster had already devised a strategy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so composed throughout the journey. But I think the professor might. Perhaps can't solve this. Hermione suddenly stopped, staring at Harry's shoulder. What? Is there something on my face? Harry was puzzled. Not your face, your shoulder. There seems to be writing, Ron stammered, pointing. Golden points of light appeared on Harry's robe shoulder, forming clear English words. Ivan's mouth twitched, wanting to pretend he hadn't seen anything. But unfortunately, he wasn't the only observer present. This must be a hint left by Professor Dumbledore, Hermione quickly deciphered. It says, secret passage, fourth floor. He wants us to take the secret passage as a shortcut. Harry and Ron immediately perked up, feeling they could finally be useful. But where exactly was this secret passage? 3 pairs of eyes turned to Ivan in unison. Ivan sighed. Of course he knew, but he really wanted to pretend he didn't. Thinking about having to stay at Hogwarts in the future, and that life would be difficult if Dumbledore caught him in a lie, he finally nodded. All right, but let me warn you first, this secret passage isn't easy to navigate. The group immediately broke into a run, their robes flapping in the corridor. Passing through the Great Hall, Ivan stopped in a secluded side corridor on the first floor, facing a stone soldier statue holding a long sword. Watch carefully. He raised his wand and tapped the wall beside the statue. With a click, the soldier suddenly raised its sword, the cold steel gleaming and startling Ron into stumbling backward. Immediately after, the stone bricks in the wall seemed to activate like a mechanism, the entire section receding inward to reveal a narrow, pitch-black entrance. The group filed in and immediately entered a bizarre space. Walls made entirely of brick blocks above, below, left, and right, slowly crawling, extending, and rotating like living creatures, leading in all directions, yet constantly changing. In just an instant, the left passage was sealed by newly formed bricks, and even their footing was shrinking. Don't just stand there. Ivan grabbed Harry and Hermione, rushing toward the right side. The group ran frantically along the continuously rising passage as the path behind them was rapidly swallowed by brick walls. A gray wall blocked their way ahead, but Ivan suddenly accelerated and crashed into it. Harry almost thought he'd gone mad, but Ivan's body passed through the wall like water, disappearing from sight. Hurry up, this hidden door changes. Ivan's urgent voice came from behind the wall. Ivan's voice came from the other side, and Harry and the others finally realized this must be similar to the situation at platform 9 3/4. Without further hesitation, they charged straight through. The moment Harry passed through and his feet touched solid ground, it felt like gliding through a soft curtain of water. Hermione, who was running at the back, could clearly feel the water around them rapidly solidifying, with pressure mounting bit by bit. Just before the wall completely returned to stone, she desperately leaped out. When she turned back to touch it, there was nothing but cold, hard wall. What would have happened if I hadn't gotten out in time? Hermione asked, still shaken. Then we wouldn't have seen you again, Ivan replied seriously. Hermione's face paled slightly, and Harry and Ron gulped nervously. Seeing their expressions, Ivan smiled and added, I mean temporarily wouldn't see you, would have been transported somewhere else in the castle. This is Hogwarts, after all. The traps and secret passages are all designed to be non-lethal. Otherwise, generations of reckless young wizards would have gotten the school shut down long ago. Hermione glared at him disapprovingly. If the situation weren't so urgent, the three of them would probably have ganged up to teach him a lesson. Where are we? Harry looked around. The fourth floor, of course. Ivan strode forward, leading them through the dim corridors with several twists and turns until they quickly found the forbidden corridor. The wooden door was tightly shut, and they all knew a fierce, three-headed dog was kept behind it. Harry, do you have the music box I gave you? Ivan turned back to ask. Of course, it's a wonderful gift, Harry replied, while pulling the small music box from his robes. That's right. Hermione suddenly remembered. Hagrid said Fluffy loves music. It falls asleep as soon as it hears any. Harry and Ron immediately perked up. If it really worked, they wouldn't have to face the beast Hedon. Ivan nodded. With this device, he wouldn't need to transfigure any instruments. He pushed open the door and signaled Harry to be ready to activate the music box. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, they saw the three-headed dog Fluffy lying on its side on the stone floor, its three heads drooping slightly, already asleep with eyes closed. However, the creaking of the door disturbed it, and its large nostrils twitched as its eyelids fluttered. Seeing Fluffy about to wake up, Harry quickly wound the spring, and the crisp Christmas melody echoed through the empty corridor. The three large heads had just lifted before dropping heavily again, and loud snoring resumed. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, but facing such a massive creature, no one had any idea what to do next. Maybe we should just forget it? How are we supposed to move such a huge, three-headed dog? Ron stared at those sharp fangs and swallowed hard, unable to imagine where they could hide Fluffy. Ivan ignored him and walked straight to the trapdoor. With a click, he lifted the wooden panel, then waved his wand to cast an extension charm. The square opening visibly expanded to twice its original size. If his magical power hadn't surged after completing the fusion ritual, he never would have been able to cast the spell successfully. Are you planning to just throw it down there? Hermione worried whether Fluffy might fall to its death or make even more noise when it landed. So we need to do some other work first, Ivan said. Fluorescent light flickered as Ivan chanted the spell, and brilliant radiance pierced through layers of darkness, illuminating the devil's snare. These light-fearing, heat-sensitive plants immediately retracted their extended tendrils. In the bright light, he quickly estimated the trapdoor was about 4 meters high. After making this assessment, he called Harry, Ron, and Hermione to join him in waving their wands, using the levitation charm to float the sleeping Fluffy down into the space below. Harry thoughtfully hung the music box on the chain around Fluffy's neck to prevent the giant dog from waking up midway. Fluffy's massive size made the levitation challenging even with 4 wands working together. During the descent, its nostrils twitched and it nearly opened its eyes, but fortunately the lullaby never stopped playing. After several nerve-wracking moments, the 4 finally managed to safely lower Fluffy, and the devil's snare quietly closed again. But what about this trapdoor? It's completely empty here. Minister Fudge will become suspicious the moment he walks in. Hermione looked up at the bare ceiling above, her eyes filled with worry. Do any of you have some unimportant trinkets? I can use transfiguration to decorate it a bit. Ivan sighed, feeling like he was becoming a professional cleanup crew, yet he hadn't seen Dumbledore pay him even a single extra galleon. The three began searching through their belongings. Ron pulled out a pack of chocolate frogs that could yield over 100 beans when opened. Harry produced several galleons and sickles. Hermione brought out several small wooden combs and round mirrors. Looking at the pile of miscellaneous items, Ivan worried his companion's transfiguration might give them away, so he decided to handle it himself. Light flashed, and the previously empty ceiling now displayed strange decorations that blended seamlessly with the surrounding stone walls in color and texture. Well, not too bad. He looked around, nodding to himself. Gazing up at the suspended decorations, Harry's voice trembled. This might not be such a good idea. Who cares? Professor Dumbledore will find a way to explain it. Ivan snorted, his resentment undiminished. He had originally wanted to leave the headmasters some big news, but unfortunately none of them carried larger objects. Just as Ivan was putting away his wand, Professor McGonagall's sharp voice suddenly echoed from the distance. The fourth-floor corridor had no special features except for a single door, which clearly hadn't managed to delay Fudge and his party's steps. What do we do? Harry didn't dare speak aloud, his eyes urgently seeking answers. Ivan hadn't expected the ministry to move so quickly either. He had hoped the headmaster would lead Fudge on a longer tour around the school grounds to buy more time. Fortunately, McGonagall's advance warnings served as a final alert. Jump down. There's Devil's Snare below. As long as you don't struggle, you won't be strangled. Hermione whispered, pointing at the trapdoor. After speaking, she leaped down first. She had seen the Devil's Snare's tendrils close again, providing sufficient cushioning. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, steeled themselves, and jumped down after her, only able to pray that Fluffy remained fast asleep. Ivan had no time to stop them. All three had already jumped down. Actually, I know the disillusionment charm, Ivan muttered to himself, casting a transfiguration spell on the trapdoor before slipping inside just as the spell took effect. As the trapdoor slowly closed and seamlessly merged with the floor, the wooden door was suddenly flung open. Umbridge's detestable, shrill voice echoed through the corridor. I don't think so. There might be secrets hidden in here. She stepped in with her professional smile, but the moment she rounded the corner, the corridor seemed to trigger like a trap. Colorful masks suspended by strings from the ceiling came crashing down with a clatter, swaying in midair. The masks bore expressions of laughter or rage, their hollow eye sockets staring directly at the intruder, with one hanging precisely in front of Umbridge's face. Ah! She screamed and collapsed to the ground, her piercing shriek nearly bursting their eardrums. Outside the door, Professor McGonagall's nerves instantly tensed. Dumbledore also assumed Umbridge had discovered Fluffy, mentally berating himself. Entrusting the task of relocating that three-headed dog to a few children was indeed too ambitious. There simply wasn't enough time. However, when he hurried inside, the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. The entire corridor resembled a hastily assembled haunted house, with rows of grotesquely expressive masks hanging in midair. Dumbledore found himself torn between laughter and bewilderment. McGonagall was equally startled, looking up at him with questioning eyes. Dumbledore gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, indicating he was just as clueless. Ivan always managed to surprise him. Albus, what on earth is going on here? Fudge stood in the doorway, his expression a masterpiece of confusion. He surveyed the eerie corridor with suspicious eyes. Could Dumbledore be secretly practicing dangerous dark magic? He almost regretted following them to the fourth floor. What if he were to be silenced? But upon closer inspection, those ghostly faces were merely ordinary masks, devoid of any dark magic emanations. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, rapidly weighing his options. After a few seconds, he suddenly adopted the demeanor of a kindly elder with muddled memory, clapping his hands together. I remember now. These are what I asked Severus to purchase for Halloween decorations. If we hadn't passed by today, I would have completely forgotten about them. With that, he casually picked up a mask and placed it on his face. It was a vampire mask with red paint at the corners of the mouth, as if blood were still dripping. Looks rather good, doesn't it? He turned with a smile. Severus? McGonagall's mouth twitched slightly, clearly doubting that Snape would engage in such activities. Fudge, half convinced, also picked up a Moskin exquisitely crafted red wooden demon. Running his fingers over it, the texture was clear and showed no signs of anything unusual. At that moment, Umbridge scrambled to her feet, her humiliation fueling her rage. She drew her wand and, almost grinding her teeth, waved it at the surrounding masks. Specialis Revelio. A ripple of magical energy spread from her wand tip, causing the hanging masks to shake violently and emit soft sounds. Umbridge's sudden spellcasting caught everyone off guard, and Professor McGonagall was particularly startled. She had suspected that these ghostly masks were likely created by Ivan using transfiguration spells, and if they were exposed by a revealing charm on the spot, it would be disastrous. However, as the white light swept past, the wooden masks covering the walls remained completely motionless, their grain and color unchanged in the slightest, as if the flash of light had been nothing but an illusion. "This is impossible," Umbridge shrieked. Her wand was still trembling slightly, tiny sparks falling from its tip to the ground along with her agitated emotions. Dumbledore was not surprised by this. When his fingertips had touched the mask earlier, he had already roughly assessed Ivan's level of transfiguration far beyond that of ordinary students. The only thing that slightly surprised him was that these wooden masks were absurdly sturdy in structure, exceeding the normal limits of conventional transfiguration. He didn't know that during Ivan's second magical outburst, he had happened to analyze a mahogany round table, giving him intimate knowledge of wood grain patterns, which had created this seemingly unreasonable stability. In contrast, although Umbridge held a high position in the Ministry of Magic, she had spent years immersed in power struggles, with very few opportunities to actually use her wand. Her foundation in revealing charms was mediocre at best, completely unable to instantly dismantle Ivan's intricate transfiguration structure. Professor McGonagall was momentarily speechless. Just a few days ago, Ivan's transfiguration skills were nowhere near this level. If she hadn't known that this was the secret passage where the three-headed dog was kept, she would almost believe that Snape had actually spent money to buy a collection of masks to decorate the corridor. "Impossible, you must have done something." Umbridge pointed furiously at Dumbledore, as if pouring her rage onto him could somehow explain her failure. "Are you questioning me?" Dumbledore slowly turned his head. The vampire mask still covered his face, but those blue eyes beneath it pierced through the narrow slits like blades into Umbridge's heart. In that brief moment of eye contact, she involuntarily recalled the sordid affairs buried deep in her memory, those shameful deeds she thought she had long forgotten. The white-haired old man before her was not some minor character she could manipulate at will, but the most respected and powerful wizard in the magical world today. Umbridge's knees went weak, fear, hatred, and anxiety all crowding into her mind at once, yet she dared not say another word. Dumbledore couldn't be bothered wasting time on such a minor character. He removed the mask and casually tucked it into his robes, then turned to Fudge with a tone that was gentle, yet brooked no argument. "Fudge, you've seen everything there is to see, haven't you? According to all ministry regulations, Hogwarts is fully compliant. No dragons, no additional dangers of any kind. The children are perfectly safe here." Fudge's expression was stormy and uncertain. He was certain that Dumbledore must be hiding something, yet he had not a shred of evidence. After weighing his options for a moment, he could only grudgingly admit, "Of course, I saw that." He casually tossed the ghost mask in his hand aside and instructed in a low voice, "Umbridge, we're leaving." Dumbledore added with a smile, "Perhaps you could take a longer tour around Hogwarts." "No need. The ministry has many affairs to attend to." Fudge stormed out with a dark expression, pushing the door open forcefully. Umbridge followed close behind, no longer able to maintain her usual greasy, confident smile as her lips twitched slightly. Professor McGonagall brought up the rear, casually closing the wooden door behind her. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the ghostly mask Fudge had carelessly tossed into the corner. A terrifying face was contorting like clay, shrinking in the blink of an eye into a delicate little wooden comb. The other scattered masks were also transforming, turning into buttons, brooches, puppets, and various trinkets, while hundreds of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans clattered onto the stone floor like scattered pearls. McGonagall couldn't help but smile as she gently closed the door. "Wait, what was that sound?" Fudge, who was walking at the front, seemed to catch the faint clatter from behind the door. He turned back suspiciously, only managing to see the door silently swing shut. "Are you planning to take another look at that corridor? Would you like to pick out a mask as a souvenir? How about this one?" Dumbledore pulled the vampire mask from his robes and waved it at Fudge. "Forget it." The sight of the mask made Fudge's anger flare up again. He had hoped to catch Dumbledore red-handed, but now he was only faced with this pile of inexplicable nonsense. Dumbledore nodded silently and tucked the mask back into his pocket. Without magical support, the mask's surface immediately curled up, returning to its original form, a small, round mirror. Meanwhile, Ivan fell from above, with Devil's Snare spreading beneath his feet to form a thick cushion. Having cast a levitation charm on himself beforehand, he landed as smoothly as if stepping onto a soft carpet. Harry, Ron, and Hermione weren't so fortunate. They tumbled into a heap, feeling as though their bones might fall apart, yet not daring even to groan. Fluffy lay nearby, his massive belly rising and falling with each breath, and waking him would have dire consequences. Where are we? Some kind of underground chamber?" Ron whispered, looking around at the moss-covered stone walls tangled with vines, the dim torches casting flickering shadows down the long corridor. "I never knew the castle had places like this. Didn't we guess this already? This must be the secret passage where Professor Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone. Fluffy and the Devil's Snare are the first line of defense," Hermione explained quietly. Actually, the devil snare was specially arranged by Professor Sprout to prevent you from being smashed to pieces, Ivan thought to himself. He noticed that this narrow corridor clearly wasn't recently excavated, but rather an existing space deep within Hogwarts that Dumbledore had simply modified. To avoid waking Fluffy, who might roll over at any moment, Ivan led the way forward. At the end of the corridor, the wooden door to a dimly lit stone chamber had been blown to pieces, with circles of winged metal keys scattered around the entrance. Someone got here before us. They used fire spells first, then blasted the door open. Hermione crouched down and picked up a key, her fingertips touching the blackened traces left by flames. It must be Quirrell. Ivan's expression darkened. No wonder Fluffy had been sleeping when they entered. He'd probably been hit with a stunning spell, or perhaps Quirrell had used transfiguration to conjure a flute. Judging by the sorry state of these flying keys, the intruder clearly had no patience for puzzle solving, and had been violent enough to exhaust his magical energy forcing his way through. Could it be because Ivan had indirectly provoked him? Ivan felt a slight unease. But there was an even bigger question. Where did Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, get the nerve to infiltrate Hogwarts again? And how had he gotten in? We need to go tell Professor Dumbledore quickly, Harry urged anxiously. But as soon as the words left his mouth, all four of them remembered. Today Minister Fudge was visiting Hogwarts personally, and Dumbledore and McGonagall, as headmaster and deputy headmistress, had to accompany him throughout, leaving them completely unavailable. Ivan suddenly understood why Voldemort had chosen today to steal the Philosopher's Stone. As long as he knew some of Hogwarts' secret passages and could infiltrate successfully, he had nothing to fear with Dumbledore unable to intervene. Given that Voldemort had once hidden a Horcrux in the Room of Requirement and could locate the Chamber of Secrets, he had clearly conducted long-term, secretive exploration of this ancient castle. It was perfectly normal for him to have mapped out some of the secret passages. So what do we do now? Just wait here for Quirrell to steal the stone. Ron's voice was hoarse, his palms sweating as he felt trapped in an impossible corner. We absolutely cannot stay here. Hermione frowned, anxiously tugging at her brown curls. When Quirrell gets the stone and comes back up, he'll still run into us. Don't forget, Fluffy could wake up at any moment. She glanced toward the three-headed dog in the corner, whose heavy breathing sounded like thunder ready to explode. Then let's just go stop him. Harry took a deep breath and gripped his wand tightly. There are four of us, and only one of him. Don't underestimate Quirrell. Ivan's voice was low. He's very likely connected to you-know-who Voldemort and far more powerful than you think. V. Voldemort. Harry's eyes widened. Ron and Hermione were speechless. What had started as a plan to deal with a single professor had suddenly escalated to confronting the legendary Dark Lord, and the overwhelming pressure hit them like a wave. Harry quickly suppressed his shock, his gaze becoming resolute again. All the more reason we can't just stand by. If Quirrell really wants to give the stone to Voldemort, or even use it to bring him back, we have to stop him. Ivan weighed his options internally, to go or not to go. If he planned carefully, he might catch Quirrell and even Voldemort off guard, just like his dragon rescue strategy. Using the protective magic within Harry, he could skip the dangerous direct confrontation phase and strike with lethal spells the moment Quirrell was immobilized, completing that mysterious promise task, unlocking blood magic, and adding another layer of protection for his eventual return to Knockturn Alley. But if the plan had even the slightest flaw, he'd face the ultimate boss from the original story alone. Even in his current soul form, Voldemort remained deadly. Ivan bit his teeth almost imperceptibly. If we're leaving, there are some brooms right here. Harry pointed toward the door, where several old brooms cast long shadows in the dim light. After learning that Quirrell might be allied with Voldemort, he had already made up his mind to stop him. Ivan sighed. Fine. It's not that we're willing to let Quirrell go. Quirrell won't let us go. I don't want to spend every day watching out for enemies lurking in the shadows. Although Ivan knew that even without their interference, Voldemort wouldn't get the stone, this didn't solve the problem. Once Voldemort realized he'd been played by Dumbledore, he would certainly become more cautious and more furious. When they left school for the holidays, they would be in real danger. Hermione and Ron had no intention of leaving either. For the little lions of Gryffindor, danger wasn't frightening. What was truly unbearable was letting a friend face danger alone. Besides, in their minds, Quirrell's timid and cowering appearance hardly seemed like that of an unfathomable dark wizard. Maybe they really could win? Just as Ivan made up his mind, the familiar system notification suddenly exploded in his head. New mission activated. Seize the Philosopher's Stone. Mission reward. Related alchemical knowledge. Mission description. This is a passage filled with traps, personally laid by Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Although most of the traps have been devastatingly destroyed, the difficulty of breaking through has not decreased. Please prepare for death upon entry. This sudden mission made Ivan feel slightly better. As long as he took down Quirrell, he could complete 2 missions at once, with quite substantial rewards. As for the danger, he had already mentally prepared himself. Let's go. He steadied his emotions and took the lead, stepping out of the cramped storage room. The wooden door he had destroyed now lay broken and incomplete in the corridor, saving them from having to ride broomsticks to find keys. The area ahead that should have been the wizard chessboard looked more like a brutal battlefield to Ivan. Stone chess pieces lay dismembered across the ground, their fragments slowly reassembling under magical influence. Over a dozen intact pieces turned in unison, as if countless invisible gazes instantly locked onto the intruders. They had no eyes, yet precisely captured Ivan and the others' positions, making him immediately realize that the disillusionment charm would be meaningless here. The moment Ivan stepped onto the chessboard, the stone soldiers drew their swords in perfect synchronization. A knight missing one arm climbed up from the rubble, mounted his stone horse and gripped his lance tightly, while the king statue also raised his scepter. The massive stone bodies were overwhelmingly imposing in the dim light. Their 2 to 3 meter height, making Ron involuntarily swallow, was good at wizard's chess, but the live-action version? He'd rather pass. However, there was no way back. The stone soldiers advanced with heavy steps, and the lone knight charged forward on horseback, his stone hooves making the ground tremble. Ivan whipped his wand sharply. Defendo! The front legs of the charging stone horse exploded thunderously. The giant beast lost balance and tumbled, sending the knight crashing with half his head missing. Stone fragments scattered, then were quickly drawn back by invisible forces and began slowly repairing. They repair themselves automatically? How are we supposed to fight that? Harry stared at the reassembling knight, completely dumbfounded. Focus attacks on their legs to limit movement. Then cast protean charms on yourselves and charge through, Ivan said while flicking his wand back at himself, an invisible barrier instantly forming around his body, bringing some sense of security. The protean charm was mainly used to deflect targeted spells, but was essentially a magical barrier that was equally effective against physical attacks. But we don't know the protean charm at all. Ron desperately cast a leg locker curse at a stone soldier, but the spell light didn't even spark against the stone body, then shouted in despair. That's why I always tell you to study hard and read more, Hermione said irritably, but still waved her wand to cast a Protego charm on both of them. But the first-year textbooks never taught that spell. Harry grumbled silently to himself, not daring to speak up, since only he and Ron among them couldn't perform the shield charm. Ahead of them, the stone chess pieces moved with clicking sounds under the dim candlelight, the scraping of armor against stone floor making their skin crawl. Ivan seized the opportunity, came to an abrupt stop, twisted around, and raised his wand, casting several impediment jinxes and defendo spells in succession to temporarily restrain the nearest stone soldiers. He shouted, "Now, charge!" and was the first to leap down the steps, sprinting through the gaps in the center of the chessboard. These enchanted chess pieces moved clumsily, but were overwhelming in number, scattered everywhere like moving stone walls. No matter how careful Ivan was, collisions were inevitable. A spear swept toward him horizontally. He cast a severing charm with his backhand, snapping the spear shaft as stone fragments scattered everywhere. From the corner of his eye, he cast another impediment jinx to block a stone pawn's ankle. Debris crashed to the ground and firelight reflected off stone surfaces, creating a thrilling yet orderly scene. Harry's situation was far more intense. A stone swordsman raised his massive sword high, the blade falling so close to Harry's ear that sparks flew. The shield charm flashed with silver light, buying him a split second. Harry rolled away as dust flew into his face, barely dodging the deadly strike. The alert Hermione stayed close behind Ivan, stepping into the gaps he had just cleared of debris, barely facing any direct attacks. She even had time to turn and wave her wand, accurately blocking a knight's lance aimed at Ron with an impediment jinx. Ron held his breath, crouching and dodging sideways to narrowly avoid the blade's edge, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The four of them charged out of the chessboard's magical range in one burst. Behind them, the stone chess pieces lowered their weapons, closed ranks, and quietly waited for the next restoration. The sudden silence made the previous clash of swords and spears seem even more harrowing. Except for Ivan, the other three were all gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in cold sweat as if they had just been pulled from deep water. Only then did Ivan realize he had stepped onto a circular platform. The exit ahead was blocked by dark black flames that rolled silently, as if they had devoured all warmth. The surrounding floor was carved with intricate inscriptions, symbols slightly raised from the stone surface, reflecting a faint purple glow. Ivan had only seen a few of these characters in his Ancient Runes textbook, but didn't know their meaning. Hermione, Ron, and Harry arrived one after another. The moment they stepped onto the platform, purple flames suddenly blazed up around them, completely sealing off their path back. It seems this challenge hasn't been destroyed by Quirrell, Ivan thought with a sinking heart, unsure whether to feel relieved or frustrated. Hermione had already noticed the row of glass bottles in the center of the platform. 7 bottles stood in a line, each containing liquid of different colors, with the smallest one being particularly inconspicuous. At the front, a piece of parchment lay open. Hermione bent down and read aloud softly. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find." This is logical reasoning, no magic required. Her eyes lit up, then she turned around, her voice full of eager anticipation. Let's see who can solve it first, shall we? Ron looked at the text that gave him a headache and felt like his brain was filled with paste. Maybe we should just skip it? Harry frowned in thought, but couldn't grasp any clues. Hermione hadn't expected Ron and Harry to solve it anyway. She was more interested in Ivan's reaction. Ivan glanced at the parchment, his mind quickly comparing the information. 7 bottles, 3 poisons, 2 wines. The smallest bottle would allow passage through the black fire, and the rightmost bottle would allow return exactly the same setup as in the original story. With time running short, Ivan had no interest in playing riddle games. After confirming that the parchment matched his expectations, he revealed the solution to the puzzle. Hermione could hardly believe it. To her, Ivan had merely glanced at the parchment twice. Yet when she immediately worked backwards using Ivan's information combined with the content on the parchment, the result was actually correct. But this was far too quick, Hermione thought glumly. The wall of flames blazed fiercely at the entrance, casting flickering shadows across their faces. Ivan looked at the passage and spoke calmly. Harry and I will go in next. You two stay here, the flames will block any pursuers, so it's safe. How can that be acceptable? Are you planning to abandon us? Hermione glared up at him angrily. Ivan pointed to the smallest bottle on the tablet contained only a thin layer of purple potion. There's too little potion, not enough for 4 people. It can only get 1 person through the firewall. Then I'll go alone. Harry suddenly snatched the bottle, gripping it so tightly his knuckles turned white. Voldemort killed my parents, and I defeated him when I was just a baby. If he's truly coming back, he'll come for me first no matter what. I have to stop him. Maybe I can win again. As he spoke, he unconsciously touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. But Ivan shook his head, his voice remaining calm. Come on, you don't even know how you defeated him back then. I have a plan. If we follow it, everyone can get out safely. He understood Harry's courage, but knowing that his intervention had likely changed Quirrell's condition from the original story, he absolutely wouldn't let Harry go in alone, not to mention, he still had a mission to complete. Hearing this, Harry could only nod. Though he had spoken boldly, he had no reliable plan in mind at most. He would charge in and fight desperately. Since Ivan claimed to have a strategy for dealing with the enemy, he was happy to abandon his plan to charge in recklessly. But how will you get through the firewall? Harry was still puzzled. I have my ways. Ivan pulled out a palm-sized glass bottle from his wizard robes and drank it all in one gulp. It was a fire protection potion he had casually taken from the room of requirement earlier, never expected to use it here. Fate was truly unpredictable. What did you drink? Hermione frowned. Fire protection potion, homemade. It'll last several minutes. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, and Ivan closed his eyes to feel its effects. His skin seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, yet it didn't hinder his movements at all. Hermione stared at the empty bottle, her brow furrowing deeper. This was clearly more than 1 serving. Sorry, but this is all the resources we have left now. I'll be more careful next time. Ivan shook the empty bottle in his hand. It was completely clean, not a drop remaining. He didn't want to have to protect Hermione and Ron while dealing with Quirrell and Voldemort would instantly upgrade the difficulty from nightmare with a walkthrough to true hell. Hermione stepped forward, her fists trembling as if she might punch that composed face into the wall at any moment. Finally, she took a deep breath, didn't strike, but suddenly hugged Ivan tightly so forcefully that he stiffened slightly. You must protect yourself until I return, she whispered, holding him for several seconds before letting go, her cheeks burning red. She was convinced Ivan was deliberately taking the risk alone because he feared she would get hurt, but she absolutely wouldn't sit idle. The next moment, she snatched the empty bottle from his hand, rushed to the platform with the potions, and quickly poured half of the purple potion from the right bottle into it. She threw the remaining half bottle to Ron and tilted her head back to gulp down the half bottle in her hand. Quick, go find Professor Dumbledore, Hermione urged while staring intently at Ron until he gulped down the remaining potion. Then she grabbed his collar and ran frantically toward the exit. Beyond the flames, the stone figures still guarded the corridor. Ron, being dragged along stumbling, shouted, "But what about the stone figures outside?" Hermione's furious response echoed from the distance. Of course we'll use magic to smash them all to pieces. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the Ministry of Magic's detection. Ivan and the others were about to face the Dark Lord. So what did the Minister of Magic matter? To hell with him. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the flames, Ivan opened his mouth, initially wanting to stop them. To return to the entrance, they would have to pass through those out-of-control giant chess pieces again. The 4 of them had barely made it here alive, let alone just Hermione and Ron on their own. But staying in this enclosed space wasn't absolutely safe either. If he and Harry won, that would be fine, but if they failed, facing Quirrell and Voldemort, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Let's go. Ivan withdrew his gaze and sighed. It was better to focus on their own survival first. Harry nodded solemnly, tilted his head back, and downed the small bottle of clear potion, like a man walking to the gallows. Though Ivan was with him, he still felt more confident than in the original story. However, before the potion took effect, he saw Ivan raise his wand and whisper a strange incantation. The next second, his companion's figure faded in the firelight. Only the crackling flames remained on the empty platform. Suddenly losing his support, Harry panicked. Ivan, are you still there? I used a disillusionment charm. It works like your invisibility cloak. I'm right beside you. A familiar voice reached his ears. Only then did Harry steady himself. Though not being able to see anyone made him feel uneasy, he didn't ask Ivan to reveal himself. The combination of one visible and one hidden would maximize their chances of winning. Even if he became bait, he had no complaints. In his view, Ivan shouldn't have had to bear the responsibility of confronting the Dark Lord, yet had been dragged into this whirlpool because of him. As the black flames drew near, Ivan seemed to remember something and whispered instructions. Once we're inside, no matter what you see, don't panic, and don't attack immediately. Try to get close to Quirrell or Voldemort and restrain him. Grab his hands, or even put your hands directly on his face, anything to prevent Quirrell from drawing his wand. Put my hands on his face. Harry didn't understand at first. Block his vision? Even though he didn't quite get it, he nodded without hesitation. He didn't care whether he used magic or nudge charge in first and figure it out later. Seeing this, Ivan felt slightly relieved. As long as Voldemort still coveted the Philosopher's Stone, he wouldn't kill Harry immediately, and once Harry got close, they would have victory in their grasp. Exchange experience card. Ivan moved his lips silently. Ding, the notification sound exploded only in his mind. Exchange complete, 100 academic points deducted. Instantly, his brain processing speed increased dramatically, and his five senses became extraordinarily sharp. His opponent was Voldemort, dared not be careless in the slightest, and had to push his condition to the limit. The two moved forward side by side. As soon as they stepped into the area covered by black flames, scorching heat waves hit them. The strange magical fire maintained a terrifying temperature even without any fuel. Fortunately, the fire protection potion worked well. A thin curtain of water automatically appeared around their bodies, blocking the flames and heat. Further ahead lay a spacious chamber supported by 12 massive columns, with an enormous mirror positioned at its center. A wizard clad in black robes, his hood drawn up to completely conceal his features, stood before the mirror with his back to them. Heavy breathing echoed through the cavernous stone chamber, while water seeping from the walls reflected an eerie light. Perhaps hearing the commotion behind him, the black-robed figure slowly turned around with an almost ritualistic deliberation. Harry's pupils dilated instantly, as an icy chill shot from his feet to the back of his skull. Ivan nearly lost control of his disillusionment charm, his form wavering slightly in the air. What manner of horrific visage was this? The skin had been torn and ravaged by flames, leaving a pockmarked landscape of charred black and ghastly white, with bare bone visible at the forehead. The eyeballs, which should have been protected by eyelids, were exposed directly to the air, trembling slightly, as if they might roll from their sockets at any moment. Even more grotesque was how this fire-ravaged face overlapped with a translucent serpentine phantom, layers of distortion, leaving only one word to describe it: monstrous. Ivan swallowed hard. He had anticipated that Quirrell and Voldemort couldn't have emerged unscathed from the attack he and Norbert had orchestrated, but he never imagined they would be injured to such an extent, yet still managed to cling to life. Harry Potter. A hoarse, low voice spilled from those burned lips, carrying anger, surprise, and a trace of sickly delight. Though Harry could feel his heart pounding as if it might burst, he forced himself to remain calm and approached step by step according to Ivan's plan. Are you Quirrell? Or Voldemort? How? How did you become like this? His voice trembled, yet he maintained the rhythm of questioning. You ask me why? Voldemort's emotions flared like wildfire. It's all because of that useless fool Quirrell. He began to roar, details pouring forth. 1. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell had struggled just to deal with a single unicorn and hadn't managed to drink a drop of blood. 2. Then a dragon came flying from nowhere and slammed into them. 3. Voldemort was forced to manifest early to block the impact, and they both crashed hard to the ground. 4. Before they could rise, the forest clearing where they had taken refuge was ignited by large-scale fire curses and several searing dragon breaths. 5. Quirrell was knocked unconscious immediately, his wand slipping away. 6. Voldemort had no choice but to take full control of the body, casting wandless magic to retrieve the wand and flee in disgrace, the body nearly roasted alive. At this point, his voice carried barely suppressed hatred. What's even more ridiculous is that from beginning to end, I never even saw what the attackers looked like. To dare set such fires in the Forbidden Forest even among my Death Eaters, few are that mad. He had completely lost patience with Quirrell using crude dark magic to barely patch together this wreckage, while suppressing Quirrell's consciousness to the deepest recesses. In his mind, once he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, everything lost would be restored. Now, the key to breaking through Dumbledore's protections stood before him. He stared at Harry with burning eyes, his sandy voice almost becoming a whisper. Yes, come closer, just like that. What a delightfully surprising reunion. Halfway through his words, he suddenly seemed to catch a whiff of something dangerous, his expression instantly darkening. But before that, I need to clean up a certain pest that's crept in here. Harry's pupils contracted sharply, and the moment Ivan heard these words, he lunged toward the cover of a nearby stone column. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light struck where Ivan had been standing moments before, as a low, hoarse voice echoed throughout the hall. Voldemort's arm remained suspended in midair. Ivan, with his enhanced dynamic vision from the bloodline fusion, had rolled aside just before his opponent raised the wand. He could clearly feel the significant improvement in his physical strength. His limbs felt light, and his movements showed almost no delay. Seeing his strike miss its mark, Voldemort, possessing Quirrell's body, looked disappointed and raised his hand to cast another spell. Before he could utter a word, Harry charged from the flank. Get away! Voldemort's skin was charred black and bloody, his flesh mangled beyond recognition, even his facial features barely discernible. Yet he still lifted his foot and kicked the approaching Harry, sending him flying. In his prime, he might have been willing to slowly torture these two young wizards, savoring their expressions of despair. But now, with every inch of his skin burning in agony, he had no patience left. Harry crashed to the ground after the heavy blow, his chest churning so violently he nearly vomited his lunch. Clutching his abdomen, he struggled to prop up his upper body. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the mirror of Ariste behind Voldemort himself. In the mirror was lying on the floor, winking at him, then tucking an irregularly shaped, dark red stone into his robe pocket. The next second, the Real Harry felt something hard appear in his own pocket. Though he guessed its origin, he had no time to confirm it, as Voldemort was already pointing his wand at him. Incendio! At the crucial moment, Ivan straightened up and shouted the incantation. Red-yellow flames exploded in the air, instantly surrounding Voldemort. However, the flames had barely risen for a second before Ivan's elation was cut short. Couldn't be certain whether his current abilities could suppress this Dark Lord, who remained terrifying despite his wretched condition. Hissing black mist poured from Voldemort's broken body, and the fierce flames were suddenly extinguished, as if swallowed by a giant maw. Voldemort's face contorted grotesquely with rage as his roar shook the hall. The Flame Curciso, it was you. He finally connected the voice with his memory of that day's attack, identifying this young wizard before him as the culprit responsible for his current miserable state. What if I told you that day was actually an accident? Would you believe me? Ivan nervously forced out a joke. His answer came in the form of another surge of green light. Simultaneously, the black mist swirling around Voldemort rushed toward Harry like ocean waves, moving too fast to avoid. Ivan called out urgently, "I'll hold him off, run." Harry gritted his teeth and threw the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket toward Ivan in the distance. Then, forcing his battered body upright, he charged into the black mist toward Voldemort with the resolve to die. He knew Ivan had consumed a large quantity of fire protection potion earlier. Its effects would last a long time, and Ivan's abilities were sufficient to pass through that rampaging black flame and the chessboard again. As long as Ivan took the Philosopher's Stone and delivered it to Dumbledore, they could completely prevent Voldemort's resurrection. Ivan instinctively caught what Harry had thrown to him, only realizing after it was in his hands that it was the Philosopher's Stone. When Ivan looked back, he found Harry had already collapsed on the ground, unconscious and consumed by dark mist, his fate uncertain. Voldemort didn't even consider finishing him off, his burning eyes fixed intently on the irregular stone in Ivan's palm. "Harry, you actually set me up," Ivan cursed inwardly. With their main fighter down, he was left alone on the battlefield. How was he supposed to fight this? Ding! The system notification suddenly chimed. Philosopher's Stone obtained. Mission: seize the Philosopher's Stone has been updated. Mission objective: hold out for 5 minutes or defeat Quirrell Voldemort. Mission reward: related alchemical knowledge. Mission hint: your headmaster Albus Dumbledore is on his way to provide support. Approximately 5 minutes needed. Damn that Dumbledore. Would it kill him to apparate here instantly? Ivan finally lost his temper. He'd been working his ass off for the school these past days, yet the old bee was nowhere to be found when needed. It was enough to make him cry. The moment Ivan mentioned Dumbledore, Voldemort reflexively flinched, abandoning his focus on the Philosopher's Stone to scan the surroundings warily. But his expression quickly turned cold. His senses detected no one. If Dumbledore were truly here, he'd already be dead. It seems Dumbledore didn't tell you that Hogwarts is protected by anti-apparition charms. No one can apparate within these grounds. Voldemort sneered, mocking Ivan's ignorance. Ivan rolled his eyes. He didn't buy that nonsense for a second. In the future, Dumbledore would apparate within the castle countless times, even bringing others along. Who would dare question the headmaster's privileges? Hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort extended his withered, charred arm, advancing step by step toward Ivan's cover. Those 5 fingers were nothing but thin membranes stretched over bone, utterly revolting. His broken body made even walking difficult, yet he continued his relentless approach. Ivan simply shook his head, not even bothering to respond. He didn't believe for a second that surrendering the stone would spare his life. Accio Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort lost his patience, pointing his wand directly at the stone. The stone trembled slightly in Ivan's palm, shaking twice before settling firmly in place, refusing to leave his grasp. Voldemort was equally stunned, then overjoyed. If the stone could resist his summoning charm at such close range, it meant the magical power contained within far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps it truly could bring him back to full life. Avis. Ivan seized the moment of Voldemort's distraction, flicking his wand to transform the rubble at his feet into a flock of stone birds that shrieked as they shot forward. The birds were merely a distraction. The real killing blow was a brilliant purple light that followed close behind. Unfortunately, as wisps of heart-stopping magical flames poured from the tip of Voldemort's wand, the fiend fire instantly incinerated the birds to ash, while the brilliant purple light was blocked by the thick, dark mist surrounding Voldemort. In an instant, the fiend fire surrounding Voldemort transformed into the shape of a serpent and surged toward Ivan. Scorching waves of flame rolled forward as the snake's head opened its fangs, as if ready to devour everything in its path. Ivan knew that fiend fire could destroy even Horcruxes. A simple fire resistance potion would be useless against such magic. His mind raced as he raised the palm-sized red Philosopher's Stone and shouted, "The stone is yours, catch it!" Just as the fire serpent was about to strike his face, Ivan suddenly made as if to hurl the stone directly into the flaming maw. No! Voldemort's snake-like face, horribly burned and twisted, contorted in panic. He forcibly redirected his magic, wrenching the fiend fire aside and sending the fire serpent crashing into the side wall. Amid the thunderous roar, bricks and stone melted, dripping molten liquid like lava. Ivan couldn't help but swallow hard. A glance at his watch showed that barely 20 seconds had passed since the countdown for reinforcements began. 5 short minutes now felt like an eternity, and he gripped the stone even tighter. Voldemort saw through his feint, rage boiling in those serpentine eyes, yet he dared not use the killing curse again. He couldn't be certain whether the stone would leave even a speck of ash in those flames. But without fiend fire, Ivan remained equally dangerous. As a master of the dark arts, Voldemort had far more than one trick up his sleeve. The only advantage Ivan had was that Voldemort's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Quirrell's body had first been scorched by fiend fire, then drained of life force by Voldemort. He could still stand was a miracle. Every spell cast was squeezing the last vitality from this broken shell of a body. Even running a few steps might cause it to collapse entirely. This was exactly what Ivan wanted to see. Is hiding and cowering all you can do? Voldemort roared in fury, unleashing a reducto that shattered the stone pillar behind Ivan, sending debris flying in all directions. Taking advantage of his opponent's limited mobility, Ivan darted back and forth across the spacious chamber, using transfiguration to alter the terrain while harassing Voldemort with alternating fire charms and Impunyo spells, barely managing to keep up the fight. Finally pushed to his limit, Voldemort lost all patience. Even from dozens of meters away, Ivan could see that blackened face suddenly sink inward another layer. In the next moment, vast clouds of inky mist erupted from the broken body, spreading in all directions and rushing straight toward Ivan. Protego Maxima. Ivan rapidly layered shield after shield of magical barriers in front of himself, but the black mist seeped through the ceiling, floor, and even the corners of walls, surrounding him in an instant. Fire charms couldn't burn it away, and his barriers crackled and shattered in the dark fog. In this moment of life and death, he managed to cast an iron armor charm on himself, but the black mist pierced through it instantly. The composition of the black mist was impossible to identify, yet it carried a bone-deep chill. It rolled across his skin while negative emotions flooded his mind like a tide. Worse still, the mist penetrated his body through his nose, mouth, and pores. Piercing cold spread throughout his entire body, and Ivan felt as though the mist was draining away all his body heat and life force. Even his rapidly working thoughts gradually fell into numbness. The pendant hanging around Ivan's neck began to emit a faint, pale glow, allowing him to barely maintain consciousness within the dark mist. However, this protection wasn't infinite. As time passed, cracks began to spread across the pendant's center. With crisp, shattering sounds, the protective magic slowly leaked out, yet still managed to pull Ivan back from the brink of death. More noticeably, a surge of scorching warmth suddenly erupted from deep within his chest. Blood, infused with magic power, burst forth from his heart, rapidly coursing through his entire body. The brief paralysis in his brain was shattered by this torrent of heat, and mobility returned to his body. Ivan suddenly raised his hand, his tightly gripped wand trembling at his fingertips before its tip exploded with blinding white light. In the next instant, the dark mist swirling around him cracked and dissolved like thin ice under scorching sunlight, crackling as it broke apart. Ding! A crisp system notification simultaneously rang out in his mind. Mission, promised revenge. Status, modified. Bloodline magic, temporarily unlocked. Please check promptly. Ivan devoted a fraction of his attention to examining the panel. Mission objective, kill Quirrell. Mission description: you are confronting your enemy and have temporarily gained Cecilia's recognition. To permanently retain this power, you must complete your promise quickly. Note: bloodline magic Shadow of the Unicorn has been unlocked. The several marks that had previously appeared on the panel were now replaced by a line of gleaming blue text. The accelerated thinking provided by the experience card reached maximum efficiency, and within a single breath, Ivan had mastered this newfound power. He swept his wand, and white light poured forth like a waterfall, weaving into countless fine threads that quickly sketched a proud and noble unicorn in the air. It was the sacred spirit he had seen in the Forbidden Forest, except now it was constructed from pure white misty light, its form more ethereal and elusive, yet its eyes were blood red, locked firmly on Voldemort ahead. The dark mist was completely dispelled, and Voldemort's gaze froze in midair. Bloodline awakening, he gasped, then immediately shook his head in denial. No, this isn't an awakening. He rapidly sorted through his memories. Ancient wizarding families occasionally broke through their limits or suffered great trauma, awakening residual bloodlines within their bodies, but these were merely weakened shadows after several generations of dilution. Yet this unicorn bore striking resemblance to the one Quirrell had hunted earlier, leaving only one explanation. This first-year student had actually completed the most dangerous bloodline fusion experiment in the wizarding world and successfully stolen a portion of a magical creature's power. Voldemort's shock didn't escape Ivan's dual vision. At this moment, his senses seemed split. One perspective came from his own eyes, while the other peered through the unicorn's crimson pupils. His mind controlled both bodies simultaneously, as naturally as moving his own limbs. Now the tables have turned. Ivan gazed at Voldemort, whose face was ravaged from excessive life force extraction, his voice cold and steady. This strange sense of dominance filled him with confidence. Recalling how he had been pursued and nearly consumed by the dark mist moments before, the fury in his chest ignited instantly. Finally, it was time to strike back. Foolish. Voldemort laughed coldly at Ivan's words, amused by his audacity. He acknowledged that the young wizard before him was indeed impressive for achieving such feats, but to think this alone could bridge the gap in their power? What a joke. Ivan ignored the mockery, his eyes locked on his opponent. With a focused thought, the unicorn Cecilia transformed into a brilliant white shadow, diving through the air. Unbound by gravity and freed from physical constraints, the snow-white figure rushed toward Voldemort at lightning speed. A puño. Voldemort raised his wand high, and the cracked ground immediately hurled up massive chunks of debris, hundreds of them. As his wand swept down violently, these jagged stones of varying sizes cut through the air with piercing shrieks, raining down like a devastating storm. Compared to the same spell Ivan had cast earlier, this version was several times more powerful, and this was with Voldemort severely wounded, operating at only a tenth of his strength. The indiscriminate barrage forced Ivan to retreat behind a collapsed pillar, concentrating all his mental energy on controlling the unicorn's shadow. The sharp-edged debris passed straight through the ethereal white figure as if cutting through air, stirring up wisps of transparent mist. Seeing his spell prove ineffective, Voldemort frowned and immediately waved his wand in rapid succession, instantly layering over a dozen magical barriers around himself. But these hastily constructed defenses proved as fragile as paper. In the next instant, the white shadow had pierced through every barrier and reached Voldemort directly. Though the earlier stones and shields had already suggested this unicorn might be merely an illusion, Voldemort dared not take chances. Dark mist surged around him, wrapping his entire form tightly. At his wand's tip, a ball of fierce fiendfire blazed to life. The all-consuming fiendfire failed for the first time. The unicorn's front half passed straight through the flames, and while the dark mist provided some resistance, it was still too slow. The hooves instantly shifted from ethereal to solid, striking Voldemort's chest with devastating force. His ribs visibly caved in, and the impact sent him flying backward to crash through a distant stone pillar. The raging fiendfire seized the opportunity to cling to the unicorn's form, but the magical white shadow suddenly dispersed into countless streams of light before reforming perfectly, as if the fiendfire couldn't harm it at all. Ivan, who controlled all of this, felt more than half his magical energy drain away at that same moment. His vision darkened and he nearly collapsed, losing the precious opportunity to pursue his advantage. He forced himself to remain standing and looked toward where Voldemort had fallen. From the scattered debris, that grotesque figure rose once more. Voldemort's black robes were now tattered and torn, his hood fallen back to reveal a wrinkled, completely hairless head, his exposed skin charred black. More horrifying still, thick, dark mist continuously seeped from those burn marks, filling in his collapsed ribcage, yet he showed no signs of dying. His resilience left Ivan speechless. The man still wouldn't die. Damn you. Driven to such a wretched state by a first-year wizard, Voldemort had begun to lose his sanity and immediately raised his hand to cast his most favored spell, the Killing Curse. The brilliant green light shot forth like a straight spear of light. instantly piercing through the white luminous barrier in front of Ivan and rushing toward Ivan himself. Ivan remained completely calm, and before the light could reach him, he flickered and dodged back behind cover. For him, this type of single-directional killing curse was actually the easiest to handle. Fearing that Voldemort might switch to large-scale magic, he immediately commanded the unicorn made of light once more. White light streaked through the air with a sharp trail, striking toward Voldemort like lightning. The Dark Lord waved his wand repeatedly, but whether it was blasting, cutting, or binding spells, they all turned into useless sparks before the unicorn. Only that strange black mist could still offer some resistance. Voldemort quickly realized this and, driven by fury, released all the black mist that had been swirling around him for defense, gathering it into a long, serpentine fog. The mist serpent coiled around the white beast, and the two magical forces writhed together with hissing sounds. The unicorn was momentarily held back, finally giving Voldemort a free hand as his crimson eyes locked onto Ivan in the distance. Seeing this, Ivan cursed inwardly and quickly pulled two round, irregular objects from his wizard robes, hurling them forward with all his might. Defendo! Voldemort dared not let the unknown objects approach and swiftly cast a severing charm. With an explosive bang, the two objects shattered into pieces midair. As the fragments scattered, the thick yellow liquid inside exploded into thousands of droplets, raining down like foul precipitation. It splashed onto Voldemort's head, shoulders, and robes, sliding down the creases. The pungent smell quickly spread, choking enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Voldemort was initially startled, thinking it might be some corrosive poison, and hastily checked his skin, but felt no burning sensation. The next second, he realized the source of that foul odor excrement. A tremendous sense of humiliation surged through him. Is this all you can do? These disgusting little tricks, he roared in fury, causing the black mist serpent to nearly collapse from his emotional turmoil. I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve, try this one. Ivan keenly caught the opening in his opponent's defense and gripped his wand tightly, pointing it forward. A purple beam shot out, striking Voldemort precisely as he stood completely exposed with his protective mist withdrawn. Fear descended. The furiously angry Voldemort instantly plunged into an icy abyss, horrified to discover that his body, barely held together by magic, was collapsing. His finger bones withered and caved in first, his skin cracked inch by inch, and fragments fell like dust. He could clearly feel his very soul being pulled toward its end by an invisible hand. What kind of magic is this? Impossible. With Horcruxes existing, how could my soul perish? Voldemort screamed, yet that deep-seated fear continued to tear at his consciousness. Moments later, he suddenly snapped back to awareness, realizing his abnormal state and forcibly breaking free from the curse's hold. The purple light dissipated, and his body barely returned to its original withered appearance. Ivan was not surprised. He knew very well that if not for Voldemort's greatly diminished power, combined with his own curse perfectly matching his opponent's greatest fear, death itself, the fear curse would never have taken effect. But those mere 2 or 3 seconds were enough to change the tide of battle. Through the gaps in the black mist, the unicorn's form transformed into a burst of pure white light, violently breaking through the serpent's obstruction. Its spiraled horn pierced through Voldemort's chest, the tip emerging from his back dripping with crimson blood, carrying him toward the wall blazing with fiendfire. Since conventional methods couldn't kill Voldemort, Ivan decided to try fiendfire. He refused to believe that the magical flames, renowned for burning everything and never extinguishing, couldn't destroy a single possessed body. Voldemort clearly sensed the danger too, roaring with a hoarse throat. If he were forced into that wall of burning fiendfire, both he and his parasitic host would be reduced to ashes. The body, already drained of vitality, had no potential left to squeeze out. Voldemort had no choice but to sacrifice one hand in exchange for remaining strength. With a muffled explosion, his left arm burst apart, flesh instantly consumed by dark magic as thick black mist gushed from the wound, corroding the white unicorn phantom Ivan had summoned. This was a pure contest of magical power and time. Though Ivan's magic had nearly doubled after the fusion ritual, it was still limited compared to a true dark wizard, and several large-scale spells had already depleted his reserves. Voldemort was equally battered, a gaping hole in his chest, several broken ribs, even forced to destroy his arm just to barely maintain the black mist. Fortunately, this was Quirrell's body, so he used it without any restraint. Even so, Voldemort was still pressed against the chest by the unicorn's horn, being pushed inch by inch toward the blazing fiendfire wall. Death was only a matter of time. In the standoff, Ivan gave out first. Magical exhaustion made his head throb, his cells protesting like they'd been drained of moisture. If not for the experience card's superhuman processing power keeping him going, he would have collapsed long ago. When the last trace of strength was spent, the unicorn formed of white light gradually disintegrated. Ivan seized the moment to use his remaining force for one final push, sending Voldemort tumbling backward to crash hard into the nearby mirror of Ariste, his wand falling beside him. But Voldemort grinned maniacally, had clearly caught the unwillingness in those crimson eyes before the unicorn vanished. Ha ha, I still won. He pushed himself up with one arm, retrieved his wand, and the two faces overlapping on his withered frame let out piercing laughter that echoed through the vast underground chamber. However, the laughter stopped abruptly. There wasn't a trace of despair on Ivan's face. Harry, stop playing dead and get up to smash his face. Ivan roared at the boy lying motionless in the distance with eyes closed, looking like a corpse. During the standoff, when Ivan's magic was nearly exhausted, he had keenly noticed Harry's fingertips twitching slightly, so he temporarily abandoned the strategy of wearing down Voldemort. He knew very well that while the black mist might kill him, it could never kill Harry. Under Voldemort's incredulous gaze, Harry Potter, whom he thought was long dead, suddenly sprang up and launched himself like a cannonball. In truth, Harry hadn't been lying there playing dead, as Ivan thought his entire body simply couldn't move before. After inhaling a massive amount of dark mist, Harry thought he was done for. His consciousness slipped into a brief coma, but something within his body seemed to be protecting him, constantly resisting the dark fog. When Voldemort focused all his attention on Ewan and recalled the mist entirely, this protective force gradually dispelled the corrosion, and Harry's awareness slowly returned. His limbs remained numb. His eyelids felt like lead, but he knew the battle had reached its critical moment. He forced himself to stand and, following Ewan's instructions, lunged at Voldemort, pressing both hands firmly against that twisted, withered serpentine face. The touch was ice cold, like touching tattered cloth, and his fingertips could feel sticky yellow fluid. A sizzling sound spread from his palms as Voldemort screamed in agony, his face appearing as if repeatedly branded with hot iron, with chunks of rotting flesh curling and peeling away. He kicked Harry down with tremendous force, but the disintegration of his body surface could not be stopped. Harry fell to the ground, staring blankly at the horrific scene before him, then looked down at his own hand. She had barely touched Voldemort twice. Could his hands be poisonous? He couldn't tell whether to feel relieved or frustrated. Reducto. Ewan gritted his teeth, gathering his last trace of magical power, pointing his wand directly at the crumbling shell. Sorry, but this kill is mine. With a thunderous explosion, Voldemort's physical form shattered into countless black ashes, scattering through the air. Ewan immediately heard the system notification in his ears and collapsed contentedly onto the floor, lacking even the strength to lift his hand. However, Voldemort's dark soul broke free from the dust with a piercing shriek, rushing straight toward Ewan. The soul was less than 10 feet from his chest when it suddenly changed direction and burst through the door. The next second, a ethereal blue phoenix broke through the black flames at the doorway, carrying gentle yet undeniable authority as it swept into the room, its wings scattering soothing light as it circled overhead. Seeing this familiar Patronus, Ewan's tense nerves instantly relaxed, leaving only complaints. Dumbledore, your timing is impeccable. As his mental guard dropped, he could no longer maintain consciousness and plunged into darkness. Just as Ewan lost consciousness, a deep, powerful incantation echoed from the doorway. Finite incantatum. The black, cursed fire began extinguishing from the door frame, spreading toward the depths of the room. The flames, supposedly eternal, could only quietly fade before this power. Professor, quickly! Ewan and Harry are inside. As soon as the cursed fire dispersed, Hermione abandoned all courtesy, grabbing Dumbledore's sleeve and rushing into the room, with Ron gasping for breath close behind. The three stepped into the vast hall and were immediately stunned by the devastation. More than half of the 12 pillars supporting the roof had snapped, with massive stone fragments scattered everywhere. The walls were deeply blackened, riddled with holes and cracks. The air reeked of acrid smoke. Witnessing this scene of utter destruction, even Dumbledore, with all his experience, felt his heart skip a beat, though he had already observed through his Patronus's perspective before entering. Seeing it firsthand was still quite shocking. Needless to say, Hermione and Ron were even more shocked by the scene before them, thinking that Ivan and Harry had heroically sacrificed themselves, as such a battle was simply beyond what two first-year wizards could handle. Ivan, Harry, Hermione was the first to spot the two lying on the ground, their fate unknown, and cried out in alarm as tears instantly blurred her vision. Don't worry, they're fine. Harry only sustained minor injuries, and Ivan just fainted from magical exhaustion. Dumbledore bent down to examine them and spoke soothingly. The day's events had far exceeded his expectations. Voldemort had actually snuck into the school while the Ministry was conducting their inspection. It wasn't until the tiny warning charm he had placed on the Philosopher's Stone was triggered that he realized a battle had erupted before the Mirror of Erist. But Fudge was still lingering at Hogwarts at the time, and Dumbledore had to spend considerable effort escorting that power-hungry fool out of the school before he could rush over. Walking to the mirror, Dumbledore used his wand tip to lift the tattered wizard's robe, watching as ashes fell and scattered in the air currents. Professor, where's Quirrell? Ron looked around for any trace of their enemy, but saw only devastation, and couldn't help asking quietly. Wasn't what you just saw him? Dumbledore glanced at him sideways. Thinking of that pile of ash, Ron Shudderetta couldn't imagine what kind of magic in the world could burn a person to such a state. Dumbledore, however, knew very well that this was the backlash effect of the protective charm within Harry, which matched his initial assessment. But he surveyed the completely destroyed scene, noting that the intensity of the battle had clearly far exceeded his estimates. Just as he was about to put down the robe, he suddenly frowned and leaned in to sniff. There was actually a faint smell of excrement on it. Where on earth has Voldemort been hiding all this time? The old man wondered silently. No wonder his searches had yielded nothing. Meanwhile, Hermione had rushed to Ivan's side. Although Dumbledore had assured them both were fine, she couldn't stop worrying. Ivan was pale, with multiple wounds from stone fragments that looked alarming. Hermione thought regretfully that if only she had been faster. She didn't know that if she hadn't been tugging on Dumbledore's sleeve the whole way, the headmaster could have arrived much earlier. All right, let's head back. We'd better get them to Madame Pomfrey as soon as possible. Dumbledore waved his wand to cast a levitation charm, gently lifting Ivan and Harry as he followed the others away from the ruins. Hogwarts, Hospital Wing. The pristine white ceiling came into view. Familiar white sheets covered his body, and Ivan wearily opened his eyes, almost thinking he had somehow traveled back to his original world. The ancient hanging lamps and decorations around him, along with the mixture of various potion scents in the air, reminded him this was Hogwarts Hospital Wing. He sat up, holding his throbbing head, feeling as groggy as the morning after a heavy drinking session. Ivan silently vowed that no matter what, he would never again exhaust all his magical power. The experience was simply too awful. Ivan looked around and spotted a table nearby piled high with various gifts, mostly candies and small treats, along with some greeting cards filled with well wishes. He glanced over at the neighboring bed but saw no sign of Harry, who had likely been discharged before Ivan had awakened. So how long was I out? Ivan rubbed his empty stomach, feeling like he could devour an entire roasted lamb if one were placed in front of him right now. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he frantically patted his pockets. Wait, where's my Philosopher's Stone? After searching thoroughly to no avail, Ivan's face fell. Most likely, Dumbledore had taken the stone he'd worked so hard to obtain while he was unconscious. Though the stone was gone, his first thought was about the mission results. Ivan quickly pulled up the system interface. The mission list instantly appeared. 1. Promised revenge. Mission objective: kill Quirrell completed. Mission description: your faithful actions have earned Cecilia's favor and trust. Though it's somewhat disappointing that you didn't witness your enemy's demise firsthand, she remains willing to fight for you, as long as you know how to summon her. 2. Seize the Philosopher's Stone. Mission objective: hold out for 5 minutes or kill Quirrell completed. Mission reward: related alchemical knowledge claim reward. Mission description: aside from those pathetic obstacles, you managed to turn the tide in the final asymmetrical battle through luck and shameless tactics. The process was hardly elegant, yet you still achieved an epic victory. Both missions were marked as completed, and Ivan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that having the Philosopher's Stone taken away didn't affect the mission completion. However, the system's comment about luck and shameless tactics left him feeling indignant. That was clearly wisdom and courage. If he hadn't carefully provoked Voldemort step by step, causing him to lose his rationality, Ivan would likely have been the one to die in that final magical confrontation. Claim reward, he thought to himself. The next second, a massive flood of information rushed into his mind, as if molten metal had been poured into his brain. After sorting through it all, Ivan finally understood that the so-called related alchemical knowledge was actually the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone. Recalling the 5-minute survival condition, he suspected the system hadn't just been waiting for Dumbledore's rescue, but also needed time to analyze the Philosopher's Stone itself. Having received this reward, Ivan wasn't sure whether to feel joy or worry. The Philosopher's Stone was legendary for being nearly omnipotent, known to create both the elixir of life and transmute base metals into gold. Possessing it meant wielding endless lifespan and wealth. However, the information made it crystal clear, to create a Philosopher's Stone, besides requiring numerous rare materials, one's alchemy level had to reach level 7. He glanced at his system interface's alchemy was only level 2. Given the system's tendency to double experience requirements, reaching level 7 would obviously be an impossibly long endeavor with no end in sight. What made matters worse was that the magical item creation category had simply disappeared. Ivan suspected it had been merged into alchemy, since that was originally an important branch of alchemical arts anyway. He just didn't know how to increase his alchemy proficiency now. Just as Ivan was deep in thought, a gentle female voice echoed through the room. I suggest you rest a bit longer since you've just woken up. It's best not to move around too much. The voice belonged to Madame Pomfrey. She hurried over from the other side of the hospital bed, her expression characteristically stern, carrying a heavy bowl in her left hand and placing it steadily in front of Ivan's chest. Here, drink this potion first. The liquid in the bowl was grayish-black, with several unidentifiable fibrous bits floating on the surface, thick like soup, yet muddy in consistency. Ivan frowned but still picked up the bowl, pursing his lips as he gulped it down sip by sip. The bitter, fishy taste exploded on his tongue instantly, nearly making him choke. Potions in the wizarding world never cared about taste, probably due to all those bizarre ingredients. Valerian, four-leaf clover, buckthorn. Drawing on his fourth-level potions knowledge, he could immediately identify most of the recipe. These are all for accelerating magical recovery and calming nerves, right? Well said, that's basically it. Madame Pomfrey nodded slightly, then added, you just missed the bat wing and a bit of snail slime. Too bad I'm not a teaching professor, or I could give you points. Upon hearing snail slime, Ivan's face immediately turned green, nearly spitting up all the medicine he'd just swallowed. But Madame Pomfrey acted as if she hadn't noticed and continued with her instructions. You'll need to rest well for the next few days, so you'll have to drink this twice daily. Her tone turned stern as she fixed her gaze on Ivan. Also, how exactly did you completely drain your magical energy? Ivan instinctively swallowed. Madame Pomfrey didn't give him a chance to explain. Fortunately, Albus brought you here in time, otherwise you would have ended up a squib for life. That's serious? Will there be any lasting effects? Ivan asked urgently, no longer caring about the disgusting potion. Not this time, but I hope there won't be a second time. Her gaze pierced Ivan like a sharp blade. Ivan nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chicken. He remembered how he had forcibly cast magic to steal the kill, completely draining his magical energy, and silently vowed never to take such risks again. Madame Pomfrey then rattled off a long list of precautions: sleep schedule, prohibited activities, taking medicine on time. Finally, she picked up the empty bowl and turned to leave, muttering under her breath, to end up like this in the safety of Hogwarts, he's really something. Safe. Ivan's mouth twitched. This semester at Hogwarts, he had encountered trolls, dragons, unicorns, and even faced the Dark Lord directly. If this was considered safe, how dangerous must the outside world be? He kept complaining in his mind. Just then, the hospital wing doors opened again, and Dumbledore walked in. The headmaster was wearing conspicuous purple robes today, with a deep red scarf around his neck, looking to be in fairly good spirits. After exchanging a few words with Madame Pomfrey at the entrance, he walked toward Ivan. Ivan activated his occlumency once again, reluctantly spending 100 academic points to exchange for the experience card. Mode couldn't help being such a coward, but his occlumency level was still too low. He had expected Dumbledore to launch into some profound conversation, but the old headmaster simply raised his hand and tapped the long table beside him. The wooden surface seemed guided by invisible hands, quickly extending and bending until it transformed into a semicircular dining table. The snacks and cards originally placed on top hopped and skipped to the wall, automatically stacking themselves into neat little piles and clearing a large space. The entire display of wandless magic flowed like water, leaving Ivan's eyes sparkling. Heaven knew how long he'd have to practice to reach that level. Madame Pomfrey suggests you start with some light food. Dumbledore smiled slightly, his tone resembling that of a waiter at a fine restaurant. But I'd still like to hear your opinion. What would you like? I'll have a whole roasted lamb, extra cumin, extra chili. Thank you. Ivan ordered without any hesitation. Dumbledore's movements clearly paused. He had wanted to say that such food was too greasy, but since the words had already been spoken, he could only wave his wand helplessly. White light flashed, and a golden, glistening little lamb landed steadily on the table, its skin crispy and aroma wafting through the air. Cumin, peppercorns, scallions, and sesame seeds were evenly sprinkled on the skin, with neatly arranged light side dishes like corn chips and apple pie, plus a pitcher of iced lemon juice. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Dumbledore walked over to sit by the hospital bed, advising, you'd better start with something to settle your stomach. If you upset your digestion again, Madame Pomfrey won't let me in here next time. 2 days. Ivan's mind flashed with the complaint, how did I not starve to death? But it was quickly overwhelmed by his appetite. He first took a few pieces of apple pie and drank most of a glass of lemon juice before picking up his knife and fork to cut a piece of lamb that was crispy outside and tender inside. The spices had already penetrated the meat, eliminating any gamey taste and leaving only savory fragrance. If this counted as magic, he secretly vowed to learn it. Dumbledore sat quietly beside him, watching Ivan devour the food without any regard for appearance. Whenever Ivan emptied his glass, the old man would gently wave his wand to refill it with lemon juice. After about half an hour, the food on the table had been completely swept clean, leaving only messy empty plates. Ivan let out a satisfied burp and leaned back against his pillow. The headmaster waved his wand again. The remnants disappeared, the table shrank back to its original state, and the hospital room returned to tidiness. Only then did Ivan remember that Dumbledore couldn't have come just to deliver food, and he felt inexplicably nervous. To prevent the other from taking the initiative to ask questions, he spoke first. Professor, where's my philosopher's stone? I worked so hard to snatch it from that snake-faced wizard. Did you take it? Ivan looked at Dumbledore with hopeful expectation, his gaze silently asking. When are you planning to return the Philosopher's Stone to me? Dumbledore's expression paused. Then he looked at Ivan with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment since, when had the Philosopher's Stone become his? The Philosopher's Stone belongs to my good friend Nicholas Flamel. He received word that Voldemort might be plotting to steal it, so he asked me to protect it on his behalf. That's why Dumbledore brought the dark red stone seemingly ordinary, yet containing immense power into Hogwarts, hiding it deep within the Mirror of Erist after setting up multiple layers of protection. At this moment, firelight danced in the headmaster's office as Dumbledore patiently explained the whole story to Ivan, hoping to dissuade the young wizard from any lingering thoughts about claiming the stone. Before finishing, he added that he had already obtained Nicholas Flamel's consent to destroy the Philosopher's Stone completely as soon as possible, cutting off Voldemort's chance of resurrection at its source, while also crushing Ivan's somewhat unrealistic ambitions. Back in the chamber, Ivan had already pieced together this outcome from various clues, but hearing the word destroy still filled him with regret. In his previous life, he had thought of the Philosopher's Stone merely as a legendary artifact from a book, but facing it up close, Ivan truly felt the enormous temptation of endless wealth and eternal life, the ultimate dreams of most people. Dumbledore caught the fleeting disappointment in Ivan's eyes and adjusted his half-moon spectacles, his tone gentle yet firm. Perhaps it's difficult for you to understand now, but there are things in this world more precious than wealth and longevity. The courage to risk danger for friends, the wisdom shown in critical moments, these are the true treasures. The Philosopher's Stone may be powerful, but it has its limitations, just as no wizard can create everything from nothing. His clear blue eyes gazed directly at Ivan. Through recent events, he had seen many rare qualities in this first-year student, which reminded him of other brilliantly gifted wizards who had gone astray. Grindelwald, Tom Riddle, even his younger self. Had Ariana's death not awakened him, the wizarding world might have already gone to full-scale war with Muggles under his and Grindelwald's alliance. Ivan nodded silently. He wasn't as obsessed with immortality as Voldemort, nor would he dismiss power as easily as Dumbledore. Even if the Philosopher's Stone had side effects, its benefits far outweighed its flaws. Nicholas Flamel had lived for over 600 years. Moreover, he already possessed the complete method for creating one. Perhaps in years to come, with breakthroughs in alchemy, he could forge his own Philosopher's Stone. With this thought, Ivan quickly composed himself. Dumbledore noticed and felt quite pleased, deciding to change to a lighter topic. Word of how you and Harry defeated Quirrell in the chamber has somehow leaked out, probably spread by some student. In a few days, the whole school will know. Thanks to this heroic deed, Gryffindor earned the highest score in the school's history, 860 points, nearly double Slytherin's total. It's a pity you were unconscious at the time, or you could have seen the expressions on those young wizards' faces in the Great Hall. Ivan rolled his eyes. The points were nice, of course, but wasn't there something more substantial as a reward? Besides, who else but Dumbledore himself could have leaked this news? Ivan was well aware of Dumbledore's habit of boosting Harry's reputation, casually awarding dozens or hundreds of points without batting an eye. This time, he had simply been included as well. Well, now that we've celebrated, let's discuss other matters, Dumbledore said with a smile, shifting the conversation. He recalled the scene from 2 days ago. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley had practically stumbled into his office, gasping for breath as they urgently begged him to rush to the rescue of Ivan and Harry beneath the trapdoor. At that moment, his heart had leaped into his throat. Fortunately, when he arrived, both young wizards were not only safe and sound, but had also worked together to defeat Voldemort, who had been possessing Professor Quirrell. That was Harry's doing, Professor. Ivan immediately waved his hands, his tone extremely modest. When he touched Voldemort, the man's body collapsed on the spot. Dumbledore nodded slightly. He had been to the scene and naturally understood that it was the protective magic left by Lily Potter, the power of Lovey, at work. But that wasn't his focus today. I'm more curious about how you managed to hold off Voldemort alone for so long, the old headmaster said, his gaze gentle yet sharp. Harry has tried his best to explain it to me, but the information is still incomplete. He added that although Voldemort was reduced to just a soul attached to a broken body, he was certainly not something a mere first-year student could contend with. Moreover, Ivan's transformation 2 days ago had also made him quite curious. Ivan muttered to himself, just how much did Harry reveal? He glanced up and caught the impassive smile on Dumbledore's face, knowing this old fox would never volunteer the information. After a moment's thought, he could only confess part of it. Ivan sighed softly and chose his words carefully. Professor, have you ever experienced that feeling of suddenly being omnipotent, as if within the range covered by your magic, you could cast spells at will without a wand or incantations? You mean like this? Dumbledore's right hand still held his sherbet lemon, while his left hand leisurely hovered above a white porcelain cup. Without warning, the cup twisted and stretched, transforming in mere seconds into a snow-white owl with soft, smooth feathers. The newly created owl blinked its round golden eyes, clearly startled by its sudden surroundings. It frantically flapped its wings and flew toward the hospital wing's window, crashing into it with a bang before tumbling back to the ground, wings still trembling. Ivan gasped. If this had been an ordinary transfiguration spell, the owl would have reverted to a cup and shattered into porcelain fragments upon impact. This time, Dumbledore had also performed the advanced biological transfiguration without waving his wand or uttering an incantation, using the exact same principle as Ivan's long-distance transfiguration spell during his magical outburst that night. Back then, he had fantasized about challenging one of the world's most powerful wizards while in that omnipotent state. Now, thinking back, it seemed almost adorably naive. These are merely small tricks with limited use in actual combat, Dumbledore said matter-of-factly, reading Ivan's shock. Small tricks. Ivan couldn't help but grumble internally. This usually modest headmaster apparently had his moments of showing off too. What he didn't know was that Dumbledore wasn't exaggerating. While casting spells purely through magical power might feel satisfying, the effect was far inferior to using a wand, especially when the wand in his hand was the deathly hallow known as the Elder Wand. Dumbledore's display of power caught Ivan somewhat off guard, but after a moment of surprise, Ivan simply recounted his second magical outburst. At that time, swept up by that fierce surge of magic, he had briefly entered a strange state of omnipotence, his abilities forcibly elevated, which allowed him to hold Voldemort at bay. As for the deeper reasons behind that leap in power, Ivan weighed his options internally. He hesitated whether to reveal the unicorn blood fusion matter. Technically, it wasn't absolutely unspeakable. He had indeed found that book, Bloodline Origins, in the restricted section, and the missing portions could be explained as family archives that happened to complete it. However, if Dumbledore saw through him on the spot, things would become quite awkward. Looking back on this semester, his most outrageous acts were merely borrowing Snape's potions and a few nighttime ventures into the restricted section. Given his current achievements, the headmaster would likely not impose severe punishment, but rather offer guidance and covert observation. What truly could never be revealed were his secret of crossing over from another world and the system he carried with him. While he was still deliberating, Dumbledore finished listening to his account, gently stroked his intricately patterned wand, and suddenly spoke. This is very likely a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening? Ivan's expression shifted slightly. This was the second time he'd heard this term. During his earlier battle with Voldemort, his opponent had mentioned it as well, and Bloodline Origins contained scant records on this topic, with explanations seemingly contained in the missing sections. The Hall's family. Dumbledore didn't immediately explain, but pondered for a moment. He knew something about the Hall's family. Their genealogy showed no prominent special bloodlines. Of course, the power might come from Ivan's mother Aisha's lineage, about which he knew considerably less. After a moment, Dumbledore provided an answer. Simply put, some ancestor fused with magical creature bloodlines through various means, stealing their power and passing it down through generations. This power gradually weakens until descendants become no different from ordinary wizards. However, a few exceptionally gifted heirs, when their abilities reach a certain threshold or under significant stimulus, can reawaken the dormant bloodline. The most exceptional can even merge magical creature powers with magic itself, casting abilities that defy conventional understanding. Ivan listened with growing interest, finding this largely consistent with his own speculation based on the book's contents, though Dumbledore's explanation was more systematic and complete. After nodding thoughtfully, he tentatively asked, "Is your family the same way?" He remembered that not everyone in the Dumbledore family could summon Phoenixes. Seemingly only the old headmaster before him and Credence Barebone, Aurelius Dumbledore, possessed this ability. At this, Dumbledore fell silent once more. His piercing blue gaze settled on Ivan, yet seemed to look through him towards someone from decades past, his thoughts apparently drifting back to bygone days. "What's wrong?" Ivan asked curiously. "It's nothing," Dumbledore replied after a long silence, as if pulling himself from a distant memory. "I was just reminded of a time many years ago when someone asked me a similar question." Ivan immediately guessed who that someone was and regretted speaking out. Before he could apologize, Dumbledore suddenly laughed. "I'm glad you're not like him. You possess something he didn't." Ivan quietly sighed in relief. Apparently, his earlier efforts to help hadn't gone unnoticed, and Dumbledore still held some fondness for him. "Headmaster Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic is looking for you." The door swung open, and Madame Pomfrey hurried into the ward. "They insist on waiting for you in front of the headmaster's office." As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Ivan. "Also, I think Harsh should get some proper rest." Dumbledore nodded, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. "The Ministry is still so slow to respond. I reported the news about Quirrell's demise 2 days ago, and they're only now sending someone to handle it. It's hard to believe how eager they were when investigating the dragon." The old headmaster sighed. If Fudge and his colleagues could channel their enthusiasm for power struggles into actual work, the wizarding world wouldn't have so many problems. With the need to leave, he didn't press Ivan for more answers. What he had learned was enough to satisfy most of his curiosity, and he had his own suspicions. Before departing, he simply advised, "Get some good rest." Once the door closed, Ivan finally relaxed. He glanced at the countdown on the experience card. Only a few minutes left. Based on his estimates, Dumbledore's legitimacy was at least level 6, while his own occlumency had just reached level 3. Once the experience card ended, if Dumbledore exerted even a little effort to probe his memories, he had no confidence in being able to hide anything. Besides, Dumbledore hadn't even used his full strength yet. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the hospital wing. Harry, Hermione, and Ron came running in, just as they crossed paths with Dumbledore. "Professor, is Ivan awake?" Hermione asked, her voice barely containing her urgency. Harry and Ron leaned in to listen. "He's awake and seems to be in good spirits," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. "However, Harz has just regained consciousness, so you'll need to convince Madame Pomfrey before you can visit." He paused and turned to Harry. "By the way, Harry, you mentioned that Harz conjured an illusory figure during the battle. Can you describe its shape again?" Harry closed his eyes, trying to recall. He had been lying on the ground and could only catch a vague outline. "It looked like a horse, Professor," he said uncertainly. "A horse?" Dumbledore repeated quietly, his brow furrowing. "A horse-shaped creature?" Or he pondered as he began to walk toward the headmaster's office. As Dumbledore's robes turned the corner at the end of the corridor, Harry suddenly remembered. The horse-shaped figure seemed to have a sharp horn on its head. He hesitated and shook his head. Perhaps he had just misseen it. 2 days later, Ivan finally received permission to leave the school infirmary, where he had been practically rusting away. He was thoroughly sick of lying on that rock-hard hospital bed and choking down bottle after bottle of bitter medicine on schedule. If Madame Pomfrey hadn't drilled "early discharge will cause serious complications" into his head until the ceiling nearly cracked from repetition, Ivan would have snuck out long ago. However, his freedom didn't last long. The shadow of final exams was rapidly approaching. On Ivan's first day out of the hospital bed, Hermione appeared in the corridor clutching a stack of thick books taller than half his body. A history of ancient magic, standard book of spells, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, magical drafts and potions, not a single volume missing. "Exams are in 1 week," she announced, dropping the books in front of him with a thud before settling into a nearby chair. "You need to catch up on everything you missed while you were in the hospital. Haven't we already read these books?" Ivan stared blankly at the spines. "Reading them doesn't guarantee perfect scores," Hermione replied decisively, cutting off any potential argument. "I want to be absolutely certain you need to memorize everything. I've already memorized it all. Also, the professors covered a lot of new material while you were in the hospital, and I'm going to go through all of it with you later." The mountain of books made Ivan's scalp tingle with dread. He had no interest in rechewing knowledge he had already thoroughly digested. Desperately, he turned his gaze toward Harry and Ron nearby. The two were watching the spectacle with obvious amusement. The moment Harry noticed Ivan looking, he immediately raised his book like a shield. Ron was even more dramatic, holding his book upside down while pretending to turn pages. Ivan pursed his lips. "Didn't those two need tutoring?" "Because they're beyond help," Hermione muttered under her breath. Harry and Ron deflated like punctured balloons, silently burying their heads in their books without daring to make a sound. Books this thick would take them until next year to memorize. Time flew by, and a week later came the official exams. Harry and Ron were pleasantly surprised to discover their performance wasn't as disastrous as Hermione had predicted. After all, other young wizards performed even worse, making them look quite impressive by comparison. Ron felt confident he could at least earn an E, exceeds expectations in charms and herbology. When it came to potions, Ron's smile vanished. Snape haunted the examination room like a specter, occasionally pacing behind them and making Harry and Ron's palms sweat profusely. Ivan remained completely composed. His 4th-year potions level wasn't earned for nothing. His finished potion was crystal clear with a pure, pleasant aroma that could have been sold in any wizarding shop. As Snape stood at his desk recording grades, Ivan clearly saw the elegant capital letter. "Oh, outstanding." Harry's performance was equally solid, leaving Snape unable to find even the slightest excuse for his usual cutting remarks. Next came transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood in the center of the classroom, calling students in one by one to transform a small piece of round wood into a button. Simply achieving the transformation counted as passing, but if someone could create a properly sized button and add intricate patterns to it, they would receive the highest marks. After observing for a while, Ivan noticed that among the first-year Gryffindor students, only Hermione besides himself seemed capable of achieving this level, as the little witch had emerged looking quite pleased with an upturned smile. "Ivan Halls." Professor McGonagall's voice called from inside the classroom. He collected himself and pushed the door open. The empty classroom contained only a long table, with Professor McGonagall standing with her back to the light, her gaze fixed on an exquisite button on the table, Hermione's exam piece from moments before. "Professor McGonagall, may I begin?" Ivan drew his wand from his sleeve, his tone carrying a hint of eager anticipation. "Certainly, though these little tests won't pose much difficulty for you." Professor McGonagall glanced up at him, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she marked a prominent O on the grade sheet right in front of him. Whether it was the ghostly face on the fourth floor or the stretcher he had conjured on the spot a few days ago, everything proved that Ivan's transfiguration skills were already far beyond his peers. This routine exam clearly couldn't truly measure his abilities. So I don't need to take the exam? Ivan was somewhat surprised. No, I've prepared a different challenge for you. Professor McGonagall opened a drawer and retrieved a palm-sized circular piece of wood. Try transforming it into a living creature, any species you choose. Success or failure won't affect your gradients, just an additional test. Ivan nodded, curious to discover his own limits. His mind rapidly searched through various forms, finally settling on an owl partly inspired by Dumbledore's earlier demonstration, and partly because he wanted to truly recreate that moment and complete an irreversible biological transformation. Professor McGonagall watched quietly, puzzled by his hesitation. The next moment, Ivan suddenly raised his wand and lightly touched the wooden block with its tip. The transformation began extremely slowly. Reshaping a piece of wood less than 10 centimeters square into an owl-sized living creature was inherently difficult. Ivan forced his magic to penetrate the wood fibers, recalling the sensation of magical eruption in the room of requirement, striving to analyze the wood's structure and then alter its form and essence. The memory of his previous failure with the phoenix, which had exploded instantly after magic infusion, resurfaced. The problem lay in the blood and flesh cells without understanding cellular structure. Maintaining life was naturally difficult. Blood and flesh cells. Ivan had a flash of inspiration. His own body was a ready-made template. He first concentrated his magic on his little finger as a test, and only after confirming it was safe did he gradually extend it throughout his body, carefully avoiding vital organs. Under normal circumstances, magic could only provide a general analysis, but this was sufficient. The circular wooden block on the table continuously stretched and changed toward the form Ivan envisioned. Professor McGonagall was stunned from the moment the transformation began, her experienced eye immediately recognizing what Ivan was attempting. Within a minute, magical energy rapidly condensed in the air, and a snow-white feathered owl fluttered its wings before landing in front of them, emitting crisp hooting sounds as its round eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. Ivan slowly exhaled, his brow furrowed as he muttered in frustration, "What a pity." The owl before them was identical to a real bird in both plumage and bone structure, yet it remained merely a temporary transformation of extended duration. At the crucial moment, he had still failed to truly alter the subject's essence. This had been his closest attempt at success yet. Dinga system notification echoed in his mind. Through your persistent practice, your transfiguration proficiency has slightly improved. The modest progress offered him some consolation. There's nothing to regret. What you've accomplished far exceeds my expectations. Professor McGonagall finally recovered from her amazement, speaking with genuine admiration. To her knowledge, even Dumbledore as a first-year student could hardly have matched Ivan's level. However, her praise quickly gave way to concern, her tone turning stern. What were you doing analyzing your own body with magic just now? I nearly thought you were attempting a dangerous and animagus transformation. If you hadn't stopped when you did, I would have forcibly interrupted your spellcasting. So that's how one practices animagus magic. Ivan's eyes immediately lit up, as if he'd discovered a shortcut to improving his transfiguration skills. If he could truly master animagus transformation, his abilities would undoubtedly advance significantly. Professor McGonagall was rendered speechless by his reaction, silently regretting her slip of tongue. But having spoken, she could only continue her warning. Animagus transformation is an extremely advanced form of transfiguration magic. Never attempt it alone. The consequences of failure would be catastrophic. If you're truly interested, I could provide some guidance when you return next semester. Even as she said this, she remained hesitant. While it was certainly risky to expose a first-year student to such advanced magic, she also knew that mere warnings wouldn't deter Ivan. Rather than let him experiment recklessly in private, it would be better for her to supervise his learning. Ivan was naturally delighted by the offer. With proper instruction available, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to experiment blindly. After all, animagus transformation involved his own body, and any mistakes would be no laughing matter. At Hogwarts, aside from Dumbledore, whom he preferred to keep at arm's length for now, Professor McGonagall was the most skilled practitioner of transfiguration. Since you've agreed, let's make a pact. Before next semester, you're absolutely forbidden from using magic to analyze your own body, Professor McGonagall emphasized solemnly. Ivan blinked and asked tentatively, "May I analyze other living creatures then?" He understood clearly that simply reading books would no longer improve his proficiency. Only advanced biological transformations like today's could continue building his experience. With this thought, he glanced at the snow-white owl perched nearby on the desk, then shifted his attention to Maka in the dormitory. Professor McGonagall easily read his intentions and quickly intervened with exasperation. Owls are wizards' best friends. No wizard would casually harm their own owl. And cats are off-limits as well. Professor McGonagall added with a supplementary remark. Perhaps you could try experimenting with a toad or a mouse instead. Aren't they wizards' companions too? Hearing this, Ivan opened his mouth, nearly blurting out, "Professor, that's species discrimination." Ron and Neville would cry. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Professor McGonagall waved him away, her reason quite blunt. If he stayed any longer, the remaining students wouldn't need to take their exams. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall didn't forget to give him a final warning. "Don't forget to review your textbooks at home and read more. I'll be conducting spot checks, and if you don't meet the standards, don't blame me for breaking our agreement." Ivan nodded in acknowledgement. He wasn't becoming complacent despite his somewhat impressive performance. The battle against Voldemort's soul fragment had already shown him the gap in his abilities. At that time, the Dark Lord only retained 1/10 of his strength and was severely limited in his actions. Yet Ivan still had to rely on the ancient protective magic lurking within Harry to barely achieve victory. Against Voldemort at full power, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Therefore, Ivan had long resolved to squeeze every drop out of the long holiday. Daily practice, not wasting a single day. However, an awkward reality soon emerged. Underage wizards couldn't perform magic outside of school. Every wand sold by Ollivanders in the original story was embedded with the trace, allowing the Ministry of Magic to monitor usage records at any time until students officially graduated and the trace dissipated. In other words, unless he could somehow obtain an adult's wand, he'd have to spend the entire summer vacation obediently sitting in his room reading books. The Ministry's regulations were ruthlessly strict. First violation earned a warning, second meant expulsion, and third resulted in having one's wand snapped. He didn't have Harry Potter's protagonist immunity, so naturally, he didn't dare act rashly. Thinking about these matters, Ivan walked out of the classroom feeling dejected. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, thought he had failed his exam upon seeing his expression. "Ivan, occasional poor performance is nothing to worry about." Hermione was first to comfort him. "Your transfiguration spells are always excellent." Harry and Ron nodded eagerly in agreement. "Poor performance? Not at all. Professor McGonagall gave me top marks on the spot." Ivan waved his hand in explanation, but this only made the others look more confused. "Then why don't you look happy at all?" Harry asked puzzledly. "And you were in there for so long, when you should have come out quickly." "The professor gave me an impromptu quiz that I didn't pass." Ivan casually deflected, could hardly tell them. He was pondering how to exploit loopholes in ministry regulations so he could practice magic peacefully outside school. "Harry Potter." Professor McGonagall's crisp voice called from inside the classroom, and Harry had to enter first. Pushing through the door, the first thing he saw was a snow-white owl perched on the table to his right, with several round buttons placed at its feet. Harry wondered why the professor had brought an owl into the examination room, suddenly remembering the quiz Ivan had mentioned. According to earlier students who had emerged, that right-side row was the excellent work display area, both adding pressure to later examinees and serving as demonstration templates. Only this time, the snow-white owl's gaze was piercing, its feathers so pristine they were almost reflective. Harry swallowed hard. He felt this pressure was perhaps a bit too much. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, Hermione was also pressing for details about the quiz. When she learned that Ivan had transformed a small wooden block into an owl, she felt quite dejected. She had thought that all her intensive studying during this period would at least narrow the gap between her and Ivan, but instead, the distance seemed to have widened even further. She could only mutter under her breath while clutching her books even tighter to her chest. The corridor on the way back was empty and echoing. Ivan was heading back to the common room when he ran into George and Fred, both looking utterly miserable. The twins had just finished their third-year history of magic exam, and their faces looked as if they had lost an entire sack of galleons. "What's wrong with you two? It's not time for results to be announced yet, is it?" Ivan stopped in his tracks, curiously studying their dejected expressions. "That's right, but we definitely bombed it." Fred sighed heavily, then shot a look at George. "It's all your fault. I told you we should put our research aside and study properly for the exam." George rolled his eyes. "Oh really? Did you study then? You were the one researching until the middle of the night yesterday." "I was improving the quick answer quill that was for the exam." Fred immediately protested. "And that broken quill only wrote answers to questions we already knew anyway." "Completely useless," George grumbled unhappily, feeling miserable as he remembered the blank parchment in the exam hall. Ivan thought to himself, if it were used for homework, that kind of automatic quick answer quill wouldn't be too bad. Watching the two argue heatedly, his mood actually lightened considerably, not out of schadenfreude, but because the twins naturally possessed a magical ability to cheer people up. "Don't worry, Professor Binns has always been soft-hearted. As long as you wrote something down and your answers weren't completely ridiculous, passing shouldn't be a problem," Ivan offered consolingly. "That's what I thought too," George shrugged. "So I ate a skiving snack box sweet to make my nose bleed, hoping to gain some sympathy. It was going well at first, but Fred ate one too, right?" Ivan had already guessed the outcome. Professor Binns might be absent-minded, but he certainly wasn't stupid. Anyone would be suspicious if two students started bleeding heavily at the same time. "So we're doomed." George and Fred looked at each other, almost ready to break down in tears. "Good luck to you both." Ivan shrugged. indicating there was nothing he could do to help. Fred quickly perked up and changed the subject. Forget about the exam. Did you use the dumb bomb we gave you? How was it? We're planning to officially sell them next term. I used it on Quirrell, and the effect was very remarkable. Otherwise, I might not be here talking to you right now, Ivan said with a strange expression, remembering the dangerous encounter in the dungeon. Was that when you and Harry defeated Professor Quirrell? Tell us about it. Fred's eyes immediately lit up. George had a sudden inspiration. Wow, we could write that into our advertising slogan next term and put Quirrell's picture on the packaging. It would definitely be a bestseller. Hearing these ideas, Ivan's mouth twitched, and he gained a new appreciation for their talent for courting death. If you mess around like this, doesn't the Dark Lord care about saving face? Ivan hesitated about whether to reveal that Quirrell was being controlled by the Dark Lord, hoping to dissuade them from their reckless plans. The thought barely crossed his mind before he remembered the glorious achievements of those two brothers from the original timeline. Even when Voldemort's power was at its peak, they dared to treat the Dark Mark like graffiti. If he revealed the truth now, given the Weasley twins' wild imagination, they might very well print Voldemort's portrait on dung bombs someday with the slogan, "I'm you-know-who, and I endorse dung bombs." Ivan could picture the scene. The exiled Dark Lord would be so enraged he'd resurrect himself on the spot and rush to Hogwarts to crush those two troublemakers into dust. With this in mind, he decided to keep his mouth shut. A few days later, exam results were announced. Before the grade sheets were posted, the entire Hogwarts was filled with nervous tension. Even the Weasley twins channeled their anxiety into productivity, creating amulets that supposedly could temporarily boost grades. Young wizards swarmed to buy them until they sold out completely. The twins not only wore several themselves, but also tried to give one to Ivan. Ivan politely declined it, had no need for it. He achieved perfect scores in transfiguration, potions, herbology, and charms. Even in flying, which he originally struggled with, he earned an outstanding. Since merging with the unicorn blood, his improvement wasn't just in power, but more importantly in talent. His perception and control of magic had dramatically increased, making controlling a broomstick as easy as walking. The only surprise was History of Magic, where he only received an E exceeds expectations, missing first place in the year to Hermione. Hermione was delighted for the entire day, but remained modest, sitting with Ivan to compare answers and analyze where points were lost. I remember that werewolf ancestors were wizards who underwent mutation, and I didn't write that wrong, Ivan muttered while flipping through his parchment. You must be remembering incorrectly, Hermione said, pulling out a thick copy of Ancient History of Magic, with a snap, quickly turning to the relevant page and pointing it out to him. It's clearly written here that the first werewolf was a male wizard who was bitten by a wolf and received incorrect treatment. Ivan glanced at the page and realized he had memorized the version from Origins of Bloodlines. Obviously, Professor Binns graded according to the textbook standards. He shook his head helplessly. Let the truth drift away with the wind. Certainly couldn't take that obscure book to argue with the ghost professor. After grades were released, only a day or two remained before summer vacation. Other young wizards had already relaxed and packed their luggage, fantasizing about comfortable beds at home, but Ivan couldn't relax at all. Going home meant facing unfamiliar relatives and an even more unfamiliar, possibly dangerous new environment. Although he had used a clemency to sort through his memories, he wasn't the original Ivan after all, and it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't slip up. Fortunately, staying at Hogwarts this year gave him an excuse for growth in personality and habits, but to be safe, he still seized the last moments to improve his strength and knowledge. Most importantly, he needed to explore his newly acquired bloodline magic, the Shadow of the Unicorn. This unique bloodline magic was Ivan's most powerful trump card. If used properly, it wouldn't be impossible to contend with adult wizards, making its practice priority far higher than transfiguration. Ivan had originally thought mastering this technique would be quite easy after all. He had successfully cast it once before, and the system's magic panel clearly recorded Shadow of the Unicorn. But when he actually began training, he was immediately stumped. He had no idea what incantation summoned Cecilia. That previous success had been completely automatic, triggered when his life hung by a thread. He certainly couldn't put himself back on death's doorstep to recreate it. Wait, could it be related to that? Ivan recalled the Azure Phoenix and Dumbledore's theory he had mentioned. Some wizards could integrate the power of magical creatures into their magic, producing extraordinary effects. The Shadow of the Unicorn and the Patronus Charm both summoned animal-shaped energy forms. Perhaps there was a common mechanism between them. The difference was that his unicorn shadow could also materialize for combat. Ivan suspected this was likely a derivative result of Cecilia's soul replacing his guardian spirit. To test his hypothesis, he immediately rushed to the library and pored over every tome related to the Patronus Charm. After several hours of intensive study, he successfully advanced his Patronus Charm to level 1. Expecto Patronum. Ivan burst into the room of requirement and raised his wand to test. White wisps flowed from his wand tip as calm, warm emotions quickly filled his heart. Though it hadn't yet taken shape, he grinned like he'd discovered treasure. The connection between bloodline magic and the Patronus charm was almost certain. Next, he threw himself into practice with desperate intensity, even willing to spend his precious academic points. But with the term ending, there were no classroom questions to earn more points, and his balance kept dropping. Checking his system, only 500 points remained. Thinking there might be emergencies during the holidays, he had to keep 200 points in reserve, leaving only 300 for accelerated learning, just 3 one-hour acceleration opportunities. Without hesitation, he redeemed a scholar experience card. 100 academic points deducted. The system notification rang in his ears as Ivan felt his thoughts become crystal clear, his magical flow as smooth as a widened riverbed. He raised his wand again. Expecto Patronum. The dense white mist was thicker than before, swirling in wisps around his entire body. After practicing for a while, Ivan increasingly grasped the core of the Patronus charm. This was a profound form of emotional magic. The spell requires the caster to summon positive emotions and concentrate that power in order to successfully conjure their own Patronus. Ivan was stuck precisely at this final step. If only there were a real Dementor in front of him to practice on, he muttered to himself. The practice location was still the room of requirement. Ivan didn't dare hope to use this magical room to directly create a living Dementor. Previous experiments had already proven that the room could only provide venues and props, unable to manifest true life or high-level magical items. It could give him an empty dragon sanctuary, but not a single dragon. It could provide a treasury, but without a single galleon. The armory was indeed lined with weapons, but all were ancient steel from 1,000 years ago, with not a trace of magical weapons to be found. Thinking of these limitations, Ivan sighed. As his concentration wavered slightly, the large patch of white mist he had painstakingly conjured instantly dissipated. Ivan immediately closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to recapture that joy. The satisfaction of tricking Wormtail Peter, the exhilaration of framing Professor Quirrell, the wild abandon of pelting the Dark Lord with dung bombs. Scene after scene flooded his mind, and his lips involuntarily curved upward. In a flash of inspiration, he raised his wrist and flicked his wand. The white mist in the air seemed pulled by invisible threads, converging in unison. Then, a long, ethereal neigh echoed through the practice room. Within the pure white radiance, the phantom form of the unicorn Cecilia materialized in midair, gracefully circling around Ivan, her sapphire-like pupils radiating affection. Her once blood-red eyes had now become clear and azure blue. Perhaps this was the transformation brought by fulfilled vengeance? Ivan wondered silently. However, this luminous figure didn't last long. After a few seconds, Cecilia dissolved back into mist and vanished. At the same time, a system notification chimed crisply in Ivan's mind. Ding! Academic Genius Experience card has expired. Would you like to renew? No renewal. Get lost. Ivan refused with a dark expression. Only then did he suddenly realize he had been practicing for a full 3 hours without knowing it. He opened the system panel. Expecto Patronum had advanced to level 2. Ivan tried casting it again without the cheat, but could only produce thin wisps of mist, still unable to take shape. However, the description for Unicorn Shadow had gained a substantial addition. Bloodline Magic Unicorn Shadow. Prerequisites: Cecilia Shadow, Expecto Patronum level 4. Current status: level 2 in experience card mode. Description: special magic that fuses bloodline and soul. As a soul guardian spirit, Cecilia can ignore most physical obstacles, with only very few magical spells capable of harming her. The host can expend large amounts of magical power to temporarily construct a physical form for Cecilia, allowing her to briefly interfere with the material world. Note: unless the host dies, the soul spirit will not completely dissipate even if defeated, but will return to the host's body to recuperate until it can reform again. So, I've become Cecilia's Horcrux? Ivan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. It seemed that until his Expecto Patronum level rose to level 4 again, he could only rely on experience card mode to reactivate it. Through his studies and struggles, Ivan made it to the end of the semester. The Knockturn feast was held in the Great Hall, as usual, with Dumbledore standing behind the golden podium delivering his customary lengthy speech, while the 4 long tables below were filled with drowsy students. Even the House Cup results drew little attention. Second place Slytherin had given up the chase early on, as the gap was simply too vast. Only the young Gryffindor wizards remained enthusiastic. When Dumbledore announced that the House Cup went to Gryffindor, they applauded frantically until their palms turned red, proudly casting victorious glances toward the Slytherin table across from them. This was their first time achieving such an overwhelming advantage. Ivan also received quite a bit of attention, but he was busy playing with a gray mouse he had just caught and had no time to respond. His Patronus charm had hit a bottleneck, with regular practice and studying proving ineffective, so he decided to focus his energy on transfiguration instead. As the school year ended, the first-year students signed their departure agreements as customary. The massive Hagrid walked at the front, waving his arms and calling for everyone to hurry toward the station. Ivan watched from afar as the spires of Hogwarts Castle gradually shrank in his view, when suddenly a familiar electronic voice rang in his ears. Ding! The school year has ended. Would you like to proceed with the year-end summary? Yes. Ivan thought silently. When grades were announced earlier, the system had remained quiet, leaving him puzzled about the lack of rewards. Apparently, the summary was triggered only upon departure. As of today, your performance this school year is as follows. Class evaluation, excellent, rewarding 100 academic points. Final examinations, outstanding in potions, outstanding in transfiguration, outstanding in herbology, exceeds expectations in history of magic, rewarding 650 academic points. Honors, Quidditch Championship not participated, Gryffindor House Cup, rewarding 100 academic points. Total reward, 850 academic points. The sudden windfall of 850 academic points delighted Ivan, who had been worried about his academic point deficit. With this timely reward arriving just as he was about to enter a new environment, combined with the 200 points he had reserved, he could exchange for 10 hours of combat time or use them directly for accelerated learning. All right, children, move along quickly. We need to hurry to catch the train. From the front of the group, Hagrid's voice boomed like a war drum. Ivan collected his thoughts and followed along the gravel path, passing through the lakeside woods to reach Hogsmeade Station. In the distance, the old steam locomotive gleamed with bright red paint, its large exhaust pipe puffing out thick white steam. He hadn't expected his first ride on the Hogwarts Express would be the return journey home, which struck him as rather novel. While he was lost in thought, Harry and Ron had already pulled him into the nearest compartment, one on each side. The compartment was spacious enough that 3 or 4 people could sit comfortably without feeling cramped. Moments later, Hermione pushed through the door. She had originally been in a compartment with her roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, but ultimately couldn't get used to staying there. The group huddled together and quickly began chattering away, especially Hermione and Ron. While Hogwarts was certainly fascinating to them, home still tugged at their hearts. Harry chimed in here and there, occasionally complaining about his adoptive aunt and uncle's family. Taking advantage of the conversation, Ivan pulled his small iron cage closer and picked up a rat inside that had been hit with a stunning spell, casually placing it on the table. He planned to continue practicing analyzing flesh and blood cells with magic, a fundamental skill for advanced transfiguration before the train reached the station, since he wouldn't be able to cast spells freely once they disembarked. Is that your new pet? A rat? What about Maka? Harry watched his movements with confusion written all over his face. Pet? No, it's just a practice tool, Ivan explained casually, then closed his eyes and tried to let his magic seep into the rat's body like fine threads. Hearing this, Hermione and Ron also shifted their attention from their chat to Ivan. They watched as Ivan pressed his wand against the rat's forehead and then froze in place like a statue. Does this actually work? Ron muttered quietly. Using magic to analyze objects is a prerequisite for learning advanced transfiguration. Ivan opened his eyes and spoke with certainty. Like when you transformed into an owl? Harry asked with keen interest. Something like that, Ivan replied flatly, not mentioning anything about animagi and letting Harry draw his own conclusions. Harry and Hermione immediately became excited. They had witnessed Ivan's transformation skills firsthand and were amazed that the practice method could be so simple, so they eagerly pulled out their wands to try. Ivan didn't stop them. He had caught several of these rats at Hogwarts and could afford to lose a few. Harry mimicked Ivan's posture, leaning forward with his wand pointed at the rat's forehead, then injecting magic according to his instincts. Hermione observed from the side, occasionally reminding him not to let his wrist shake. Ron suddenly remembered he had brought his own rat and simply pulled out Scabbers, who was munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Scabbers was held upside down by his tail, squeaking in terror and flailing his limbs, but in the narrow compartment there was nowhere to escape. He could only struggle to avoid the approaching wand. Stop moving and let me cast properly. Ron frowned and simply used his other hand to pin down Scabbers, pressing his wand against the rat's head. Scabbers wore an expression of utter despair. Just then, a sudden commotion came from Harry's side. The rat that had been lying unconscious on the table began convulsing violently after Harry's chaotic magic input, foaming at the mouth, and within seconds kicked its legs once and went rigid. The entire process was brief but horrifying. Scabbers witnessed this tragic fate of his kind, with wide eyes, feeling that his chances of survival today were rather slim. Harry's face turned red. I just randomly input some magic. Don't worry, I used a stunning spell beforehand so it slept very peacefully. Ivan waved his hand, emphasizing that he was a humane wizard who would never abuse animals, even if they were just rats. What Ron's doing, that's abuse. After saying this, he glanced casually at Scabbers in Ron's hand, suddenly remembering that Scabbers was actually an animagus. Thinking about this, Ivan's mind raced as he looked at Scabbers with a hint of fervor in his eyes. Animagus transformation had always been extremely perilous throughout magical history. Countless gifted wizards had failed at this endeavor over the generations, with only 7 officially registered cases. Even counting those who carefully hid their abilities and dared not reveal themselves, the total number probably wouldn't exceed 30, which showed just how difficult it was. Ivan calculated silently. If he could analyze an Animagus's body before attempting the transformation himself, he might significantly reduce the risk of failure. Following his gaze, everyone else couldn't help but look at Scabbers on the table. The gray-black little mouse was held down by Ron, its short whiskers trembling constantly, its whole body shaking. With bright tears welling up in its small eyes, it couldn't understand what had happened to Hogwarts. Even first-year students were now so ruthless. Ron, let me help you. I haven't officially used the stunning spell yet, Hermione said, raising her wand as she felt sorry for Scabbers and worried the experiment might be too painful. With its survival instincts in overdrive, Scabbers didn't dare let these children touch it again. Like a drama queen, it let out a shriek, rolled its eyes back, kicked its legs, and collapsed on the table motionless, as if suffering cardiac arrest. Ron was startled. He looked hesitantly at his pet. Ivan, maybe we should skip Scabbers? If something really goes wrong like with Harry that time, my mom won't buy me a second one. The pretending to be dead Scabbers felt relieved hearing this, but the next second, a red light flashed, and it was efficiently knocked unconscious. Hermione put away her wand and said softly, "Don't worry, it's just stunned. I'm not Harry, I won't hurt Scabbers." Ivan reassured him, then added solemnly, "If something really goes wrong, I'll buy you a new Oni, an owl, rat, toad, or even a cat. This is too important for my transfiguration practice." Ron looked down at the black, ugly mouse in his hands that had gone limp, then thought about those fresh little creatures in the pet shop, and finally nodded. "All right, if it can help you." Ivan smiled slightly. I wasn't surprised by Ron's choice. To Ron, Scabbers was one of his few personal possessions, even though it was also a hand-me-down gift from his brothers. He carefully picked up the unconscious Scabbers and pressed his wand against the mouse's forehead, letting extremely fine threads of magic slowly seep in. Initial detection revealed that Scabbers' internal structure was identical to any ordinary mouse. If not for the missing toe, Ivan would almost suspect he had the wrong target. This showed that the magic of Animagus transformation was far more incredible than imagined. Ivan's interest peaked as he held his breath and increased the magical input, examining each muscle, each nerve, each cell of flesh and blood in turn. Only when his magic flowed into Scabbers' head did Ivan finally discover a barely detectable difference. That place seemed to be protected by some kind of force. Ivan hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to continue. After all, he couldn't be certain what would happen if he used magic to analyze Scabbers' brain. If he accidentally stripped away the Animagus shell and woke up Peter Pettigrew, the other people in the compartment would be in danger. Back at school, he had already considered this plan, using the Marauder's map to expose Peter and get rid of this ticking time bomb lurking nearby. But after careful thought, he abandoned the idea. The Ministry of Magic officials would hardly be willing to admit their incompetence by sending a hero who fought against Death Eaters to Azkaban for over a decade. Rather than causing a scene now, it would be better to wait until all the parties involved were present and simply dump the problem on Dumbledore. Ding! The system notification chimed crisply in his mind. Through practice, your transfiguration spell proficiency has improved. Ivan casually stuffed the unconscious Scabbers back into Ron's hands. Although he hadn't been able to fully analyze all the secrets of the Animagus transformation, he had confirmed one thing. During the transformation process, the most crucial and dangerous part was the brain. That was enough. With Scarlet Train rumbled and billowed thick smoke as it slowly came to a stop beside the platform. Ivan closed his trunk, picked up the dead mouse from the table, and tossed it into Maka's cage, giving the little creature a completely clean and uncontaminated feast. At the same time, Scabbers, who had just woken up in Ron's pocket, caught sight of this scene and shuddered all over, nearly fainting on the spot. Outside the compartment, students casually formed a crooked line. With no professor supervising, chaos erupted the moment the doors opened. Midway through, someone knocked over a cage containing a toad, which hopped away to escape. Whether it got trampled or not was anyone's guess. Ivan was pushed forward by the crowd, but his mind was racing through rehearsals. What should he say when meeting his family for the first time? The first words? His expression? In his memories, his mother Ixia spoiled the original Ivan almost without limits, and he often had conflicts with her. If he acted too stiffly, he might blow his cover, but if he could master the right degree of rebelliousness, he might be able to get through it. "Ivan, come on down. Why do you look so absent-minded?" Harry called back after jumping off the train, struggling to carry his large trunk with both hands. "It's nothing, just a bit excited about going home." Ivan heard the urging from classmates behind him, shook his head, and jumped down onto the platform as well. The group walked together through platform 9 3/4. The sensation of crossing through the stone wall and feeling momentarily drained reminded Ivan of his experience traversing the 4th floor's secret passage. On the other side of London's King's Cross station, modernity hit him full force. Smooth tiled floors, bright waiting halls, and the distant sounds of car horns rising and falling, all of this brought Ivan a sense of familiarity. After spending so long at Hogwarts, he always felt like he was living in medieval times. It was currently peak travel time for Muggles, and the crowds were dense. Among the well-dressed Muggle pedestrians, a large number of wizard parents who had come to pick up their children were mixed in. They had basically all changed into Muggle clothing, and even if there were a few exceptions, it didn't matter. "Ron, over here!" A shout pierced through the crowd on the bustling platform. Ivan looked toward the voice and spotted a slightly portly, red-haired middle-aged man waving his hand with a friendly smile, nodding specifically in his direction. Beside the man stood a short, plump, red-haired woman with her hands on her hips, firing off a rapid stream of scolding at George, and Fred. The twins hung their heads like wilted eggplants in the rain, barely daring to breathe. Ivan immediately realized this must be Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and George and Fred were getting an earful, probably for failing their history of magic exam spectacularly. "My dad's calling me, I've got to go. Come visit during the holidays if you can, I'll write to you." Ron called back over his shoulder, pushing his trunk through the crowd, and quickly disappearing behind the Weasley family. The platform was too crowded for Ivan to follow and say hello. Besides, he wasn't sure how Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would react to him once they learned he came from a dark wizard family. On the other side, Harry was practically being dragged away by Uncle Dursley, who gripped his arm tightly. His sour expression screamed, "Don't want to stay here 1 second longer." And he completely ignored Ivan and the others. In contrast, Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, was much more pleasant. Ivan exchanged polite pleasantries with him, and the man responded warmly. As young wizards were gradually picked up by their parents, the platform finally began to clear. Ivan searched through the thinning crowd for his mother Aisha's familiar figure when suddenly, a hand settled firmly on his shoulder. His wand instantly slid into his palm from his sleeve, but the next second, he found himself pulled into an embrace. The familiar scent of lavender quietly enveloped him, his mother's usual perfume. Sure enough, Aisha's low, refined voice reached his ears. "Haven't seen you in a year. You've grown taller and even more handsome. Have you missed your mother these past months?" "Of course I have." Ivan forced a smile, telling an obvious lie. Turning around, he saw a strikingly beautiful witch behind him, wearing a well-tailored emerald green wizard robe that maintained a vintage charm while accentuating her graceful figure. She looked nowhere near her 30-plus years. Even though she was supposedly his mother, being so close to such a beautiful, yet unfamiliar woman made Ivan feel awkward. "Missed me? Then why didn't you send even one letter home on your own?" Aisha's smile faded as she raised her finger and gave his forehead a light flick, her tone tinged with displeasure. Ivan stammered for an excuse, then caught sight of the snowy white owl in its cage. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he hastily swore, "I did send letters. Maybe Maka got lost along the way. You know, I only bought her right before school started, so she doesn't really know the way home yet." As his words fell, Maka stood peacefully in her cage, blinking innocently. "Is that so?" Aisha didn't argue, simply smiled as she watched him. Ivan swallowed hard, feeling the air pressure around them mysteriously drop. However, Aisha didn't expose his lie. Instead, she turned toward the owl with a gentle laugh. "I just learned a new dish yesterday called owl stew soup. How about we have that for dinner tonight?" "Owl stew soup?" Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. "Isn't that a bit harsh? I heard Professor McGonagall say that owls are wizards' best friends, and no wizard would ever harm an owl." He tried to reason with her. "Is that so? The Ministry of Magic doesn't have any regulations prohibiting the cooking of owls." Ixia remained noncommittal, then decisively grabbed his wrist and led him out of the station. Ivan muttered to himself, "Even if there were such regulations, would you really listen to the Ministry of Magic?" He continued to speak up for Makathat. Loyal Alan finally convinced Ixia to abandon this creative dish. The reason was simple. Replacing a pet would cost quite a bit of money. The two walked side by side. Back at the platform, Ivan had already stuffed his wizard robes into his backpack and changed into a blue casual outfit, blending seamlessly with the surrounding Muggle pedestrians. Ixia did the opposite. Wrapped in her peculiar wizard robes that hugged her slender figure, her beautiful face and unique temperament stood out remarkably in the crowd, drawing frequent glances from passers-by, though she paid no attention. Passing through increasingly crowded streets, they turned into the commercial district. Ivan looked up to see a narrow, grimy pub, peeling walls, dim signage, forming a stark contrast with the luxuriously decorated clothing stores and record shops nearby. Even stranger, it seemed as if an invisible barrier shrouded the place. Witnessed a lady who intended to walk straight past inexplicably take a wide detour, completely unaware of her own actions. Is this the magic that repels muggles? Ivan marveled silently, wanting to study the principle, but clearly this wasn't the time. Ixia had already pushed through the door, and he could only follow closely behind. The leaky cauldron, one of the important intersections between the magical world and the real world, remained bustling with voices. Behind the rustic bar, The elderly owner Tom was chatting with a strange-looking old witch. At a side table, two wizards were whispering in each other's ears. In the corner, several drunkards held up butterbeer, whistling when they saw Ixia enter, though none were bold enough to approach her. I need to use some flue powder in the fireplace, Ixia said coldly with a stern tone, casually tossing several silver sickles onto the bar. Such an attitude wasn't particularly pleasant, but it could save a lot of trouble. Of course, help yourself. Tom was always amiable, pocketing the money and pointing to the small wooden box above the fireplace. The flue powder is right here. Ixia grabbed a handful of flue powder and handed it to Ivan. You go first. Don't move around once you get there, remember Knockturn Alley. Ivan wondered why they weren't just teleporting home directly, but still obediently stepped into the fireplace and threw the powder. The gray-green powder was instantly ignited by magic, and the fireplace flickered with tiny lights. Knockturn Alley, he shouted loudly. Blue flames roared up, heat waves rushing toward him, but it wasn't the burning pain he expected. Immediately after, space twisted violently, and he felt as if he were being rolled into a tumbler, his body spinning rapidly, dizzy and disoriented, unable even to keep his eyes open to see the entire transportation process clearly. When the light returned to his vision, Ivan found himself in an entirely new place. The air was thick with ash and mustiness. Towering shelves crowded the narrow aisles on both sides, blocking most of the light and shrouding the entire shop in what seemed like perpetual twilight. The shelves displayed rows of transparent glass cases. The nearest one housed a delicate skull, its surface seemingly soaked in some special solution, smooth and pale white, with deep scratches on both sides as if torn by sharp claws. In the cases further away, withered dried hands stretched rigidly open, blood-stained playing cards half concealed the base of a serrated chandelier, each item bizarre and eerie, as if ready to crawl out from the shadows at any moment. As Ivan examined them closely, blue flames suddenly surged in the fireplace. The firelight revealing a figure. Aisha arrived fashionably late, tucking her wand back into her sleeve. Did you take action against them? Ivan immediately noticed her movement, suspecting she might have gone to cause trouble for those drunkards. Causing a scene at the leaky cauldron? The Ministry of Magic would arrive the next moment. Aisha shook her head in denial. Ivan remained skeptical. Mere drunkards, if truly targeted by a dark witch, could only make so much noise, but knowing Aisha's methods from his memory, they would certainly suffer some hardship. Stop overthinking and stay close to me. Aisha spoke with a hint of warning as she stepped forward. Dingling just as the two passed the shelves, the wind chimes at the shop entrance swayed from an invisible current. Behind the counter, a hunchbacked middle-aged wizard was toying with a dark red spherical object, muttering in a hoarse voice. More visitors. Who is it this time? Mr. Borgin, it's me. Aisha emerged from beside the shelves, her tone indifferent. Ah, Mrs. Halls. The shopkeeper Caractacus Burke showed little interest, lazily leaning back in his chair. With you coming and going like this, you're getting my fireplace all dirty. Perhaps I should charge a cleaning fee next time. Why not just set up Knockturn Alley's transit station right here in my shop? Aisha smiled sweetly as she retorted. Why not set up Knockturn Alley's transit station at my place instead? Forget it. That's not something that can be moved around casually. Burke shrugged, the corner of his mouth twisting into a smile that revealed his gold teeth. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Ivan carefully observed the owner of Borgin and Burke's. Around 40 years old, with greasy hair slicked flat against his scalp, thin and withered hands adorned with two dark rings, his ordinary black wizard robes unable to conceal his permanently hunched back from years of stooping. He spoke in gentle, soft tones, appearing harmless. But both the original story and Ivan's memories reminded him that this man was far from ordinary. Even the young Dark Lord had once worked here. Perhaps sensing Ivan's gaze, Burke stopped his small talk and turned his attention to him. This must be young Halls, I presume? This is my first time meeting you. How are you? Did you see anything you liked in the store? Burke placed the strange spherical object he had been toying with in front of Ivan. As Ivan leaned closer, he discovered it was actually an eyeball that seemed alive, its surface covered with a thin membrane of shimmering magical energy, its black pupil moving flexibly until it suddenly locked eyes with him. In that split second, Ivan felt a wave of dizziness wash over his mind and quickly employed a clemency to block the invasive force from penetrating his consciousness. Bang! Blue light exploded as the eyeball was struck by a spell and sent flying, crashing heavily against the door frame. What exactly are you trying to do? Aisha's face was dark as storm clouds, her wand already drawn and pointed at Burke's forehead, its tip wreathed in sinister black light. Don't be angry, I was just having a little fun. Burke calmly flicked his wand and called out. Accio, the probing eye whooshed back into his palm. He spread his hands in an apologetic gesture, showing no signs of tension. It's a probing eye, surely you recognize it? Besides, young Mr. Halls is perfectly fine, isn't he? Aisha turned to look at Ivan. The boy appeared normal and even shook his head slightly. Only then did she lower her wand, the black aura dissipating. If that thing truly had lethal power, she would never have let it go so easily. She knew all too well that the probing eye was merely a psychic artifact. Ivan maintained his composure on the surface, but inwardly he was shaken. Knockturn Alley was more dangerous than he had imagined. If Aisha hadn't been by his side, he would have fallen victim just now. At this moment, he wished he could tear down this dark magic shop with Aisha, but confronting the shopkeeper on his own turf would be suicide. Who knew how many triggered artifacts were hidden throughout the place? With Boke so confident, Ivan could only pretend indifference to defuse the conflict. Consider this my apology. I'll give this little trinket to young Mr. Halls. Boke's tone was casual, yet he showed genuine curiosity. This was the first time he'd encountered someone so young who could resist the probing eye. No thanks, I'm not interested. Ivan immediately shook his head. Keep your tricks to yourself, Aisha added coldly, then grabbed Ivan's wrist and turned to leave the shop. The moment they stepped outside, Ivan lowered his voice and asked, "What exactly does that eye do?" A probing eye. He looked around. The narrow alley was lined with dark red brick walls, their mottled surfaces covered in moss, with some bricks eroded into concave shapes. Rotting garbage was piled in corners, its stench carried by the wind into their nostrils. The probing eye can bewitch anyone who makes eye contact with it, leaving them mentally confused. Whatever the caster wants to ask, the victim will honestly answer. Aisha glanced at him sideways, explaining in a low voice. A magical version of truth serum? Ivan was secretly amazed this thing could activate just through eye contact, making it a perfect tool for deception. What? Regretting not taking it? Aisha asked. No, I don't believe that Boke would be so generous. Ivan shook his head. He admitted the item was tempting, but he wasn't foolish enough to accept a gift from a strange dark wizard. There was no telling what traps might be hidden within it. Good to know. Ethia nodded, then curiously asked how Ivan had managed to resist the probing eye. A clemency. Ivan replied without hesitation. A spell I found in the school's restricted section. He added, I have to thank Dumbledore for that, using legilimency to help me practice. Being probed so often actually trained me to develop a reflex. Ethia raised an eyebrow, her eyes showing appreciation. Well done. Looks like you learned quite a few useful things in there. I didn't dare sneak into the restricted section until my second year. She didn't scold Ivan for breaking school rules, only reminded him. Just keep it to yourself, and don't try anything unless you're absolutely certain. This reaction was exactly what Ivan had expected. In his memory, his mother had never been one to stick rigidly to rules, but her openly encouraging him to read forbidden books still made him feel somewhat embarrassed. To help Ivan recover from his earlier shock, Ethia regaled him with stories from her Hogwarts days as they walked, nearly getting caught by Filch during her first venture into the restricted section, later managing to get revenge by hiding Filch's cat for several days, occasionally using the fear charm to prank ghosts and fellow students. As Ivan listened, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. He suddenly remembered that during the sorting hat had mentioned someone using fear charms for pranks, giving Dumbledore headaches, apparently referring to Ethia. He responded with occasional murmurs of agreement, then remembered a question he hadn't asked earlier. By the way, why didn't we just use flue powder to go directly to our fireplace at home? The fireplace at home has protective wards, I added. I thought I told you that. Ethia looked at him with confusion. When was that? I can't remember everything. Ivan shrugged. Although practicing a clemency had helped organize his memories, they still covered 10 full years of life, and many details required careful recollection. He decided to stay quiet and focus on observing his surroundings to avoid saying the wrong thing. Compared to the bustling Diagon Alley, Knockturn Alley was more like a dirty, dark slum, and far more dangerous. This was where dark wizards gathered, and with only 10 years having passed since the end of the Second Wizarding War, many Death Eaters who had escaped justice were likely hiding here. Ministry regulations were virtually meaningless in this alley. Along the way, Ivan sensed several hostile gazes, some obvious, others hidden, but they quickly looked away, probably out of deference to Ethia. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he finally saw what he remembered as Homia Dark Arts shop. Perhaps because of its relatively remote location and cheaper rent, it looked quite large and spacious. Looking through the glass window, one could vaguely make out numerous magical items displayed on the shelves. Unlike the sinister and terrifying Borgin and Burke's, this shop showcased mostly trinkets, like bracelets, necklaces, and cards that appeared no different from ordinary accessories, though Ewan knew from memory that most were enchanted with triggered curses. The entire shop was divided into 3 floors. The first floor sold magical items to customers. The second floor served as living quarters, and the basement was Ixea's workshop for crafting and researching magical items, a place Ewan had rarely ventured into before. You rest for a bit, I'll go cook, Ixea said, leading him inside before skillfully disappearing into the kitchen. The room finally fell quiet, and Ewan breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, he had been constantly searching his memory to make small talk with Ixea, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. The thought of spending the entire summer vacation this way made his head throb. Suddenly, a symphony of clinks and clanks echoed from the kitchen, as lively as a hotel's back kitchen, involuntarily drawing Ewan's attention. Through the small window, he watched Ixea standing in the center of the kitchen, Gently waving her wand of freshly plucked and clean turkey hopped onto the cutting board by itself. A hanging kitchen knife floated up gracefully, slicing the beef into neat portions as it passed the counter, then skillfully began dismembering the turkey. Jars filled with seasonings flew over in turn, cooking wine pouring directly to marinate the turkey in a basin. The beef, sprinkled with mysterious spices, was sent into the magical oven. Even more absurd was how the turkey would turn itself while being basted with oil, even lifting its wings to let the brush apply an extra layer underneath, as if afraid it wouldn't turn out fragrant enough. This scene left Ewan with a peculiar expression. Searching his memory, he recalled that Ixia had completely transformed the kitchen into a magical assembly line, with cooking speeds rivaling a factory and products that looked nearly identical. In just a few minutes, a luxurious turkey feast was fresh from the oven. Though Ewan mentally criticized it as soulless, when the aroma hit him, he still swallowed hard. Strangely, tonight's dinner seemed exceptionally lavish. Even with a magical kitchen, Ixia rarely purchased so many ingredients on ordinary days. These were originally prepared for Christmas, Ixia said, her dark purple eyes fixed on him with a hint of resentment in her voice. Next semester, I'll definitely come back next semester, Ewan stammered his promise. On Christmas Day, he had indeed stood Ixia up, not even sending a single letter. Ewan could almost imagine her preparing everything alone and waiting for him at the station, even keeping the ingredients untouched. Wait, Christmas was several months ago? Ewan paused mid-chew, suddenly stunned. How long had this turkey been stored? Could it have expired? Ewan turned his head stiffly toward Ixia, his expression wooden as he posed the question. Of course it hasn't expired. I ate the Christmas batch ages ago. This one's to celebrate your homecoming. Aisha pushed a plate of delicate pastries toward Ivan, her eyes crinkling into crescents. She had initially thought this child had changed too much after a year away, but seeing him roll his eyes now, that familiar feeling returned. Ivan let out an exaggerated scoff of disdain to think he'd been so moved moments ago by those specially saved treats. He'd never fall for such words again. The Hall's family had never been one for elaborate formalities, so the two chatted while eating. Strictly speaking, it was Aisha firing off questions while Ivan answered cautiously. He cherry-picked what he could share, his exceptional talent, his eager participation in class, how every subject earned him professors' praise. As for personally slaying a troll on Halloween, battling the Dark Lord at term's end, or even secretly raising a dragon for an entire month, didn't breathe a word. If he actually told her, his mother would probably make him drop out immediately and come home. Then where would he go to rack up academic achievements and boost his abilities? Aisha listened with evident pride, especially when Ivan mentioned his final grades outstanding in everything except history of magic. Her face positively glowed. Ivan had deliberately left some room for improvement in history of magic, so that when he cast spells in front of his mother later, she wouldn't make a big fuss and interrogate him about details. The atmosphere remained pleasant until Ivan casually mentioned, "Thanks to our Gryffindor efforts, we won the House Cup this year." The air at the dining table suddenly grew tense. Aisha's eyebrow twitched, her voice tinged with confusion. "You're not in Slytherin House?" "Of course not. Didn't you write to Professor Dumbledore? Didn't he tell you I was sorted into Gryffindor?" Ivan looked at his mother strangely in his mind. This news should have reached home long ago. Gryffindor? Aisha's voice shot up an octave. That den of idiots, arrogant and reckless Gryffindor? Fury rolled across her delicate features. Ivan opened his mouth, thinking the Lion House wasn't that bad. Before he could speak, a sharp crack rang out. Aisha had actually crushed the glass in her hand. Shards cut into her palm as orange juice mixed with drops of blood dripped onto the table. "That damned headmaster of yours actually put you there?" She spoke word by word, like ice chips hitting the table. Ivan was completely bewildered, struggling under the pressure to explain. The house was decided by the Sorting Hat. But Aisha didn't believe it at all, convinced that someone had abused their authority to force the Sorting Hat to change its mind. In front of her child, she cursed Dumbledore thoroughly, practically exhausting every greeting she knew for the old professor. Finally, she slammed the table in furious conclusion. "I should have sent you to Durmstrang Institute instead." Ivan listened, trembling and utterly perplexed. He vaguely recalled that his mother's choice of Hogwarts back then seemed to involve practical considerations like free tuition, requiring only the purchase of textbooks and daily necessities. "What a loving mother you are," he silently grumbled, though he knew in his heart things were definitely not as simple as he had imagined. He remembered that in the howler Aisha had sent him earlier, her way of addressing Dumbledore seemed rather off, though at the time he thought it was just because she was too angry. Now it appeared there might be other reasons. "You don't get along well with Professor Dumbledore?" Ivan asked cautiously. "Just stay away from him at school," Aisha said curtly, having barely managed to calm herself down as she pulled out a roll of bandages to dress her wounds. Ivan nodded repeatedly, had been avoiding Dumbledore at school anyway. After their hastily finished dinner, Aisha went straight down to the basement to tinker with those dark magical objects, needing to add several more layers of protective charms. Knockturn Alley was never safe at night, and lately it had been particularly unsettled. Ivan returned to his small room. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe simple and plain, yet spotlessly clean, clearly maintained regularly with cleaning charms. After a year away, everything remained exactly as he had left it. He carefully folded his clothes from his luggage and put them away in the wardrobe, instinctively reaching for his wand to practice spells before remembering the holiday restrictions, and could only sigh helplessly. This constrained way of living was truly uncomfortable, especially after being thoroughly deceived, which made him desperately want to improve his abilities. Tomorrow he would have to ask Aisha if there was any way around it, but now wasn't the time to court trouble. He also wanted to understand what exactly had happened between his mother and Dumbledore, but knew this moment was definitely not wise to ask. At midnight, he was still reading. Suddenly, a faint magical fluctuation drifted in from outside the window. Ivan set down his book and crept quietly to the window, nothing visible to the naked eye, but his keen magical perception told him that some kind of power was slowly rising. Was it a protective ward? Or some other defensive magic? As he pondered this, distant howling suddenly echoed through the air, and looking up he saw a full moon hanging high. Full moon werewolf transformation. Ivan frowned. Knockturn Alley did indeed harbor a few werewolves, but in the past 10 years, he had rarely encountered them wandering the streets after all. There were plenty of dangerous characters in the alley, and werewolves usually hid themselves completely on full moon nights, never coming out to show off. Awoo! The long howl grew closer and closer. Ivan gripped his wand tighter in his sleeve, mentally cursing the regulation that young wizards couldn't use magic outside school. Wait a moment, the law did state that one could fight back when facing mortal danger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw a tall dark shadow suddenly burst from the narrow alley in the moonlight. Half wolf, half human, covered in brownish-gray fur, with elongated limbs and dark red eyes gleaming in the night. Saliva dripping from its fangs as it panted. This was Ivan's first real encounter with a werewolf. The creature seemed unaware of his presence and charged straight into the house across the way. Ivan was just about to silently mourn for whoever lived in that house when, after only a few seconds, the sizable werewolf was hurled back out by some tremendous force, crashing heavily into the red brick wall behind it with a pained howl, its body now bearing several deep, bone-deep gashes. Geez, what a mess, Ivan muttered. He stood on the windowsill of an abandoned third-floor building, gazing down at the devastated Knockturn Alley below, scattered stones and debris everywhere, with charred marks from sinister magic burned into every surface. Directly ahead, a gaping hole had been blasted through the side wall of a house. Dust still hung in the air as a wizard in worn robes emerged, hunching his shoulders as he squeezed through. He brushed brick fragments off his shoulders while his lips moved, clearly grumbling about his rotten luck. Of all the crumbling houses around here, why did mine have to get hit? Across from the wizard, a werewolf who had been knocked down by magic earlier struggled to prop up his upper body. The creature's grayish-brown fur was matted, and a bloody gash ran diagonally across his chest. But his remarkable healing ability was already kicking in. The torn flesh visibly writhed back together as the blood gradually dried. The wizard watched this clearly, his frown deepening as he raised his cracked wand. Dark mist poured from the wand's tip, rolling and spreading through the air like a living thing infused with magical power. The wizard chanted a string of ancient, guttural incantations under his breath. The black vapor gathered in midair, actually forming the outline of a twisted human face. The visage had hollow eye sockets and gnashing jaws that emitted a metallic, ear-piercing shriek as it dove toward the werewolf on the ground. Before the shriek could reach its target, a thunderous crash erupted from behind. A red brick wall was smashed from the inside out. Bricks scattered as a larger, more imposing werewolf burst onto the battlefield. Its silver-white fur reflected cold light in the darkness, muscles bulging across its shoulders. It grabbed the smaller werewolf from the ground and hurled him aside, then raised its claws to block the black mist. The dark vapor hissed and corroded at the point of contact. Silver-white fur instantly blackened and fell away, the arm's flesh caving into pits as even regeneration was suppressed. The excruciating pain made the werewolf throw back its head and howl. Fury flooded its limbs as it turned and bit down on the smaller companion's scruff, bounding away through the rubble in several leaps, fleeing toward the depths of Knockturn Alley. The wizard's grim expression was dark enough to drip water. He pointed his wand at the lingering black mist and snorted coldly. Rather than pursue, he began chanting a different spell. Pale blue lights swirled around him as the collapsed walls, scattered bricks, and split wooden beams reversed their destruction with creaking sounds. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to its pre-battle state, as if nothing had happened at all. The entire spectacle was tremendously violent, yet the rest of Knockturn Alley remained deathly quiet. Not a single window showed light. No one peered out, as if this peaceful, dark alley digested several bloody conflicts every day. At least tomorrow's streets wouldn't be littered with an extra corpse or two. Ivan, who had watched the entire battle, looked increasingly grim. In just a few dozen seconds, he had witnessed the terrifying power of high-level dark magic and two werewolves' suppressed regeneration abilities. If he had been caught up in that fight without using his experience card mode and burning academic points, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. Escaping would have been a luxury. The problem was, he currently only had 1,000 academic points with no way to replenish them. Each use meant one less. I need to get the Patronus charm up to level 4 as soon as possible, and I need to add some high-damage offensive spells, Ivan calculated silently. Late that night, he tossed and turned in bed, pondering plans to improve his strength over the summer break. Suddenly, the long-absent mechanical notification sound exploded in his consciousness. Ding! First academic year complete. Host safe return detected. System updating. Ivan bolted upright and immediately accessed the system interface, wanting to see the update details. Unfortunately, the system remained as aloof as ever, not bothering with a single additional prompt, let alone a completion time. The only thing that gave him slight comfort was that functions remained available during the update, could still burn academic points to boost his combat power, if necessary. He stayed up until dawn broke, having barely closed his eyes, yet his biological clock still woke him. He fumbled his way to the bathroom by memory, brushed his teeth and washed his face, splashing cold water on his cheeks to wake himself up. Then he sat down at the dining table, gripping his knife and fork as he waited for breakfast. However, after waiting for over half an hour, there was still no sign of Aisha. If Ivan hadn't been clueless about how to operate the magical kitchen at home, he would have made breakfast himself long ago. It wasn't until nearly 9 o'clock that Aisha emerged from her room, yawning and wrapped in a bathrobe. Just sit tight, I'll make breakfast, she said casually, padding barefoot across the wooden floor into the narrow kitchen. Minutes later, she returned with a tray, several golden sandwiches, and 2 bowls of steaming porridge. The aroma of grain mixed with butter filled the air, almost as good as what the house elves at Hogwarts could whip up. Mom, what was all that with the werewolves last night? Ivan gripped his spoon, speaking stiffly and even stumbling over the word mom. Fortunately, Aisha didn't seem to notice his awkwardness. You heard that too? She raised an eyebrow and tapped the boy's forehead with her spoon handle. Then you should go to bed earlier next time. Ivan thought to himself. With all that howling, nobody could have slept through it. Aisha finally explained. Those werewolves showed up in Knockturn Alley about 2 months ago. Probably got driven out from somewhere else and ended up here. They've been keeping a low profile, not causing any major trouble, so nobody bothered dealing with them. As for why they lost control last night, I have no idea. She shrugged. Now that things have gotten this messy, they probably won't be able to stay much longer. Ivan didn't press further. Having satisfied his curiosity, he moved on to the main topic and mentioned his plan to practice magic during the summer holidays. That's easy enough. Give me your wand, and I'll take care of it for you. Aisha was pleased with his enthusiasm for studying. It'll take about a week, maybe a bit longer. All right. Ivan obediently handed over his wand. The moment the wooden shaft left his hand, he felt empty inside, suddenly lacking his sense of security. How was he going to manage for the next few days? Aisha set down her knife and fork, thought for a moment, then went down to the basement. When she returned, she carried a long, narrow wooden box. Use this one for now and see if it suits you. She opened the lid, revealing a light brown wand, and placed it in Ivan's palm. Curious, Ivan channeled his magic into the wand, finding the flow remarkably smooth. With a gentle wave, the sandwiches and porridge on the table rose into the air, rotating slowly. At the same time, new information appeared in his system panel. Magical item, wand. Material, hawthorn wood, dragon heartstring, 12 inches. Magic power, medium. Compatibility, 89. Description, the wand body has undergone special treatment, inscribed with 7 ancient runes that can conceal spell-casting fluctuations and traces. 89 compatibility? Just how unsuitable was my previous wand? Ivan grumbled silently, then was startled by the concealing fluctuations mentioned in the description. He leaned closer to examine the wand body, and indeed saw 7 strange symbols. No wonder the magical fluctuations had been almost imperceptible when he cast the spell earlier. How does it feel? Does it handle well? Aisha asked. Very well, Ivan nodded. I knew it would be suitable. She put away the empty box, her expression as calm as if she had expected this all along. Did you make this wand yourself, Mom? Ivan stared at those runes, asking curiously, remembered that other wands didn't have such markings. Of course not. Crafting a wand is advanced magic. I just did some modifications to this one. Aisha shook her head. Ivan felt somewhat disappointed. He had been hoping to learn some wand-making techniques and craft his own wand, but it seemed that was out of the question. With this thought, he shook his head and sighed inwardly. If there really were shortcuts, Diagon Alley wouldn't have just Ollivanders as the only wand shop. He then looked up at his mother and changed the subject. By the way, Mom, how's your Patronus charm coming along? Not bad, Ethia replied instinctively, then raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you thinking of learning it during summer break? The Patronus charm is advanced magic, and it's not exactly useful in everyday situations. I think you should focus more on strengthening your fundamentals. Basic spells. You mean like these? Ivan's lips curved into a smirk as he raised his wand with one hand. In the blink of an eye, The sandwich on the table floated gracefully into the air levitation charm. Then the bread and meat were torn apart by invisible force into several large pieces, severing charm. Those fragments quickly stretched and folded in midair, forming wings and tail feathers transfiguration. Before the crisp bird calls could even echo through the hall, flames suddenly burst from his wand tip, engulfing the bird's fire charm. A wave of heat swept over them, filling the air with a smoky aroma. Seconds later, the transfigured structure collapsed, and the charred meat turned to ash, drifting away on the air. Noticing this, Ivan shrugged and abandoned his demonstration, shelving his plans to show off a few more spells. He turned to his mother with a confident smile. So, I think now is the perfect time to learn the Patronus charm. Ethia stood frozen in place. Ivan had mentioned before that he was doing well at school, outstanding in every subject except history of magic, but she had always remembered that this child was only a first year. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, he had cast 4 spells in succession: levitation, severing, transfiguration, and fire in just a few seconds, with movements so fluid they seemed like one seamless action. That biological transfiguration alone would probably put many adult wizards in the alley to shame. Did I show off too much? Ivan wondered, seeing his mother's prolonged silence, mentally kicking himself for not holding back a little. The thought had barely crossed his mind when his cheeks began to ache. Ethia cupped his face with both hands, squeezing and kneading, even leaning down to sniff his shoulder while firing off questions about his height, diet, classes, friends. What are you doing? Ivan's voice came out muffled from the squeezing, though he still managed to express appropriate surprise and displeasure. Only after confirming that this was indeed her son and not some wizard who had taken polyjuice potion to impersonate him did Ethia release her grip. She propped her elbows on the table, her purple eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ivan with amazement. I never imagined I'd given birth to a genius. Genius can't be explained by conventional logic, Ivan said matter-of-factly, spreading his hands. Just like the boy who lived, Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord right after birth. He deliberately steered the conversation toward Harry, also taking the opportunity to subtly probe his mother's opinion of Dumbledore. I certainly didn't see anything special about you when you were born, Ethia said with mock annoyance, ruffling Ivan's hair and rolling her eyes. And next time, practice magic on something else. Didn't waste food. Ivan nodded, feeling slightly relieved that Ethia hadn't reacted too strongly, then asked in a low voice. What about the Patronus charm? We'll talk after breakfast. Ethia cut him off, shoving the sandwich into his mouth. Keep quiet for now, my head is still buzzing. After hastily finishing breakfast, Ethia finally accepted the fact that her child was a super genius, but what followed was an even greater surge of excitement. She couldn't wait to test Ivan's abilities. Come on, basement practice room. She jerked her chin toward the stairs. If your performance satisfies me, I'll consider teaching you a thing or two. Ivan could only follow helplessly. Going downstairs, he discovered the basement was far larger than the upper 2 floors combined, divided into 3 sections: storage area, workshop, and practice room. The walls, interwoven with steel reinforcement and magical runes, indicated that Ethia had clearly done quite a bit of unauthorized expansion over the years. After entering the specially partitioned practice room, Ethia first went to a compartment to change out of her nightgown and put on her usual dark green wizard robes. She wore black silk gloves on her right hand, with silver threads outlining complex runes across the back. Her bare left hand had rings on both the index and middle fingers. All right, this should do. She positioned herself on the right side of the practice area and gave Ivan a slight nod, indicating he should make the first move. In the spacious room, apart from practice dummies scattered around the perimeter, only a few wooden tables and chairs remained. Facing a witch more powerful than himself, Ivan felt somewhat unaccustomed to this close-quarters confrontation. Ethia waited silently for a moment, her brow gradually furrowing. Ivan keenly caught that shift toward impatience. His heart tensed, and he suddenly drew his wand. No dueling etiquette, no incantation. Expelliarmus. Crimson light sliced through the air. Ethia's words caught in her throat, but she smiled with interest. With a light flick of her wrist, a translucent magical barrier materialized before her, easily deflecting the red light. Ivan seized this split-second opportunity to cast a protean charm on himself. Immediately after, clear birdsong filled the practice room, swept his wand across, and all the nearby objects were animated, instantly transforming into dozens of small birds that formed several formations and swooped toward Ethia with a whoosh. Ethia still didn't rush to counterattack, merely advancing slowly toward Ivan. The magic flowing through her black gloves flashed briefly, then she pointed silently and wandlessly. Sparks burst from her wand tip, quickly expanding into a wide purple flame barrier. The birds struck the flames and were incinerated to ash before they could even flap their wings. As the remaining flames churned, Ethia suddenly sensed danger and tilted her head slightly. Blinding white light grazed past her hair through the sea of fire, striking a distant dummy and exploding it into flying wood chips. Such obvious battle intentions won't do. she commented with a smile, but before she finished speaking, her expression changed instantly. A howling gust swept toward her from behind. Ethia suddenly crouched and twisted, her waist forcibly turning, then swept out with her long leg, kicking the animated dummy behind her flying away. "You're a wizard, not a berserker," Ivan complained helplessly at the sight. But deep down, he knew the Aja before him was nothing like Kino, who had once been frail and immobile. She would never just stand there and take hits. Mobile warfare was her forte. To win, he had to restrict her mobility first. The purple flame barrier in front of him finally lost control, slowly dimming and dissipating like a fading curtain. The moment Aja steadied herself, Ivan animated more dummies. Without hesitation, he ducked behind several puppets, using them as shields while directing the remaining dummies to encircle her from the front, left, and right. Feeling his firepower was still insufficient, he decided to block her escape route entirely with a flick of his wand. He pointed at several square wooden tables behind her. "Tables, come." The massive wooden tables tumbled through the air under magical force, rolling majestically toward Ivan's direction, trapping Aja in between. The tables were substantial enough that even her previous purple flame barrier couldn't incinerate them instantly. Ivan was certain this move would either defeat Aja or at least force her into an embarrassing retreat. However, Aja only laughed more joyfully, her laughter echoing through the practice room until even Ivan felt his scalp tingle. Blasting curse. Her incantation thundered forth as her wand pointed forward, orange-red flames charging like wild beasts into the flying tables. Upon contact, the tables exploded into countless fragments, which were immediately consumed by the flames. Splintered wood and ash drifted down like black snow, obscuring the magical lights. The practice room instantly became hazy, with a dark, ghostly fire rising from the center. Ivan looked closer and realized it wasn't ghostly fire at all, it was fiend fire. The animated dummies rushing forward didn't even have time to struggle before being reduced to ash by this hellish flame. He swallowed hard, grateful that the fiend fire quickly extinguished, whether because Aja couldn't sustain it or because she worried about burning him alive. He couldn't tell. Scouring charm. With a low shout, wind whirled across the field, sweeping away all the airborne debris. Aja approached with a half-smiling expression, the rings on her left hand faintly glowing with magical patterns. What followed was a barrage of blinding spell light. Blue stunning spell. Purple fear curse. Dark gray. Ivan couldn't identify it at all, but his instincts screamed that he absolutely couldn't let it touch him. Ivan desperately constructed magical barriers in front of himself, but the spell light was too fast. His hastily formed shields were torn apart in an instant. The usable debris and cover in the field had been blasted to pieces in previous rounds, leaving nothing in the practice room but him, Aja, and scattered wreckage. The animated dummies serving as his shields also fell one by one after taking several hits. He couldn't help but wonder if Aja even needed to speak incantation. Show on Earth had she developed such inhuman casting speed? But after defending for a moment, he finally noticed something unusual about the glove on Aja's right hand and the magical glow flowing between her rings. "You're cheating." Ivan nearly exploded in anger. In that moment of distraction, a black beam struck him. The reflective barrier created by his iron armor charm only managed to emit a thin layer of light before being shattered by the dark ray. The deflected beam shot off at a sharp angle, the black light now heading straight for Aja. Aja acted as if she hadn't seen anything. The streak of black light rushing toward her dissolved silently in the air before it could touch her. At the same time, the badge pinned to her robe's chest lost its luster and gained a clear crack across its surface. Expelliarmus. She gave Ivan no chance to catch his breath. After breaking through the iron armor charm, she immediately followed up with a crisp, disarming spell. Ivan's last line of defense was torn away. His reflexes urged him to use his academic points to activate an experience card and summon the shadow of a unicorn. But reason told him this was just practice, not worth such a price. In that brief moment of hesitation, his wand flew high into the air and landed in Aja's fingertips. Aja caught the wand with a flick of her wrist and pointed it at Ivan again. "Levi Corpus." "Wait, I surrender." Ivan immediately raised his hands, but magical force instantly gripped his ankles, hoisting him upside down until his gaze was level with Aja's legs. In real combat, enemies won't show mercy just because you surrender. Aja leaned down and tapped his forehead lightly with the wand, her tone calm. After delivering this lesson, she flicked the wand gently, and Ivan dropped straight to the ground. Ivan climbed to his feet in frustration, reaching for his wand while muttering under his breath, "I've never seen anyone use so many magical items in ordinary sparring practice. That's basically cheating. Magical items are part of a wizard's strength." Aja's expression grew stern, though her heart was bleeding. The items she'd just consumed were all single-use, nearly impossible to repair once destroyed, and recreating them would cost both tremendous effort and a fortune in galleons. If Ivan's abilities hadn't exceeded her expectations, she wouldn't have had to burn money like this just to maintain her maternal authority. As she handed the wand back to Ivan, he brushed dust from his clothes while analyzing the battle. Even when initially on the defensive, Aisha had easily neutralized his attacks. When she switched to offense, he could only barely defend himself. He secretly estimated that even using blood magic, he wouldn't be certain of victory after all. Aisha clearly hadn't used her full strength and hadn't employed any truly lethal curses. This realization left him feeling somewhat dejected. Aisha saw through his thoughts and asked with a smile, "What? You won't be satisfied until you defeat me." Ivan shook his head frantically, had no desire to be suspended upside down again. Then he quickly asked, "Can I learn the Patronus charm now?" She stepped forward to straighten his wrinkled collar and nodded. "First show me your Patronus, so I can decide where to start teaching." Expecto Patronum. Ivan waved his wand, and wisps of white mist emerged from its tip, growing thicker and swirling around them both. From deep within the mist came the faint sound of a unicorn's whinny, and a peaceful, warm presence enveloped them. Such a phenomenon left even Aisha slightly moved. She knew that ordinary patron uses were merely hazy silver mist, but Ivan's spell seemed to be nurturing some form of actual life. This wasn't how normal patron uses behaved. The restricted section, Ivan explained briefly. Aisha nodded without pressing further, though her mind raced with ideas on how to help him. She had initially thought Ivan sought guidance on the Patronus charm because he couldn't channel his emotions properly, but his recent demonstration proved the issue wasn't with the spell itself. Ivan's control over the Patronus was quite good, only stumbling at the final hurdle of manifesting the guardian. This particular step was the most torturous, with some people practicing for months without success. Aisha quickly thought of a shortcut, creating sufficiently intense external pressure. "All right, I'll go prepare some practice materials. Give me 2 or 3 days." She patted Ivan's shoulder, her voice tinged with pain. His would cost her another hefty sum of galleons. "Materials for practicing the Patronus charm? It's not going to be Dementors, is it?" Ivan's heart pounded with worry, but he quickly shook his head. Only Azkaban could afford to keep those creatures, and the remaining Dementors still roamed in packs through plague-ridden and death-stricken lands. Capturing one alive was practically a pipe dream. The most realistic option was a boggart, which could transform into whatever the caster feared most. Ivan's expression grew peculiar. Surely Aisha didn't actually think he was most afraid of Dementors? He opened his mouth to ask, but Aisha wore a sworn-to-secrecy expression, clearly unwilling to reveal anything. "Fine, a boggart it is then." He figured he knew a clemency and could easily fabricate a memory to force it into taking the form of a Dementor, which should serve some purpose. During the 2 or 3 days of waiting, he didn't idle around. With his wand back in hand, he resumed his daily magical practice routine. In his spare time, he stuck close to Aisha, eager to learn about crafting magical items. During their last battle, Aisha had maximized her combat effectiveness with just a few artifacts, leaving Ivan green with envy. He could make dozens of such items to carry around. Wouldn't he be invincible? His fantasy lasted only half a minute before Aisha ruthlessly burst his bubble. "If you actually did that, we'd go bankrupt after one battle." "But don't you use magical artifacts during your regular training?" Ivan muttered under his breath. He had personally witnessed Aisha retreating to her workshop after the battle, lovingly repairing a damaged badge with an expression that clearly indicated another massive expense. He'd barely gotten half the complaint out when Aisha's sharp gaze swept over him, and he wisely shut his mouth. Next, Aisha rummaged through her workshop, pulling out several intimidatingly thick tomes and dumping them all into his arms. Unlike his and the Weasley twins' mischievous approach to learning at school, Aisha's teaching method was far more formal. Read the books first, everything else later. Fundamentals of Magical Materials. On the conductivity of metallic magic, magical pattern arrangements, little-known tips and tricks. Each title was more tedious than the last. So it's back to reading books after all. Ivan muttered to himself, staring at the pile of volumes stacked on the table. However, Ivan had no objections to this arrangement. Back at Hogwarts, he had always enjoyed spending time in the library. After dumping the heavy stack of books into his arms, Aisha disappeared into the basement, only emerging occasionally when she needed to purchase materials. The long table down there was covered with magical items awaiting repair, and the flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across her profile. Ivan naturally became the acting shopkeeper of this dark magic store, or rather, the front desk clerk. If he encountered any trouble he couldn't handle, he could always call his mother up from below. The shop paid wages once a week, 2 gold galleons, which served as his pocket money. The rest of the time, he either practiced spells he'd learned at Hogwarts or sat behind the counter, turning through dusty old tomes page by page, while keeping an eye on the family business. Several days passed, and Ivan finished 2 thick volumes without seeing a single customer. He wasn't surprised. Dark magic goods had always been slow sellers. Going 10 days to 2 weeks without a sale was normal. As long as they could close 3 to 5 deals a month, the galleons earned would sustain mother and son. Of course, that was barely scraping by, and if business got any slower, they'd face some lean times. Dingling. The copper bell hanging on the door chimed without any wind. It was a small magical alert Aisha had set up to detect visitors. Ivan closed his book and looked up with a polite smile. "Welcome to the magic shop. Is there anything you need? Little Ivan? I'm not here to buy anything. A middle-aged wizard stood in the doorway, appearing to be in his early 40s. His sparse brown hair was carefully combed back, and he wore an oversized black-gray wizard robe with mismatched sleeves, one longer than the other. He had obviously sprayed some fragrance potion on his collar, but the smell of alcohol still penetrated through the sweet scent into Ivan's nostrils. In that instant, memories surged. Dayajit, former deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and his mother Aja's most important friend and ally in Knockturn Alley. No one knew his surname. Ivan only remembered the name Dayajit. But how had such a figure ended up in Knockturn Alley? Where's your mother? Why are you here today? After entering, Dayajit looked around and, not seeing Aja, focused his gaze on Ivan with a hint of affection in his eyes. He raised his right hand, as if wanting to ruffle Ivan's hair. Ivan instinctively dodged to the side. After completing the movement, he was startled himself. Apparently, he had done this many times before, with about a 50% success rate. Dayajit wasn't embarrassed by the missed gesture and naturally withdrew his hand. Only then did Ivan speak. My mother is in the basement, probably repairing magical items. Did you need something from her? Just came to check on her. Dayajit mumbled vaguely, then walked inside with familiar ease. Ivan was skeptical, but another question arose in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he called out to stop the man. By the way, do you know what kind of conflict my mother has with Professor Dumbledore? Upon hearing Dumbledore, Dayajit's expression darkened. He stopped walking and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. That's because 10. Doggart. Before Doggart could finish his sentence, Ethia emerged from the basement, her interruption carrying a hint of anger in her low tone. All right, I get it. That's all ancient history now. Doggart spread his hands, forcing a reluctant smile. He hated bringing up those old times, because every memory made his blood boil. Halfway through his words, he was suddenly interrupted by Ivan's interjection. Ivan frowned, puzzling over something. 10 what? As he pondered, a thick hardcover book smacked him square on the forehead. Focus on your reading and stop asking irrelevant questions. Ethia shot her son a cold glare before turning to Doggart. Did you manage to get what I need? Of course. Doggart nodded repeatedly with a pained expression. It's just that the thing wasn't easy to catch, and I had to find a specially designed container to hold it. I went through quite a bit of trouble and called in several favors to get it here. Despite his complaints, he immediately patted his chest in assurance. But if I can help, it's worth the hassle. Ethia had no patience for his rambling. With a flick of her right hand, she tossed over a palm-sized green pouch. Is this enough? Oh, come now. It was just a small favor. I'm not running a business here. Doggart smiled obsequiously as he caught the pouch and casually placed it on the counter, gesturing for Ivan to put it away. The pouch hit the old mahogany counter with only a soft thud, but the clear sound of metal clinking came from within. Ivan noticed the drawstring wasn't tightly closed, and golden light gleamed through the gapall galleons. He silently deduced that the bag must have been enchanted with extension and lightning charms. Otherwise, that amount would have dented the counter. Ivan understood perfectly what the two were discussing in code. For such a substantial payment in gold, Doggart could only have brought a Dementor. This realization made him regard the former deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries with even greater respect. Acquiring such a terrifying creature required considerable connections. However, Ivan made no move to touch the pouch. He knew his mother's temperament. Ethia never liked accepting favors from anyone without compensation. Doggart understood this too and could only sigh, his tone mixing persuasion with resignation. I heard word a few days ago that the ministry is cracking down hard on dark arts objects. Fudge is serious. This time even the pure blood family estates are on the search list. The ministry might not actually make it to Knockturn Alley, but when this wind blows, it always affects business. Doggart shrugged as he added this. Hearing this, Ivan's mind flashed to a scene from the original story. The major search before Harry's second year that even affected the Malfoy family, forcing them to dispose of the diary Horcrux. Clearly, this operation was no mere formality. Ethia's expression darkened. If the ministry truly extended their searches to pureblood families, she could forget about major deals for the next few months. Be lucky to find any decent customers at all. After all, those who could actually afford high-end magical items were mostly wealthy pureblood wizards. Expecting the poor souls of Knockturn Alley to make up the difference was nothing but wishful thinking. Even so, Ethia insisted. I'll figure out how to handle this matter. You should keep the money for now. Seeing Ethia's insistence, Dugert had no choice but to pocket the bag of galleons and shamelessly stayed for lunch. At the dining table, the steaming beef pie filled the air with its aroma, but Dugert's attention was entirely focused on Ivan. He poked at his plate with his fork while constantly searching for conversation topics, as if befriending Ivan would somehow bring him closer to Ethia. Ivan searched his memory and confirmed that Dugert had always been this way, making no effort to hide his affection for Ethia, while Ethia equally made no effort to conceal her indifference. Thus, the entire lunch was filled with subtle tension. Dugert burning with enthusiasm, Ivan responding coolly. and Ethia remaining expressionless. After the meal, Ivan had intended to leave, but was detained by the Dementor needed for practicing the Patronus charm. The creature was currently locked up in Dugert's house, supposedly because it was inconvenient to move. Dugert simply patted his chest and suggested, "If you're going to practice, come to my place. It's safe, and I'll keep watch." Ethia nodded without hesitation and promptly shooed both Ivan and Dugert out of the dark arts shop. The moment they stepped outside, Dugert shook his sleeve and pulled out a flask from his robes, drinking heartily. Ivan glanced sideways, not touching a drop in front of Ethia, yet turning around to guzzle alcohol in the street. This man certainly suffered for the sake of his image. The two walked along the cobblestone alley, with Dugert's house just one lane away. The location was secluded, surrounded by a few sparse, crooked trees and waist-high weeds. A dusty sign leaned askew by the entrance, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Ivan's mouth twitched. The proper name should be St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, but Dugert had brazenly erased 2 words and hung up his sign. Remarkably, no one had come to cause trouble all these years. Quite bold indeed. At the courtyard gate, a wizard was already waiting. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing shabby robes with sunken eyes and black mist seeping from his left sleeve. Ivan's gaze sharpened. A werewolf? During the night battle a few days ago, he had witnessed a silver-furred werewolf struck by dark magic in the left hand, and this scene looked disturbingly familiar. He quietly gripped his wand, maintaining his guard. However, the wizard showed no hostility and simply approached Dugert, rolling up his sleeve. His corroded and charred left hand was pitted and gruesome to behold. "Is there still hope?" His hoarse voice carried a final thread of hope. Dugert, still reeking of alcohol, steadily examined the wound and held up his fingers in the air, indicating a number. "I only have 5 days left." The wizard's pupils contracted. "I mean, 500 galleons total," Dugert said irritably. 500 galleons? The shabby wizard's brow furrowed immediately, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes, though he still tried to keep his voice low. "I don't have that much, but I could work to pay off the debt." "No need. I don't lack hands here, especially not a werewolf." Dugert waved dismissively, his tone full of impatience. "Tell me, how much money do you actually have? Then I'll figure out how to save you." With his identity exposed on the spot, the wizard's body trembled, yet he didn't lose control. He reached his right hand into that tattered robe, feeling around coin by coin, his movements slow and careful. In the end, he only pulled out 50-some galleons, plus scattered sickles and nuts. After hesitating for a moment, just as he was about to put a few coins back, Dugert reached out and snatched all the galleons away, not bothering with the lower denomination coins, muttering, "Poor werewolf." With the money in hand, Dugert finally drew his wand. As soon as the low incantation left his lips, the wand tip pressed against the wizard's scarred left hand. Thick black vapor began writhing and drilling out of his skin as if being sucked in reverse, flowing toward the nearby grass under the wand's guidance. Where the black vapor touched, the green grass instantly withered and blackened. Ivan was secretly alarmed. What kind of dark magic could leave such lingering effects? After about a minute, Dugert withdrew his wand and ended the spell. "There, now get lost." The black vapor on the wizard's hand had diminished by more than half, though shadows still remained. As for those external wounds, Dugert hadn't bothered with them at all. He thought to himself, 50-some galleons was only worth this much treatment. Keeping him alive was enough. Besides, werewolves had amazing recovery abilities. By the next full moon, the remaining poison would dissipate on its own. Treated this way, the werewolf wizard seemed long numb to it, simply turning around woodenly. Dittany can treat external wounds, and powdered wormwood root has some effect against dark magic injuries. Ivan suddenly spoke up as he saw the man reaching the doorway. The wizard's steps paused, and he turned back to look at Ivan with slight surprise, nodded gently, said something in a low voice, then left. "Didn't expect you to know some potions?" Dugert raised an eyebrow. "Potions class at Hogwarts didn't just start yesterday," Ivan shrugged. "I also studied at Hogwarts back in the day, but they don't teach that stuff to first years." Dugert showed a hint of approval, then, as usual, reached out to ruffle Ivan's hair, only to be dodged again as the boy stepped aside. "By the way, Headmaster Dugert, why do you dislike werewolves so much?" Ivan asked. "Which wizard likes them? Even in Knockturn Alley, few people hire werewolves. They're unstable, they lose control every full moon." Dugert glanced at him, his tone matter-of-fact. "But isn't there wolfsbane potion?" Ivan blurted out. "Wolfsbane potion? What's that?" Dugert looked puzzled. Ivan immediately shut his mouth, suddenly remembered that in this era, Uncle Marcus probably hadn't developed wolfsbane potion yet. No wonder werewolves lived so miserably. Even when it was eventually created, most werewolves probably couldn't afford it anyway. Dugert stared at Ivan suspiciously for a few seconds, then pulled out his keys to open the door, pushing open that old door and walking inside. Ivan followed Dugert into the somewhat dilapidated mansion. Everything inside looked rather chaotic. The mahogany table in the hall was cluttered with a pile of empty bottles. The floor was stained with yellowish-green splotches, and the flying broomsticks hanging on the walls were covered in dust, clearly unused for ages. Ivan had known this mansion had been converted into a temporary workplace, but he hadn't expected it to be in such poor condition. Was this really a hospital? You're keeping patients here? He looked at Dojit with confusion. Dojit slapped his forehead, cursing himself for drinking too much. I planned to clean up this morning, but forgot. Thank goodness it wasn't Ixia who came along. He muttered under his breath and raised his wand. Scourgify. Magical ripples spread from the tip of his wand. The scattered, empty bottles clinked as they slid into corners. Tables and chairs rearranged themselves, and dust was instantly swept away from the air. In less than 5 minutes, the hall was transformed and at least presentable. Only then did Ivan notice the walls were covered with large photographs. A young wizard with thick brown hair, either raising a trophy in celebration or posing with friends, beaming with brilliant smiles. Who's that? Your brother? Or son? Ivan asked curiously, looking around. That's me. Dojit shot him a look. Ivan glanced again at Dojit's thinning hair and protruding beer belly, trying to match the handsome figure in the photos with the man before him. It was indeed hard to connect them. But who hadn't been good-looking in their youth? Dojit didn't let Ivan linger in the hall and led him directly into a sealed room. The space was empty except for a large, square box sitting in the corner. Ivan stepped forward and saw the box was covered with ancient magical runes, symbols completely different from those he'd seen on wands or challenge platforms. Could this box really contain a Dementor? He wondered. Pretending to be casual, he lightly touched the box with his fingertips. Descriptions like magical artifact, containment box, and magic isolating flashed through his mind. Don't touch that. Dojit immediately slapped his hand away. I bought this box at 30% off in the wizarding market. The seal might not be entirely reliable. He sighed. I don't know why Ixia agreed to let you practice the Patronus charm with a Dementor, but I should warn you that thing is terrifying to look at. Ivan nodded. He understood the dangers of Dementors from his previous life's reading. How do you want to practice? Should I demonstrate first? Dojit asked, putting away the bottle and looking at him with concern. No need. Let's get straight to it. Ivan refused without hesitation. He needed greater pressure, and besides, if something really went wrong, Dojit would handle it in time. All right, pay attention now. Doggett raised his wand against the lock, and with a sharp crack, he shattered it. He then threw open the chest lid and quickly retreated several steps to the corner of the room, avoiding becoming the Dementor's primary target. As the lid burst open, the entire room seemed swallowed by dark clouds, and the temperature plummeted instantly. The chest was as black as a bottomless pit, and a wave of bone-chilling cold and deathly silence rushed forth. Ivan felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar, gradually losing all body heat. With a hissing sound, a withered, scab-covered hand emerged, followed by a cloaked specter. Floating silent lino legs were visible, only half a torso suspended in midair. Beneath the tattered cloak, rotting flesh revealed stark, white bones. Ivan thought of the werewolf's pitted arms and Kino's fire-scorched body, yet neither was as terrifying as this mummified corpse wrapped in rags. He desperately searched his mind for happy memories, but couldn't grasp any. He felt himself lying back on a hospital bed, helpless as the demon called illness slowly drained away his life. In the corner, Doggett took a swig of strong liquor and raised his wand, ready to intervene at any moment. Ivan looked like he was about to collapse, and Doggett only hoped this confrontation wouldn't leave the boy with permanent scars. The Dementor floated before Ivan, its frigid aura cutting like knives across his skin. It opened that gaping, hollow mouth, and wisps of colorful, ethereal forms were brutally torn from Ivan's body, sliding into the darkness. Its withered fingers had already grasped the hood's brim, preparing to lift it. Doggett was about to act, when Euphrosia's wand was already pressed into the Dementor's mouth. Expecto Patronum. Under death's crushing pressure, Ivan roared with all his might. Blinding silver-white light tore through the gloom, first piercing the Dementor's chest, then more beams burst forth from its tattered cloak. Silent screams shook the air as the floating form became ethereal, like it had been struck by a heavy blow, flying back several feet before retreating into the chest under the relentless pursuit of surging white mist. Just as the white mist was about to follow, Doggett had already flashed to the chest's side, slamming the lid shut with a bang and beginning to clean up the aftermath. How do you feel? Are you all right? I don't have chocolate. Would you like some alcohol? He asked with concern. No need. I'm fine. I'll pass on the alcohol. Ivan shook his head and casually pulled up his system interface. Expecto Patronum had jumped directly to level 3. The immense mental pressure was his reward for deliberately not using a clemency to resist the Dementor. Let's continue. After just a few minutes of calming himself, he looked up. So soon? Don't you need to rest a bit longer? Doggett raised an eyebrow. Continue. Ivan's tone was resolute. Doggett complied and reopened the chest lid. The Dementor burst out violently, its face still shrouded in shadow beneath the deep hood, yet Ivan clearly sensed its furious emotions. Expecto Patronum. Facing the Dementor again, Ivan was much more at ease, his fear significantly diminished. More importantly, The skill upgrade brought him joy. White mist appeared once more, this time far more abundant than before, even faintly taking the shape of a Patronus. The white fog wrapped around the Dementor's body and forced it back into the box. Dinga system notification flashed through his mind. Through practice, Patronus charm proficiency has greatly improved. Ivan put away his wand and exhaled a puff of warm breath, his gaze falling on the flickering text in the system panel as he felt secretly delighted. Confronting Dementors directly was indeed the shortcut to improving proficiency. At this rate, he might be able to upgrade his Patronus charm to level 4 in just one afternoon. With this thought, he turned to Dogert beside him with lingering enthusiasm. Continue. Dogert's expression was somewhat peculiar. The terrifying ability of Dementors to create suffering and devour happiness was something even many adult wizards were unwilling to face directly. Yet Ivan not only showed no retreat, but became increasingly excited with each battle. Though puzzled, Dogert complied with his request. The third opening. The black box lid bound with iron chains burst open with a thunderous crash, and a figure resembling wrung-out black cloth shot out. Ivan waved his wand, and brilliant white mist surged forth, wrapping the Dementor tightly before slamming it back to the bottom of the box. The fourth time, the Dementor attempted to escape but was pinned down by Dogert's silvery white Patronus and locked back in the box. The fifth time, the sixth time, Ivan was having the time of his life. The level 3 Patronus charm wasn't sufficient to truly destroy a Dementor, so he practiced without any reservations. Each time the white mist repelled the dark shadow, the system's pleasant notification sound would chime, with proficiency increased, making him increasingly excited. The 11th repulsion ended. Ding, Patronus charm upgraded to level 4. Current proficiency 11600, rewarded 20 academic points. The white mist floating around slowly began to coalesce, its outline forming a tall and magnificent unicorn whose neighing echoed through the basement. Dogert raised an eyebrow. From the very beginning, he had noticed that Ivan's Patronus charm was different from others, assuming it was related to his Etherean bloodline, and hadn't asked further questions. Now that the white mist was almost taking form, he couldn't help but be curious about what Ivan's Patronus actually looked like. However, just as the unicorn was about to fully manifest, Ivan's mind stirred, and the mist suddenly dispersed. His expression remained calm, showing no trace of disappointment. The unicorn shadow was his greatest trump card at present. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although he could trust Dogert, they had only known each other for less than a day, and it wasn't yet time to reveal all his cards. Shall we continue? Dogert asked. Ivan nodded. Since the Patronus charm was closely connected to his bloodline magic, naturally the higher the level, the better. With a rare opportunity to have a Dementor as a sparring partner, he certainly wanted to practice to his limit. The 12th opening. Cold air rushed toward him, but Ivan waited for a long time without seeing the Dementor attack. Just as he was wondering if he had somehow killed it, a withered, rotting arm slowly extended out, grasped the box lid, and with a bang, slammed the cover back into place. The Dementor had actually closed the box itself. It felt quite comfortable staying in the box and didn't want to come out. Ivan stood there stunned, completely unprepared for this turn of events. He turned his head and looked at Dogert with a peculiar expression. Dogert was equally bewildered and could only shrug awkwardly. Well, I think it might be tired today and needs some rest. Perhaps we should come back tomorrow. Aren't Dementors supposed to be dark, cruel creatures with chaotic thinking? Ivan said, exasperated. That's true, but they still have intelligence and can understand commands. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't use Dementors to guard Azkaban, Dogert explained. Isn't the Ministry of Magic employing Dementors precisely because they work for free, never take breaks, and come with their own torture devices? Ivan grumbled inwardly, though he nodded graciously on the surface. All right then, let's let it rest for a day. We can come back tomorrow. Having advanced his Patronus charm to level 4 was sufficient for now. He planned to gradually refine it when he had spare time. Noticing Ivan's good mood, Dogget thoughtfully suggested, it's still early. How about I take you out for a walk? You've been battling that Dementor for so long you should clear your head. Having been cooped up in the dark magic shop day after day, Ivan was thoroughly restless and immediately nodded at the suggestion. He had long wanted to see what Knockturn Alley truly looked like, but hadn't dared venture out alone before mastering the Patronus charm to level 4. Come on, I think you'll like this place, Dogget said with a mysterious smile, immediately setting off. He first relocked the box containing the Dementor, then cast several protective spells around the empty room before pushing open the door and leading Ivan away. What if patients come while we're gone? Ivan glanced back at the door. They'll wait patiently, Dogget shrugged. Those who came here for treatment were either shady injured parties or dark wizards with criminal records. They couldn't go to St. Mungo's, so they had to wait for him, no matter how long it took. Ivan immediately understood why Dogget's fees were frighteningly high. Simply wasn't worried about patients refusing to pay. The two walked deeper into the alley for about 20 minutes before Dogget's route became increasingly remote, causing Ivan to furrow his brow slightly. If not for his memories of his mother Ixia's close friendship with Dogget, he might have suspected he was being kidnapped. After a few more minutes, Voices grew louder ahead, and the alley mouth suddenly opened up, revealing a somewhat dilapidated large square. The square's sides were packed with wizards sitting on the ground, old cloth spread before them, displaying oddly shaped magical items and materials in a bustling scene remarkably similar to the night market stalls from Ivan's previous life. This is what you meant. Ivan looked around with keen interest. Of course. Your mother never brought you here, did she? Doggett turned back with a smile. This is Knockturn Alley's wizard market. Legal. Illegal? You can find everything here. Everyone can discover something they fancy. No, she only took me to Diagon Alley. Ivan shook his head, then asked curiously. Did you buy your demeanor here too? You wish. Doggett rolled his eyes. That thing cost me considerable effort and a hefty sum of galleons, plus I had to pull strings with friends to get it. Even this place doesn't sell those. There was a hint of pride in his voice, though he didn't notice Ivan muttering quietly beside him. Didn't you say they sell everything? Liar. Doggett surveyed the surroundings and patted Ivan's shoulder. Take a look around, see anything you want. I'll pay for it as a gift. However, seeing Ivan's eyes light up, he quickly added another sentence. Don't pick anything too expensive. Ivan ignored Doggert's reminder and walked straight to a stall, crouching down and casually picking up a bottle of dark red liquid. The label read, Thestral Blood, with dragon blood and unicorn blood neatly arranged beside it. These rare materials that were once so hard to obtain now lay quietly displayed in wooden crates, filling him with a sense of wonder. The moment Ivan uncorked the bottle, he noticed something was wrong. The Thestral Blood had extremely low potency. A cold notification from his system inventory immediately appeared. Adult male Thestral Blood, magical property, death, but deactivated. Ivan's brow furrowed as he disappointedly placed the bottle back. This batch of blood had been stored for who knows how long, and was completely useless for brewing bloodline fusion potions. Handwritten price tags hung on the stall. Dragon blood 35 galleons per bottle, Thestral blood 50 galleons, unicorn blood 70 galleons. The vendor was an elderly witch with a pipe clenched between her teeth under her pointed hat, smoke swirling around her. Seeing Ivan shake his head, she immediately leaned forward, her narrow eyes sizing him up. But since you're such a cute boy, how about I give you a 30% discount? Ivan instinctively stepped back half a pace. Though he didn't know market prices well, he could tell these prices were outrageous. In Diagon Alley, a complete unicorn horn only cost 21 galleons. Why would unicorn blood cost more? He asked curiously. Have you ever heard of anyone raising unicorns? The old witch countered. Ivan suddenly understood. Dragons could be kept in captivity, thestrals could also be domesticated, but unicorns were extremely difficult to breed artificially, naturally driving up their price. Just then, Dogert wandered over. Following Ivan's gaze to the 3 bottles of blood, he frowned, casually picked up the Thestral blood, pulled out a handful of gold galleons from his pocket, and slammed them on the counter. Black market price of Thestral blood, 11 galleons. We'll take this one. The old witch's hand holding the pipe trembled, and she was about to curse when she looked up and recognized him, her mouth twitching. Mad dog Dogert? Before she could finish, Dogert grinned, showing his teeth. Say that again, and I'll shove your head into a cauldron. Dropping the money, he pulled Ivan away from the stall. Why did you buy Thestral blood? Ivan smiled wryly. I was just looking. Don't worry, it won't go to waste. Even if you don't need it, your mother will. Dogert winked at him. Ivan's heart tightened, almost thinking the man had seen through his bloodline fusion secret, then quickly realized probably meant certain magical items required Thestral blood. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then curiously asked, why did that old hag call you that just now? Well, sometimes having an intimidating nickname can save a lot of trouble. Dogert's eyes wandered as he gave a vague explanation. From their time together, Ivan hadn't found Dogert to be like a mad dog at all. Though the man drank heavily and acted strangely, he seemed fairly normal. Perhaps the nickname came from his drunken behavior? Looking at Dogert's intoxicated appearance, Ivan quietly moved a bit further away from him. After browsing for quite a while, Ivan picked and chose various potion-making materials, planning to practice his skills once he got home. He was calculating in his mind dark magic items would probably be difficult to sell in the near future, so if he wanted to keep the family shop running, perhaps he could switch to the potion business. With this thought, he naturally turned his gaze to Dogart beside him, the former deputy director of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, an absolute authority in potionology. You're planning to sell potions? Dogart stopped in his tracks, turned to face Ivan, his tone more serious than usual. Listen, potion making has never been easy. Even the slightest deviation in a single step can make all the difference in the world. You might have occasionally succeeded in brewing a few bottles in Hogwarts classrooms, but that's far from actually putting them on the market. He raised his hand in a precise gesture and continued patiently explaining. A qualified potion for sale must have significant and stable effects. Buyers need to know exactly what they'll get before drinking it, not gamble on luck. At this point, Dogart patted Ivan's shoulder and offered his advice. If you're truly interested in potionology, work at St. Mungo's potion department for a while after graduation. That place will help you build a much stronger foundation. Ivan listened attentively, though his eyes held a certain confidence. In experience card mode, he had successfully brewed even bloodline fusion potions that required level 6 potionology skills, so he naturally had faith in his abilities. All right, go browse around on your own. Don't wander too far, call me if you need anything. As if suddenly remembering something, Doggart pulled out a handful of galleons from his robe pocket and pressed them into Ivan's hand, then eagerly pushed through the crowd toward a bustling stall nearby. Ivan accepted the money without refusing. It was perfect timing to buy some things, and he'd pay it back when he had more money. He glanced in Doggart's direction. Several wizards and goblins were sitting around playing cards, apparently a small gambling den. He immediately lost interest, silently complaining to himself. Drinking, gambling, extortion. How did someone with such character become deputy director back then? Seeing the man's excited expression, he could only shake his head helplessly. After Doggart left, Ivan freely wandered around the wizarding market. Thanks to the system's identification function, he was confident he'd find some good deals. Special price dragon liver, 7 sickles per ounce. Acromantula venom, only 60 galleons. The vendors' competing shouts mixed together, while the air was filled with the sweet scent of herbs and the foul smell of magical creature. Blood prices here were often ridiculously lower than Diagon Alley. But it was also a mixed bag. Fakes and defective products were everywhere, difficult to distinguish with the naked eye alone. Ivan even found a Nimbus 2000 priced at 60 galleons at one stall. But when he touched the broomstick, the system immediately provided feedback. Maximum speed only 40 miles per hour. It was just a fake shell made to look like a Nimbus 2000. Continuing his selective search, he finally discovered something worth buying at an inconspicuous small stall. It was a silver-white bracelet that appeared to be strung together from various animal bones, with a circular pendant at the end bearing 17 magical runes arranged in a specific pattern. Ivan stood at the entrance of the dimly lit alley, examining it carefully in the slanted evening sunlight. These symbols were completely unfamiliar, not found even in the ancient magical rune handbook that Ixia had given him. The moment his finger touched the bracelet, a series of system notifications flooded his mind. Magical item, Ring of Power. Magic level, low-high varies with infusion amount. Effect, instantly condenses stored magical power, repelling objects within 1 to 3 meters. Description, appears intact, but nearly defunct. Remaining activations, 2. Estimated value, 900 galleons. The short wizard behind the stall, seeing that Ivan was just an 11 or 12-year-old child, didn't hold much hope, but still spoke reluctantly. Just infuse it with magical power, and in critical moments it can release all the stored energy at once, enough to knock down a grown wizard. Ivan glanced up at him and bluntly exposed the truth. Something that's about to break, and you dare price it so high? The wizard was first stunned, then his face flushed red. Damaged? Kid, what do you know? This is in perfect condition. If you can't afford it, get lost. Is that so? I doubt it. Ivan replied coolly, pulling 10 gold galleons from his pocket and slapping them on the counter. Let's make a bet. Your ring of power can only be used twice, and its power is less than half of what you described. If I'm wrong, the money is yours. If I'm right, the bracelet is mine. Passers-by continued walking, but all perked up their ears. The short wizard fell silent for a long moment. Many wizards these days could spot problems with the bracelet, but this was the first to speak so precisely. He himself wasn't even sure how many times the thing could still work. My family is in the magical items business, Ivan added casually. Only then did the wizard understand, looking him up and down with frustration and sighing. 60 gold galleons, take it. Maybe it can still be used after some repairs. Ivan truly didn't understand the market price for such old items, so he boldly cut it to 10%. 6. I'm telling you with the most professional judgment that it's only worth studying at this point. The wizard stared at him blankly for several seconds before squeezing out one word. Scram. Ivan didn't get up to leave, his voice softening slightly. The price is negotiable. After a battle of words, with people coming and going in front of the stall, the atmosphere was like a drawn bowstring. Finally, both parties settled on 35 gold galleons. After putting the bracelet on his left wrist, Ivan strolled out of the bustling market, still calculating in his mind. Did I profit or lose? Thinking that perhaps the real value lay in those 17 unfamiliar magical runes, his mood lightened slightly. Dusk was falling, and the street lamps had not yet been lit. Ivan turned back and came to the small stall he had seen earlier. Dojit was indeed still there, playing wizard cards around a broken wooden table with 2 others. The stall owner appeared to be a goblin, his thin body casually draped in a piece of torn cloth, crouching on a stool taller than himself. If not for the scattered gold galleon coins on the table as a reminder, Ivan would have almost mistaken him for some wizard's house elf. Lost, Ivan approached, glanced at the cards on the table, then scanned the expressions of the players. The goblin wore a smile, while the other 2 wizards looked displeased. As for Dejeta, his facial features were practically scrunched together. It's just a temporary setback. I'll play 2 more rounds and win it all back, Dojit muttered, his brow furrowed deeply as he stared intently at the cards in his hand, completely ignoring Ivan's suggestion. Ivan leaned against a nearby pillar, shrugging helplessly as he waited. What was supposed to be 2 more rounds turned into another full hour of intense gambling once Dojit got caught up in the game. Fortunately, his luck seemed to turn around midway through, and he won several hands in a row, getting his lost money back into his pocket. Only after losing again did he finally suppress his inner frustration, grab his cloak, and prepare to leave with Ivan. Dojit, aren't you going to play a bit more? A few more hands, and you might win it all back, the goblin vendor said with narrowed eyes, jingling several golden galleons in his hand, his face creased with a greedy smile. Forget it, maybe when I have more time. Dojit waved dismissively, his face dark with anger. Coward, too scared to lose it all back? The goblin muttered as he reached to collect the galleons on the table. Before he could finish speaking, a large hand suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it down hard bang. The mahogany round table cracked on impact, with jagged fissures spreading rapidly across its surface as golden galleons scattered everywhere. The goblin's wrinkled face was smashed and swollen, blood mixed with white mucus streaming out in a pitiful sight. Who are you calling a coward? Dojit's eyes were bloodshot, looking completely unhinged as he slammed the goblin's head several more times before grabbing a nearby kettle and pouring scalding water over him. Piercing screams cut through the bustling noise of the wizarding market, drawing curious glances from surrounding wizards. Though no one stepped forward to intervene maintaining order, here was the enforcement squad's job. The other 2 wizards at the gambling table were instantly terrified. One immediately backed away, clearly wanting no part in this conflict, while the other, a wizard in green robes, recovered from his shock and drew his wand, pointing it directly at Dojit. However, an overturned glass on the table had somehow transformed into a purple-striped snake, which hissed and bit the green-robed wizard's wand hand, its slippery body coiling tightly around it. Ah, he cried out in pain, only then noticing that standing nearby was a young wizard of no more than 11 or 12 years old Ivan. But it was too late. Stupefied, Ivan flicked his wand with a sharp command, and the green-robed wizard immediately fell backward unconscious. He didn't know why Dojit had suddenly lost control, but once a fight started, there was no room for hesitation. After dealing with this threat, Ivan kept his wand ready, his gaze warily fixed on the remaining gambler. The man quickly raised both hands, his expression stiff as he indicated he meant no harm, had no connection to the goblin vendor, and had no intention of getting involved. He clearly understood that this duo, one large and one small, possessed formidable combat abilities, and confronting them would only bring trouble upon himself. Ivan nodded slightly, but remained tense, still watching the man coldly. Dojit glanced over and saw that Ivan had handled the interference, then turned his attention back to the goblin. His mouth opened wide, wand pressed against the creature's throat, his voice low but seething with rage as he angrily questioned him again. Who did you just call a coward? Who? The goblin vendor, with his head pressed against the mahogany table, had no idea why he was being beaten. His ears were ringing, air whistled through his mouth, and several front teeth went flying. He squeezed out in a trembling voice, I'm the coward. The crowd suddenly stirred. Ivan looked toward the commotion and saw a group of wizards in neat black robes breaking through the crowd, striding urgently toward the stall. Help! The goblin vendor cried out desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face as if grasping at his last straw. But the next second, his head struck the corner of the table and he passed out cold. Several black-robed wizards drew their wands, clearly targeting Ivan and Dujert. Ivan's palms were sweating as he gripped his wand tightly. Dujert, his anger still burning, finished knocking out the goblin completely, then grabbed Ivan's arm and hissed, "Apparition!" Colorful beams of magical light came whistling toward them, missing by mere inches. Dujert's timing was perfect, and all the curses missed their mark. A sudden crack filled the air, followed by the nauseating dizziness of spatial displacement hardly better than flu powder. When the dizzying light faded, Ivan found himself standing in an abandoned alley. Peeling walls, piles of garbage, and surrounding buildings hollow as skulls, like remains that had been forgotten for years. Just as a sense of safety began to rise, anger surged in his chest. What the hell was that fight about? Just because that goblin called you a coward? Are you out of your damn mind? He demanded in a low voice. Before he could finish, Dujert's face changed dramatically, and he yanked Ivan deeper into the alley. Don't shout. They have magical items that can track apparition locations. Who exactly are those black robes? Ministry people. Ivan suppressed his anger. Of course not, Dujert explained as they ran. They're wizards privately hired by the wizarding market, nicknamed enforcers. They maintain order. Despite the lingering alcohol making his cheeks flush, his tone remained calm. The two rushed into an old building with half its wall collapsed. Dujert lowered his voice. You hide in here. I'll deal with them, or lead them away, then come back for you. Ivan scoffed. Just you? I saw at least 5 of those black robes. Don't underestimate me. They're just a bunch of losers. Dujert grinned as he tossed out this line. then turned and charged toward the depths of the alley. Ivan opened his mouth to ask, "What about getting out of here after the fight?" but only saw the other's silhouette disappear into the twilight. Flashes of spell light flickered in the distance. He sighed, climbed up the protruding bricks, scaled to the top of the broken wall, found cover under a collapsed eave, and prepared to watch how Dugert would handle those black-robed losers. Within just a few minutes, Ivan was covering his face with his hand below. Dugert was fleeing desperately under the magical bombardment of 5 wizards, barely able to fight back. The occasional scattered spells he managed to cast could only provide slight interference. Just who exactly was handling whom? Shattered to pieces, flames roaring. Multicolored spells danced wildly among the scattered stones and ruins. The air twisted from the scorching heat. Dugert gritted his teeth and cast an iron armor charm on himself, but the shield only lasted 2 hits before shattering into fragments. The aftershock sent him tumbling across the rubble until he crashed into a broken stone pillar. Ta! He spat out saliva mixed with dirt, a tooth falling beside his feet with blood streaks. If he had known he'd end up in such a sorry state, he should have drunk less and waited longer before teaching that bastard fairy a lesson. Regret aside, his mind raced. He had to escape. According to his original plan, when the 5 enemies searched for him, they would surely split into groups of 2 or 3, or even scatter completely, allowing him to defeat them one by one. But these 5 black-robed wizards always stayed close together, forming a semicircle around him with endless spells, making it impossible for him to find time to apparate. Even if he forced a spatial transfer, they could instantly follow. This predicament left him momentarily without any good strategy. "Come out, Mad Dog Dugert." The leading black-robed wizard waved his wand from afar, casting long-range spells continuously, gradually compressing Dugert's hiding space, yet never daring to approach. After a moment, as if remembering some rumor, he sneered coldly. "Coward, just keep hiding if you don't have the guts." Before his words finished, the man suddenly felt uneasy and hastily layered several protective spells on himself. The next second, an angry roar exploded. Confringo. Orange-eared flames burst into the pile of rubble ahead, blasting rocks skyward, with massive chunks raining down like meteors toward the 5 black-robed enforcers. Protego Totalum. After a frantic round of defensive spells, the debris was blocked outside, but at the same time, Dugert's exact location was completely exposed. A barrage of spell beams rushed toward him, blasting the nearby stone pillar into several pieces, leaving him naked in the center of the ruins with no cover remaining. Dissipar. He risked gathering power, about to force an apparition, when a snow-white lightning suddenly burst from the stone wall behind the black-robed enforcers. It was the shadow of a unicorn. With heavy hoofbeats, the leading wizard's protective barrier cracked with a snap before shattering. Before terror could fully register on the man's face, he was already kicked flying. Andrew. The remaining black-robed wizards suddenly panicked, wands flashing wildly as spells like Stupefy, Incendio rained down on the unicorn's phantom. However, the light passed right through it, all landing on Andrew behind. Poor Andrew, already severely injured and just struggling to stand with the ground's support, was hit heated by several spells, his clothes catching fire with only half his life hanging on. The brief awkwardness left the black-robed wizards momentarily flustered, and Dugert was stunned for half a breath, but his battle-hardened instincts immediately took over. Taking advantage of the black-robed wizard's distraction, Dugert began brewing a powerful spell. Streams of purple flames surged from the tip of the wand, expanding in the wind to form a sea of fire that rushed toward the opponents. However, the heating collision proved barely effective, as all 4 wizards on the opposite side raised their wands almost simultaneously, casting a series of counterspells that tightly bound the raging inferno. But these counterspells had little effect against magic infused with bloodline essence within the purple flames. The shadowy figure of a unicorn flickered in and out of view, its ethereal hooves flashing intermittently as it alternated between sudden strikes and graceful evasion, leaving the black-robed wizards in complete disarray. Within mere moments, another black-robed wizard was violently gored by the unicorn's shadow and crashed heavily to the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. Foster. The remaining 3 black-robed enforcement officers watched their companion fall, their hearts burning with rage, yet they dared not attack recklessly. The scene of Andrew's accidental injury was still fresh in their minds, and they feared their spells might once again harm their own allies. Their only consolation was that Foster, in his final moments of severe injury, had detonated a dark magic artifact he carried, managing to blast away half of the unicorn's body in what could be considered mutual destruction. As the dust settled, a flicker of concern crossed Doubt's eyes. Upon seeing the swirling white mist, he immediately recognized this terrifyingly powerful spell as Ivan's handiwork, likely related to the Patronus charm they had practiced earlier. Though he couldn't fully comprehend how Ivan had mastered such magic at such a young age, now was not the time for deep contemplation. Once the unicorn's image dissipated, he would have to face 3 wizards alone. Both sides fixed their gaze on the pristine, ethereal creature. In the next moment, the unicorn's form suddenly collapsed into wisps of white mist that drifted through the air. Before the enforcement officers could celebrate, a clear, piercing cry split the air as the unicorn's shadow reformed once more. The half of its body that had been destroyed instantly regenerated, and its massive eyes coldly surveyed the three black-robed wizards still standing. Mad Dog Doubt. Who would have thought you had such an ace up your sleeve? The tall, thin black-robed wizard glared at the disheveled Doubt through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with wariness. This inexplicably strange magic was absurdly powerful. It seemed Doubt had been hiding his true abilities all along. After a moment's hesitation, Doubt decided to protect Ivan's identity and adopted a defiant expression, responding with a snort. If you hadn't pushed me so hard, I wouldn't have intended to get serious. The three black-robed wizards exchanged glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty. They had never expected that 5 wizards working together would still be unable to defeat their opponent, instead losing 2 of their own with such ease. If the fight continued, victory was far from certain. Surrender? It was too late for that. Doubt saw through their thoughts and sneered. My injuries weren't taken for nothing. He stood proudly in the center, waiting for the unicorn's shadow to act. From their previous exchanges, he had already figured out the nature of this magic. In its normal state, it could phase through obstacles and ignore most spells. When briefly materialized, it could directly interfere with reality. Even when severely damaged in its physical state, it could instantly repair itself, serving as a shield that could effortlessly block dozens of spells for him. If there were no other limitations, this was virtually an invincible existence. Doubt's confidence soared as he privately mused that even 3 more wizards wouldn't pose a problem. The enforcement officers were intimidated and dared not make the first move, leaving the air thick with tension like a taut string. Several seconds passed, and Doubt stared at the unicorn shadow standing quietly in place with majestic bearing, when suddenly an uneasy premonition crept into his heart. Come on, move already. Not far from there, in the attic of a dilapidated building, Ivan stood watching the scene below, muttering to himself. My magic is nearly depleted. I can only provide a distraction. No, you'd better make your move quickly. Ever since he saw Dog's dire situation, Ivan had decided to intervene. Having already caused trouble, he couldn't simply stand by and watch Dog get captured by the enforcement squad. Minutes earlier, he had quietly summoned his bloodline magic Shadow of the Unicorn, letting the ghostly white shadow lurk at the edge of the battlefield. When Dog used Thunderblast to create chaos, Ivan struck like lightning, first eliminating the leading black-robed wizard at maximum speed. Then, taking advantage of their unfamiliarity with bloodline magic and the cover of Dog's purple flames, he helped take down the second enforcer. However, the enforcement squad retaliated with vicious force. One of them unleashed an unknown magical artifact that blasted away half of the unicorn shadow's body. Ivan had to pour massive amounts of magic power into barely restoring the unicorn to its complete form. After several rounds of this, he calculated that his remaining magic was only enough for one more materialization. So he forced the unicorn to maintain its ethereal form, keeping it almost motionless to conserve as much magic as possible. He was counting on Dog to lead the attack while he delivered another sneak attack, perhaps taking down one more black-robed wizard. But Dog remained inactive, and Ivan grew desperate. If he waited any longer, his magic would be completely exhausted, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and strike first. In the center of the field, Dog was surrounded by 3 black-robed wizards. Facing their relentless pressure, he wasn't completely confident he could withstand them, so he maintained an arrogant expression to make them hesitate. At this tense moment, the unicorn shadow finally moved. The white shadow swept past with a subtle hiss through the air, and Dog secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The enforcers, remembering their comrade's fate, immediately tensed up, layering defensive spells on themselves before unleashing every attack spell they could muster at Dog since they couldn't deal with this strange magic. Killing the caster would solve the problem just as well. Purple fire and magical light crisscrossed in midair. Dog repeatedly raised his staff, deploying magical barriers one after another. Though they broke faster than he could repair them, he managed to hold on. Meanwhile, the unicorn shadow moved like a whirlwind around the 3 enforcers, preventing them from focusing all their attention on Dog. In a flash, the white shadow had reached one of the black-robed wizards. Impedimenta. Protego. Several defensive spells flickered with light, but he still felt no sense of security. The unicorn shadow passed straight through the layers of barriers, and even the iron armor charm had no effect. The spiral horn pierced his chest, yet no pain came. He only felt his heart skip a beat, and the next second the white shadow had passed through his body. I'm not dead. He turned around in bewilderment as the unicorn shadow locked onto its next target. What followed was another chaotic scramble. The next targeted black-robed wizard frantically cast protective shields on himself, but the white shadow still passed through his chest like a ghost. After the initial shock subsided, he looked down and touched his robes, filled with confusion, because he too was uninjured. Only after the shadow of the unicorn had thoroughly toyed with the remaining law enforcement officers did they gradually realize a crucial fact. That white shadow could no longer inflict serious damage as it had before otherwise. Just a few more kicks would have been enough to send at least one of them off the battlefield. With this realization, all three turned their gazes toward Doggett in unison. Sweat rolled down Doggett's forehead, but his mind was completely blank. This strange magic wasn't his doing at all, and he couldn't even understand its principles. But he couldn't lose face, so he forced himself to appear calm and composed. Taking advantage of the officer's distraction, he immediately switched from passive defense to fierce counterattack. Explosive blast. Casting such dark magic at close range was tantamount to digging his own grave, but Doggett had no other choice. The three enforcers didn't hesitate to conjure over a dozen magical barriers. The orange-eared flames exploded thunderously upon touching the first barrier, with scorching tongues of fire and shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Protected only by a single iron armor charm, Doggett felt his insides churning violently from the impact, but he gritted his teeth and cast another dark curse. Black mist instantly enveloped one of the black-robed wizards, who screamed and collapsed, writhing on the ground. Three had suddenly become two, but Doggett had reached his limit. His defensive spell was completely shattered, and raising his wand again immediately exposed his weakness. The two remaining enforcers raised their wands to deliver the final blow, but they were still a beat too slow. The shadow of the unicorn was already galloping through the air toward them, its snow-white, ethereal hooves raised high. "Don't be afraid. Keep attacking's just bluffing," shouted one of the enforcers. Before he finished speaking, his targeted companion's chest suddenly caved in with the distinct sound of breaking ribs, and the man was hurled against the stone wall behind him, his fate unknown. Only one black-robed wizard remained on the field. He swallowed hard and looked back at the disheveled Doggett. The man could barely stand, yet still gave off a sinister impression. "He's definitely trying to lure me into attacking," the black-robed wizard thought with a chill. The shadow of the unicorn lunged down at him. In panic, he forcibly cast apparition, his form twisting in the air before vanishing instantly. Thud, Doggett collapsed onto the ground, reflexively reaching for the flask at his waist, only to find it completely empty. When he looked up, the mysterious shadow of the unicorn had already dissolved into colorful mist, dispersing in the air. The Hall's family actually had such a powerful spell hidden away? Why did Ivan never use it even once? He muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Ivan, who had just come down from the attic and entered the narrow alley, frowned as the air ahead seemed to be torn open by invisible hands, and a black-robed figure was forcibly squeezed out. The two found themselves face to face, staring at each other in mutual surprise. Ivan frowned and stepped aside, his magical energy limited and unwilling to continue the fight. The black-robed enforcer's eyes lit up with wild delight. In the wizard market, he remembered this brat had appeared alongside Doggart. 5 enforcers working together couldn't take down Doggart, and returning empty-handed would surely bring severe punishment. But bringing back this kid would change everything. With that thought, he raised his wand at lightning speed, the fastest he'd ever moved in his career. However, something even faster struck first, a powerful wave of magical force. 17 runes on Ivan's left wrist bracelet blazed to life instantly, unleashing bull-like strength that slammed Hedon into the black-robed enforcer. Before he could react, he was sent tumbling through the air and crashed into a nearby stinking garbage pile, his wand clattering to the ground. "Why did you have to make this difficult?" Ivan muttered in frustration. He'd just received a system notification. One more use would destroy the ring of magic completely. Fortunately, the ring itself stored some magical energy that only needed activation to release, or today would have been real trouble. The heavily struck black-robed wizard snapped out of his daze, immediately realizing the young wizard carried powerful magical items. No matter how strong magical items were, they still depended on their wielder. He rolled over, grabbed his fallen wand, then executed a smooth turn with the tip aimed steadily at Ivan, fluid movements that showed years of rigorous training. "Stupefy!" Ivan shouted before his opponent could finish casting, forcibly squeezing out his remaining magical energy. The black-robed wizard's face showed utter disbelief as his body went limp and collapsed, completely unconscious. Only then did Ivan lower his wand, grumbling irritably. "Seriously? Did you think I was blind with such obvious movements?" Glancing at his ring's dimming glow, he sighed. "What a mess. What exactly did I come here for today?" He stepped forward, picked up the opponent's wand, casually tucked it behind his waist, grabbed the black-robed wizard by one foot, and dragged him toward Doggart's location. When he arrived at the scene, Doggart had already finished cleaning up. 4 black-robed enforcement team members were piled among the rubble, their injuries apparently given basic treatment by Doggart, though whether they were alive or dead remained unclear. Seeing Ivan drag over the 5th person, Doggart shook his head mockingly. "He really had bad luck running into you." Ivan thought to himself. "Meeting you was my bad luck." But he said nothing, just silently stuffed the 5th enforcer into the rubble pile alongside the other 4. Having enjoyed a good fight and captured all his pursuers, Doggart finally vented the frustration he'd been holding all along. In high spirits, his gaze still fell on Ivan with undisguised amazement. If word of today gets out, you're definitely going to be famous. They'll only say you single-handedly took down 4 enforcers and scared off another. At most, I just defeated a fleeing enforcer with magical items. Ivan rolled his eyes. Fame wasn't exactly a good thing for a little wizard about to enter his second year. Not to mention the cooking, the enforcement squad also meant trouble, which was why he had only used the shadow of the unicorn to assist Doggart throughout the entire battle. Unfortunately, he still ended up running straight into that guy who was fleeing in panic. Ivan faced the aftermath with complete composure, while Doggart couldn't help but be secretly Amazed, had expected Ivan to wait smugly for praise after taking down several adult wizards, and he'd already rehearsed his compliments in his head. What do we do now? Can you handle this? The people from the wizard market won't come after us again, will they? Ivan glanced at the 5 disarmed black-robed wizards, his brow furrowed with concern. It would have been quite troublesome before, but now. Doggart grinned and cast a contemptuous look back at the 5 enforcers. I think we can have a proper chat with them. Are you sure? Ivan remained skeptical. Anyone who could establish a wizard market in a place like Knockturn Alley clearly had formidable backing. In Knockturn Alley, we always fight first and talk later. Doggart patted his chest with complete confidence. As long as you win, everything's negotiable. Then who exactly established the wizard market? You need to tell me that. Ivan's patience had been worn thin by Doggart's repeated overconfidence, and he sworn he could handle the enforcement squad members alone, only to end up overpowered? Seeing the disbelief written plainly across Ivan's face, Doggart sheepishly scratched his nose and had to explain. It's a joint venture by several pure-blood families. They're the ones paying for the enforcement squad, 7 people total, and we've got 5 of them today. Negotiation is inevitable. Those arrogant pure-bloods actually care about a poor place like Knockturn Alley? Ivan sneered. The majority of Knockturn Alley's residents weren't dark wizards, but ordinary wizards so poor they could barely survive. He'd always viewed this place as the wizarding world slum, never imagining those status-conscious pure-bloods would pay attention to such a corner. Nobody argues with gold galleons, and besides, they don't need to show up personally, just find a proxy. Doggart scoffed at the so-called pure-bloods, then adjusted his mood and made the decision. Anyway, I'll handle this. Before he'd finished speaking, he grabbed Ivan's shoulder, and the pulling sensation of apparition hit instantly. Ivan didn't resist, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in a quiet alley, with Ivan's dark magic shop just around the corner. Doggart pulled out more than a dozen gold galleons from his pocket and pressed them into Ivan's hands, instructing, "Remember, don't mention what just happened to your mother. Just say you were practicing the Patronus charm at my place and picked up some materials while you were at it. That's all." Before Ivan could voice his many questions, Doggart's figure flashed, and he operated away again. "I never agreed to this." Ivan tossed the gold galleons in his hand and muttered glumly, "Mad Dog Doggart. That nickname really fits." The weight of the galleons, the faintly glowing ring of power on his wrist, and that precious bottle of thestral blood improved his mood somewhat. Apart from one inexplicable brawl, the gains weren't too bad. With this thought, Ivan straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes and walked toward his family's dark magic shop. Dingling. The crisp chime of the doorbell echoed through the dark magic shop as Ivan pushed his way inside. Behind the counter, Aisha sat with one hand propping up her chin while the other flipped through a yellow journal, her posture relaxed and leisurely. She immediately caught sight of the indescribable weariness etched across Ivan's face and glanced up with a teasing remark. "So how did it go? You weren't scared by the Dementor's appearance, were you?" Ivan bore no visible injuries, just some dust he'd picked up while climbing into the attic, so Aisha naturally couldn't detect anything more unusual. The young man rolled his eyes and tossed the potion bag onto the counter. "No. I suspect it was actually scared of me instead. What was once a perfectly good Dementor is now cowering in a box, too frightened to move." "Is that so? Well, try not to have nightmares tonight." Aisha chuckled softly. She recalled Ivan's terrified expression when he first encountered a Dementor and secretly felt it was a pity she hadn't been able to witness it firsthand today. Ivan decided to drop the jokes and change the subject. "By the way, Mom, do you know anything about Headmaster Doggett's past?" He had the payment he'd just received tucked away in his pocket and was hesitating whether to mention the recent battle, but that didn't stop him from fishing for other information. "Since when have you taken such an interest in him? You never used to care for Headmaster Doggett before." Aisha closed her journal and raised an eyebrow as she studied her son. "I just heard someone call him Mad Dog, and was a bit surprised." Ivan shrugged. He must have been furious when he heard that nickname, right? Aisha wasn't surprised and asked with a smile. "Pretty much." Ivan's mind flashed to the old witch who sold thestral blood. If he hadn't intervened, Doggett would have nearly shoved her head into a cauldron. As for the subsequent conflict with that goblin, he couldn't quite figure it out. Perhaps it was because of being called a coward, or maybe it was getting swindled out of a pile of galleons during the card game. Aisha searched through her memories. "I don't know much about it. I only heard that over 10 years ago, Due to some accident, he was dismissed from St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Later he ended up in Knockturn Alley, where he used a spell to blow off a wizard's arm over some trivial matter, causing quite a stir, and that's how the Mad Dog nickname spread. Over 10 years ago. Ivan gasped. So he was only around 30 at the time? And he was already deputy director at St. Mungo's. He thought of the awards and group photos he'd seen in Doggett's home, finding it difficult to understand how this man had fallen so far. Next, Ivan probed indirectly for more details. Apart from learning that Doggett seemed to have been disowned by his family, the rest was just trivial gossip of little value. Unable to extract more information, he simply shifted to gossip. Mom, how did you and Headmaster Doggett meet? I think he seems to really like you. Rather than liking me, he likes himself more. Aisha shot back irritably, but still glanced at the potion bag in Ivan's hands. Her gaze gradually turned dangerous. Exactly how much money did you take from him today? Ivan coughed guiltily. I just borrowed a few dozen galleons, that's all. Before he'd even finished speaking, seeing Aisha's expression darken, he quickly waved the bracelet on his left hand, indicating he'd also brought back a gift, trying to divert her attention before his mother could explode. I thought this thing might be useful, so I bought it at the wizard market for 35 galleons. After hearing Ivan's explanation, Aisha leaned down and slipped the dark silver bracelet from Ivan's left wrist. The bracelet's surface appeared dull from years of wear, yet under the candlelight, faint runic patterns still showed through. She squinted, her fingertips gently tracing over the runes, examining every inch with extreme care, and then her gaze seemed unable to look away. How is it? I didn't get ripped off, did I? Ivan asked nervously. When he left that short wizard vendor, the man had been grinning from ear to ear, and Ivan had been worried he'd been scammed. This bracelet can only support one more complete activation before it breaks. Aisha delivered the harsh verdict first, then shifted her tone. However, some of the magical scripts on it aren't even recorded in my database. Here they have extremely high research value. If we can decipher their meanings, we might be able to repair the entire piece. Getting something like this for 35 galleons shows you have decent luck. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief, but remained puzzled. Magical script arrangements? What's that? He thought of his own wand, and the preservation box containing the Dementor's surface runes seemed to follow some pattern as well. Aisha didn't hide anything and patiently explained. The foundation of a magical item shop is first reflected in the variety of magical scripts mastered, and second in the corresponding arrangement formulas. Without formulas, magical scripts are just pretty engravings. With formulas, they release magical power. Usually, well-made magical items have their scripts carved internally if outsiders forcibly analyze them. It often causes the item to self-destruct. New arrangement formulas are extremely precious, as creators spend enormous amounts of time developing them. However, items modified later are harder to conceal. For instance, when modifying wands, you can't dismantle the entire wand, so the scripts must be carved on the surface, then encrypted arrangements are used to increase decryption difficulty. As she spoke, her fingertips traced various symbolic patterns in the air, clearly showing her mind racing with thoughts. Having obtained rare magical scripts put her in an excellent mood, and she couldn't even be bothered to fuss about Ivan's earlier borrowing spree at the wizard market. Dinner was simple yet hearty. Afterward, Aisha immediately grabbed the bracelet and dove into her work area, preparing to analyze the runes through the night. Before leaving, she only tossed out one sentence. Get your basic magical script arrangement knowledge ready these next couple of days. Ivan returned to his room, neatly arranged his newly purchased potions on the shelf, and began practicing the Patronus charm. The previous 2 battles had taught him that blood magic consumed far too much magical power, especially when materializing or when the guardian spirit needed to reform after taking damage magic poured out like water through a broken dam. After one battle, he could barely cast it a few times and could only hope that skill level improvements would reduce the consumption. But after practicing for a while, he found his proficiency had nearly stagnated indeed. Without the pressure of Dementors, he couldn't push his limits. He remembered the preservation box at Doggett's place, which was also covered in ancient magical scripts that might be useful for research and practice. Meanwhile, a more pressing dilemma lay before him. Should he tell Aisha about encountering Doggett at the wizard market? He always felt that guy was unreliable, but when it came to actually saying something, he didn't know how to bring it up. The internal struggle didn't last long. In just a day or two, Doggett's glorious achievements spread like wildfire throughout Knockturn Alley, and even Aisha, who often stayed in her work area researching new magical scripts, heard the news. 2 mornings later, Ivan was enjoying his bacon sandwich when he suddenly felt a chill in the air. Looking up, he found Aisha standing there with a dark expression on her face. The next second smack, a newspaper reeking of fresh ink was slammed down hard on the dining table. It wasn't any publication Ivan recognized. The paper was rough, clearly from some small printing press in Knockturn Alley. But what really caught the eye was the moving photograph on the front page. On the cobblestone streets of the wizarding market, Dojit was single-handedly dragging 5 law enforcers behind him like a lion surveying his territory, making no attempt to hide. Dense magical energy swirled around his feet, forcing 2 black-robed guards to press themselves against the wall, too intimidated to even raise a hand in protest. Below the photo, a bold headline read, Dojit takes on 5 law enforcers, single-handed legend returns to Knockturn Alley. After just a glance, Ivan could tell the writer had no clue what really happened. The entire article was clearly cobbled together from Dojit's own boasting and random rumors floating around the wizarding market. But here was the problem: who was it that kept insisting they should keep a low profile? He should never have trusted anything that came out of Dojit's mouth. Now look, front page news in Knockturn Alley. So when you two went to the wizarding market that day, you didn't just shop, you also took down 5 law enforcers? Aisha slammed the table, her voice burning with anger. And you didn't say a word about it when you got back. Technically, Dojit started the trouble, and he's the one who did the fighting. Ivan blinked innocently, but Aisha had already spotted a small line of text. Young wizard accompanying Dojit easily defeats adult male wizard. The editor had even given this its own sidebar, prominently displayed at the bottom of the front page, since underage wizard beats adult wizard, made for great headlines. Only then did Ivan remember that he had indeed taken action once at the wizarding market. While those 5 law enforcers had their memories wiped by Dojit's forgetting charm, that unlucky male wizard had been the exception. Faced with Aisha's interrogation, he had no choice but to tell her exactly what happened, emphasizing that he had only provided some minor assistance. Just then, the bell hanging outside the door chimed, temporarily interrupting Aisha's questioning. I'll get the door. Finish eating, and then we'll talk. She tossed the words over her shoulder before turning to head downstairs. Ivan breathed a quiet sigh of relief, wondering how he could make this right. But who could be visiting this early in the morning? A thought struck him, and he waved his wand to summon the translucent shadow of a unicorn. After days of practice, he could now maintain its ethereal form silently, allowing the unicorn to pass through walls for reconnaissance. The magical energy required was minimal, making it perfect for staying alert to surprise attacks. The unicorn glided effortlessly through the wooden wall, and the figure at the door immediately came into Ivan's view. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What was he doing here? On the first floor, inside the dark magic shop, Ethia opened the door to find Doggett, whom she hadn't seen for several days, standing outside with a large box behind him, the containment box holding the Dementor. Doggett! The pungent smell of potions still lingered in the air, but Ethia's fury had already blazed down the stairs to the doorway. All the anger she had prepared to unleash on Ivan was now directed entirely at her visitor. Doggett had clearly anticipated this. He raised his hand awkwardly, his face full of guilt. Ethia, this is completely my fault. If little Ivan hadn't stepped in 2 days ago, I would have been arrested by the enforcers long ago. Ethia was about to scold him for dragging Ivan into dangerous chaos, but his words left her frozen in place. The newspaper reported that Doggett had single-handedly dealt with 5 enforcers. How did it sound like Ivan was the one who actually fought? She looked up suspiciously toward the upper floor. Just moments ago, someone had sworn he had only provided insignificant assistance. What? Little Ivan didn't tell you. Doggett followed her gaze, looking puzzled. As it turned out, he had asked Ivan to keep quiet temporarily, planning to come apologize in person once things settled down. But the news had spread too quickly, so he decided to take all the responsibility upon himself, assuming Ivan had already told Ethia the truth. No. Ethia gritted her teeth. So what exactly happened? Doggett didn't dare delay any longer and honestly recounted everything from that night getting drunk, causing trouble in the wizard market, and ultimately clashing with the enforcement squad. When he mentioned Ivan casting the shadow of the unicorn, his voice still carried unmistakable awe. I never knew the Halls family had such a powerful spell. No wonder you need Dementors to practice. The Halls family has such a formidable spell? How have I never heard of it? Ethia grew more confused. Doggett's description of Ivan defeating enforcers easily with a single spell similar to the Patronus charm, without even showing himself, made her wonder if he was making it up. The enforcers at the wizard market were all professionally trained, and while not as skilled as ministry aurors, they were far stronger than ordinary wizards. I think even that person couldn't have done this at this age. Doggett muttered quietly, thinking of a certain existence that made him shudder. By the way, I've never seen you use this spell before. He looked at Ethia curiously. That's because I'm not very good at it either. Ethia's expression was strange, but she didn't deny that the shadow of the unicorn was a Hall's family hereditary magic. That makes sense. Spells of this level require talent. Doggett nodded, convinced that only Ivan had mastered this mysterious and powerful incantation. Ethia fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond to his wild speculation, and finally could only turn and shout upstairs, Ivan Halls. There was silence from upstairs, followed by the rapid sound of footsteps, thump, thump, thump. Ivan had heard their entire conversation from upstairs, and now had no choice but to come downstairs reluctantly. With Doggett present, Ethia couldn't directly interrogate him, so she just glared at Ivan fiercely. What was that so-called powerful spell really about? Ivan put on an innocent expression and responded with the same look. Didn't you already know? It's my Patronus charm, just slightly special. Just a little special? Ethia frowned, clearly feeling that Ivan had a serious misunderstanding of the word little. After a brief moment of eye contact, Ivan noticed her expression growing increasingly dark and quickly shifted his gaze to Doggart, forcibly throwing the topic his way. Dean Doggart, have you reached an agreement with the people from the wizard market? Ethia shot Ivan a fierce glare before also turning her attention to Doggart. More or less. Doggart spread his hands, lifting his chin as he spoke. This time I managed to beat them into submission, though I did have to compensate them with some galleons to save face for the wizard market. There was a hint of pride in his voice thanks to this incident. He had made quite a name for himself in Knockturn Alley, and likely no one would dare provoke him lightly in the future. Are you certain? Ethia's frown deepened. Those pure-blood wizarding families value their reputation above all else. I am, after all, a member of the Bohan family. They'll show some consideration for that. Doggart sighed, as if trying to convince himself. But didn't you tell me you'd been disowned by the Bohan family? Ethia pressed. The thing is, not many people know about that. Doggart smiled bitterly. Even he hadn't expected that being disowned would one day allow him to still rely on the family name. The Bohan family? Which Bohan family? Ivan searched his memory, unable to find that surname among the prominent pure-blood families. Suddenly, he recalled something from notable figures in modern Hogwarts history. Mungo Bohan, founder of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. That explained everything. Besides his exceptional abilities, Doggart's appointment as deputy director of St. Mungo's in his 30s was likely also due to his Bohan family connections. Though the family was small and not particularly renowned, nor among the Sacred 28, they had held key positions at St. Mungo's for generations. Wielding considerable behind-the-scenes influence, the current director was also a Bohan family member. With this realization, Ivan felt relieved. If that was the case, the matter could be considered settled. There won't be any more open conflicts. Doggart nodded, though his tone still carried hesitation. I just can't guarantee that the pure-blood families won't cause trouble behind the scenes. The ministry is currently conducting thorough investigations into the proliferation of dark arts objects, and they might use that as an excuse. You're worried they'll pressure the ministry to extend the searches to Knockturn Alley and implicate me? Ethia's expression darkened. Exactly. Everyone in Knockturn Alley knows we're close. My place is just a rundown house. There's not much they can find there. But your situation is different. Doggart revealed the real purpose of his visit. Can the ministry's reach really extend here? Ivan asked curiously. Strictly speaking, Knockturn Alley is also under ministry jurisdiction. It's just that this place is too chaotic and offers little profit, so they've always turned a blind eye. After explaining, Doggart's gaze returned to Ethia. Even though it's just a possibility, we can't afford not to be prepared. In any case, you'll need to take all the dark magic items off the shelves for a while, or temporarily close the shop. Doubt lowered his voice as he stood at the counter, speaking quickly with an unusually serious expression. As he spoke, he untied a bulging leather pouch from his waist and tossed it toward the mother and son with a whoosh. The bag hit the counter with a dull metallic clang, and the faint sound of rolling galleons could be heard. There are 1,000 galleons in there, which should be enough for you to get by during this period. No need. Just remember to drink less next time. Aisha barely hesitated before reaching out to catch the bag and tossing it right back. She knew Doubt was fond of both drinking and gambling, and if he could pull out this much money at once, it was likely his entire savings. Doubt gave an awkward laugh and tried to persuade her for a few moments, but couldn't convince Aisha, so he reluctantly took back the bag of galleons. The troublemaker who had started this mess hadn't finished dealing with the consequences Yves needed to clean up the aftermath. The door chime rang softly as his figure disappeared into the dark alley. The dark magic shop fell silent, leaving only Ivan and Aisha. Under the dim candlelight, the skulls, crystal bottles, and pulsing black gloves displayed on the shelves seemed to lurk in wait, while the air was thick with awkwardness and oppression. Ivan's face was grim, his mind still reeling from the bad news. Doubt had just brought the ministry's inspections had already made business terrible, and now they had to shut down completely, meaning they probably wouldn't have a single sale. As he was lost in worried thoughts, he suddenly shivered. Aisha's gaze was locked on his face like a blade. Now you can tell me what's really going on, can't you? She suppressed her anger, wanting to scold him harshly, but ultimately letting out a long sigh instead. Ivan remained silent, raising his hand to touch the crescent moon pendant at his chest, a gift from Aisha. He realized he might have been too guarded against his mother. After all, he was just a soul who had transmigrated halfway through. Although he had used diplomacy to sort through the original owner's memories, he couldn't truly accept it all, and could only pretend to be the original Ivan, while carrying a sense of guilt. What he had feared most was that this dark witch mother would see through him as an imposter. So he had risked performing the dangerous bloodline fusion ritual just to save his life in the worst-case scenario. However, Aisha's unreserved trust and concern had repeatedly moved him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to return the same trust. Mom, I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just didn't want you to worry, Ivan said quietly. He turned and raised his wand, calling out softly, "Bloodline origins, come." The trunk in the small room upstairs shook violently, clattering and rolling into the corner. A thick ancient book burst out of the trunk, tumbling and spinning down along the stair railing before landing precisely in Ivan's palm. "What is this book?" Aisha moved closer, seeing the cracked leather cover and yellowed pages that clearly showed its age. "I found it in the restricted section." Ivan opened the pages and handed it to her. "I've gained many magical powers from it, so I've kept it with me and never returned it." Aisha took the book and carefully examined it. The paper edges were jagged with age, and lines of obscure Latin text met her eyes. After flipping through just 2 pages, her expression darkened. The book's accounts of the origins of aberrant creatures like werewolves and vampires, as well as records of ancient wizards seizing power from other magical beings, completely overturned her understanding. If this were to spread, the entire wizarding world would be in uproar. How come this book is missing several pages? Aisha stood under the dim lamplight, flipping through the heavy, ancient tome from cover to cover. Her fingertips paused as irregular tear marks appeared starkly between the damaged spine. Several pages of crucial content had vanished into thin air, and her brow instantly furrowed into a sharp blade. "I didn't think it was safe to keep them around, so I tore out those pages and burned them." Ivan clasped his hands behind his back, his tone extremely light. "The specific fusion method exists only in my mind." Of course, he wasn't telling the truth. The real bloodline fusion potion formula came from the system, an origin he simply couldn't explain to anyone. Aisha first nodded, acknowledging the cautious approach of the fewer who know, the better, but upon further reflection, her expression immediately changed. "So you're telling me you randomly picked a book from the forbidden section and dared to follow its instructions? What have I taught you before? What if the content was complete nonsense?" As she spoke, she angrily reached out and pinched Ivan's cheeks, showing no mercy in her grip. But this book made quite a bit of sense." Ivan winced from the pinching and could only mumble his defense. Though internally, he was rolling his eyes. She could hardly say the system has already verified it. Could he? Improving his strength and saving his own life were the real reasons. Aisha had no idea about any of this and grew increasingly angry, lecturing him for a full half-hour with her voice alternately rising and falling. She had read Origins of Bloodlines and knew well the risks involved. In her view, Ivan's ability to stand there unharmed was purely due to extraordinary luck. Only after her throat became hoarse from scolding did she stop and change her tone to ask, "After fusing with unicorn blood, have you experienced any physical discomfort?" "None at all. It's even better than I expected." Ivan shook his head repeatedly, patting his chest in assurance. "My talent skyrocketed, and my abilities are climbing rapidly. As long as I concentrate, my mind works incredibly fast. I can learn any spell instantly. It just drains a lot of energy." He attributed all his abnormal abilities to the bloodline fusion. Aisha remained skeptical, but Origins of Bloodlines did indeed mention that this method could dramatically enhance a wizard's talent, and the evidence was right before her eyes, so she could only swallow her doubts. "That mysterious spell Dogert mentioned you used when defeating the enforcement squad, was that also bloodline magic?" Aisha recalled the battle report and finally remembered this detail. "Yes, that's it, expecto patronum." Ivan raised his wand and, for the first time in front of Aisha, fully demonstrated his bloodline magic. The shadow of the unicorn, wispy white mist, fine as silk threads, poured from his wand tip and quickly condensed into a sacred and ethereal unicorn. It stepped through the air with faint halos beneath its hooves, neck held high, emanating a clear and pure aura of authority. With a thought from Ivan, the phantom guardian charged toward the table and chairs on the right, swift as lightning, trailing a long white shadow through the air. In an instant, he moved to a chair. Ivan's figure resembled a pale golden afterimage, flickering lightly as it passed through the chair back. His ethereal body solidified midair, and his horn thrust forward viciously, sending the wooden table behind him flying with a loud bang as it crashed into the wall. The next second, he glided through the center of another chair like a ghost. Ethia watched intently, completely mesmerized by this series of movements. Dogart had once boasted about how terrifying this bloodline magic was, but only after witnessing Ivan's demonstration did she truly understand how impossible to defend against this attack pattern was. If a wizard didn't know about it beforehand, they were almost certainly doomed to suffer greatly. No wonder those law enforcement officers at the wizard market had been so easily defeated by Ivan. Watching her son move like the wind, she even began to doubt whether she could reliably suppress him at this moment. Unfortunately, materialization drains too much magical power. I can barely use it a few times, Ivan said as he ended the spell, his voice full of dissatisfaction with the enormous magical consumption. "After every battle, I feel completely drained." "Magical power naturally increases with age." Ethia rolled her eyes at him. How could such powerful magic not have limitations? Ivan could only nod, though he still secretly complained about how painfully slow this growth was. In fact, bringing out bloodline origins and demonstrating bloodline magic in person was only meant to completely dispel Ethia's last concerns. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he took the opportunity to voice the doubts in his heart. Since the Ministry of Magic wants to thoroughly investigate the proliferation of dark magical items, why don't we simply create some defensive or auxiliary magical items? Like the crescent pendant you gave me. Halfway through his words, he remembered the pendant was already damaged and had to stop. It's not as simple as you think. Ethia shook her head. Tomorrow when I teach you ancient runes, you'll understand. For now, let's collect all those dark magical items in the shop. Mother and son then took down the goods from the shelves one by one, stuffing them into large boxes in the basement, planning to transfer them elsewhere later. During the moving process, Ivan used the system's identification function to examine each item's effects. Most were cursing or trigger-type magical tools, exquisite rings that could bring continuous bad luck to the wearer, fake hands that could release corrosive spells when infused with magical power. The bizarre designs amazed him. If he could arm himself to the teeth with various magical items like Ethia, combined with Unicorn's Shadow, Ivan was confident he could win cleanly even when facing some dark wizard's head instead of having to hide in the shadows and snipe every time. This was precisely why he was so eager to learn magical item creation. Finally, he placed a skull-shaped magical sculpture into the basement and turned to come out, only to see Ethia standing at the shop in trance with a dust-covered wooden sign leaning against her feet. Ivan curiously approached. The sign was covered in thick mud, making it impossible to see its original appearance. Ethia pointed her wand lightly. Scourgify. The dust instantly fell away, revealing several lines of ancient carvings. Hal's Strange Magical Items Shop? Ivan stared at the lettering for a long moment, unable to look away. What the hell kind of name is that? Why is our shop called this? Ivan turned around with a puzzled expression, looking at Aisha, who was standing on a stool hanging up the sign. She remained composed, tapping her wand lightly as the sign reading Hall's Peculiar Magical Items Shop snapped into place above the doorframe with a click. Only then did she respond unhurriedly. Don't you think the name fits perfectly? We can't exactly call it Dark Magic Shop, can we? The Ministry of Magic would never approve that kind of name for registration. Ivan raised an eyebrow. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like something Aisha had come up with on a whim when filling out the paperwork, otherwise the sign wouldn't have been gathering dust in the corner all this time, only to be hastily retrieved yesterday when they heard the ministry might be conducting inspections. All right, we're officially open for business today. Aisha jumped down from the stool, brushing dust off her robes. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, though her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. She silently regretted choosing that shop name in the first place. Before she'd even finished speaking, she once again delegated the task of minding the store to Ivan and disappeared into the basement, claiming she needed to rush some simple magical items for the inspectors to see. Can I take down the sign first? Ivan sighed, settling behind the counter with his book and surveying the empty shelves. The wooden displays held only a few scattered magical trinkets, a chipped brass instrument, half a bottle of faded invisible ink, several bent quill pens, while the rest of the space was so bare you could see the cracked mortar between the back wall's bricks. Any outsider walking in would probably assume the shop had just been robbed. This won't do at all, he muttered to himself. This was his family's shop after all, and if it continued deteriorating like this, forget about making a profit, wouldn't even be able to afford Lockhart's complete set of expensive textbooks next semester. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, task generating. Ivan blinked. The system had been quiet since its upgrade, and he'd thought the task function had been temporarily disabled. He hadn't expected it to suddenly activate now. He immediately pulled up the interface. Task: revitalize Hall's Peculiar Magical Items Shop. Task objective: pass the Ministry of Magic inspection in 1 month. Task reward: depends on evaluation. Task description: this is a magical shop located in Knockturn Alley that faces the danger of closure. You cannot stand by and watch it decline, so you've decided to revitalize the business. The first step is passing the official Ministry of Magic inspection in 1 month. 1 month from now. Ivan repeated quietly. He'd assumed the inspection would come sooner. On second thought, the Ministry of Magic always operated by the book, lots of procedures, lots of people involved, and word would leak before any action was taken. The information Dugert had received was likely insider gossip, which explained his hesitant manner. Thinking about this, Ivan couldn't help but feel exasperated. By the time the ministry actually made their move, they'd probably only catch dark wizards without connections, while those with influence would have already cleaned up any trouble, just like how the Malfoy family had destroyed the Horcrux ahead of time in the original timeline. However, the ministry's high-profile, slow-moving approach was actually good news for Ivan. He had a full month to prepare. As long as he could figure out how to make the shop look presentable and stock it with some decent magical items, he'd have a good chance of passing the inspection. Ivan glanced toward the basement. Although Aisha had mentioned she would create some simple magical items to display on the shelves to fool ministry inspectors, he didn't find this approach reliable at all. His mission rewards were tied to performance ratings, and he had no intention of settling for the lowest score. If he could use the ministry inspector's endorsement to promote the shop, that would be killing two birds with one stone. The prerequisite was having products impressive enough to catch the ministry's attention. He quickly recalled a classic scene from the original story. After the Weasley twins were expelled from school, they secured an order for 500 sets of shield hats and shield gloves from the ministry. If those two troublemakers could pull it off, why couldn't he? Perhaps he really could win over the inspectors with similar quality goods and boost his ratings in the process. Once the idea took shape, he immediately pulled out his notebook and began jotting down his blueprint for upgrading Hal's peculiar magical items shop. On the surface, they would sell ordinary defensive and auxiliary items, while secretly providing dangerous, lethal, dark magical objects. Whether customers sought legitimate goods or black market items, they could find what they needed here. Once he mastered alchemy, he would stock genuine alchemical products, and potions would also claim their place on the shelves. The next morning at breakfast, he excitedly shared his grand plan with Aisha. She merely smiled casually and tapped his head with her spoon. Once you actually learn to make magical items, you won't think that way anymore. Is it really that difficult? Ivan frowned. Of course, and mind-numbingly tedious. I'd be satisfied if you could grasp the basics within a month, Aisha said with certainty. Ivan silently grumbled to himself. My learning speed is quite fast, and I've never failed when I set my mind to being a top student. To focus entirely on teaching, Aisha simply pulled down the shop's shutters. There wasn't any merchandise to sell anyway. They descended to the basement workshop, where the air was thick with the mingled scents of metal and medicinal herbs. Rather than launching straight into her lecture, Aisha first asked, "What do you think the process of casting a spell looks like?" Using a wand to channel the magic within your body, combined with gestures and incantations, Ivan replied after a moment's thought. Excellent. Aisha raised her wand and gave it a gentle flick, causing a carving knife to hover steadily in midair. The ultimate effect of the levitation charm is to make objects float, and the purpose of gestures and incantations is to tell your magic, "I want it to fly." Ivan nodded. Drawing on the books he'd been devouring these past few days, he came up with a more vivid analogy. The body was like a gun, magic power was the bullet, and spells and gestures were equivalent to loading and pulling the trigger. So he summarized, magical items essentially solidify the loading and trigger pulling process in advance, so you only need to channel magic power into them to directly release the effect. Well said. Aisha was quite pleased with Ivan's quick comprehension. She had previously worried whether Ivan might be too young to understand these concepts. Since Ivan understood so quickly, Ethia explained everything in one go. She emphasized more clearly that to make magic work, like recognizing gestures and incantations, one must rely on magical runes. Each rune corresponds to a specific meaning, and as long as they are arranged in a fixed sequence, the magic within one's body will automatically interpret and release the corresponding spell. What if we could directly tell our magic what we want to do? Ivan suddenly recalled that wonderful state he had briefly entered before. That involves wandless magic and silent casting. Ethia provided the answer. Very few wizards in the world can achieve this. Don't think too far ahead for now. After reminding him to stay grounded, she briefly explained the principles of creating magical items, then pressed a gleaming carving knife into Ivan's hands. Next, a palm-sized stone tablet was placed in the center of the workbench. Its surface was densely carved with over 100 ancient magical runes, with only about half having brief annotations below them, and only around 30 having detailed explanations. Ivan glanced over and immediately noticed that most of the decoded runes were related to death, decay, and suffering, while those symbolizing protection and isolation were few and far between. So that's how it is. He finally understood why Ethia excelled at creating dark magical items. The materials at her disposal were inherently inclined toward darkness. Now let's start practicing. First, carve these runes into wood. Ethia pointed to the wooden boards piled on the table. Today we'll only practice the first one. Keep carving until you get it right. Ivan gripped the carving knife tightly, making his first shallow mark on the wooden surface. He felt that while this seemed easy, it was actually quite tricky. Though he had no experience, he was patient enough. After failing more than a dozen times, he finally carved his first complete character on the board, though the lines were crooked and uneven in depth, looking awkward no matter how he viewed it. Such a result certainly couldn't satisfy him, so he continued carving with his head down. Complex magical runes demanded strict control of force, and 2 days' worth of effort simply wasn't enough. He practiced dozens of times in one go, but still couldn't carve lines as neat as those on the stone tablet. Dinga system notifications sounded in his mind. After a period of practice, your alchemy proficiency has improved. Current level 3, 196, 2000. Only a few dozen points after practicing for over 3 hours? Ivan stopped and felt somewhat dejected. Clearly, Rune carving was an extremely energy-consuming skill that could only be mastered through long-term practice, not just days, but possibly not even weeks would suffice. Maybe I should try that? A thought crossed his mind. Since returning home, he hadn't spent any academic points to purchase Study Master experience cards. He had originally saved them for critical moments of self-preservation, but now that he had mastered blood magic, the dangers of Knockturn Alley had greatly diminished, and hoarding academic points served little purpose. No sooner thought than done. Ivan made his decision and immediately heard the system notification. Ding! 100 academic points have been deducted. The next second, a familiar sensation washed over him, and Ivan suddenly found the carving knife in his hand much easier to control. As long as his hand remained steady enough, inscribing magical runes wasn't particularly difficult. Igia stood nearby, quietly observing. Ivan started with an expressionless face, but as time passed, his brow gradually furrowed with frustration that made her want to laugh. She remembered her own early days learning to carve Renest, countless hours of struggle, repeatedly wanting to throw the knife away in exasperation, only persevering through sheer stubbornness and refusal to give up until she could barely meet the minimum standards. It had taken countless more efforts to reach her current level of proficiency. Thinking that Ivan might spend ages struggling with these basic techniques, she turned away to focus on studying new runic arrangements. Time slipped by quietly. When her research hit a bottleneck, she instinctively turned back to check Ivan's progress, only to freeze at what she saw. The entire wooden board was covered with densely packed ancient magical runes. The first row was crooked and uneven, with inconsistent depths, but as her eyes moved down, the lines became increasingly straight and uniform. The final few runes were nearly identical to the standard inscriptions on the stone tablet. If the wooden board hadn't clearly recorded Ivan's progression, she would have suspected he'd been secretly practicing for years. His improvement was impossibly fast. She stared intently at Ivan's right hand, gripping the knife. It was steady, as if fixed in midair, without the slightest tremor. Under her watchful gaze, Ivan carved over 30 more runes in succession, each one more precise than the last. His carving skill was visibly improving in real time. Igia recalled Ivan's earlier mention of his bloodline fusion ability be concentrating his mind. He could dramatically increase his thinking speed and rapidly learn various spells. She had been somewhat skeptical before. How fast could it really be? Now she had to admit defeat. Could bloodline fusion truly provide such an exaggerated enhancement? If Ivan hadn't warned her about the extremely high failure rate and severe consequences, she would have wanted to try it immediately. In contrast, Ivan seemed far from satisfied. He felt his carved runes were still missing something, and they showed no response when he tried to channel magical power into them. Learning magical runes is incredibly difficult, he sighed repeatedly. Even with the experience card mode he'd purchased for 200 academic points, after 2 solid hours of practice to reach his current level, he still couldn't meet the complete standards. Once the experience card expired, wouldn't his carving be even worse? This thought only made him practice more intensively. Igia couldn't help but laugh, quickly reaching out to interrupt him. First, channel your magical power into the carving knife. Then try inscribing the runes on this purple wood. You can channel power into it. Ivan was startled, but immediately followed her instructions. As magical power flowed in, a faint luminescence appeared at the knife's tip. He made a light stroke across the wood block. The sharpness increased dramatically, and clear magical imprints remained within the carved lines, completely different from his previous lifeless scratches. So the method was wrong. Ivan suddenly understood. He then laid the purple wood flat and selected a cross-star-shaped rune with branches on both sides representing corrosion, and began carving anew. Once the carving knife was infused with magical power, the operation became increasingly difficult. A moment's carelessness injecting too much magic or applying slightly excessive force would require starting the engraving process all over again. Even with the accelerated thinking mode from his experience card, Ivan still failed twice before finally managing to steady his wrist on the third attempt, carving the magical rune deep into the grain of the purple cedar wood. As he finished the final stroke, he immediately tested it by channeling magic into the carving. The purple-black patterns lit up as if ignited, and wisps of dark energy began to rise. Does this count as success? He turned his head, unable to hide the anticipation in his voice. Igia nodded instinctively, though her gaze remained fixed on the purple cedar wood. Too fast. She recalled her own first time successfully carving and activating a complete magical rune on purple cedar. It had taken her a full 2 to 3 months of struggle. Back then, she had prided herself on having decent talent, but now, by comparison, she couldn't help feeling discouraged. Suppressing her emotions and maintaining the composure expected of an instructor, she reminded him expressionlessly. Carving runes is just the foundation. The real challenge lies in arranging the magical scripts. Ivan nodded solemnly and immediately prepared to invest his learning points into the next phase of study. Several days passed in a flash. As Igia explained magical script arrangements, she found herself constantly questioning reality. She had merely given a cursory overview of the analyzed meanings of magical scripts and several common arrangement patterns, Yet Ivan was already eagerly demanding to move forward rather than repeatedly practicing to consolidate his knowledge. Are you certain you understood everything? She asked incredulously. Of course. Ivan gestured with his hand. For instance, when creating corrosive magical items, you use the 1-1-3-6-7 arrangement formula. Script 1 represents corrosion and serves as the core. 3 handles magic conduction. 6 controls item activation. 7 forms the protective shell to prevent backlash. With that, he lowered his head and began working on a finely crafted ring. The carving knife scraped across the metal surface, sending sparks flying. In just a few minutes, a brand new magical item took shape. Ding, a crisp system notification rang out. You have created a new magical item. Please name it. Ring of Corrosion. Ivan thought to himself, then pulled up the item information. Magical item, Ring of Corrosion. Magic power, low. Effect. Instantly casts 1 corrosive dark magic spell when infused with magic. Description. Made by a novice using the most ordinary magical materials. Its only advantage is the exceptionally beautiful script engraving. You'd better not expect it to provide much help in combat. Looking at the merciless evaluation, Ivan's mouth twitched. Couldn't the system offer a few words of praise for his first handmade magical item? He aimed the ring at the workbench and channeled magic into it. A black light flashed briefly, and the wooden edges began visibly aging and rotting. The effect was decent enough, but the corrosion was too slow. No wonder the system said its combat utility was limited. In wizard battles, bodies were protected by magical barriers, and this level of corrosion couldn't even scratch such defenses. He sighed, disdainfully tossed the ring aside, and prepared to create something better later. Mom, so can we start learning some more advanced magical script formulas now? Ivan asked eagerly. Here's the book, teach yourself. Ethia expressionlessly raised her hand and slammed a copy of Advanced Magical Scripts Explained onto the heavy oak table with a thud. The spine struck the wooden surface, sending up tiny particles of dust. Her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly needing some quiet time to compose herself. What had she originally planned to teach these past few days? She'd only intended to have Ivan carve 1 or 2 basic magical scripts onto wooden boards. But now, Ivan had practically devoured almost everything she'd painstakingly researched over the years. She'd have to find time to dig through her truly advanced materials, or she honestly wouldn't know what to teach him next. After Ethia left the workspace with a rather peculiar expression, Ivan eagerly opened his newly acquired Advanced Magical Scripts Explained. The thick pages rustled against his fingertips as his eyes darted rapidly between lines of obscure symbols. Sparks of inspiration crackling through his mind. Could he decode a few simple magical script sequences on his own? Just as he was about to begin, he suddenly felt all his brilliant ideas extinguish like a brutally severed magical network, leaving him staring blankly into space. What was I just thinking about? Ding! Trial card mode has expired. Would you like to renew? No renewal. Get lost. Ivan growled through gritted teeth, his heart aching. The reason he'd been able to deeply imprint the meanings and arrangements of various magical scripts into his mind in just a few days was entirely due to his intermittent use of 7 hours of trial card mode, which had nearly exhausted the academic points he'd saved up over most of the semester. Even so, his gains still fell far short of Ethia's years of accumulation. Analyzing a completely new magical script formula required countless hours and energy, while learning existing formulas was much easier. Combined with Ethia's generous teaching this time, sharing every technique without reservation, if he still couldn't learn, he'd truly have wasted his academic points. After exiting the accelerated learning state, Ivan picked up his carving knife. The poplar board lay across the workbench as he slowly carved the magical scripts, stroke by stroke. This time the pace was much slower, and the strokes far less precise than before, but Ivan wasn't surprised. Peak performance under trial card mode didn't represent his normal level. The knowledge and muscle memory remained. What he needed to do was solidify them through extensive practice. In the days that followed, Ivan immersed himself in studying more advanced magical scripts, never interrupting his daily carving practice. His academic points could now only be gained through spell level improvements, growing extremely slowly, making his regular efforts all the more important. Occasionally, he would discuss new magical script arrangements with Ethia over diagrams and materials they planned to reference the defensive hat principles developed by the Weasley twins in the original story to create several defensive magical items. If George and Fred could manage it with just the two of them, he and Ethia should theoretically be able to create something similar with a bit more effort. However, once they actually began, Ivan truly understood the difficulty of creating entirely new magical script arrangements. Beyond time and energy, it required investing large amounts of galleons to purchase highly conductive magical materials. Magical scripts could only be safely activated when carved onto these materials. If the formula was wrong, having the item break was considered lucky. Bad luck could even be fatal, so they could only experiment with extreme caution. Otherwise, those 100+ ancient magical scripts on that stone tablet wouldn't have detailed annotations for only a third of them. But where exactly did George and Fred acquire such knowledge? Ivan set down his quill, his gaze falling on the ancient runes dictionary spread open on his desk as this question arose in his mind. The restricted section was virtually the only reasonable answer. Its collection was vast as the ocean, and despite spending an entire school year immersed in it, he hadn't even scratched the surface of 1/10th of the books. Since even forbidden materials related to Horcruxes could be found there, a few books on ancient runes would certainly be no challenge. He hadn't let this time slip away idly either. Using his mother's underground workshop, he had crafted a batch of magically enchanted items that were simple in structure yet extremely practical. Ethia hadn't been idle either, adding exquisitely crafted trinkets to their inventory. Working together, they finally managed to restock a quarter of the shop's shelves. As the last display stand was positioned, the hall's Curious Magical Items shop sign hanging above the door lit up once again. This routine continued until the morning of the second week. Behind the counter, Ivan held his carving knife, while silently reciting runic symbols when a crisp chime suddenly rang out. He instinctively tucked away the knife. The ministry's inspection wouldn't arrive for at least another half-month, so the visitor was most likely a customer. "Good day. Welcome to Hall's Curious Magical Items shop. How may I assist you?" He looked up and inquired politely. The figure that came into view made Ivan freeze momentarily. The man wore black wizard robes, his pale golden hair gleaming coldly under the lights, his complexion as pale as carved stone. His silver serpent-headed cane struck the floor with a thud, causing the crystal balls to tremble slightly. Lucius Malfoy. Ivan narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing the man's intentions. Trouble with the wizarding market? No, according to Doggett's intelligence, the Malfoy family wasn't mentioned as a stakeholder behind the market. That could only mean, is Mrs. Halls not in the shop? Lucius's gray eyes swept across the shelves, noting that compared to his last visit, the store was now more than half empty. "She is," Ivan replied curtly, then added, "I'm currently managing the shop's affairs. If Mr. Malfoy has business, you may discuss it with me." "Listen, boy," Lucius waved dismissively, his tone impatient. "I'm here to make a substantial transaction. Go fetch your mother." "Is Mr. Malfoy looking to sell dark magical items?" Ivan cut straight to the point. Lucius paused briefly, then nodded in tacit acknowledgement. "Then my mother certainly won't accept." Ivan stood his ground firmly. "You've surely heard about the ministry's recent activities. We're temporarily not considering large purchases of dark magical items. The ministry can hardly reach Knockturn Alley, can it?" Lucius frowned. The boy's articulate response made him abandon his initial dismissiveness. "It seems Mr. Malfoy isn't well informed about the current situation in Knockturn Alley." Ivan shook his head. Lucius fell silent. Recently, he'd been busy clearing prohibited items from his manor and had no time to pay attention to outside developments. Ivan didn't elaborate further, only mentioning that the ministry would very likely expand their investigation scope, which was why they had removed those inappropriate items. Lucius's expression immediately darkened. If things were truly as Ivan described, this would be quite troublesome indeed. Among the 3 dark magic shops in Knockturn Alley, Lucius had already visited the one run by goblins, who flatly refused to help him dispose of his dark magical items. The proprietor of Borgin and Burke's was notoriously shrewd, and Lucius worried the man might use the opportunity to drive down prices. So he decided to test the waters at this smallest establishment first, only to learn from Ivan that the ministry was about to conduct inspections in Knockturn Alley. Lucius didn't realize the enforcement officers would only target this one show. Mistakenly believed Fudge intended to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire alley. At this thought, his expression darkened, and he turned to leave, planning to contact other old friends to help dispose of his items. "Wait a moment, Mr. Malfoy." Ivan's gaze settled on the black diary in his left hand. "What is it?" Lucius Malfoy paused mid-step. "While our shop can't take everything in one go, we could certainly add a few items to our inventory." Ivan abandoned his previous calm demeanor, adopting a lighter tone. "Especially those novel and interesting magical objects." Lucius shook his head inwardly. Just moments ago, he'd thought this young wizard showed remarkable maturity. If only Draco could be the same. Yet within a few sentences, the boy had revealed his childish nature. He was about to refuse outright, wanted to sell in bulk, not waste time itemizing individual pieces, but his grip on the diary suddenly tightened. Perhaps this was a perfect opportunity to rid himself of trouble. "What do you think of this?" He turned around and placed the diary from his left hand on the counter. Ivan leaned in for a closer look. The diary wasn't thick. Its ink-stamped date on the cover had long since faded, making it impossible to tell how long it had been stored. Otherwise, it appeared completely blank. However, he knew perfectly well what it was. This was Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary, Voldemort's first Horcrux. If left unchecked, it would possess Ginny Weasley next term, release the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets, wreak havoc throughout Hogwarts, and finally be destroyed by Harry Potter. Last term's events had already proven that Ivan's presence had caused many predetermined events to deviate from their original course. Who could guarantee that the giant serpent wouldn't actually kill a student this time? If casualties occurred at Hogwarts, the school would inevitably shut down for reorganization, and he too might encounter the basilisk. Since the opportunity presented itself, he naturally wanted to solve the Horcrux problem once and for all, need only master fiendfire. Moreover, he still possessed the incomplete bloodline origins and had questions that required answers from someone in the know. While at Hogwarts, he had considered approaching another Horcrux Ravenclaw's diadem but ultimately abandoned the idea. Voldemort had grown extremely powerful by then, and if the diadem wasn't immediately destroyed or handed over to Dumbledore, carrying it would risk being controlled. The diary was different. It contained Voldemort's memories and power from his 5th year, making it the most suitable Horcrux to approach among them all. Ivan stared at the Horcrux diary for a moment, countless thoughts flashing through his mind before he feigned curiosity and asked, "This looks like a book? Or perhaps a notebook? What's it used for?" "I'm not entirely sure myself, only that it's definitely a dark magical artifact." Lucius's voice carried its usual arrogance, yet remained vague enough to avoid any specifics. "If you want it, I could sell it to you at a low price." Ivan pursed his lips, thinking to himself that old Malfoy was being rather dismissive toward him as a young wizard. He could have at least made up some story. Even claiming it was a master's study notes with automatic tutoring capabilities would have been better than, "I'm not entirely sure." Despite his internal complaints, he maintained polite silence. In truth, Lucius genuinely didn't know how to use the Horcrux diary. When the Dark Lord had personally entrusted it to him years ago, he had only said to keep it safe. Suspecting it might contain unimaginable dark power, Lucius had simply locked it away in the depths of his manor and never touched it again. Only recently, when the Ministry of Magic began their aggressive investigation into dark magical artifacts, did he hastily retrieve it, planning to dispose of it quickly to avoid any connection being traced between himself and the fallen Dark Lord. "Are you going to take it or not?" Seeing Ivan stare at him in silence, Lucius reminded him impatiently. "Since we can't confirm its purpose, it might just be an ordinary diary." Ivan pretended to think deeply, affecting a mature demeanor. "How about one canute?" With that, he pulled out a tarnished copper canute and gently placed it on the table. The crisp sound of metal hitting would seem particularly jarring in the quiet room. Lucius was so incredulous he laughed. "One canute? You couldn't even buy a muggle book for that price. This is a dark magical artifact. The Ministry is investigating dark magical artifacts, Mr. Malfoy." Ivan narrowed his eyes, adopting the posture of a profit-seeking merchant to drive down the price. Unfortunately, his childish face made his shrewdness appear comical, nearly destroying the negotiating atmosphere entirely. Ironically, this very performance helped Lucius make his decision. After several seconds of silence, he suddenly smirked. "Fine. One canute it is." With that, he set down the diary, picked up the copper coin, gripped his serpent-headed cane, and strode away. Upon reaching the doorway, he casually tossed the canute into some bushes and muttered mockingly, "This is probably the stupidest deal I've ever made." However, thinking of that young wizard who appeared mature on the surface but remained naive underneath, he revealed a sinister smile since the boy had voluntarily purchased it. If anything went wrong later, it couldn't be blamed on him. After Lucius's figure disappeared around the corner, Ivan dropped his pretense and flicked his wand lightly. Accio! The discarded coin shot up from the bushes and landed steadily in his palm. Lucius's coin tossing had been quite obvious, merely expressing his disdain. Ivan wasn't about to turn down even small change. Money was money, however little. "It seems you're not worth much in Mr. Malfoy's mind." He placed the canute on the table and spun it gently, sighing. The spinning coin gradually slowed to a stop, and Ivan found himself hesitating about what approach he should take when dealing with this Horcrux diary. Appeasement? "Dear Mr. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I'm your junior by more than 50 classes. Have you ever damaged any books in the school library? Or should I use more direct methods?" Ivan leaned against the desk edge, two extreme plans flashing through his mind. First, to negotiate with the Horcrux in a gentle, friendly manner. Second, to simply ask Ethia for a dark arts artifact capable of conjuring fiendfire and press those roaring black flames directly against the cover. "See this fiendfire? Dare to lie, and you're dead." In the end, he pushed both crazy ideas aside, took a deep breath, activated a clemency, and firmly suppressed his emotions. His left hand reached out, fingertips lightly touching the ink-black diary cover. Magical item, Tom Marvolo Riddle's Diary Horcrux. Magic level, strong. Description, originally a diary used by young Voldemort to record information. After accidentally acquiring advanced Horcrux knowledge in the restricted section, he split his soul through a killing ritual and infused a fragment into the book, creating his first Horcrux. The moment Ivan obtained the diary, he felt no mental impact, yet remained vigilant as he leaned down to examine it carefully. Were there ancient runes carved on the cover? Any special symbols on the spine? He searched desperately for any anomaly. The result disappointed him. Nothing. This confirmed his suspicion that the Horcrux's driving core wasn't external inscriptions, but the soul fragment itself. With this thought, he slowly opened the pages, running a clemency at maximum capacity. On the first page, a row of blurred ink marks appeared. TM Riddle. Ding. Through practice, Your occlumency proficiency has improved. Ivan's eyebrow twitched slightly. Finally, Tom Riddle was skilled in legilimency, as he had expected. But judging from the system prompt, the opponent's level wasn't particularly high, roughly equivalent to his own occlumency. In other words, they were evenly matched. Unlike facing Dumbledore, when the system had repeatedly popped up notifications of occlumency proficiency greatly improved. This also meant that even without spending achievement points on experience cards, he could handle the Horcrux with ease while conveniently grinding his skill proficiency. He laid the diary flat, grabbed a nearby quill, and dipped it in ink while pondering what tone to use for his opening. The ink on the pen tip was suddenly absorbed by the diary. On the blank page, ink marks formed spontaneously, creating a faint sentence. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." The writing remained for several seconds before vanishing without a trace. Ivan's mind stirred as he scribbled down a series of questions. "Hello, you say you're Tom Riddle? How old are you this year? Why can you communicate with me? How were you created? Do you have any special abilities?" After writing, he waited quietly, wanting to see how the diary would fabricate its identity to decide whether to use appeasement or intimidation next. The barrage of questions left the Tom inside the diary stunned. After a long while, Ivan's writing on the page was suddenly scrambled and reorganized. "I am merely a diary. The person who created me was named Tom Riddle, and he left behind part of his memories, which is why I can communicate with you." How unoriginal. Ivan curled his lip. After all this time, that's the best identity you could come up with? He had expected Tom Riddle to disguise himself as some legendary wizard and pull off a wise mentor storyline to deceive him. Perhaps intimidated by Ivan's questioning, the ink began to shift again after offering an explanation. "Are you a Hogwarts student? Let me guess, you're in Slytherin? Then I must be your senior. Feel free to ask me about any academic matters you don't understand, any question at all." "Actually, I'm in Gryffindor," Ivan thought to himself, while sensing Tom Riddle's overflowing confidence between the lines. Not that it was surprising anyone who could command a basilisk and split their soul to create their first Horcrux in 5th year, taking the first step toward immortality, would naturally become arrogant. Ivan pondered for a moment, then dipped his quill on the diary and wrote down a question that had long troubled him. "What is the essence of magic?" The ink remained still for quite some time, offering no response whatsoever. He frowned and wrote again. Then, "What about the recipe for Felix Felicis?" Felix Felicis could grant 12 hours of extraordinary luck, and it was a potion Ivan had always wanted to brew. Even after scouring the restricted section, he couldn't find the recipe, so naturally, he pinned his hopes on the diary. However, Tom Riddle still provided no answer. So much for knowing everything. Liar. Ivan cursed inwardly. In truth, when this Horcrux was created, Tom was only in 5th year. How could he possibly understand the essence of magic? As for the Felix Felicis recipe, it was so rare that only a handful of potions masters possessed it. He certainly couldn't conjure it out of thin air. After hitting 2 dead ends in a row, Ivan finally realized that the young Dark Lord wasn't as omnipotent as he'd imagined. Next, he downgraded his questions, asking only about basic spells. This time, the Horcrux finally responded. Ivan's written words gradually faded, and new text reformed on the page, providing detailed answers complete with Tom's own spellcasting techniques. Within just a few minutes, a series of system notifications rang out in Ivan's mind. Ding! After a period of study, your shield charm proficiency has greatly improved. Ding! After a period of study, your disarming charm proficiency has greatly improved. Ding! After a period of study. Ivan was overjoyed, his gaze toward the Horcrux instantly softening. This was the perfect learning accelerator. Before completely draining its value, he temporarily abandoned the idea of destroying it with fiendfire. Suddenly remembering his current predicament, he picked up his quill and wrote, "Can you create magical items?" Tom Riddle remained silent for a moment before replying with just 2 words, "I cannot." Ivan felt slightly disappointed and was about to close the diary when the ink began moving again. "But I do know some ancient runes." Seeing the text appear on the diary's pages, Ivan finally smiled. He had guessed that Tom Riddle must have had considerable knowledge of ancient runes and magical artifact creation. After all, this future Dark Lord didn't pursue any other career after leaving Hogwarts, but instead went to work as a clerk at Borgin and Burke's, a dark magic shop that placed great emphasis on runic research. This was enough to prove his growing interest in ancient runes. Ivan speculated that he had probably come across relevant texts in Hogwarts' restricted section and wanted to delve deeper into the subject. This reminded him of those infamous Horcruxes. Voldemort liked to seal soul fragments into already powerful magical objects, something that would be impossible without a solid foundation in ancient runes. "You're truly amazing, knowing everything. Could you teach me?" Ivan wrote in the diary, casually flattering his counterpart. A few seconds later, the Horcrux diary gave a concise reply, "Yes." With the new runes that Tom Riddle had generously shared, Ivan's progress on the curse-deflecting gloves accelerated dramatically. Among those runic passages was one that could serve directly as the core for curse deflection. After another week of repeated failures, recarving, and more failures, he finally completed the finished product. Magical item, curse deflecting gloves. Magic level, intermediate. Primary effect, reflects curses. Description, when worn, if someone casts a curse at you, simply stare directly into their eyes, and the curse will be reflected back. Note, limited effectiveness. Frequent use may cause damage. Cannot defend against advanced dark magic. Finally finished. Ivan examined the gloves from every angle, growing more pleased the longer he looked. The materials had only cost 5 silver sickles, but he might be able to sell them to the ministry for a hefty profit. As for damage, when they broke, he could just sell a new batch. Having made up his mind, he headed straight to the research area to show his achievement to Ethia, who was busy with her own studies. You've already deciphered those runes? Ethia looked up, her voice filled with disbelief. Ivan had only mentioned seeing some ancient texts at Hogwarts a week ago, and wanting to try studying them. She had originally thought this would take at least several months. You know, it wasn't really that difficult. Ivan shrugged, shamelessly attributing the Horcrux diary's contribution to his own talent. Having already been devastated by his monstrous abilities before, Ethia's surprise lasted only 2 seconds before she calmed down and immediately dragged him off to test the gloves. Although Ivan had read the system description, Hansen verification was the safest approach. They quickly arrived at the basement training ground. So, why am I the one playing target? Ivan stood in the center of the area, pulling the curse-deflecting glove onto his left hand while quietly complaining. As the developer, isn't it natural for you to test it yourself? Ethia raised her wand, her eyes gleaming frighteningly bright. Whether this was truly as she claimed, or simply because she wanted to vent the frustration from being outshone these past few days, was anyone's guess. Come on. Ivan steadied himself, his eyes locked intently on Aisha's tongue-tying curse. Aisha raised her wand and cast the first offensive spell, a thin beam of light whipping through the air like a lash. The moment the light struck Ivan, the circular runic pattern on his left glove with sharp, triangular symbols embedded within the ring suddenly blazed to life. In the next instant, the curse rebounded, shrieking as it grazed past Aisha's shoulder. She had anticipated this and gracefully dodged aside. Aisha didn't pause, escalating the power of each subsequent spell. Disarming charm, stunning spell, knockback jinx. Ivan relied entirely on his anti-curse glove to deflect them all. Finally, when the Levi Corpus was cast and the air seemed to twist instantly, the glove emitted a tearing sound amid blinding white light, rip, as a crack split open across the back of his hand. Ivan's body swayed violently, but he still managed to resist the disorienting effects of the Levi Corpus. Very practical device, almost as effective as the shield charm. Aisha lowered her wand, her tone appreciative. No, it's still much weaker than the shield charm. Ivan fingered the damaged edge of the glove, his voice calm despite being acutely aware of its limitations. The shield charm could form a comprehensive barrier, while this glove required direct eye contact with the caster to activate and struggled against high-intensity dark magic. But its greatest advantage lay in the element of surprise if an opponent mistakenly believed he had no defenses, only to have their own spell reflected back at them. Even a moment's hesitation could mean immediate defeat. It would be perfect with a few more improvements, he mused, stroking his chin as he began mentally organizing enhancement ideas. He now mastered over 40 runic symbols, most learned from Aisha's instruction, a few extracted from the diary Horcrux, offering limitless combination possibilities. With about 2 weeks remaining before the ministry's visit, he planned to create several more magical items with different functions. She couldn't rely on just one glove. The success of the anti-curse glove earned Aisha's enthusiastic approval to continue their research. Combined with Tom Riddle from the Horcrux, their three-way collaboration accelerated runic formula development at an almost daily pace. Roughly every 2 to 3 days yielded a confirmed new formula. Ivan was thrilled by this progress, perhaps even becoming somewhat overconfident. It was precisely at this moment that Tom Riddle made a new request in the diary. Want to learn about the outside world? Seeing the ink materialize on the page, Ivan gripped his quill and fell silent for a moment. He had expected this request much earlier. These past days he had questioned frantically, acquiring vast knowledge, while Riddle had received only a few runic formulas and various crafting processes, including the anti-curse glove. While these would be invaluable to ordinary people, they hardly seemed urgent to the Riddle within the Horcrux. Yes, after the Malfoy family acquired this diary, they kept it locked away in storage. So now I want to know about the outside world. The black text floated for a few seconds before fading, reforming into new lines. We're friends, aren't we? You'll tell me, won't you? Of course, we're friends. What would you like to know? Ivan gripped his quill and reluctantly wrote these words in the diary. He knew all too well that if he refused to answer even such trivial questions, he could forget about extracting any useful information from Tom Riddle in the future. The ink gradually faded, leaving the diary silent except for the soft rustling of pages. After a moment, new writing appeared. Tom Riddle had clearly chosen his words carefully. I want to know about the major events that have occurred in the wizarding world in recent years. Also, who is currently the most famous and powerful wizard? Ivan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The most brilliant wizard today is obviously Dumbledore. Who else could it be you? Outwardly, he deliberately put on a thoughtful expression as his quill flew across the page. I haven't inquired about recent major events in the wizarding world, but the most powerful wizard is Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. The writing disappeared again as Tom seemed to deliberate. After a long while, a new question appeared, written with a trembling hand. Who else besides him? Ivan stroked his chin, quickly filtering through useful names in his mind. Nicholas Flamel was over 660 years old, and though he kept a low profile, mentioning him was certainly better than bringing up Minister Fudge. That would be the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who is said to have lived for over 660 years. The ink on the diary suddenly became erratic. What about the Dark Lord? Have you heard of him? The scrawled handwriting betrayed an eagerness for the answer, as if the writer's heartbeat had lost its rhythm. Perhaps realizing this question was inappropriate, Tom hastily added more. I mean, before the Malfoy family put me away, I heard this name from them, so I'm quite curious and wanted to ask. As a Horcrux, he could vaguely sense something amiss with his main soul, but the distance and weakened power left him completely in the dark, hence his urgency to confirm. Ivan tapped the table lightly, silently assessing. A fifth-year Dark Lord was still too green. The young Voldemort's arrogance and conceit made it normal for him to reveal flaws when toyed with in such succession. The Dark Lord? He's supposedly dead, from over 10 years ago. He wrote the answer unhurriedly, and once the other's interest was firmly hooked, he changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to be a diary? Why are you curious about this? Let's continue studying runic formulas instead. I saw a rune somewhere that I've always wanted to understand. Without waiting for Tom's response, Ivan had already drawn a semicircular umbrella-shaped symbol on the paper, precisely the ancient rune from the wooden box that imprisoned the Dementor. This is a type of isolation rune that can shield magical power, typically used for making preservation boxes to store precious magical artifacts. Tom suppressed his urge to ask more about the Dark Lord and automatically provided the explanation. After all, as long as the main soul existed, Voldemort couldn't truly die, or rather, he himself would eventually become the new Voldemort. After a brief exchange, Ivan snapped the diary shut and stuffed it into the deepest part of his cabinet. Thanks, Tom, he muttered to himself, then retrieved a half-finished diary cover from his drawer and carved the isolation rune he had just learned into the corner of the cover. Hopefully, there won't be a time when I need to use it. Amidst the fulfilling days of study and discussion, 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye. By the time Ivan had finished crafting all the anti-curse items, only 3 days remained before the Ministry's inspection team would arrive. The previously empty shelves were now packed to capacity, an array of exquisitely designed magical items lined up neatly, most of them the result of collaborative research between Ivan, Ija, and Tom Riddle during this period. The remaining few came from the Weasley twins, George and Fred. Back when researching the anti-curse gloves, Ivan had written to the brothers asking about ancient runes, but their knowledge of runes overlapped significantly with what Professor Tom Riddle had taught, offering limited help. Considering how wildly successful the prank products the twins developed in the original story were, Ivan had simply sent another letter a few days ago, asking them to send their finished products for his shop to sell on consignment. In the early morning, accompanied by the creaking of window frames, 2 owls glided into the shop, one carrying a package, the other clutching an envelope. Ivan took the envelope and unfolded the letter first. To Ivan Halls, thank you for remembering us during what should be a pleasant summer holiday. Your proposal in the letter is excellent. As the prospective proprietors of the Noti Edificially Op and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, George and I formally authorize you to sell our products on consignment. We proudly present our latest invention, the Pygmy Puff. It's an alchemical creature created based on the magical creature of the same name. It has 0 attack power and pitifully fragile vitality, but it's extremely adorable. We're certain it will be a bestseller. Also included, fake wands, quick quotes, quills, extendable ears, and dung bombs. All usage instructions are written on the attached pages. To prevent interception en route, we've added protective magic to the attachment. Breaking the spell should be child's play for you. Finally, we hope we got the address right if you really do live in Knockturn Alley. The signature was a scrawled but spirited Fred George. Ivan folded the letter and picked up the package. It was surprisingly light, obviously charmed with a lightning spell. No wonder an owl could carry it all the way to Knockturn Alley. They haven't been idle during this time either, he chuckled softly. Untying the rope, the wrapping paper fell away, revealing several brightly colored prank products neatly arranged inside. Ivan remembered that before leaving school, the twins had only managed to create dung bombs and quick quotes quills. He hadn't expected that after just over a month of vacation, they'd already innovated with new products at such an impressive pace. What made it even more remarkable was that all this had happened under Mrs. Weasley's eagle-eyed supervision. His gaze finally settled on a pink fluffy ball, the Pygmy Puff. The fist-sized ball of fur rested gently in his palm, almost weightless. The pink fluff pulsed rhythmically, occasionally brushing softly against Ivan's palm, so tender it made one want to play with it. Alchemical creature, pygmy puff. Magic power, low. Description, perhaps the weakest alchemical creature in history. Abilities include but are not limited toked and cute, rolling around, hopping, spinning in circles. Absorbs the owner's dispersed magic power at an extremely slow rate to sustain vital activities. After the system prompt appeared, Ivan couldn't help but feel speechless. Still, as long as this thing was cute, that was enough. What more could one ask for? With Puffy perched on his shoulder, Ivan held the instruction sheet that came with the package, only to find it completely blank, nothing written on it at all. The boy gently rubbed the paper's surface with his fingertips, his mind quickly searching through the various prank codes the Weasley twins typically used. Let me think. He raised his hand to his chin, his gaze shifting back and forth between the blank parchment and the fluffy little creature on his shoulder. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He drew his wand, pointed it at the paper, and solemnly whispered, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Golden ripples of magic spread outward from his wand tip, and the parchment seemed to be soaked with ink as lines of text seeped through, quickly filling the entire page. Ivan smiled with satisfaction. It worked perfectly. He had seen similar concealment charms on the Marauders map before, but he never expected George and Fred to transplant this protective measure onto ordinary instruction sheets. Compared to that magical map from Hogwarts, this was just ordinary parchment, not a true magical artifact, but it was clever in its simplicity. After quickly scanning the contents, Ivan was surprised to discover that besides explaining each product's function, the Weasley brothers had actually included complete manufacturing instructions, and even humbly asked for his suggestions for improvements at the end. That unguarded trust warmed Ivan's heart, and he immediately turned his attention to understanding how Puffy was made. After finishing his reading, he finally understood that this alchemical version of Puffy was essentially similar to certain smart but stupid robots from the Muggle world following preset programs to perform only simple actions. The brothers' inspiration clearly came from their father Arthur Weasley's collection. As an employee of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, Arthur's home was filled with all sorts of mechanical gadgets, and George and Fred, growing up around these things, naturally learned to blend Muggle technology with magic. Just as Ivan was about to take apart the outer shell for closer examination, the clear sound of dingling rang out from the doorway. He looked back to see Dean Dugert, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, stepping into the shop. "Is there something you need, Dean Dugert?" Ivan placed the still tail-wagging Puffy on the counter and asked politely. Dugert's brow was furrowed, his steps carrying an unusual urgency. "I've received word that ministry inspectors will be coming in 2 or 3 days. He looked around and noticed that the shop's interior was vastly different from his last visit. The shelves were polished to a shine, and various merchandise was arranged in perfect order, but he had no mind to examine it closely. Instead, he lowered his voice and pressed, "After all this time, why haven't you disposed of those dark magical objects?" "Where's Ixia?" "Dean Dugert, this is a legitimate magical shop. We don't have any dark magical objects you're referring to." Ivan's smile faded as he interrupted with complete seriousness. "Don't let our location in Knockturn Alley fool you. Though we operate here, our hearts have always yearned for the light. We've been dedicated to researching defenses against dark magic, and we've already achieved some results. Please allow me to formally introduce our shop's flagship product, anti-curse gloves. Would you like a pair, Dean?" With that, he gestured toward the most prominent shelf behind him. Dugert stood frozen in place. Had he walked into the wrong shop, or had this boy lost his mind? Before he could voice his thoughts, Ixia had silently appeared behind Ivan, casually ruffling his hair. Save that speech for the ministry people. She was actually quite helpless. Ivan was young, yet always came up with the most peculiar ideas. What exactly were the Hogwarts professors teaching these days? But upon reflection, Ivan's explanation did seem to carry some weight, and might actually prove useful when the time came. "I was just rehearsing in advance. What did you think of the performance, Dean Dugert?" Ivan shrugged, looking at the stunned man. "So, what exactly happened during the month I was away?" Doubt looked around, his face displaying a mixture of confusion and amazement. The shop was filled with items he had never seen before. A pink fluffy little ball bouncing on Ivan's shoulder, rows of anti-curse gloves and cloaks hanging prominently at the counter, and a pile of seemingly brand new magical accessories all gleaming with a fresh from-the-forge luster. "Dark magical items are hard to sell now, so my mother and I developed some marketable products." Ivan's tone was casual, as if changing business directions required nothing more than a simple statement. But Doubt wasn't buying it. Having known Ija for so many years, he understood all too well how troublesome developing a new magical device could be. Materials, magical runes, debugging each step required time to perfect. He had only been absent for 30 days, and this place had already transformed into a legitimate business. It seemed far too absurd. However, when he personally tested several new products, especially Ivan's latest protective ring, his doubt was instantly replaced by amazement. The ring flickered briefly, and immediately a light barrier similar to the iron armor charm formed around his body, 360-degree coverage with no blind spots, capable of blocking most magical attacks. Doubt's eyes practically blazed with excitement. If used properly at a critical moment, this would be a life-saving treasure. How much does this thing cost? He asked shamelessly. 60 gold galleons. Ivan raised his hand, making a sixth gesture. Tisk, that's really expensive. Can't you make it cheaper? Doubt clicked his tongue. If this had been last month, he would have bought it without hesitation. But to establish connections within the Ministry of Magic, he had already invested hundreds of gold galleons, only to obtain the exact timing of one inspection. His pockets were nearly empty now. No choice for items of this caliber. The material costs alone are frightening. The profit margin is actually quite low. Ivan shrugged. The protective ring was an enhanced version of the anti-curse gloves and his most advanced creation to date. Experience had taught him that the stronger the magical sequence, the more expensive the required materials. Otherwise, the magical fluctuations during activation would burn cheap materials to waste instantly. Doubt had no choice but to reluctantly put down the ring. He understood the business and knew Ivan was basically telling the truth. Nearby, Aisha rolled her eyes. She knew perfectly well the ring's material cost was only 9 gold galleons, but someone insisted his labor fee was worth 50 galleons, making a total profit of 1 galleon. She didn't expose Ivan, but was instead drawn to the pink fluffy ball on his shoulder. What is this? Aisha pointed at the little creature. A puffskein, a type of alchemical creature. A gift from 2 friends, planning to sell it in the shop. Ivan gently poked the soft pink fur with one hand, his tone casual. An alchemical creature? Does it have any special abilities? Aisha's eyes immediately lit up. Doubt also curiously leaned in. He had heard that the alchemist Nicholas Flamel's home supposedly housed many such mysterious creatures, though he had only read about them in books. Well, being cute, does that count? Ivan tilted his head, thinking seriously before giving an answer that hardly seemed like an answer. Then it's just useless? Who would buy such a thing? Doubt muttered dismissively, but before he finished speaking, he saw Aisha snatch the puffskein from Ivan's shoulder. I find this rather intriguing, worth looking into, Aisha said, gently poking the fluffy creature on the table with her finger. The soft, furry magical being immediately tucked in its limbs and whooshed into a pink little ball, spinning gracefully in the air. Ivan could only watch helplessly as his new toy was stolen, grumbling sourly to himself. Sigh. Women. Doggart, standing nearby, was completely speechless. He couldn't fathom what there was to study about a spherical fluffball. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, steering the conversation back on track and asking Ivan to continue introducing the other magical items. After examining several items, Doggart sighed with genuine admiration. If the ministry's inspectors saw these, they'd be absolutely stunned. Perhaps, Ivan said, glancing around and still feeling the space looked empty. Too few items, not enough to make an impression. While the joke items from the Weasley twins were certainly amusing, they only appealed to specific audiences, and he was planning to use this opportunity to make a hefty profit. Including what he had on hand and skill upgrade rewards, he still had about 300 merit points available. With a sudden thought, he proposed a new idea. What if I made some potions to sell as well? You want to sell potions? Doggart frowned. As I've said before, that requires considerable brewing expertise. Don't worry, the potions I brew are extremely stable, with effects that rival those from legitimate shops, Ivan said confidently. But potions aren't something you can just sell at will. Only wizards with proper certification are allowed to do so, Doggart said bluntly, throwing cold water on the idea. Especially with ministry inspectors coming, we can't afford to be careless. Ivan countered. Do you have certification? Of course, Doggart straightened up proudly. He had obtained his certification while working at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries after graduation. Though he was later dismissed, he still held the certificate. Ivan shrugged. Then we're all set. If anyone asks, just say the potions are yours, and I'm selling them on consignment. Doggart, realizing that if anything went wrong, all responsibility would fall on him, looked conflicted and turned to Aisha for help. Though Aisha had her doubts, based on her trust in Ivan's past performance, she decided to side with him. Remembering that this whole mess had started because of him, Doggart reluctantly nodded but insisted on personally testing Ivan's potion-making skills. Ivan readily agreed, and they arranged to go to Diagon Alley together that afternoon to purchase materials and cauldrons. As for the cauldron he had bought during school, it was still at Hogwarts, and one cauldron simply wouldn't be enough. Compared to the impoverished and dangerous Knockturn Alley, Diagon Alley was where normal people belonged. Shops lined the streets, crowds flowed back and forth, the chaotic sounds of laughter and bargaining filled the air, and occasionally one could see young wizards chasing and playing around. Walking along the streets of Diagon Alley, Ivan gazed around curiously. High above, a majestic building resembling a stone fortress occupied half the street, its gleaming bronze doors standing wide open with a steady stream of people flowing through. Several goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms flanked the entrance, their keen eyes alert, yet courteous as they bowed to visitors. Apart from scattered memories from his past, this was Ivan's first real venture into the wizarding shopping district, and he couldn't help but look around with every step. Along the way, he spotted the ancient Ollivander's wand shop and caught a distant glimpse of flourish and blot sign, though these were merely fleeting glances. His destination was the Potage's cauldron shop. Just as they reached the entrance, Doubt clicked his tongue and reminded him, "If you need cauldrons, I've got some at Hamino. Need to buy more." Ivan paid no attention and pushed through the door, leaving Doubt to sigh and follow behind. Since it wasn't yet the school season for young wizards, the shop had few customers. Shop owner Potage enthusiastically held up a gleaming pure gold cauldron, promoting it like a rare treasure with endless chatter. Ivan cut him short with a simple no. "Pewter cauldrons will do fine. Give me 3, no, 5 of them." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of galleons from his wizard robes and placed them on the counter, the very hush money Doubt had given him earlier. Five cauldrons. Potage's hand trembled as he looked toward Doubt in shock. What young wizard buys so many at once? Doubt was equally puzzled. "What do you need so many cauldrons for?" Ivan glanced at him sideways. "To brew potions faster, obviously." After selecting the cauldrons and paying, Ivan left the shop efficiently and ducked into a nearby apothecary, spending nearly all of his dozen or so remaining galleons. Doubt followed along, still trying to persuade him. "Potion making is delicate work. Any distraction spells disaster. In my years of experience, trying to brew with 5 cauldrons simultaneously is doomed to fail." But Ivan ignored him, and upon returning home, headed straight to the basement workspace, choosing an open area to begin setting up. Doubt gritted his teeth secretly. If things went wrong, he'd personally brew a batch of potions and secretly replace them to save his reputation. But Ivan didn't rush to light the fires. Instead, he picked up a carving knife and began modifying the newly purchased cauldrons and tools. The cutting sounds made Doubt itch with curiosity, and he tried several times to ask what was happening, only to be deterred by cold, piercing glances. After a full 2 hours, Ivan set down the carving knife and picked up his wand. His arm moved continuously, his posture resembling that of a Muggle orchestra conductor. The sorted potion ingredients seemed lifted by invisible hands, leaping into the 5 cauldrons in sequence. Cutting and grinding tools floated in succession, efficiently chopping ingredients into pieces, grinding them into powder, then precisely adding and stirring them together. This isn't. Doggett's eyes widened as he was reminded of Acacia's magical kitchen. But brewing potions wasn't the same as cooking. It required almost impossibly precise control. Just as Doggett was about to voice his criticism, he caught sight of the ingredients dancing in the 5 cauldrons, scudding, measuring, adding, all without a single error. How could one person possibly tend to 5 cauldrons simultaneously? His mind raced with confusion, unaware that Ivan was currently operating with a mental acceleration experience card purchased with his academic credits. Earlier at the hospital wing, Dumbledore had personally demonstrated how to precisely manipulate objects with magic. Combined with inspiration from Acacia's magical kitchen, Ivan had simply transformed this basement into a semi-automated pharmaceutical factory. The originally tedious brewing process flowed like water under his magical guidance, even carrying the aesthetic grace of a bartender mixing cocktails. Daisy roots, dried nettle powder, sunflower petals, and a small piece of peppermint dropped in sequence above the blue and white flames. Euphoria elixir? Doggett quickly recognized it. As a common potion, it could keep the drinker cheerful for hours without any side effects. Back when he ran his black market clinic, he loved adding diluted Euphoria elixir to patients' drinking water, ensuring those who'd been charged exorbitant medical fees would still leave with smiles on their faces. But when he saw Ivan add the peppermint, he frowned. "What are you adding peppermint for? Did you get the recipe wrong?" "No. It enhances the elixir's potency," Ivan replied softly without looking up. "Impossible. I've never heard of such a thing. Where on earth did you learn that?" Doggett pressed. "The Half-Blood Prince taught me," Ivan answered unhurriedly. Then with a gentle tap of his wand, the crystalline liquid flowed through a funnel into prepared vials. With 5 bottles of Euphoria elixir sealed, he didn't pause, immediately beginning a second round, this time, Draft of Living Death. The experience card only lasted an hour, and he didn't want to waste a single second. Only potions brewed in this accelerated state represented his highest standard. Combined with the brewing tips he'd memorized from reading the original books in his previous life, the final products would be of sufficient quality to surpass regular potion shops otherwise. Where would his competitive advantage come from? Thinking of this, Ivan suddenly felt he'd made a mistake while at Hogwarts. He'd forgotten to get his hands on Snape's old textbook filled with annotations. That book was kept in the advanced classroom and contained not only vast potion-making insights, but also numerous high-level spells that made his heart itch just thinking about them. Ivan was completely absorbed in the swirling steam from the cauldrons, leaving Doggett to swallow his questions. He picked up a bottle of Euphoria elixir and gently shook it, noticing the liquid's color was lighter than the standard formula. With his years of expert judgment, he could tell this potion was of superior quality, yet he'd clearly seen Ivan add peppermint. Logically speaking, even if the potion didn't fail completely, its effectiveness should have been significantly diminished. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.